Macam tim-tim lain nak masuk pun susah, tapi peluang tu kita orang gunakan sia-sia.
They were such powerhouses during the MPL season, but all of a sudden, the moment they went to M3, everything dropped. And some insider news that I was able to get was they were basically overwhelmed because that was their first international experience and the team could not handle it.
M3的时候输了，整个人真的很不舒服，因为对自己要求很高的时候，真的可以拿到很好的成绩，但是一下子很现实，就最后一名出局。
This year, Team SMG came back stronger, finishing second at MPL Season 12.
就是 M3的时候，就每一个season都一直想去improve自己，觉得还可以去打过世界赛，就是至少拿个前4这样子赢了一下。
They've come a long way to be back in the M Series, and now SMG is only one step away from the group stage. Their win could possibly bring back Malaysia to becoming a strong region again.
MLB Malaysia untuk season kali ni improve banyak. Untuk wildcard mestilah kita nak masuk M5.
I think we really confident, but we will not underestimate the enemy.
This time, the qualifiers is in our home soil, Malaysia. This is good for SMG because now the country is behind their back.
I think not only will be SMG fans will be here, most of the Malaysia fans that love Mobile Legends, I think they'll be coming here to support the home team.
SMG, vamos!
Keep support Malaysia punya team.
Keep supporting us, Homeboys and SMG. Kita akan buat yang terbaik di M5 dan kita akan cuba bawa balik M5 ke bumi Malaysia.
Tolak tak bergolek, tersembunyi di sudut bilik. Kau mampu melawan balik, is this round masih yang terbaik. Kuasa ada di bahuku, kau tahu aku soldier. Cuba buat aku leka, tapi tak mampu rampas my honor. Na na na, panas sepanas lara, ku semakin bertenaga. Bila bersama, ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. It's feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai tekad, they are but they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Misi berat lebih dari hebat, jalankan amanah masih bersemangat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. Jangan kuat satu genggam piala, mina juara kan tawannya lemah. Hasil dibalik usaha buktinya lebih dari hebat, itu yang ku rasa. Panas sepanas lara, ku semakin bertenaga. Bila bersama, ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. It's feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai tekad, they are but they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Terus yakinkan diri, gapai impian pasti. Usah berlengah lagi. Oh yeah, I'm better than great. Oh, better than great. Oh yeah, better than great. Better than great. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai tekad, they are but they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Dragon rise and soar! Dragon stomp! Dragon scales! Dragon rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh! This just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the hero challenge.
Lapu-lapu. Iritel. Franco. Nana.
Nana. Go! Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
How Gala?
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni. This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
Mabuhay to everyone in the EVM Convention Center and all our viewers around the world. Welcome back to Day 3 of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship!
We just passed the midway point of the M5 group stage and definitely not short of impressive team fights and skirmishes. See You Soon of Cambodia did not hold back with their warm welcome for Triple Esports' debut in the M Series.
Tier 2 they go. They don't care about these turrets. There they go. They're going to jump in. MP the King able to secure the turtle. Scan Blazing Duo with Pose. And now they go in further. Another final slash.
The MENA representatives attempted to create havoc with some innovative draft in Game 2, but the Sooners had too much firepower. The clash between Team Flash and Team Lil Gun started with the Singaporean champs taking the first game. But it was all part of the plan for the Mongolian downloaders to adapt and learn. And secure the precious victory.
Now we can move individually. Right now, Nail is there. Luke goes in front. Milo tries to re-engage. And best play one gets taken down by Marky. Milo in the middle of it all. Double kill for Marky. Now
next, it was a must-win situation for both Geek Fam and the Ohio brothers.
Superstar gets taken down. The Ohio brothers loses the first game.
Led by Baloyski, the MPLID first runner-ups dictated the tempo for the series.
Killing free by Luke. Game goes over.
And eventually took the W. It was a nail in the coffin for the North American representatives. It was an uphill battle for the Malaysian squad to try and topple the hometown favorite, Blacklist International.
Oh, they're coming in. Implosion. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. It's 3 men defending for Malaysia.
Then, Sasa, the last Kage himself, delivered the first Maniac of M5 group stage to tie the series 1-1.
We're going to Game 3!
However, it was not enough to stop the agents from breaking the code once again.
Blacklist International gonna win this 2-1.
Now that we have seen all the teams at the group stage, which 8 will be advancing forward and be better than great?
Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shot reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major IP owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Boing, 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 boing.
Grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
Boing, 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 boing.
I think we just tired before the championship. We play 10 games and then suddenly 2-0 become 3-1, right? And then suddenly we go to game 7. Our mind just like, we're here, just play the game like that. We got nothing to lose.
其实 playoff 对我们来讲，这次今年真的很难，压力很大，因为今年很多 living play 进来 ，gameplay improve 了很多。
Ever since M1 up until M3, Malaysia was one of the big 3 regions, including Philippines as well as Indonesia. SMG at M3, I would say, is definitely one of the saddest memory most Malaysians have of their performance.
SMG, the first team to be eliminated.
M3 tu memang tak boleh buat apa lah. Mungkin time M3 kita punya komunikasi nak bagi pendapat antara satu sama lain tak boleh diterima. Dan dekat situ mungkin macam ada pergaduhan kan. Ada beberapa player yang mental dia agak down sebabkan ni kita orang tak dapat nak buat aksi yang menarik lah dekat M3.
很 sad， 很 sad， 然后expect 很多，就是可以 at least go to top 6。
Kita orang agak kecewa lah. M3 hari tu pun dia ibarat peluang untuk macam tim-tim lain nak masuk pun susah, tapi peluang tu kita orang gunakan sia-sia.
They were such powerhouses during the MPL season, but all of a sudden, the moment they went to M3, everything dropped. And some insider news that I was able to get was they were basically overwhelmed because that was their first international experience and the team could not handle it.
M3 的时候输了，整个人真的很不舒服，因为对自己要求很高的时候，真的可以拿到很好的成绩，但是一下子很现实，就是最后一名出局。
This year, Team SMG came back stronger, finishing second at MPL Season 12.
就是 M3 之后，就每一个 season 都一直想去 improve 自己，觉得 还可以去打过世界赛，就是至少打个前4这样子赢了一下。
They've come a long way to be back in the M Series, and now SMG is only one step away from the group stage. Their win could possibly bring back Malaysia to becoming a strong region again.
MLBB Malaysia untuk season kali ni improve banyak. Untuk wildcard mestilah kita nak masuk M5.
I think we really confident, but we will not underestimate the enemy.
This time, the qualifiers is in our home soil, Malaysia. This is good for SMG because now the country is behind their back.
I think not only will be SMG fans will be here, most of the Malaysia fans that love Mobile Legends, I think they will be coming here to support the home team.
SMG, vamos!
Keep support Malaysia punya team.
Keep supporting us, Homeboys and SMG. Kita akan buat yang terbaik di M5 and kita akan cuba bawa balik M5 ke bumi Malaysia.
Tolak tak bergolek, tersembunyi di sudut bilik. Kau mampu melawan balik, is this round masih yang terbaik. Kuasa ada di bahuku, kau tahu aku soldier. Cuba buat aku lega, tapi tak mampu rampas my honor.
Na na na, panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. It's feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Takkan tahu mulai ke tekad, pray about that I'm gonna change. Great, we are better than great.
Misi berat lebih dari hebat, jalankan amanat masih bersemangat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. Jangan kuasa tu genggam piala, mina juara kan tawanya lemah. Hasil dibalik usaha buktinya lebih dari hebat, itu yang ku rasa.
Panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. It's feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Takkan tahu mulai ke tekad, pray about that I'm gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Terus yakinkan diri, gapai impian pasti. Usah berlengah lagi. Oh yeah, I'm better than great. Oh, better than great. Oh yeah, better than great. Better than great. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Takkan tahu mulai ke tekad, pray about that I'm gonna change. Great, we are better than great.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Duda Kaldak! Duda Kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh! This just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the hero challenge.
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage.
The hours of sacrifice.
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni. This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through. Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon. Babawiin namin ang korona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better,
than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arm, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I do, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I'll fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We send our woman away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I do, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We send our woman away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We send our woman away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you'll lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside, it's very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Boing, 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 boing.
Grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi pag nag-grab only. Save 244 alright.
Boing, 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 boing.
Tolak tak bergolek, tersembunyi di sudut bilik. Kau mampu melawan balik, is this round masih yang terbaik. Kuasa ada di bahuku, kau tahu aku soldier. Cuba buatku leka, tapi tak mampu rampas my honor. Na na na, panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. It's feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai tekad, pray apart they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Misi berat lebih dari hebat, jalan kanan mana masih bersemangat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. Jangan kuat satu genggam piala, minda juara kan tawannya lemah. Hasil dibalik usaha buktinya lebih dari hebat, itu yang ku rasa. Panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. It's feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai tekad, play our part they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Terus yakinkan diri, gapai impian pasti. Usah berlengah lagi,
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Duda Kaldak! Duda Kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the hero challenge.
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like a pro inside, but the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I do, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become I'm the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to play. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall away. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Mabuhay Pilipinas, and to the people all around the world. This is your kabayas, Manjin Faldas, and welcome again to the M5 World Championship. We are now in the penultimate day of the group stages. And after witnessing the first teams to qualify for the knockout stage, we saw a lot of intense drama and explosive actions yesterday. Now, we will await who else will continue their journey to be crowned the 5th M Series MLBB World Champions. First off, we are starting with the Kingdom. RRQ Akira going up against Team SMG, who is already firing up for their final match. And then it's going to be Homeboys against Deus Vault with their Bomba mentality. They're one step closer in qualifying for the knockout stages. After that, we will witness the battle for the Group A top seed, Onyx against See You Soon. And finally, we're going to have the Filipino champions, AP Bren. Let me repeat that. The Filipino champions, AP Bren, going up against champions as well, going up against Team Flash, the Singaporean champions. There you have it. Who will end the road and who will continue to prove that they are better than great? Let's find out all together. Casters from all around the world, take it away.
Thank you, Arkabias in arms. After securing a reverse sweep against the champions of Turkey, the Brazilian Kings of Kings are now looking to increase their chances of qualifying for the knockout stage. Welcome to the M5 World Championship group stage, getting here once again together with Mirko and as well as Wolf to bring you the first best of 3 series of the day between RRQ Akira and Team SMG. Now keep in mind that the M5 World Championship is powered by Munton, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors, M5, because it wouldn't be as awesome and possible without your support.
Also, special shoutouts as well to our global presenting partner, Qiddiya. Qiddiya is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Yeah, Qiddiya Gaming is actually giving away 5 sets of knockout stage 2 and grand finals tickets. To join us, follow Qiddiya Gaming on social media accounts, comment why you deserve to win, and tag 2 friends you want to bring in the comments. The campaign starts from the 2nd to the 7th of December. That's actually until tomorrow, so you gotta be fast. The winners will be announced on 8th December at Qiddiya Gaming Instagram story.
And that's not all. The M5 Pass is now live. Unlock the Yuzong's M5 exclusive Dragon Shard skin and Prime Cosmic Dragon skin when you buy the M5 Pass. Now make sure accomplish all active tasks to reach level 75. That's the number, 75, for a free ton of M5 exclusive rewards, and also waiting for you, get your gift for a friend as well. And keep in mind, if you keep going beyond that 75, the figurine is up on the table.
There's a yearly tradition where Mirko breaks the statue, so can we at least break it for M5?
I already did, but it was off cam. It was with Yasu yesterday. I was like, this is so cool, and then the wing fell off, and I was like,
oh my god!
But
all right, so the tradition is
no
still...
one knew. No one knows.
Look at it. Look at how beautiful it is. Don't stop it. Stop it. We can't go on without a daily recap. So let's check out what happened yesterday.
Today, we witness world-class action, world-class entertainment from the best MLBB teams. Welcome to M5 World Championships.
Day 4 of the M5 group stage was filled with plentiful surprises and nail-biting action. Led by Stitch, the undying Burmese ghouls refused to admit defeat.
Stitch, flying high in the sky, gets Ethan as well.
The Myanmar representatives pressed on to prevent the Mongolian downloaders from completing their comeback.
Ethan gets another kill as well. Bebek still survives. Stage flickers forward.
BG met the condition of winning 2-0 to avoid elimination. Next, Fireflux Esports started the series with a fiery triumph against RRQ Akira.
Implosion hits on the screen. Rosa gets a kill.
But the Brazilian Kings recomposed themselves and doused the flames of the Turkish representatives with 2 dominant victories.
Já posso ir? Agora de entrar só bate base. Agora de entrar só bate base. Eu consigo bater. Tô pegando a torre, não sei. Cancelei a shield, ela. Só bate base, só bate base.
And proved that they are better than great. Another match, another 2-1 series. This time, it's another East versus West between GeekFam and Deus Volt.
What the hell with the raging sandstorm to the back? It's gonna be the nature by Carby. Now the side as well, but a boy.
It was an intense back and forth.
Wait, focus.
Yeah.
Focus, please.
Front, kill front. And then! No. Push. One more game after this.
And things got heated between the two teams. Eventually, it was the Geeks that came up on top. And for the last match of the day, Triple Esports gave Onic a hard time in Game 1, even when Kyrie got his signature fanny.
Howdy, before he can even use that Razor's grab.
Onic then unleashed the Gushan mid lane from Gilak Sans to close out the series.
Gary, another! Finally, he gets punished.
The group stage is now down to the last 2 days. Let's pray for more world-class gameplay and be better than great.
Presented by Kadia, let's check out the play of the day of group stage. Day number 4, Sans in the mid lane. Once again, Gushin, Gilak Sans. Come on, what are you supposed to do against this?
I mean, what are you supposed to do against it? It's just so tough. The fact that he can pull off something as crazy as a Gushin. What do you have to say about it? Well, it's a Gushin. Well, not first time in M5, but first time in the main stage.
That's right. Technically, yeah. I would say that it's one of the craziest things that Onic can afford to do. They're players, like particularly Sans. He was top jungler for quite some time, right? Yep. So he has the license to actually pick up assassins in the mid lane role.
Feels like Coach Ep has been giving out these licenses to the rest of the team for the entire time, because look at where they are currently sitting, so close to the top of Group A. And honestly, for a majority of these teams, they are looking to qualify as well. We have a couple of teams that are already pretty much up for elimination here, but you gotta increase your odds to actually stand a chance against some of these big named teams.
And it's super close all across the board for the teams who are still in it, right? I mean, we're going to take a look at today's schedule to see exactly who goes up against who, because especially in the first match, RRQ, Akira, they were able to pull off a reverse sweep. They're going to have to pull off a win here if they want to stay in knockout contention.
This is the last match for both of these teams, but immediately after that, we're going to see the Homeboys versus Deus Volt, Kibamba versus Zorn Recall battle. I mean, it got spicy yesterday. It can only heat up today. Immediately after that, it's going to be Onic versus See You Soon, a battle for Group A's top seed. And to close things out for the day, it's AP Bren versus Team Flash in the clash of a young and veteran roamers.
There will be a lot of confirmation after today. Homeboys, if they defeat Daewoo 2-0, they eventually get into the playoffs as well, to the knockout stages, and then they essentially eliminate Daewoo. But if Daewoo wins, there's even a chance for a 3-way tie. I mean, I will not be confirming what the actual picture should be like if there will be a 3-way tie, but I think it's along the lines of Daewoo winning 2-1 or 2-0 actually. So that's one of those conditions. But if Homeboys takes one game away from Daewoo, I think that they might have just confirmed the top 2 teams of that group.
Well, let's focus on today's very first best of 3.
Okay.
This is going to be the Brazilian Kingdom's final stand. Now, Team SMG has been confirmed to be eliminated from the group, and it's really up to them whether or not the Brazilian Kingdom gets to move on. They can hold them back here, but if RRQ Akira gets a 2-0, I don't know about you, but it kind of looks like we've already predetermined who the top 2 is going to be.
That's right. And I think that winning 2-0 against SMG will not be that easy, especially after looking at Team SMG's performance.
They're always able to somehow make it close, right? Despite actually losing in some of these matches, crucial ones. They find a way, but so does Akira somehow, some way. 1-0 down in a dominant game from Fireflux, no problem. They come back so fast. It's almost like they got a sudden bit of inspiration and motivation.
Now, just in case you guys are a little bit confused about how exactly is RRQ Akira supposed to be able to make it out of these groups, they need to achieve top 2. But to do that, there's a few conditions that need to be met. Wolf, could you lead us through this?
All right, it's quite easy for RRQ Akira. They have to win this series 2-0, 2-1, and then wish that Blacklist will win against their matchup eventually against Fireflux. So for RRQ Akira, it's not just about them winning, but also Blacklist International winning too.
So they're Blacklist fans now.
Oh
yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. A lot of teams have taken inspiration from Blacklist International, but there are those who are looking to make a name for themselves. The Kings come back. The last time we saw King play, he was reigning champion. He was the jungler to go to in his own region of South America. Now looking to kind of make his name even more stapled across the entire globe. This might be the tournament for him.
Yeah. I would say that you can see the stark differences of the performances coming out from King himself. When they win, he dominates. 10.0 KDA, that's pretty good, right? And then when you're looking at their losses, it's the opposite end of the spectrum. So you're gonna have to find the consistency in King. But when he does dominate, I mean, you can see that he delivers the dubs for his team.
It's going to be very nerve-wracking here, especially if you an RRQ Kingdom fan here. Whether you're from South America, whether you're from Indonesia, whether you are part of the Kingdom or not, they need your support here and today, as it is time to officiate the M5 World Championship. We have our marshals making their way onto stage. They're here to ensure fairness and integrity of our games. Thank you to our first responders for making sure that these players will get the best experience possible. Now it's time. The undisputed champions of Brazil graces the stage, looking to seal their end of the deal. Vamos, RRQ Akira!
Vamos! They're looking to prove to the world that it's not just RRQ Akira, but Brazil that stands on top.
This pride of Malaysia has shown us great determination throughout the year. For one last time, let's fire it up for Team SMG!
They may have lost 2 of their series, but you saw how well they fought. They almost won 2 of their games during the first bout. They almost won a series against Blacklist International, but almost will not be enough for Team SMG.
All the credit goes down to the brains on their players. It's Coach Cabral, JC as our marshal, but let's not forget about Coach Paladin as well as Lung, who are arming these players with the best weapons possible as they head into the land of Dawn for one last time here in this group. It's going to be nerve-wracking for both sides, but still, at the end of the day, it's going to be RRQ Akira looking to take this win. It's Gusta Lagusta, King, Takashi, Sagan, and Luis.
They gotta stick to what they're good at. Gideon, Wolf, the fact is, right now, whenever they try to just fit in the meta, play these heroes that are meta, they don't actually do too well. They need to stick to what made them special in Brazil. Play the aggressive heroes, go in for the proactive movements, and stay on the initiative. Never be defensive, never be passive.
I hear they have a shadow life coach, right?
Really?
Yeah.
A shadow life coach?
A shadow life coach that gave a pep talk.
During the Quake?
During the Quake, yeah. Kind of inspired them to go back to their roots. I wonder who it is.
I really wonder.
That's interesting as we look over to Team SMG with Sasa Saksa, Smooth, Stormy, and as well as Miko. Now, I mean, obviously having a life coach is great, but having a sports psychologist might just be the way to go, especially for the side of Team SMG. Now, both of these teams, we know, generally, they start kind of slow in the first series of the day.
Yeah, and maybe it's because technically speaking, this lineup is not yet reached its peak, I would say, its prime. It's literally their first season together. So I think that, at least for Team SMG, it's good that they went through the wild card. They eventually got here in M5. Obviously, it doesn't feel good that they will not be able to make the knockout stages. But if you think about it, this is still the first stint of this lineup with 2 Filipinos, their coach, obviously. There's a massive future ahead of this squad, and I do hope that they kind of stick together.
And that's what I've been concerned about, right? Because watching MPL Malaysia, I was actually rating SMG quite high. The fact that they made it to the grand finals, made it close against Homeboys, I would say SMG were quite good and favorites for wild card. And now, talent prediction, you can see that it's shifted completely since wildcard and since their matches on the main stage.
Look, I am trying to even me. I'm trying to get my pass into the kingdom here. You know, the kingdom has been doing me real good. The fans are electric, but more importantly so, it's the fact that we've seen a lot of potential from this squad themselves once they kind of get their gears going.
Yeah. And a good thing that you talked about that, because that's what I felt about Team RRQ Akira. They found their footing again yesterday after a very long pause, and they kind of talked it out, and eventually they stuck back to their roots. And the thing is, I wanted to see Cabral and Luis, almost all-timers. I think that they joined M2, right?
Yeah.
So they're part of the M series for 4 years now. And I do hope that they still continuously improve. I think that every single M Series edition that we have, they increase their ranking or they level up in rankings. So I think that M5, hopefully they get to the knockout stages.
Absolutely. And even amongst the audience predictions, amongst every other countries besides Brazil and Malaysia, it is still kind of split. And it's not evenly split. It's slightly in favor of one team or the other. It's a tough prediction to have, especially since if we're considering the overall style and matchup of both of these teams, it's pretty even, right? It's not like a clear, this team is momentum-based, this team is terrible against momentum teams.
It's actually quite similar, right? The fact that they play around neutral objectives and they look for these game-changing pickoffs early on towards big team fights later on. And the fact is, again, for both these teams, sometimes they go for these bombastic plays in a later stage that can, lose them the game, but also can win them the game. Sometimes it's better to just not have the lead in this game. We've seen that pattern.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a hot take.
That's a hot take.
Have the lead.
If I were part of a team, I would not want to agree with you. If I'm part of a team.
Imagine, that'd be crazy. If only, right? As it's time for the drafting phase of our very first best of 3 series of today. Let's jump right into it. And they've already started to ban things out. We're seeing that RRQ Akira on the blue side bans out the Joy, the Arlen. As they hold priority, Team SMG have gotten rid of the Nolan as well as the Angela.
I think there's a little bit of theme for every group. Particularly for this group, they might be the only group that kind of puts a lot of emphasis on the Arlot, which I like a lot because I thought that Arlot is like an S tier pick, but some groups like Group D, for example, completely just ignores it. And some of the teams that we know of don't really think about the Arlot, even though it's such a good pick. But one hero that is always an emphasis, always puts a lot of emphasis on is the Guinevere, right? Obviously, the Nonans and the Joys will be banned out all the time, but Guinevere should be the point of contention for both teams.
And the fact that the Angela is banned out here means there's one less ban for people who can quote-unquote dash, and I think that Coach Cabral, he immediately looking to try and punish that. Get rid of the Phoveus, and now there's many different types of options. Matilda on the table, Guinevere like you mentioned before.
Even the Wan, right? Still up for grabs right now. One of the best marksmen in the gold lane. We've seen that it's mostly been for best marksman, Wan, Bruno, right?
Yes.
Looking at it, Claude has been rising as well, but the Wan is still going to be banned out. Crazy team fighting prowess, and SMG knows if RRQ Akira gets their hands on that kind of power, they're just going to look to team fight all throughout, and it shows. Even without the Wan, they've gone for the Guinevere. They want initiation. They want some prio in the jungle.
Whoa, 79% overall win rate, even though it has a 95% pick and ban rate on top of that, right? Now Team SMG looks to respond. What are you thinking here, Wolf?
Claude Faramis.
Claude Faramis?
Yeah, that's the typical answer.
Lock it in.
Okay, not the Bruno Faramis?
That's right, that's the thing, right? But Bruno kind of struggles against Guinevere, or struggles more than the Claude will suffer against the Guinevere. Because at least if you're Claude, you can go and pick up the Purify and you're going to be A-okay. Jungler is the role with the most #1 pick per in M5. Wow.
I think it's also the same for M4. Frederick just But Fredrin, right? Not jungle, Fredrin. Look, speed jungle, whatever. Fredrin.
It's always one of these flex picks, right? That always is so valuable when they get first pick. But I think that team SMG, I was wondering whether the Matilda is going to come into the conversation here because again, Farmis and Valentina is always going to be valid in these matchups, right? So then we jump back over to RRQ. Both sides want to win that gold lane as hard as possible. Brody, Lilia gets locked in.
This is the Emperor's order.
Okay, so they pick up quite a lot here. You understand why they pick up the Matilda plus the Bruno. I mean, surely the Bruno struggles more than the Claude against the Guinevere, but you have a Matilda, you're typically not suffering at all.
On top of that, a Kai.
Exactly. There's a lot of like peel and protection coming out of Team SMG. I like it a lot. Now you're going to be looking towards maybe a Yu Zhong ban from RRQ because you want to protect your Brody as well.
Yeah. Brody definitely needs a little bit more protection. Maybe just through the bans, you can do that, but they've already set up for very good setups into the neutral objectives here. They should want to look for a playmaking XP for Takashi to give them even more prio in these neutral objective takes, or maybe even just a safer pick. Play for gold lane now knowing that there's an Akai and a Matilda, a deadly combo in these setups.
Honestly, I feel like in this particular matchup, when I'm looking at Smooth and I'm looking at Takashi, I just wish that the game allowed us to have mirror matchups like Benedetta v Benedetta. That'd be so hot.
So hot.
Lapu and Lapu?
Lapu and Lapu? Oh, please, come on. Don't leave me on like that. Rizla already banned. Valentina going to be the follow-up ban for the side of RRQ Akira, which begs the question about mid laners. I mean, EXP is obviously going to be really important, but they get rid of the Boxia for the side of Team SMG.
Good ban.
That means Novaria might also be a ban for RQ. That's a good combo with the Bruno. They're not that concerned about the Faramis because of this Lilia, and also they have the Guinevere to kind of force some purifies whatsoever. So I think Novaria should be the ban, or a Gord actually, for the side of RQ because you already have the protection. You need more damage from the backlines to kind of combo with the Bruno so that they literally burst people from a long distance.
I like the idea of that, right? You know, Gord has been one of those few picks that only come up when you have people who are trying to be tanky, and especially around neutral objectives, super obnoxious for junglers. Now we see the Farmis ban. Valentina and Farmis bans from the second phase of RRQ Akira.
Despite having the heroes that's great against that, they steal it, the Benedetta. Okay. How do you answer that?
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Tell me you're not excited about this. 80% win rate so far. Woo, yeah.
We've got to be excited for Smooth on to Benedetta. Any playmaking hero that he gets his hands on, he usually just is able to take the game into his own hands. But we'll have to see what RRQ take here.
Bakito maybe?
In the XP lane, right? Bakito would be a good choice against the Benedetta. It's a great matchup, but I'm thinking maybe Yu Zhong. Do they want to dive to the back to provide some more of that pressure towards the backline of SMG? That's kind of a... Oh, wait. Minotaur Dom. I spoke to Luis yesterday, and he did say that this isn't my pick. Minotaur. We also mentioned earlier, when they go for these quote-unquote meta picks, they don't do too well. They gotta stay on comfort.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the few situations, especially when Roamer is the most last-pick role in pretty much the entirety of the group stage so far, that Luis finds these engages, but then there's that big disconnect, and it always happens in game number 1.
Yeah. Okay, well, the Minotaur obviously is there to protect the team, and there's no legitimate, like, Minotaur killer from the side of Team SMG. That's why I kind of like that pick. The Khalid, though, I do understand why they pick it up, but
I agree.
They are so all in on the early game, at least for RQ. They may just make it up. They may just mess it up. By the way, RQ, their early game is very, very strong.
Oh, yeah.
Even the stats tell us that, 10 to 7.2. And that is their main win condition. For Team SMG, it's all about team fights. And I do like their odds in the late game more than RQ.
Well, it's time to get our first best-of-3 match underway here at the M5 World Championship Group Stage. Give it up for both of these teams as they will be hitting the land of the dawn. It's going to be RRQ Akira on the blue side, looking for a sweep against Team SMG on the red side. Let the battle begin.
Welcome to
Right as we get in, a big question instantly for me, personally. Minotaur. The pick yesterday didn't quite work out for RQ Akira, mainly because there was a big hurdle in front of him. There was a Valentina that can steal away that Minion Fury and basically do the same thing. This time, Luis is a bit more free to do whatever he wants. Hey, even in the mid lane, Sagan's doing a lot.
There's a lot of damage with Novaria. And Love the fact that they were able to clear that out. It's always difficult for No Variant to kind of survive the first actual wave, especially against a hero like Lilia. Lilia is a very strong laner, but now this means that there could be an invasion.
Soxa already used the Retribution. King just walking up, secures the retreat. Louise might be sacrificed here, but the rest of the team follows it up smooth. Jumping with the Phantom Slash. It's going to be Soxa's taking low. Louise as well, but they decide to back away. And RQ just takes a big win. That's a spatial migration with a Violent Requiem to lock Stormy down. And they get out.
Yeah. That's the early game that you want to see from the side of RRQ with Kira, and I think even for Stormy, he wasn't expecting King to actually hit level 4 so quickly after getting a kill as well as an assist. You know, the calculations in his head thrown off guard. No,
they don't want to stop there. Soxa, he's died once now. Make it two as they try to dive in, but Smooth provides good cover. Miko with Smooth looking to go for another kill. Louise is running for the hills. The Petrify is ready for Smooth, but he doesn't quite commit it just yet. He is saving it. Ooh. Good body block from King. Denies a kill.
Great idea from RQ Akira to actually still invade. I'm surprised that Soxa survived. Well, that's because of his tankiness. King does have an ultimate. Does not commit it. Maybe they're saving it for the turtle fight.
I mean, at this point of time, I feel like even for RRQ Akira, right, these neutral objectives, especially for these turtles, yes, it's a good way to kind of snowball out of control, but with the lead they've already achieved, might as well drag out this laning phase for as long as possible, right? I mean, we're looking at the emblems, we're seeing early cooldowns, we're seeing the fact that they can rotate quickly. Team SMG is the one who have to respond rather than RRQ Akira, who basically will start stealing resources all across the map.
I'm gonna be looking at the early game again. Look at what the decision was from RQ Akira. They chose to delay the first turtle fight because they know that they can still out-level this Akai. Akai is now level 4, but King is almost level 6.
Oh, look at that damage coming in from Takashi. I mean, this early game could not go any worse for the side of Team SMG. I don't even know how Soxa is gonna walk up here.
RQ can play the long game. They can continue to poke and utilize or bait out some skills. Astral Echo already committed down. Soxa poked down by the glooms from Sagan. They're looking to go for this, but Soxa has the help of the guiding wind. That's going to be King who jumps in with the spatial migration. A good heavy spin, but it's still going to be King with the help of the biggest fury from Louise to secure it. Beautiful eye for an eye from Smooth, but it will not be enough for SMG to do much in this team fight.
Brutal stuff. Whoa, Miko, let's calm down. Miko, you don't need to go even further than this. You should be okay, but overall, I think the big concern in the mid lane is the fact that Stormy, especially when you are on this Novaria, it's not like a Lilia where you can constantly spam spells. It's one of those things where you have to kind of play around the cooldowns.
That's right. RQ Akira now leading with 1.6k. This is what we expected. The early game coming up from RQ, it's pretty good, and they're utilizing it well. The fact that they are also taking away many levels from Soxa, they're just making sure that this Akai will be a non-factor. That means that in the first Lord fight, they will have absolute dominance over Team SMG.
For how long though, right? What's the timing that we're looking for that Team SMG bounces back? Are we talking about First Lord or are we talking about Second Lord? I feel like it's First Lord for now, but if that 1.7k lead turns into maybe a 5k lead, it might even be Second Lord.
Yes, and it's mainly dependent on whether or not Soxa will be able to tank up. So at least if he gets 2 items or 3 items, that will be a treat.
Soxa just gets pinned down and shot down by Gusta Lagusta. With the Purify, it doesn't even matter. Just like you said, Wolf, no BMI this time. It proves to be quite lethal.
Yeah, worst yet, it's one of those few situations where you're looking at your support and you're like, hey, you got guiding winds? It goes like, yes, proceeds to circling Eagle. It's like, buddy, help me out here. Come on, give me something.
Well, he's flying around, right? I mean, trying to provide support, I guess, with a knock-up maybe to try to peel, but yeah, it was tough.
Animation lock, man. That's the beauty of it. So far, Smooth has been doing okay against Takashi, right? He hasn't been giving any of the gold over to him or any of his teammates in the time being. And I think that at the very least, the playmaking capabilities of Smooth is great, but Takashi, he's holding it back.
Takashi doesn't carry, he's leaving a full wave, and that's going to be Sagan who just picks up the kill. Crisp, clean calculations. Smooth used everything except the Petrify and still couldn't get out. Now it's a circling eagle from Miko to maybe provide some sort of an opening, but Soxa says there's no way.
I'm getting flashbacks. MPL MY Grand Finals, it looked almost like this, where an early game team known as the Homeboys really puts the stops onto Team SMG, forcing them to play hyper defensively, and worse yet, they can't seem to get on their tempo.
Yep. And Saksa is not having a great time with Sakai. He's 1,000 gold below, I would say, King a few minutes ago. So that means that that lead might have inflated. So what is the implication of that? Come the first Lord fight, you're absolutely not going to be able to tank up the damage coming up from RQ Akira because you probably have only one full item for you. And then, come the second Lord fight, you will only have 2 items, which means that you will be bursted down by Gusta Lagusta, by Sagan. It will keep on ballooning. There has to be a way for them to come back. Oh my goodness, Sagan.
Stop it. Let the man recall. Let him recall. No, Luis, don't do it.
Okay.
Okay, respect. Respect is given. Thank goodness. But they also proxy the wave to try and get this lane swap down really well. Like, Brody has already made it to the lane, and we can see that Takashi is making his way down to the bot side after he clears mid.
Saksa might be forced to use the heavy spin here. He's going to be pinned down. Sandwich from both areas. Saksa moves in, goes in for a heavy spin aggressively, but that's going to be Vinny's Fury locking him down just for a bit. A good petrify. Gusta flickers out, and the coordination is perfect from RRQ Akira. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Miko dives in with a circling eagle. Takashi just heals back up. Oh! Another re-engage. Miko going to be slashed down. No wins everywhere on the map for SMG. It's a disaster.
The mechanical mistakes are really starting to pile up here. At a certain point, you're wondering, hey, does this team have what it takes? And right now, Team SMG are not looking on form.
Yeah. The first 6 minutes of the game was because of the draft and how RQ Akira decided to just pin down Team SMG with a draft advantage that they have in the early game. But the past minute, that is just literally just Team SMG losing all those team fights.
He used Red Tree too. Basically, he had to just give up on the turtle take now.
That's right.
I don't think it's worth it for Team SMG to walk up to the turtle at this point, right? This is 7 minutes into the game, building up to a 5k lead. A majority of the members of RRQ Akira are basically almost a full item ahead, maybe a half component at the very least. Oh, man. He didn't even use his Red Tree for the first initial turtle, so this is just gone. What can... Oh,
Not even for the steal.
Nope. That gold disparity between the two junglers is building up. And Team SMG at this point, they can't even defend their tier 2 despite them having 4 members up in and around that top to mid side. They're just going to have to give it over to RRQ. They'll even take it as slow as they can to try to deny as many minions. They're really maximizing any sort of punishes towards SMG.
You know, I was talking about this the other day about, maximizing your leads and really making sure that there aren't any holes in your gameplay. But right now, RRQ Akira, right, they are warmed up. They're not playing as slow as they were in the previous matches of their group stage. But against Team SMG, it feels like this is it. They are warm.
1v3, Takashi taking everything. Finally, SMG are on the board, and that took 3 ultimates.
So remember when I told you earlier that I'm just the biggest liar? It's just, it happens every single time. You just can't compliment the team without them immediately almost running it down.
CC, caster curse.
The caster curse. Takashi might have died there, but look at the macro coming out from RQ Akira. They're invading once again. They're taking away so much from Saksa and punishing him now.
No heavy spin. It was used up earlier, and Saksa just gets locked out. A torn apart memory fadeaway picks him up all the way from downtown. And that's Saksa, who's out. Whoa, Miko, circling Eagle, trying to provide some support maybe to Smooth, who's in that bush, who's looking for perhaps a little bit of an ambush. Gusta Lagusta walks up now, gets caught in the Phantom Slash, but Gusta outtrades him.
My god, just literally one attack coming up from the Brody. It's more than enough to kind of take away 30% of the HP of the Benedetta. We don't want that to happen because you need a frontliner. Typically, you're going to be looking for Miko as well as Saksa, but somebody has to stay in front and peel for the Bruno. That's their main win condition. Now at 9 minutes in, they deploy the orange buff to Sasa. So let's see if this makes some difference.
Oh, Miko's opening up quite well. Saksa jumps in. Violent Red steals it for SMG, but Luis with a flicker minion. Fury Takashi slashing Sasa in the back. SMG got the Lord, but at what cost?
The Raging Sandstorm flicker is just... Oh, no! Miko also losing his Purify as well. I mean, all the battle spells are coming out from the side of Team SMG, and they just bought themselves time with a simple steal, but you can see that RRQ Akira are still very much in control.
Man, you gotta give it to Saxa.
Yeah, well played.
Well played. He found the opening looking for King and found the best spot in that Lord pit. The wall around the Lord was able to pin him down. I think that if they haven't lost Sasa during that moment, it was the perfect timing for Team SMG, because if RQ Akira gets the Lord, surely one of their inhibitors would have gone down because of the lead that they had. Oh my goodness, the damage.
Oh, one more hit! And the lethal ignition does its work.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Whoa.
Well, at the very least, we know that lethal ignition is, especially when you have an early lead like this, is so worthwhile compared to concussive blast. Oh god.
No Purify this time. Nico just going and get taken down. A good heavy spin though from Saxa. Another response. Gusta Lagusta pinned down and taken out by Sasa. It picks up that shutdown, and just like that, Team SMG have found another chance to prolong the game.
Get handed to Saxa. I mean, it was terrible. Whatever happened in the early stages was terrible. You see his last two moves, able to pin out Sasa, Gusta Lagusta, and then eventually steal the Lord. It could be perfect for Team SMG for their road to recovery. Still, very much of an uphill battle. But we were talking about the amount of items, right? So come the next Lord, it might be enough for Saxa to get his third defensive item. So that might be enough for him to kind of tank it.
Okay, especially with the current economics that we're seeing right now. Let's look at the damage dealt, right? Stormy is actually catching up pretty quickly with Takashi and Sagan just behind him.
I love this. The Twilight Armor for King. It's the anti-Nuvaria item. Even after the late stages of the game, that's going to be great for tanking the damage output coming from Stormy, but also against Sasa, especially when you kind of be lucky when you actually catch the critical coming out from the Bruno. You really nullify that damage output, so I really like this Twilight Armor pickup coming out from King.
Okay, something that kind of kills two birds with one stone, some may say, because most people are going to be leaning into, you got to make sure that you have the right items to get away with this, but RRQ Akira looking to go for these flanks and smooth hiding in the back.
Oh no, Takashi found him. One auto attack, that's 30% HP.
That's 3 bars. Back though. Yeah. I mean, the Khaled's damage right now is disgusting. Saxa opens up, finds Luis. Minions Fury can't be cancelled, and he's able to knock Saxa up, stopping any sort of full initiation, and also technically baiting in a massive resource. King jumps in and baits out the Purify as well.
Oh no.
Even though he committed the Requiem, I think it should be worth for a Purify.
Yes, I definitely agree with you on that one. 81 seconds, and all they need to do is to wait for the ultimate to be back up once again. They can now take the Lord, maybe get the aggro for now, and Lord dance against Team SMG.
Oh, Sagan, you just stop it. Come on, Saxa, he's holding on, and eventually the black shoes will come out. Is there a punish here, though?
There should be the Purify.
Oh no,
a great Petrify from Smooth, but now it's going to be Takashi in the back line. A good one in nature. Provides the sustain for Sasa. Now it's going to be Sasa walks up, but King secures it now. The turnaround with the spatial migration. Gusta Lagusta has everything still up and ready. It's a 2-for-1, technically 2-for-2 if you count in the Lord.
All right, Wolf, walk me through the economics before the Lord starts walking into SMG's base. Is this technically worthwhile for the side of Team SMG, or is it eventually going to bite them once the Lord is at their inhibitors?
At this point, any port in the store for Team SMG, any single kill any single win that they are able to get, they have to take it. And honestly, I didn't think that Team SMG would have gotten more than what they had for that particular fight, because they allowed Sasa to be successful because of the win nature. He survived after the initiation coming out from Takashi, which I thought was already pretty good, and then they punished Takashi. They might not have gotten Lord, but the thing is, Saxa did not die as well. So I think there are many little wins for Team SMG for that. So to answer your question, I think it's worth it.
Okay, let's see whether RQ Akira have anything to say about how worth it that was, because they're looking to break open these inhibitors.
A good charge from the Lord. RQ just hovering over, looking for a chance to engage. Saxa gets chunked. They're trying to bait out that heavy spin, but it will not work out for now. Gusta, one last shot, finds it onto the base turret in the bottom lane, taking it down Smooth. That's a beautiful final slash out to Gusta, but there's no follow-up. Torn apart memory, ooh! Flask of the Oasis and the Guiding Wind just providing him enough HP to survive. Now it's 2 waves coming down in the mid lane, and that's going to be a spatial migration, baiting out a heavy spin. King gets out for now. Saxa no longer able to provide the right amount of cover for the team, as that has been baited out.
I'm looking all across the map. I'm looking at the numbers here. I still see that 5.2k lead, and yet it felt like,
Minus Fury with a flicker combo. That's a 4-man knockup. King gets a spatial migration. Saksa somehow still able to survive. Gusta went for a greedy last hit, and he gets last hit instead.
Ooh. Well, walk me through. What is Team SMG doing right here? Like, it's clear that the economics are now not favoring RRQ any longer, but how did they pull this defense off?
Dial back 45 seconds earlier, RRQ here made great baits, but Team SMG just found the better punish against RRQ Akira. They overheat, literally overheating against Team SMG. That jump onto Saksa was far too greedy. You have to take note of the guiding winds now. The saves coming out from Team SMG. That's what you need to respect if you're RRQ Akira.
I mean, the favor coming out from Miko is actually providing so much value on top of the Flask of the Oasis. Multiple saves actually coming up in a very short period of time, but I think that at least, you know, we were worried about Team SMG not being able to get out of that early game, and here we are, 16 minutes of the game, 49,000 to 48,000 as the gap closes with one inhibitor missing.
Whew. At this point, you're gonna have to respect the damage up of Stormy. Surely King will be prepared, well-equipped versus the Novaria, but everyone else will not be. Tekashi will be now scaling downwards, actually, as the Khalid. Yes, you still deal a lot of damage, but you get taken out very easily. And that's also true for Gusta Lagusta. You gotta be mindful of the Novaria, because the thing is, Saksa will just look for you and you pin you down. That's gonna be Astrospheres raining down on you for sure, that you cannot... You gotta take care of yourself, because the Wind of Nature or any other defensive item will not be enough for that.
Getting outscaled might be a problem here, but okay, so now that the tables have kind of flipped, we're expecting at least that RRQ Akira is going to make a move across the map in terms of just the wave management, right? Oh, okay, this is getting kind of spicy here, as this dance is quite messy.
It's good coordination from both these teams, but I think SMG are winning out in the trade for now. They have more resources to play with. Sasa has just bought the Immortality. Miko gonna be chunked. So does Smooth in the mid lane by Tekashi, who now reads it out. Wow! One basic attack. He's looking for a turn apart memory. Finds it. Smooth gets chunked. Photo helping him out now. Final blow to the back, but Smooth, what? He just gets taken down. Now he's gonna be king with the Requiem. He jumps in and finds the Red Tree. RRQ, they still decide to fight. That's a flicker from Louise, but look at Sasa dealing some damage. Another re-engage from Saksa. Now it's RRQ and a torn apart memory and the raging sandstorm. Sasa thinking low. Immortality down. Does he buy a winner truncheon? No, he doesn't. Saksa now loses the Immortality, able to dash out. SMG survive. They get a 1-for-1, a 2-for-1.
Oh man, I don't know. It's one of those situations where you're like, protect the president, but the president says, go, 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 green light.
Yeah. Stormy playing a very important role, dealing the damage and eventually taking out King, and then you can see Tekashi taken out. But obviously we talked about the fact that Tekashi will not be as tanky as you would think he is, especially because he went in for damage build. I gotta say though, Saksa just really is playing this mid game so well, as well as the early portions of the late game. He protected his teammate. Definitely the Akai with a peel. There's a lot of future for Team SMG, especially because they will be able to clear out this Lord lane.
I mean, look at the damage show, right? Sasa and Stormy now top of the charts as the top two, with Seiken and Gusta just behind them ever so slightly. And I think especially once we are getting to this point of the game, oh my god, look at that damage!
Ouch.
Ouch.
Big oofs all across the board. And I mean, this has to be a little frustrating for RRQ Akira, right? Like, it kind of slipped through their fingers.
Yeah. But they put themselves in this position, right? I mean, they decided to fight despite getting the Lord.
Exactly. And also the mid lane overheat, that really will... You'll be thinking about that. But they still have the important lead. They still have the way to end this game.
Smooth. Oh, good eye for an eye. Phantom Slash again. Saksa with a heavy spin. Gusta is able to position himself very well. Now to torn apart memory with the help of the Glooms. Finds the kill back. Oh! Gets sniped from downtown. Stormy threads the needle.
Now no inhibitors left for the side of Team SMG. They trade 2 for 1. They trade up for an inhibitor. And at the end of the day, this is just becoming more and more difficult, despite Team SMG actually outscaling RRQ Akira for these neutral objectives, which is the main end condition from either team.
And especially now that teams have started to study managing the lanes. What you can do for RRQ Akira is to just macro it out, and Team SMG needs to force the fight. If you're smart as RRQ Akira, you would want to just, play it slowly. Just play the macro game. Wait for the next Lord. Set it as a trap. Win the macro battle so that you'll have eventually the better shot at the late game. And despite Team SMG having the better heroes for the late game.
Speaking of economy as well, I was hoping to actually see, the juggling of items later on, especially if they want to kind of maximize their abilities. Because so far, based on what we have seen, they are looking for like the most micro of mistakes. Oh, you've used their guiding winds, we can immediately punish somebody as soon as they take it. So at the very least, there might be a potential outplay on that side of the map.
Yep. Saxa's immortality should be up pretty soon because that was popped after the first Lord, well, not the first Lord, but the previous Lord fight. So they're gonna have to be waiting for that one. Fortunately for Akira, they still have the immortality onto King, so they can be aggressive this time. But Luis, he also needs his own immortality. So I think Team Akira does have the better resources in this Lord dance.
Especially with 3 waves slow pushing, that'll give SMG a bit of a problem. They have to deal with all 3 waves consistently. Luckily, they have a Benedetta.
Yeah, that is true. And the best part about sitting from this new... Oh, no. Okay. The best part for RRQ to sit on this Lord, especially with Luis and his motivational shout, he can actually kind of tank through the damage with his team a little bit. Black Shoes already being used by Sagan's side, but Stormy making sure he feels the pain.
Yeah. This is beautiful by both these teams. Miko, though, he's going to go for the ball. Oh, final blow used up, Smooth. That's a big ultimate now. He has to find a very, very good angle with a dash or a phantom slash if he wants to get a good petrify in. No final blow for a few seconds. He needs to go bot. As their CC in this team fight, one of their big resources burnt out. King, spatial migration, Violent Requiem, trying to force this heavy spin out from Saxa, but he saves it. Patient. Sasa gonna be caught in the torn apart memory. Oh, he pops him into nature, and Sagan follows it up all the way. Now another spatial migration. Saxa forced to use the heavy spin. Sasa buys the immortality. Saxa has the immortality. Raging Sandstorm. Takashi finds the back, and just like that, they've set up perfectly.
Smooth.
But look, it's Smooth. He finds a moment to look for a kill. It's Saxa versus King. Saxa's got it. SMG disengage, and they stay in this game.
Oh my god. They are balancing this entire game on a knife's edge.
Wow.
What a Lord dance.
Unbelievable in Akira. They have the better Lord dance. In fact, the timing on when they went for Saxa, that's actually pretty good, but Smooth turned it around. He's actually the MVP of that fight, at least for me, because what happened was when he went in, he stopped Akira from actually following up to King. They wanted to do that because already King got onto Saxa, popped the ultimate, and dealt a lot of damage onto Saxa. We're gonna see it through the instant replay. It's already a very good Lord dance setup coming out from Akira. It's very smart, but then nobody was able to follow up, and Smooth just stopping the backlines, controlling 3 members, so that when the Lord Retribution battle was there, it will be at least a 50-50 in fact, and then Saxa wins it actually. The thing is, Akira did not reset the Lord when they went in for the fight. That was their mistake. Because the idea here is you whittle down the formation of the enemy, and then reset the Lord.
I mean, I think that Akira thought they reset the Lord. You can see that the Lord was walking back, and then immediately that's where you see Saxa actually dashing forward to try and stop it so he doesn't get the full regen. So it's like a lot of these factors happening at the same time.
Exactly. Well done, Saxa, actually.
And now it's an Evolved Lord that is in RRQ's base. Remember, with an Evolved Lord and a Novaria and a Bruno, the sieging prowess is impeccable, and you can see it instantly. 2 base turrets already out. One last one in the bottom lane, and it is 1 hit away. Saxa could tickle it, and it will fall. Luis is trying desperately to try to zone SMG away, but all they need is 1 hit. Saxa walks forward, gets a good hit in. Heck, it's not even them, it's the minions. Okay, spatial migration, baiting on the heavy spin once again. It's a resource traded in exchange. 2 ultimates from the junglers.
Oh, now it's dead even again after everything that has happened. This 7K lead for the side of Team SMG sounds like it's a really good idea, but we're in the ultra late stages. It's only going to be used for juggling items, and even so, we haven't seen it happen that often in the match to begin with, because sometimes these Lord dances, there's just too many factors to consider.
Exactly. We see a Winter Truncheon coming out from King. When it comes to damage, yeah, surely you will have that from Gusta Lagusta. There's an argument that Lilia is also a late game mage, but compared to a Novaria, that's essentially not as good, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking Team SMG 4 now, they will be more comfortable. In fact, I think they're very comfortable now. They should be waiting for punishes. I think that they should also be waiting for the immortality to be up on Saxa once again. So this will be again another very long Lord Dance. But the difference is Team SMG's lane is going to be at par with the lane of RRQ Akira, naturally.
And I think at least for the side of Team SMG, they're able to play these, Lord Dances and manage the waves a little bit better, because RRQ Akira tend to have this, well, I would say they wouldn't get distracted, but once they make a call, it's very difficult for them to kind of call off the shot as soon as it's been made.
And now the minion waves are back to equal, right? There's no real advantage. Both sides have taken base turrets. That means both sides will have super minions to play with. They're both just playing around the Lord. It's a dance. Again.
Yep. They're going to be waiting for the immortality to be up on Saxa. And they just will manage their lanes. Look at the Benedetta. This is his playground, right? Late game, going for the long lane push. Definitely going to be Benedetta's gameplay. And very nice reset coming out from Team SMG, knowing full well that they also have their minions up top.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the...
Tekashi backlines.
Okay. I mean, this opens up the map just a little bit here, but at the end of the day...
Whoa.
Minoan Fury.
Three-man knockup, Minion Fury, but no follow-up. That's a wasted resource.
That's
a wasted big resource.
Yep, bottom lane. Look at the healthy lanes coming out from Team SMG. Somebody has to answer that.
They're just going to drag this out, right? Team SMG, it looks like they have the advantage and really benefiting from the Benedetta from their draft, right?
Hey, that's 3 catapults. You gotta have to handle that.
Oh, it's getting sweaty here. Do we call for the reset? Gusto is going for the recall? No, they cancel it.
They gotta respond to it, like you said.
Buddy.
3 cannons in the bottom lane, and just like that, SMG are holding on to it. Now Tekashi responds, but the Lord is so low. King needs to make a miracle play happen. Spatial migration. Final blow coming in. Requiem by King. They're not hitting the Lord. Disciplined gameplay from SMG. They get King's immortality, and then they go for the Lord. Now is RRQ on full retreat. A raging sandstorm and desperation. A Minion Fury. Wait. They find an angle to perhaps win this fight. Smooth gonna be chunked. Stormy running them down. An Astral Meteor and a good spear. Hitting Gusta.
Whew.
Okay.
That was...
I mean, they trade junglers at the very least, but like, I think that there's so many things that are so important in this match.
Yeah.
The wave management, number one. The calling of the shots, and most importantly, that Astral Echo to give confirmation.
That's right. And we gotta have to hand it to the entirety of Team SMG, especially with their shot calling. Smooth with a slow push down the bottom lane. He did not completely clear the wave, that's why there were 3 cannons in the bottom lane. And then it came to a point where it became poison to RRQ Akira that they had to now look the antidote for. And what they tried to do was to save that. That meant that they lost the Lord Dance. And by the way, gonna have to hand it to Saxa. They did not damage the Lord when King went in.
Oh! Just like that, a Petrify as well from Smooth with that final blow.
It's over.
Like that, Team SMG, they start slow, but they finish fast. Game number 1.
Dang, what a game. What a game coming out from the side of Team SMG. What looked to be like an overwhelming avalanche coming out from RRQ Akira. Team SMG, they weather the storm.
Great play in the mid-game. Saxa suffered in the first 8 minutes of the game, but afterwards, he made all of the right plays. He even stole the first Lord, which bought them a lot of time. They eventually got a lot of items onto Stormy, and then the punish in the middle where they got baited out surely, but the positioning that you saw coming out from Nico and the Matilda, always there to help his teammates or at least bait out eventually the members of RRQ Akira. We were talking about the fact that this early game composition from RRQ Akira is extremely strong in the early game, but it will be outscaled in the late game. And that's literally what happened in this game. And by the way, the macro gameplay coming out from Team SMG leveled up so much that in this particular game, they were completely in control.
So many factors coming into play at the very end. I was already worried. Like, Team SMG, They usually like to start so, same as RRQ with Kira, but RRQ with Kira this time, they showed us a different side, how aggressive they could be, what really the South American playstyle generally starts to look like in their own leagues, and even then, that's when I thought, like, this could be over. No inhibitors, nothing. The defense coming up from the side of Team SMG, that's just experience.
Yes. And the clutch red trees, man, we gotta give it over to Saksa. That really kept the game going and smooth. That one play.
Exactly.
That one play, I think, saved the game and turned the game around.
Exactly. We were talking about, like, he was already chunked very, very low, already using the final blow, I believe, and then he had to take care of the long lane, right? The wave of the bottom lane. So when he went back, it was the perfect timing. And to think that it was a good idea already for RQ Akira, right? They jumped in for Saksa and pinned him down and eventually took him out. But maybe they didn't take for account the immortality and the fact that Saksa immediately dashed into the Lord so that he's able to catch the Lord and then get the clutch retribution, who is our MVP.
Give it on over.
Okay.
Even our cameraman's getting on with this. Give it up for our MVP from the side of Team SMG. It's Stormy, the Mage Prodigy himself, having some really important shots here, and by far one of the most influential ults to make some important calls for a team so macro-based like this.
You'll understand. I mean, Novaria and Gord, they're the two heroes that we thought that will be banned out, but they still banned out the Famished despite them having access to the Guinevere as well as the Brody. And they allowed Stormy to be this strong in the late game. However, I want to say, though, we can see through the highlights that the early game literally all belonged to side of RRQ. Here, they were making the right calls. In fact, this invade, I think this was played very smart. And they even had the ultimate counter king. The only death of the Stormy, by the way, was in the first few minutes of the game.
It was some beautiful stuff here. The way that they did, like, look at this. Luis is just eating shot after shot, and he's just like, don't worry about it. I got you covered, right? Especially after a good counter engage coming up the side of SMG. Now, I think by far one of the most impressive parts about this, right, comes down to the way that you kind of combine these abilities, the synergies between the players, because it's not like you can communicate with everybody all at once. It's a lot of trust inbuilt to the team.
So that's these are the mistakes. One of the mistakes that RQ Akira did. They lost the fight after that. And then I believe that this will be King to take it because of that beautiful dash. And then they get out. And another defense coming out from Saksa. Look at the lane management. And by the way, Stormy will be hitting the shots into this particular sequence. And now it goes. Look at that. Saksa does have the immortality, dashes through, actually threading the needle and catching the Lord aggro while Smooth was taking care of business. King was far too late. I mean, it's not really literally far, but in that sense, he was far too late. Then eventually they run down Gusta La Gusta while taking out King. And the fact that the Lilia will be taken out during the Lord push, that was definitely the mistake. Sagan was min-maxing too much in that particular sequence. He's the only defender that can clear out the wave. And in competition with the Brody, technically it's doable. It's defable, as the kids would say. You know? But
man,
unfortunately, Sagan min-maxed too much.
Yeah, it feels like, well, as much as I would like to believe that Sagan might be at fault, especially in those later stages of the game, you could definitely see moments where he got a little overheated, even pushing a little bit too far, giving these opportunities for SMG to come back. Because again, it felt like once they had that 5k lead, 7 minutes into the game, we were waiting for that 2x moment, that checkmate moment of like 10k lead, it's basically over, especially with the emblems that they have. It's so early game oriented.
And I do agree why they picked the emblem. I do agree why they pick up the entire composition. Maybe just the ban of the Novaria might be the only thing that they missed out on. But obviously, this composition coming up from RQ, it can work against Team SMG, especially if they ended this properly. And also, if you recall, during the draft, the Lilia as well as the Brody was picked immediately after the pickup on the Bruno as well as the Matilda. So you kind of feel like RQ definitely knew what they were doing, definitely have rehearsed this, and also planned for it against Team SMG. In fact, they would have won this game had it not been for some of the mistakes that they committed and Team SMG just being very patient. I think that there's a recurring theme here for Team SMG. They're very resilient. And I think that this is going to be a banger of a series.
I think so too. I mean, the fact that we saw in game number 1, like you mentioned, Wolf, RQ were leading. They had the game in the bag until they made those unnecessary mistakes. I would say like the unnecessary risky plays. They go for 50-50 Lords when they had a 6,000, 7,000 gold lead, and that just gave SMG, a team that are known to be waiting for that mistake. But once they do find that mistake, just capitalizes fully. RQ needs to stay way more disciplined because that's literally what lost them the game.
Actually, there's also another point that I want to bring up here. I mean, despite the fact that Saksa was getting absolutely spanked in the early game, the brass tacks that Smooth is actually putting on the team, we didn't see that 5k lead go into 6 or even 7 because of the way that he's not only cutting the waves, but he's stealing away turrets away from RRQ Akira. I think even when we're talking about discipline, it's one of the few things whereby you have to kind of make sure that there's no holes in your gameplay. I feel like RRQ Akira they make a call, they're all together on the call, which is a good thing, but there isn't the flexibility of calling it off when they realize, hey, we're in too deep, we have to commit.
And I gotta say the Team SMG were put in this kind of spot many times over already, like MPL Malaysia regular season, so many times in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I was able to see that, and obviously during the wildcard stages, right? And then and I think that even after not having the chance anymore to get to the knockouts, I thought that they wouldn't have any fight in them anymore, especially after losing the early game. But Team SMG proved to be great sportsmen, esportsmen.
Esportsmen,
yeah.
Yep. That's literally what they have written on their hands, esportsman.
Really?
With spaces.
Yes.
And the hyphens.
I remember now. Big shout out to the team psychologist as well. And I do feel that Team SMG, even after they didn't get to the knockout stages, they have to think like this is probably the first step only for their development as a team. Again, this is their first season together.
And they can drag RQ Akira with them. Remember, RQ Akira needs a win here. If they lose 2-0, 2-1, it doesn't matter. If they lose, they're out. We don't even need to count if Blacklist can beat Fireflux. It's automatically done.
Why is it with the outer regions? Why is it always wildcard regions and even like just none of the big powerhouses? Like I wouldn't have minded if SMG was pulling an even bigger team down with them, but unfortunately it's going to be South America. So it's like there's no winning here.
Yeah, well, we still have to look for the Fireflux versus Blacklist match anyways, so that will be happen.
Wait,
I think
there a chance of a 3-way tie?
You know what?
Go 3-0.
You know what? I want to do the math.
1-2.
We're gonna leave it to our producers and the backend to take care of that and inform us later on. But in the meantime, we got to focus on adaptations for the upcoming game, right? Because again, this is a bit of a different side of RRQ Akira that we haven't seen before in the group stage, but you know, more commonly in their own region. Do they devolve back into it? Back into the play what is quote unquote Mirko mentioned meta? A little uncomfortable, but at the very least, you have the tools to actually pull through in each phase of the game.
Yeah. I think at least when I think about that, particularly the draft from game number 1, I don't think that the draft was a problem. There's just one thing that Novaria might have been the better ban instead of the Faramis. I understand the Valentina ban, but the Faramis ban, they have the tools to deal with it, and then just the Novaria. So I guess they didn't really change. I think they still stuck through their signature, at least for RQ Akira. They're playing their playstyle. In fact, they were already winning that game. It's just that the Novaria was a problem for them in the latter portions of the game. I'm interested on what Mirko thinks though, because I heard that this guy knows a thing or two about pep talks.
I wonder where you heard that from, Wolf. But yeah, I mean, looking at RQ Akira personally, it comes back to what I said in game number 1 before, in the drafts, right? Sure, this might be the same playstyle. It might be the RQ Akira that still goes in, looks for proactive maneuvers, even though they're on the Minotaur. But towards the later stage, we can really see when they're forced to play these kind of systematic compositions, it starts to hurt them. They're a chaotic team, and that's what makes them really strong. Even if they get an early lead as big as we saw just earlier, a 6,000 gold lead, for some reason, that's just not how they can end. They just can't find an end angle with that systematic playstyle. So if they go back to that chaotic kind of style again, I think it just suits them better.
You're telling me that if this is character creation, max out. Just put all your points into strength. Don't try and distribute it. Don't try to min-max. Just focus it all in that damage, all in that early game, or maybe even all in that late game. We'll have to see as the game starts to progress by, because I feel like Team SMG is supposed to be the more systematic team in comparison to RQ Akira, and that's where we see the big differences in terms of like personality. And now I can't get the singular thought of Mirko doing a pep talk for the side of RRQ Akira. He's just gonna come in here like, hey guys, and that's the entire pep talk. Fight! Fight! Each and every time.
I'm picturing it in my head.
Right? It's so visual.
It's so visual. It's so Mirko, actually.
It is. I mean, just yesterday, we did a meme thing. Tatakai! Fight! Remember RQ Akira? And they also have merchandise, RQ with...
It all comes full circle. So that's why there's bite marks on their hands instead of writing. It all adds up. I think that especially for RQ Akira, if they are going to get into that mode, that mojo that we're hoping for, it's got to be, again, some of these bans that Wolf has mentioned. Number one, the Faramis, maybe you should kind of let that through, especially if you're prepared to play something like Benedetta as well as Khalid. You've already had that kind of pre-planned. And it felt even stranger that they banned it out because they had Lilia, which is already a very natural way to say, hey, clump up together. Perfect. I'm just going to peel off your Netherrealm. That's not that big of a deal.
And especially because they went in for Minotaur plus the Khalid. They don't have the necessary dive against the Novaria. Surely they have Guinevere, right? But Guinevere already has a designated task of taking care of the neutral objectives, taking care of the Kai forcing the heavy spin. So that there's really no Novaria killer as much as there is no Minotaur killer in that game, right? But in the latter portions of the game, you can even just not even mind the Minotaur, as they did in that particular game. They look for the backlines, and particularly that's because of Smooth's do it. But at the same time, there's no way for them to take over the Novaria position.
Okay, with that being said, we're starting to move into game number 2. Team SMG currently at match point, as they might be bringing another team down with them and not let them qualify for the knockout stages. Let's jump right into the drafting phase, and it's going to be RRQ Akira once again on the blue side up against Team SMG on the red side. Akai, hell nah.
Nope. Not after game number 1. That's literally what gave SMG so many chances at that game. It could have been over so much sooner, but this may actually be a bit of foreshadowing to what RQ wants to go for. Maybe they want to go for the same exact strat, just with the Akai removed.
Yep. That means that Team SMG, I think that it's better to let go of the Guinevere, because I think that they can go for the Baxia Angela instead, or Baxia Matilda. So maybe it's better if they ban something like a Brody, actually.
Oh.
I'll be surprised. Or maybe a Lilia, in fact.
I feel like if they ban out the Brody, that's an immediate marksman pick coming up from the side of RRQ Akira, right? I'm just going to make the assumption there. The Angela is going to get banned out for the side of Team SMG. Okay, so one major change, which is the Akai ban from RRQ.
So there's Guinevere, and then you go Baxia plus the... Baxia Matilda, maybe? Or Baxia Bruno, actually, is pretty good.
I think either or, both of which, I think they can hold off on the box here for now, only because, at least for the Guinevere, it's still pretty flexible.
Yes, you're right.
They have multiple options as well that could go into the jungle. So going for the Bruno just kind of makes sense. The Matilda also kind of makes sense as well. Let's see whether or not that's going to be the game plan coming in for Coach Mao and the rest of his team.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Matilda Bruno will be the best.
On the way.
But again, here, they still go Matilda back. Yeah, maybe they want RQ to pick the Bruno first, and then they can go for something like a Claude. Since they have the Matilda anyways, they have protection for the Claude, and they have a vehicle for the Claude as well.
You're right. That'll be very, very interesting. Oh wait, we also totally forgot about Ixia as well. Both of which would be really interesting to see, right? So we get the Bruno lock in here. Let's see what RRQ Akira is going to go for.
Oh, they
It's the preemptiveness, right? They're like, I want. You're gonna pick Faramis? I already have the Lilia.
Now it's the question: Faramis or Ixia? Do they want to go for a bold pick here?
I think Ixia is better in a way because you have the Matilda and the Baxia.
Exactly.
I guess I don't know how expert Sasa is with the Ixia. So if they want to go like if they want to just secure the comfort, they might just go Claude.
Yeah, I think, man, I mean, you're already at this point of time, be bold.
Yeah, I agree.
Be brave.
Be brave.
BB.
Yeah, I do like the Ixia bit, but... Okay.
I'm telling you, Stormy, looking at Sasa is like, no, I'm the carry now.
So wait. I think I now understand. I understand it. What's gonna happen is RQ will be forced to ban both Claude and Ixia. They will go carry instead. as their last pick.
Do they really want to go carry in these types of situations?
They will not have any choice after the ban on the if the Ixia and the Claude will be banned out. They will not have any other choice but the carry. So I think that they're more concerned about the Stormy hero than the Sasa hero.
When the body suffers.
Okay,
what?
Faith in the Sasa and
Bring it on,
Never
they say.
mind.
They're like, nah.
Never mind.
No more of this. Get Benedetta out of here. No more brass tacks this time
I
around.
agree,
They're taking the playmaking out of SMG, man. It started with the Kai, now it's the Benedetta. They might just go for it. I mean, the gold lane ban seems inevitable, though.
Yeah, Ixia maybe. I think that especially because
Minotaur.
oh, okay. So they really want to go Claude this time.
Interesting.
Team
They have a
SMG.
Valentina this time. I would actually think that maybe they would let that open, but yeah, Claude had to get taken out here. That's very hard to get a pick off with when you play the Guinevere.
Yeah, man, this second part of the drafting phase, especially when it comes to that bans, is so responsive from both Coach Cabral as well as Coach Brown. They're both looking at each other, and it's like, it's a tic-tac-toe game. Eventually, you're going to get one of those corners to finish this game off. As first pick in the second phase, going on to Team SMG, what's it gonna be?
The Khalid is still open, so you might want to go Diroth for Team SMG. Something along the lines of non-counterable XP. Surely there still is Uranus. The Paquito looks also very good. I don't know how good Smooth is with the Paquito.
He's pretty decent.
What about Arlet?
Arlet, I mean, it's banned out, unfortunately, right? If it was up on the table, for sure, that's an early lock-in for him, right? 3 more seconds. Paquito. Good call there, Wolf. Good call. Now we know we have multiple options, and especially for gold lane that's already uncontested at this point, as RRQ have locked in the Bruno. What are they going to finish it off with?
Lapo or Yuzhong, so that they know that whatever marksman there will be, it will be enough for the jump, right? And also, if the Ixia will be played, at least they have an access to the backlines. You might be tempted to go for Khalid again if you're RQ, because honestly, Tekashi played it well, and it kind of fits the profile of how Tekashi wants to play. That means that you need a way to also jump the backlines. What if they go... Yeah, well, never mind.
Diroth into Kufra. Okay, so they're just playing their own style. They're like, we have set tanks, we have ways to jump that backline, and we have an executioner just in case we peel them off.
Oh,
he's not feeling it.
You called it.
Yes, I understand it. Oh, okay. So why I'm very happy about this is, it is actually a hero. You know, Claude and Ixia, they don't necessarily win against the Bruno.
Yeah.
Like, they can even it out. Carry is a 50-50 though. It's a 50-50 call. If you're good enough, you can win against the Bruno.
Really? In comparison to an Ixia?
Ixia will not win against the Bruno per se. It will survive.
It will survive. I mean, in our trades. Okay. All right. We'll get a little bit more into the laning phase about this, because I think it's going to be quite the game changer for either side. Remember, this is all about, like, well, not necessarily early game, but at least they have a little bit more flexibility around that mid game, so they don't get that brass tacks against Team SMG as we start rolling into this match point for them. M5 World Championship group stage here. It's on the line. The knockout qualification for RRQ Akira comes down to this. They need to break this game open. They need to push it to a game number 3. As we walk in towards game number 2, it's going to be Team SMG on the red side once again to hold them back. RRQ Akira on the blue side.
It's not just the last hope for RRQ, but it's the last hope for Brazil. Bigatron's Suns have been knocked out already. And now we'll see if SMG will deny that chance away from this region, from this team.
The carry, although I say that it can win against the Bruno 1v1, it still is a risk. Like I said, Bruno will have the time of his life no matter what, right? Because it's the easier hero to execute in the gold lane. But the carry, if you're good enough, if you know your matchups, and if you outplay your opponent, the Bruno, you will be able to do so.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the usage of the light wheel, right? That's going to be the big game changer for a lot of these carry players in their counter matchups. But so far, Stormy and Miko doing a good job kind of trying to keep control over this mid lane. They're really fighting for it.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job.
The moment they pick up the Valentina instead of the Claude, it kind of really told me that, yeah, they might be eyeing for the carry, but I didn't think that they would be bold enough to actually do that. Well, I guess to echo what Gideon have said, nothing else matters anymore with Team SMG, right? So They should be. I mean, this is, if there's a time to be bold enough, this is the time.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. I remember doing a daily recap on my YouTube channel that you can go find at Guinea and Q. Hey. With Renmar, he mentions that Sasa is actually quite a stable laner, so why not give faith to him, right? Have faith in him in his matchups, and then start investing in other players and arming them better.
Yeah, and I think for SMG here, to talk a little bit about Wolf's statement there earlier about the laning phase, I think it's kind of irrelevant anyways because they have a Mathilda, right? It's an auto win for the lane. Healing, sustain, and also a bit of poke. Same thing goes for RRQ though, because they have better wave clear to mid lane. Lily is just all over the place. Wait, I believe that's a spatial migration and an engage on the other side of the map. Sockside going to be poked down, and now with 1 HP, he's able to dodge for a bit, but the Gloops takes him out. It's going to be the Black Shoes popped in. Takashi looking for one last hit, a good knockout strike, but a spatial migration saves Takashi for a bit, delays his death, and is able to just get the right timing on that kill to smooth. Tyler's Revenge by Louise, knocking Miko up. Stormy's looking for an angle. King finds a retreat now, a defensive spatial migration. Louise gonna be poked down, going to be stunned up. He does have the flicker, however, to escape.
Interesting. Okay, again, a lot of respect is being given over. I think Team SMG kind of underestimated how much Dairoth could actually do in the earlier stages of the game, and that's why they're not going for the instant invade on the orange side for RRQ Akira, knowing that he's walking back into it. So now we look at the goal earned. Gusta, Logusta, and King are in nice spots with Sasa and his Stormy just behind them. But in the meantime, Smooth, like, this matchup is extremely volatile.
Yeah. And I gotta say, RRQ Akira is still very good at the laning early stages of the game. Despite having the backshots was the Matilda, they still got 2 kills and got the turtle against Team SMG. It's pretty massive, and they're going to be very comfortable now. Going for 2 lanes? Double lane Dairoth?
Okay.
That's the first time I'll see that.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. As EXP laners, you don't usually get that much love. You kind of have to kind of hold your own, be financially independent, you know? Gotta find your own way.
I mean, he does have the Wilderness Blessing, so it makes sense why he's rotating across the map. He doesn't go for the Rupture. Violent Requiem used up Miko, locked down. He stayed in the air till he died there.
The air time was nasty. Can't do much about that, but oh no, Sasa.
Oh, what dash away. That's a bouncing ball, and Sasa will be pinned down. King picks up a killing spree. Stormy, one last hit. He gets the clone in time, and Gusta, he's just taking the turret, plating. Meanwhile, Louise gets a good rage, claps them onto the wall. Stormy forced to use the Black Shoes. And RRQ gets a big win in the early game.
Huge win. I mean, it's starting to be almost like a repeat of game number 1, right? Now, if it is going to be similar to game number 1, we expect RRQ Akira to make it to at least 5K by the 7th minute mark, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, that should be the story that should be told, right? These turtles are dangerous. RRQ Akira are going to drag out this laning phase for as long as possible. And honestly, I got to give it to Sagan. He's been pretty consistent in his laning phase and as well as these early fights.
Got to agree with you. Spatial migration, 2-man this time with a Violent Requiem, but Miko's able to purify out of this one. Takashi now jumping on the Soxa. Abyssum Strike dodged away from. Now Knockout Strike bringing him back all the way to the Shield Unity, and that is a 1-for-0. This time is for SMG. RRQ on the back foot. Soxa pulling the turtle as far away as possible from King, as Stormy tries to distract him. Back Louise, beautiful timing by Stormy. Retreat battle from King and Soxa, and it's going to be King with a 1-level lead who secures the turtle. Sagan flickers out to safety. Who gets the more value there?
Wow, I think Team SMG, think about it, because they badly need the recovery. And I'm only saying that because they were trailing behind for quite a long time. So the fact that they finally get a W when it comes to skirmishes, going to be a breath of fresh air for them.
Yeah, I think that overall, I mean, I don't know. There was definitely a moment of PTSD for Mirko there, especially when the Dairoth started jumping back in, but Smooth, financially independent. How long can he hold?
Not that long. He just gets shut down.
Happens to the best of us. I mean, EXP experience right there.
Yep, it happens, man. Sometimes you go for a 1v1, sometimes there's a random Guinevere.
Now I'm getting PTSD from that one. That's the real life. But let's come back to the top side, right? Because that's where the most important players are going to be. Oh,
good catch, and a Tyler's Rage doesn't even need it to connect to the wall. Now Stormy Terrify. Oh, Gusta 1 HP, still able to cut away. Stormy looking for one last hit, but is not able to find it. Meanwhile, King is in the bush, waiting with Tekashi. That wilderness blessing. You saw Tekashi bot, now you see him top.
God.
Oh my goodness. And Argue Akira knew that the shoes will be there eventually because Stormy copied the Lilia and they punished him duly. The thing is, they also pushed up top, so I think that's the even bigger objective that they were able to get up top lane.
Yeah, and worse yet, if Sasa was playing just a marksman with just a wee bit more range, just a wee bit more, he wouldn't be stutter-stepping underneath his turret to finish off the kill that was so given to him. Served on a silver platter, like an Ixia. Even a Claw, just throw out the BMI if you have to, but man, that's gotta hurt.
Yep. That is the risk for RRQ Akira. I mean, for Team SMG. You understand why they went for the carry, but they're paying for that for those sort of transgressions. And Luis is now gonna be just babysitting Gusta Lagusta at this point.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. 2 basic attacks.
90 damage.
Okay, stop it, man, please. You've already got so much crit, and it's not even the empowered auto attacks, and they're doing more than 500 damage each time, brother. Come on.
The crit's up to 1,300.
Oh, stop.
7 minutes in.
Big ouchies. Big ouchies. I mean, now we're at the 7-minute mark, right? And previously in game number 1, it was 5K. Now it's only 3.7. It feels like this is a slower snowball that's accumulating for RRQ Akira.
Oh, good bounce.
Oh my god.
That was brilliant. It actually took away from a lot of SMG's power in that initiation, and now it's going to be the re-engage from RRQ. A good guiding win, though. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a bit of strike! Oh, Tekashi!
Just at the edge. Stormy didn't pop the Purify because, I mean, like, it might not even help him, but any port in the storm, Team SMG, unfortunately, might lose this turret.
Look at that, the physical defense shred right onto Luis's Tyrant's Revenge. You didn't see that rage because you didn't even need to land it. Now Tekashi again onto the back, zoning Sasa, forcing a guiding win from Miko. What the heck is going on? RRQ Akira are just pushing in mid, they're just going straight in.
I mean, this is the chaos that you wanted to see. You wanted to see RRQ Akira kind of pump up the gas, be hyper aggressive, go further and further and further, really pushing their limits against Team SMG, and they found a really good opportunity during the scramble, and it feels like Team SMG can't keep up with that tempo, like similar to game number 1, but even so, that they're getting staggered time and time again.
Yeah. They really need Sasa to I mean, speed up the farming right now, but what can they do? They can't even go double lane now because Guinevere, the King, is just literally just all over the place. No place is safe for Sasa to farm, especially because his Purify is on cooldown for 30 more seconds.
I'm sorry, Wolf. I can't help but laugh every time I see Tekashi. He's so fast. he's everywhere.
Yeah. It's Khalid at home. Dyroth just running around.
Wilderness Dyroth.
Oh man,
you gotta love it.
That's wild.
It's really wild.
Look at him! Look at him! What? He's so fast. I'm coming, boys!
I'm getting there. I'm getting a marathon run all the way from topside. It's great to see.
It might be even funnier if he wears that skin, the KOF skin, right? Because he's doing like the animation, like Naruto.
Oh, circling Eagle, Sagan. Oh, he's holding that choke point really well. Now Tekashi jumps in. It's an Abyssum strike to take Saksa out. No red tree, just like that, and King just secures it for free. A good Terrify, a good chunk of damage, but Gusta Lagusta is untouchable. Smooth jumps in the punch, but he's not able to find anything. SMG forced back, and RQ Kiro.
Flicker!
Flicker forward from Gusta Lagusta. Unable to find any more of those hits, but what a win.
What a win. Gusta, I gotta have to be reminded of game number 1 where some of the
man.
overspeeding from RRQ Akira might be detrimental for the team, but they can celebrate now. I think that was a well-played Lord Dance that you saw from RRQ Akira, and more importantly, Tekashi with the positioning as well as the entirety of RRQ Akira, honestly, punishing Sapsa.
Ooh. Wow, a good lockdown. Smooth gets knocked up. The airtime was wild. Saksa can only just watch it. Luis finds the rage, brings them back. That's A kill over Takashi with the Wisdom Strike. Sasa still surviving. King backing away. And of course, Takashi survives as well. Stormy just very, very low. Few good shots, and that's a double picked up. Takashi once again finds the back, and it is an equalizer. Fast as the Dairoth, 11 minutes.
Woo! The Kingdom strikes back 1-1, forcing a Game 3 onto Team SMG. I don't know about you, but the last Kage has got some competition, and Takashi, if only he had the correct skin, he may be changing his name to Kakashi real soon.
Yes, 100%. I'm gonna have to hand it to the draft that we saw from RQ Akira, especially when they went in for the Dairoth. How do you actually pronounce it? Dairoth or Dairoth?
I call it Dairoth.
I call it Dairoth.
Dairoth, alright.
Dairoth sounds more epic, you know?
Yeah.
Especially when he's running like that. You know how fast he is?
He's
fast as heck, boy! he's hella fast.
Chow! Coming out from
He has speed.
Yes, he's speed. And that Kufra, I really love that touch. I think along the way, we kind of predicted that a Paquito will be picked up, right?
Yeah.
We mentioned that. But at the same time, the first hero that came to my mind was the Dairoth. Because I think that Dairoth is a hero that doesn't have unnecessary counter during that moment. Like we saw that the Teresa was already banned out. And if they pick that up, I mean, there's no actual quote-unquote counter. Because the Benedetta was already out, right?
That's true.
So that's why it would have been better as the fourth pick. But now that they have access to it, they countered the Paquito, and they have this Kufra. I think the Kufra was a nice touch because, in a way, the Matilda will not be running around with the Guiding Wind. And you also have that Paquito that's really just nullified because of that Kufra. And, of course, who's our MVP? It's King. 4-0-9.
Disgusting gameplay, right?
Exactly.
Because you're expecting Luis to be the one that's like, oh, I'm going to catch everybody. I'm going to go for those big engages. And King's like, no. Step aside, brother. It's all me. I'm going to start it off. Going to get that airtime. You guys just got to follow up.
Yep. And there's also that knock-up, that free tech coming out from the Kufra to actually allow King to also land big ultimates. But you're going to have to hand it to both King as well as Takashi. They relieved what normal roamers would do to roam around the map, right? And that meant that this Luis Kufra was able to just babysit the Bruno. By the way, great fight. Level of the first turtle fight coming out from Team RRQ. Eventually, they have punished Takashi, but King, look at his positioning, and he's very patient about it. And the trap. 5 people at 6 minutes up top just because of movement speed and Takashi. Beautiful min-maxing with that Wisdom Strike.
I'm telling you, that's going to be the name of my next fanfic, Relieving My Roamer, man. Because again, how fast is Takashi moving on with the wilderness breasting? It's like he has the Khalid passive to kind of close that distance super quick. But
he is a roamer.
He is a roamer. But let's not forget, like, for most people, you're thinking about the quote-unquote armor strip meta when Irithel was still very relevant. You technically kind of have that with the worldie on top of having the Dairoth, right?
True.
Yeah.
Stacks up. Stacks upon stacks. It's tough. It's tough. And let's not forget, the one extra bit of flavor, you mentioned it just now with Luis on this Kufra. Not only is he able to engage, but more importantly so, once you have that momentum, people kind of tend to forget that he's there. And then he comes on in and it's like, oh, he helps his team overreach these boundaries.
Yes, exactly. Because there are a lot of jumps coming out from RQ Akira, and then you would think that after 1 or 2 jumps, it's already over. Guess what? The Kufra comes in. And man, you gotta have to remember this, boys. Dairoth, this is how you play it. Wilderness Blessing after the Firmness, as well as the Tank Emblem. They're gonna be set for days. And then, when you compare it to Smooth with this Paquito, there's not much that he can do when it comes to like eliminating Takashi. Naturally, the Dairoth will win that laning stage, and you saw how well he managed his lead over Team SMG.
Well, actually, man, this is because I play EXP way too much. It's one of these really volatile matchups where Paquito is looking to make sure he minimizes his trades against the Dairoth, right? He doesn't want to go for these prolonged ones. But the way that Takashi builds already, like, it infuriates me because I want him to be so lane dominant, but that's not his goal. His goal is to make sure that, hey, you're stuck in this lane, I'm going to move faster than you, despite the fact that you have a champion stance, which gives you a free ability to double jab across the map.
Exactly. It's like he's playing like a Benedetta in a way. Which is great because Takashi was known because of the Benedetta last M4.
He was just super fast across the map, and on top of that, despite him, holding the Paquito down, he rotates and the base damage alone is enough to solo kill some of these laners, right? I mean, Stormy was obliterated by that Abyssal Strike. Sure, it was somehow from Sagan, but still, that's impressive with just a Fury Hammer.
Yes. This makes you really excited about RQ Akira, who would kind of root for them to get into the playoffs. They still aren't safe though. And Team SMG, after that draft, that risk of a draft that they did, they may have been rethinking it now. Surely the carry made sense, the grand scheme of things, but when it comes to execution, they weren't able to reach that power spike. And that Valentina that they third pick, you understand why Stormy is going to be the priority when it comes to the laning. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case, and now they just really suffered from all their gambles.
Yeah, and as they kept on playing these 50-50s, eventually it's going to stack up one upon the other. It's a learning experience for sure for the side of Team SMG, right? Can't blame them for this, but RRQ Akira really nicely played. Love the way that they actually snowball this composition out of control. That's what you always want to see with these types of compositions. And the best part, they were doing it throughout the mid game rather than like, you know what, we're going to bank it all and get outscaled after the early game, you know? And again, we mentioned earlier, we don't like them being so systematic, but when you have a composition that allows you to overreach your boundaries, when it lands, it really hits.
Man, I'm just so happy to see this because it's like a very quote unquote Vamos thing to do.
Yeah,
that RQ did. That literally overtaking
Vamos,
the map.
mid. Come over, let's go. Let's just push mid.
Yeah, this is just so fun to see, and I think that maybe this is the way to go for RQ. I wonder, like the pep talk really worked.
Wow.
Yeah. The pep talk, you know?
All right, I'll give another pep talk, right? Valentina this game, I do not understand it, right? That last pick, I try to give it the benefit of the doubt, but it only just gave RQ even more of a reassurance that, all right, we're not going to go for any more big ultimates. And even in the first phase, it was just maybe the Guinevere, the Requiem, that's it, right? I mean, Black Shoes. There were no real big ultimates to give to the Valentina, and that really showed. Despite him dealing quite a lot of damage, there was just no real use for that IMU that much. Like, we didn't get to see that.
I mean, there's only very few like niche situations. Like, oh, let's say if I want to take out the Abysm Strike from Takashi, for an example, if you're really looking to be that far forward. But that's the thing, right? The ultimates, the big ultimates that you could take requires you to be point blank in your face. And you're Valentina. You don't necessarily build these types of defensive items.
Yeah, I guess the only big ultimate that you can get is the Tyrant's Rage, perhaps. And you're kind of forced to get the Black Shoes as well for Stormy, so that at least you output the damage. But yeah, I do agree with you. The Valentina third pick didn't make sense in the first phase. The only reason why I think that it made sense for Team SMG is that they just want to secure Stormy 0. Unfortunately, that's not the way to go. Because if you dial back game number 1, Stormy was the MVP because he had a very nice pick that counters, or at least gives them a winning situation in the latter portions of the game.
Well, now looking at the damage taken overall, Takashi actually taking a good amount with Louise. I thought King was going to be taking way more damage, but it didn't really matter. Nobody's hitting him back when they're knocked up in the air, and your team is just taking them out one by one. But even for Saksa, right, still receiving a spanking. I don't know how much he can take when sitting on these Secret Lab chairs. I know they're comfortable, but man, it's going to hurt the bum.
74,000. Even last game, we took a whole lot of damage. It's always, well, that's kind of the job of the utility jungler, though, right?
That's true.
Just gotta take it, man. You just gotta take it.
Well, I mean, on top of the fact of the EXP experience with utility jungle experience, generally you're supposed to get shafted, right? And for the rest of the team, you're just hoping that they're able to get to that point where they can actually fight back. And I think that especially for Smooth, right? He was going for a build where he Hunter Strike into Bloodlust Axe, and eventually, I'm not sure what his third item was eventually going to be. Could have been the Malefic Roar, and even so, if he's looking for these big one-shots, there's just too many ways to actually outplay it. Like, Gustav was so far ahead. Once he had that Winds of Nature, it's like, what are you really going to necessarily do? Sagan had Purify as well. Even the knock-up strike, thanks, bye, I'm going to Black Shoes away.
It became very difficult for Team SMG because they lost the first turtle so badly. Had it been that maybe Smooth was at least surviving the K, Saksa gets the turtle, it will allow them to kind of rotate up top lane and maybe force some rotations in there as well. Like Nico with Sasa, that we talked about how the laning stage could be good for Sasa versus Bruno, but Bruno having the easier time at it no matter what happens. But if you put in the Matilda, that means that you will absolutely win that lane. Unfortunately, Nico had to think about many things in this particular game. Does he need to help Storm in the mid lane? Does he need to get into the turtle fight and actually aid Saksa? There's so many things that he has to take care of, and it kind of felt like Miko was just unfortunately not able to do anything because of the fact that he's trying to solve everything.
Yeah, and then on top of that, I mean, like, looking at the lane, yeah, it could be a bit more 50-50 like you said, Wolf, but in this game, I really just couldn't see the way that Carry could deal damage. You need a proper front to back with everything that RQ had. A proper front to back was never going to happen.
Yeah, it was definitely not going to happen. But I think I definitely agree with Wolf here, where it's like, it's when you have that Matilda, you have the extra mobility. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of problems that need to be solved across the map, especially for those who are making mistakes in the lane. And now it's one of those situations where it's like, hey, Earth Miko, just could you top me up? Just real quick? Come on over real quick. And then that's when you see the movements, right? He moves up towards Sasa's lane, and then all of a sudden, Guinevere shows up on EXP.
I think it's just the Matilda. Miko probably didn't expect that there will be a lot of like Wilderness Blessing effect in this particular game. We didn't expect it to happen. Like nobody thought that he could play. Exactly.
Random Dairoth in the gold lane in the 6th minute of the game.
He went doubling at a certain point. We were all surprised. I mean, like, who does that? Really?
Takashi.
On a Takashi, apparently. On a Dairoth. I mean, you would imagine if it was like something like a Pakira or a Benedetta that can actually traverse it, has a lot of dashes, but Dairoth with Wilderness Blessing.
I swear, if I was playing the traditional roles, if I was Takashi and Sagan was supposed to be felt like he usually plays in the mid lane, he'd tell me to bugger off, get out of my lane. What are you trying to double lane for? Oh, you want me to walk and rotate over to gold? That ain't happening. I mean, you got to give it to Sagan. He played a solid game, and I think that's what's keeping that, like, you know, that mid ground really consistent overall. But with that being said, it looks like we've got an interview with our host down by the stage. Let's go check it out.
As the series goes to 1-1, I have here with me a person who plays an important role for Team SMG. It's their psychologist. Hello, can you please introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Rebecca Wong, sports psychologist for Team SMG.
All right. What is the significance, of course, of having a sports psychologist for a team?
Yeah, I think in general, all sports and at the high level, high performance level need a psychologist. So before esports, I work with traditional sports at the high level. I mean, all games until Olympic Games. So I think it's the same in esports. So previously, people tell me esport players are different. But to me, after I joined esport, games, so I realized psychological perspective, all players are the same.
It's all the same.
It's all the same.
Sports and esports.
Yes, because in game itself, they encounter the same issues like stress, pressure, expectation, cannot control emotions, cannot focus. So these are the same across all sports.
All right. Miss Rebecca, can you give us a quick tip on how should a player or a professional player handle his mental health and emotional challenges?
So one by one. So it's for like emotional challenge. I think when it comes to very excitement, you want it so much, and definitely it challenge emotionally. So learning how to calm down, how to regulate the emotions is very important.
All right. This is Miss Rebecca, the psychologist of Team SMG. Mental health is indeed important. Let's throw it back to our shoutcasters.
Shout out to mental health here. Really good stuff, especially at the highest level of these competitions. It's hard for people to relate to professional players in that sense, where it's just like you're playing a video game. It's just that's all it is. You're tapping buttons on a phone. Yeah. It really isn't once you are here at M5 and you see what they are playing for, not only for pride of the nation, for family, but most importantly, they're playing for a team that they've been sticking around and giving 110% every single day just to get to this very moment.
Especially for teams in the esports scene, because it's totally different from like sports, for example. In esports, they go to boot camps. They stay there together for an entire month, especially for Team SMG. Imagine Miko and Saksa away from their families, right? They have to stay with foreigners, or they are the foreigners in that country, but they have to stay with people who don't necessarily understand their culture for months. if you take every day and you sum up whatever happens with the mental health of those people, you cannot really just you cannot rely on yourself taking care of yourself. I mean, you really need someone to help you, and that's big W to Team SMG for actually providing that for all of their players.
Yeah, I mean, real talk here. As the players are going to have their hands in together, one last hurrah here for their group stage matchups overall. They're going to be putting it all on the line, especially since they've sacrificed everything. Own personal lives put at cost, not touching grass a good majority of the time. This is it. This is their moment to shine.
Yes. It's their choice now whether they want to go out with a bang or not.
Will they drag RRQ Akira with them? We'll just try to do it themselves. I'm excited to see this. It's time to fire up one last time.
It's now or never.
It's now or never. I'm anticipating this. We're all waiting in anticipation as the draft is about to begin. What is going to be that final hurrah? What is that play style that is going to make the difference here for both Team SMG as well as RRQ Akira as they get on in? Oh boy. This is the moment. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. The height of competition, especially when elimination is just around the corner, so close to the very edge.
Everything's going to be tested, man. You know, your life is on the line right now. Tournament lives for RRQ Akira, especially here. They need to get a win, and then they're going to have to hope for something to happen later on. Blacklist beating Fireflux. Whew. It's tough.
It's tough.
But the first step is to win.
Yep.
So they badly need to win this time. It's going to be for RRQ. Okay, I wonder what side they will choose. Or, I mean, Team SMG will choose. Because if I'm not mistaken, the team that loses the game prior chooses the side for the upcoming game.
Yep. Actually, I do have a question. So far in M5, which side has the better win rate?
Oh, that's a tough one because it actually alternates amongst the groups itself. I can pull up the stats in just a little bit, but in the meantime, it's time to jump into the drafting phase here for one last time in this best of three. The score is 1-1. SMG looking to drag down RRQ to the depths of elimination as RRQ hope to keep their heads above the water. Let's get down and dirty here in our best of three matchup. Team SMG on the blue side versus RRQ Akira on the red side.
We're going to be thinking about the first pick for Team SMG, which they might be looking for the Baksha or the Guinevere. They might just steal the Guinevere actually because of how strong it is as a first pick, because it's such an open kind of pickup. There's the 1-1 ban. Maybe they even take the Bruno immediately against RRQ. Ooh. Some teams do that. But again, if Guinevere is open, Guinevere is the top choice. If not, Bruno is going to be at top of the list.
Here's the thing. Some of the more consistent bans that we've seen for the side of Team SMG when they were on red side was this Angela, time and time again. And the fact that they are going to be on blue side this time, it begs the question whether RRQ are going to adapt, right? We see the Joy naturally banned, the Guinevere are getting banned out as well. There's a good opportunity for RRQ Akira to actually open up this draft because they are on red side and they have two picks.
That's right. I'm actually surprised that RRQ banned it right at the get-go. Especially because there's a lot of like priorities first for Team SMG, the Baksha, for example, as well as the Bruno, like we talked about.
Matilda even.
And Matilda, that's also very true. That's why, especially after they are looking very comfortable with this Guinevere. It's interesting.
Okay. All right, Valentina ban over to Sagan this time.
All right.
Farmis? Question mark?
Could be. Basically, they want to take it away, right? That's the Akai respect still. RRQ Akira do not want to give a playmaking or very, very consistent retribution.
Yeah, I think Bruno.
Skirmisher.
I think Bruno for Team SMG.
First pick Bruno. Let's see. Oh, it's going to be Lilia. They think that Sagan is too stable and they're looking to rock his world.
The deny pick.
The deny pick. But then you get literally, it's me, Lilia. All right. Yeah, Lilia, sure. Thanks, Lilia.
Lilia speaks in third person.
Bruno Matilda, I think it should be the case, or Bruno Baksha for RQ. But
signature pick for King, the Baksha.
Yep.
Okay.
And, yeah, and even if they give up the Matilda, I think that they're going to be okay.
I don't think it would be that bad even if they give the Matilda up. I mean, we're expecting at the very least Bruno, right?
They can go Arlen, first time it's been left open.
That's right.
Oh man, and this is a very good flex pick. Remember, both Takashi and Louise can play it out. So right now the question is over to SMG. What do you want to pick? You want to try to counter to Arlet where we can flex, or you want to just pick up some of the prio heroes. Bruno, so far, this series, Bruno is 100% win rate.
Yeah.
It has been a hot commodity.
At the same time, they need to secure their jungler. What will Saxa be playing? Fredrin perhaps might be the only one that's left.
Martis? Against this much CC, you might want to rely on that Mortal Coil. Might want to go for that.
Martis or Fredrin. Then to go with the Bruno, I think you want to secure the Bruno now. You don't want to give Baksha Ardent Bruno to RQ. That's just a death sentence.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Martis and the Bruno. They need the anti-CC, and it's more so they need to deny that Bruno more than they need it for themselves. But now RQ can just go for more dive, right? Claude? Pick it up now? Brody. Okay, they want to go for damage.
They want an ego challenge, and I don't mind this so much, right? Because again, when you have Arlet, you're already looking at the squishier targets of people who are not so good against that CC. It's forcing people to take Purifies very often, and more often than not, Arlet consistently breaks open battle spells time and time again. As we move into the second phase, we're seeing the Benedetta ban almost instantaneously.
Yeah. Are you considering banning out the Tyrant now for Team SMG?
Minotaur.
Oh, but the Minotaur is actually a pretty good ban. That means that they will be keeping themselves safe. Even when they do have the Lilia for Team SMG, they're just making sure that it's going to be safe.
Yeah.
Maybe they ban the Novaria this time.
I think they might. The Novaria is a great ban here, but the layering of CC that RQ can do with this composition is going to be disgusting, right? Despite them having Purifies, it won't really matter. Mortal Coil as well. They might have to take away maybe something like a Kufra. These are going to be massive setters.
Light me up and watch
Export. Obviously, one of the SMG special. They utilized it also yesterday. And they're making sure that they're all covered.
Okay.
Theramis.
Okay.
I'm going to make... Well... This might be dangerous here. They could go for Charizla and then throw Arlet to Louise, and therefore the EXP, they've got nothing left, right?
Yeah.
They've already taken out the X-Borg as well as the Benedetta. This is going to force, it's going to force SMG to go, not even just Lapu, even the Khalid as well. And then it's just a full early game comp.
I wonder if RQ can play something like a Kadira. So I don't know if they play that kind of hero. Otherwise, it will be just Gord or Novaria as their pick. Now, I do want to agree with you, Gideon. There's also that benefit that if they keep their X-Blade last, it should
That's a signature.
But it is a signature. So what I'm trying to say is that if they pick up the mid laner for 4th pick, at least they keep the flexibility for the Arlot. But they want to remain honest this time. They're just going to be picking up the Cho.
I love an honest draft, and more so, this time around when we looked over to Luis, the last time we picked the Cho, he was looking at Cabral, was like, this is my time, this is me, give me the Cho. This time around, you can definitely see that he's a little more nervous about this one because there's a lot of ways that things could go wrong for him.
I think Uranus could be a good
that's a good thing.
No,
and the Charizla.
Okay.
These are some solid responses. These are some good answers to RQ Akira. Whatever they have right now, it's got to be a big pick. It's a Gord. This is not the most 50-50.
This one is tough. This one is tough here. I don't know which side you're leaning towards, Wolf, but give me your thoughts on this one now that we've seen the full compositions.
Like I said, I like the Gord. I think that it should have been the ban. That or the Novaria should have been the ban instead of the Theramis. But what I don't like is like they went in for the Cho plus the Brody and the Arlot. It's very skill-based in a way that they might lose their steam again, especially because they're rocking the Brody. You understand the Wave the Dragon into the damage up of the Brody. That's gonna work a lot. But because of the Kufra last pick, together with this Charizla, the Team SMG lineup looked to be a very rigid and very strong, intact lineup that RQ might not be able to overcome eventually. However, you're gonna have to be very afraid of this combo, Gord plus the Brody. That's a pretty strong front to back.
It's going to be nasty. It's going to get real dirty here. The early game leaning more towards Team SMG. But as soon as that engage comes out, RRQ, the Kingdom, skill-based matchups, sticking to their bannered flags as they walk into game number 3 to make sure their heads stay above the water. Team SMG going to be playing on the blue side up against RRQ Akira on the red side for their final match 1-1.
And in this game number 3, we're seeing SMG leaning towards that chaotic style. We can do it too if we want to, and we'll see if they can prevail with this style. RQ, we spoke about chaotic. They want to go in very early, spot smooth. just chunks him a bit.
I'm already mad as an EXP laner. It's like, come on, it hasn't been a minute yet.
Chill out, bro.
That's a benefit of having the Cho in the mid lane because it clears the wave so fast. And they might even give Luis access to level 4 as it happens, or not, maybe. But typically that happens with like Gord. They kind of switch and they put the roamer in the mid lane to get the way of the dragon.
Well, it could be dangerous here. I mean, it is a very good idea to get Luis to level 4. It just makes that, like, it really just helps stall Team SMG's early game. And, ooh, Takashi losing out on his flicker. As soon as he hits level 4 in this early turtle fight, it might be punishable.
Use the mortal coil, and the freeze will be broken. That's initially what started it all, but now with it's gonna turn around to Takashi. He can be the one who freezes it now.
That's gonna be so annoying.
That is honestly annoying, and if you are Smooth, you're gonna be very angry.
No, not the wave.
He's the mortal literally on the. He worked hard for that.
Oh, but it's okay. He finds another. Hey, he'll take that for sure. Takashi's like, all right, if we can't get that kill, we'll just utilize this. Stormy's like, nope, I will not let you do it. I'll clear it out. No freeze.
If I was in Smooth's position, that's where you start the recalls immediately.
Both 1 HP.
Oh,
Just looking for one last hit. Luis has a flicker and flickers forward. Sasa goes for the Purify, but it's not going to be enough. A trade on the other side of the map. Oh, Takashi brings Smooth back. That's a flicker burnt as well. Team SMG, they got the small lead with a turtle take.
Dude, this is one of the few games where the side laners are just... It's so obnoxious. Every little thing to annoy a laner is coming out right now.
Even here, Miko's like, no, I'm going to freeze it. I'm going to freeze it. What you going to do?
Oh my god. Oh boy. The mechanics have evolved so much. This is probably the most sweaty laning stage that we've ever seen across all lanes.
That's so true. And the mid lane is like unintended for the most part. It comes together, okay, we clear it out, let's go annoy the side laners again. But if you look at the goal earned so far, Saksa with a little bit of a lead. It looks like he was able to win out on a couple of the smaller POIs on the map, like the Little Wanderer, for example. Let's see, Miko not exactly able to get in on the fights just yet, but this is where we start to expect once level 4 onwards that teams are going to be playing towards their identities, more importantly, their win conditions.
We'll see how RQ will be tackling again. Oh, okay.
I'm done with it. If we're gonna freeze my lane, I'm gonna freeze the game.
Man, you're right. It's the sweatiest. It's the sweatiest laning phase ever. The fact that even Sasa, right, when his freeze was broken, he was like, no, I'm gonna take the lane as slow as possible, get as much damage on the gold crab before this lane goes towards your side, so I get the advantage.
Oh, dude.
It's a lot of science behind it.
It is. There's a lot of good moments here, like good small mechanical moments that will build up. These are small wins that the pro players utilize to get the game.
Yeah, and again, we don't get to see these types of things in the laning phase very often because usually it's big macro movements across the map. And it's great that me and Mirko are on the table. One playing very much in the gold lane, me very much in the EXP lane, and we're both getting triggered at what's going on. You broke my freeze, now the junglers are here to do it all over again. It's so annoying. The only people who might be having fun are the junglers and as well as the mid laners. I think they're having the most fun.
Especially
the roamers too, they're like, oh, perfect, a gank! That's potential!
But I still can't get over the fact that Saksa, of all of the places that he will use the mortal coil, he chose to land it onto the
wave. It's like, oh,
cannon.
You could definitely like, you can visualize Smooth's expression, right? He's just like, bro.
You know, the best positioning for freezing, it's just little pixels barely out of the turret range, because that's like the part where the enemy explain literally cannot go through and get the
basic attack.
He just can't, and then it just ushers it, pushes it.
I gotta get out, bro. I gotta get out, man.
Would you prefer me giving first blood, huh? Smooth, dead silent. No.
My lane.
I am in an XP lane is an island.
Yeah.
No one touches this sacred land.
Yeah. And then he shoves it in front of the turret.
And he's like, Whatever, Stormy, clear it out for me, please. Just get me out of this.
Get me out of this lane.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I just want a proxy, man. I just want to be part of something. I just want to be part of something that isn't this lane anymore.
Meanwhile, the goal laners were like, bro lane? Yeah, it's far, bro.
It's far, bro.
Oh boy. Oh, it's time. Let's get back into this matchup. Let's see how the laners are going to be doing at this point of time as Luis still on that top side.
The slowest push it. They don't want to push. They want to utilize every inch. Oh, Smooth's like, all right, I've had it. I want to set up for the turtle.
Yeah, turtle's coming up in about 6 seconds, so it's a good time for him to actually get this push on. He does have a bit of an EXP lead on Takashi. Now, do we see an immediate invade from the side of Team SMG, or are they going to take their time?
Oh, that was pretty good. Miko, though, pops the bouncing ball, denying a pick-off from Luis. That's a penalty zone. That's a 2. A Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage. The Mystic Gush does nothing here. King is going to be decimated, but not just yet. He actually walks out with the help of Takashi's disengage with the help of the Poissons. Now it's Takashi with a few vengeance resets. Miko trying to look for a pick-off on the Seiken. Unable to find it, but will be able to bait out the flicker. Takashi, no way you steal this, buddy.
Yo, this Takashi guy is something else. Like, he's actually crossing over the members of Team SMG, just outplaying them. Unfortunately, though, the jump coming out from Smooth was perfect. Catches 2 important members of RQ Akira, takes out 1, and prevents King from snowballing. At this point, the Martis having 2-0, 5 minutes in, and then getting 2 turtles as well. It's going to be a very happy Martis for sure.
Yeah, side quest complete. The real question is whether or not he gets bold.
Oh!
That's a 2-man knockup and a 2-man stun pinned down onto the wall. King, whoa, able to dish out some damage back with the help of Gusta's torn apart memory. Some good zoning too from Sagan there with the Mystic Gush. Takashi in the mid lane, penalty zone. King is caught in his zone and he will fall decimated by Saksa.
Now, I mean, considering everything it is going as planned, right? This is a pretty standard game for early game compositions, right? Even though we do see that RQ Akira's the overall strategy is looking for the counter engage, right? Oh, you go in for the big Kufra. Oh, don't worry, Gord's got me with the Mystic Projectile into the Mystic Gush to kind of deter Team SMG.
I particularly like about Team SMG that I mentioned in the draft is how rigid their composition is. If they form a box, if they get 4 members in, it's very difficult for RQ Akira to actually get in, despite them having the Arlet as well as the Baksha, just because of the fact that there's a lot of anti-CC, there's a lot of reset, and you also have that factor of the flicker penalty zone that will always turn things around. And then if you think about like the squishy members, like Stormy, for example, does have the black shoes, so he's going to be safe after the jump coming up from RQ Akira. He even rocks the Purify, so it's guaranteed that he will be able to reset. And you also have Sasa with the Purify as well. I think it's overall like an easy box to form for Team SMG.
By the way, it's a Wilderness Blessing again from Takashi.
Of course.
Of course. But I mean, he's never going to be able to out-push Smooth. That's the thing. That's the matchup, right? You're always going to be a little bit later. So he's playing keep up rather than trying to take the initiative. Now, I think that the major differences between the two teams is really going to be the resources of battle spells, right? For either side.
Takashi McQueen.
He's fast.
He's fast.
He's speed.
Ka-chow.
Let's see if he can distract Saksa with that Ka-chow. Doesn't seem like it is going to happen. Saksa just picks that up for free. Turtle number 3. All 3 turtles going to SMG.
Wait a second. How did the top turret actually break over? What exactly happened over there?
Brody.
Oh, darn it.
The turret eater.
He eats turrets. What do you have for breakfast? Turrets, brother.
Tier 1s. Dinner? Base turret.
It's just the Liver King, except he eats turrets. You need more testosterone, eat turrets.
The good thing about this is even when Akira is struggling when it comes to the overall economy, Gusta La Gusta is at par with the Bruno, which is generally good for the early game. So I think that they have to use this. I think they have to work around the Brody and utilize this early spike. So what they're going to do is to push bottom lane. That's going to be a good choice.
Forced to use the Poissons almost instantaneously. A good flicker out from Sagan, but a good initiation from Miko. That's worth it for sure. Takashi, final slash on a 2. Doesn't quite sweep them into the right direction, and Takashi's going to be caught instead. Saksa in the back. He's actually brought back all the way, looking for one last hit. That passive gets him out so quick on top of the killing spree. He's fast. He's faster than Takashi.
Well, it's too quick. And I mean, the trades are going into the favor of Team SMG, and this is what I was waiting for, right? Oh, Miko.
Oh! Miko with a Tyrant's Rage Flicker that actually might be able to play a good part. Sasa with a Purify. Oh! He's looking for one last hit. Gusta gets out, and now it's actually Sasa who falls in that bottom side river. Akira, they can play to look for more fights. Smooth going to be stunned up, and the Mystic Gush will tear him apart with the help of Louise kicking him, forcing him a DPZ. Takashi benches one more time. Final Slash on a Stormy, who doesn't have the black shoes. He will fall to Takashi. And Akira, this is proper setup for the next neutral objective.
All right, it's time to point fingers. Who made the mistake there, right? What exactly happened?
What was the call?
What was the call?
Oh, the callers go in this time up to the jungler. Saksa, you have anti-CC, but it's not anti-damage. Sagan melts you down, takes a shutdown. The goal lead, everything that has led up to this moment disappeared.
What happened? It was just a Miko, you know. He was trying to get out, but then he went for the play.
Wait, Smooth jumped out to Luis?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh
no.
I don't know. I mean, right now, the best way that I can explain it is that after the tech issue, it looks like RRQ Akira now not playing on like 5 MS. The ping is all good, and now they're back in shape.
Maybe. By the way, so what happened was, we were talking about the fact that Gusta Lagusta's farm is at least at par with the Bruno. That means that naturally at 8 minutes, the Brody is actually pretty strong, right? Because it's the natural timing of the Brody. You saw how he survived against the fadeaway play coming out from Miko, or the fade, literally the fadeaway Kufra ultimate that he did, and then eventually punished Sasa of all people by surviving with a sliver of health. That gave them enough momentum to kind of bring back the game to their favor. And the thing is, they flourish in this kind of situation. The mid game is RRQ Akira's playing field.
Oh, Smooth, this is so far out. Penalty zone, just instantly. Luis is able to walk out of that one, but it's a good defense. SMG rotates all their members up top to keep that tier 2 from being eaten by the Turret Eater. This time for lunch, it's about to be 12 minutes.
His diet is looking really good right now. He's even got river crabs in that diet as well. Matured river crabs, as a matter of fact. But at this time, and when we're looking at the damage dealt, Stormy and Smooth are doing a pretty good job. But Sagan and Gusta Lagusta are catching up so very quickly, and especially when they're comboing together with a strong heal and CC from Takashi, Louise, as well as King. This is starting to become quite a problem, right? Both sides unable to get a decent lead thus far. It's 4-4, barely a goal lead for the side of RRQ Akira.
Even if they have the Brody, I think I would put RRQ Akira to the point where they have the better late game. Like,
really?
But a slim margin. It's mainly because of Takashi and the Gourd, I guess. But mostly because it's the Brody is like it's a very interesting hero because he's technically weak at the late game, but he find enough amount of stacks. He does his job in the late game anyways. It's not like he's descaling.
Okay, Miko's getting chunked. Sasa, oh my goodness, what happened there?
What was that? No Purify?
Didn't get to use it, but yeah, I believe he feels even if he uses it, he will die to the Vengeance there, but I would say it's just more of a weird position than not using the Purify. You know, King wants to just capitalize, shield unity to the front, and you can see Saxa's all the way on the other side of the map. This should be a free invade onto the orange buff. Luis is zoning Saxa away. If he wants to get this, he might have to commit the retreat. No, he doesn't. Just walks in with a Mortal Coil. An absolute Chad.
Wow.
Raw confidence. I'm liking it, right? Yeah. I think that in situations like this, especially for the side of Team SMG, if Salsa knows that he's going to die, you might as well not use your battle spells. But it doesn't change the fact that he shouldn't have been there in the first place, right? But at the very least, he's going to be up for this upcoming Lord fight, and that's the most important one of this game, right?
And he's also level 15, one level ahead of King.
Exactly. So they really got to maximize the time.
Intense. It's going to be one of the most important ones because this means that RRQ Akira will really stay true to their power spike, and Team SMG, if they take this Lord, they're going to bring back the favor to their side.
Whoa. Takashi just going in there, trying to zone Stormy. Gets a good chunk of damage. This will help. If you continue to poke the Lilia and he pops that Black Shoes early in the fight, that's it. Lilia loses a lot of power.
they're going to be patient with this, right? They've got to Lord Dance this as best as they can. They've got a set wave on that top side. I'm not sure whether it's set properly, but they're going to reset this, and now it's back to housekeeping. I think that especially for the side of Team SMG, they really need the waves to be working in their favor to be able to sit on this Lord for this long.
So intense. Luis looking for an angle. Stormy gets caught in the stun. The Mystic Gush actually takes Smooth so low. DPC. Takashi gets rid of Stormy. Doesn't even let him use the black shoes. It's an all-out fight, and it's a fight that RRQ are winning hard. Sasa in the back, getting knocked out, kicked in the face by Luis on the Cho.
Oh my goodness, again Takashi being a big problem for Team SMG. It's not about killing someone from the backlines, it's just about taking away the members of Team SMG from Miko. And Miko, when he went for the jump, there wasn't any follow-up. He caught 3 members of RQ Akira. But then again, Sagan just going for the heads-up play, activating the ultimate onto Smooth, and Smooth didn't have vision on where the RQ Akira members are, so he didn't know where to jump, even after having the flicker. And he took so much damage despite having the Radiant Armor. That's crazy. Because of the glaive and the wand from Sagan.
It's so much damage on top of the fact that his passive eventually, once he's taken enough damage from this Gourd, eventually turns into true damage, right? So it's like, there's so little that you can do against it. It feels like Team SMG just weren't on the same page about what they should have been doing in that type of situation. Even though, based off of like the past 2 games, they kind of have a rough idea.
I mean, at this point, the fact that you don't even really need to rely on the passive to deal true damage, right? You have a Divine Claim and a Glowing Wand, you technically already deal sort of true damage.
Yep. Oh, it's painful. Let's see whether they can actually get some inhibitors here from the side of our... Oh, I see what you mean now.
Yep. That's only the stun part. That's not supposed to be the damage part. Soxa's just walking up, clears out the Lord. A good defense, despite the fact that RRQ Akira still have another wave. Let's see how they deal with this one. Miko charging in the back, looking for a big play, a miracle play to turn the tides. Gusta's walking up. That's the penalty zone, but it's only connecting onto the frontliners. Jordan Part memory taking Smooth low. Sagan flickers out of the Timer's Revenge. He predicted that one. He saw the charge, and he gets out.
He was not distracted with the particle effects that were going on there, man. He's still honed in on this game.
Now he's overtaken Stormy and damage dealt. King, aggressive move.
Walks up Luis, Way the Dragon, bringing Smooth back to the team. A final smash sweeps them in as well. Smooth still able to survive for now. Takashi in the back, going with the vengeance, sustaining. Gets a 3-man stun. Sasa forced back with a Purify. That's a good Tyrant's Raise with a flicker, but there's no follow-up. Luis all the way in the back, under the base turret, getting decimated now. RRQ, low HP. King going to go 1v1 against Stormy. Gusta still putting the stacks on the Soxa, doesn't want to commit the Torn Apart memory just yet. Stormy uses the Purify here. RRQ, they want to go for it still. Ooh, good Mortal Coil on that one. Sasa gets taken low. Smooth buys the Immortality and is able to sustain enough. Turret Eater Gusta going for dinner, but now gets caught and punished again. Deja vu to game number 1.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, really? What was that from Gusta La Gusta? And you gotta have to hand it. He's hungry, that's true. You gotta have to hand it to Team SMG though. They survived that Miko. Although there wasn't any follow-up, it was enough to kind of block off RQ Akira trying to go for Sasa, because Sasa's positioning was actually compromised in that part. So even after Miko waited for the flicker, he caught everyone, but there wasn't any follow-up. It's more of a defensive Tyrant's Rage than it is an offensive one. Sasa survives. They punish Gusta La Gusta in the end. Now the Lord is respawning, and RQ Akira don't have their gold laner.
Seal, good penalty zone to lock Takashi. That's a Tyrant's Revenge as well to lock them down, but Sagan's still going to be free hitting unless now Soxa brings him back. The decimation finds another. That's 2 on the board for SMG.
Unbelievable if they lose the third Lord again.
It's Deja Vu.
Deja Vu again. The Brody from Gusta La Gusta with the... It's also the mid lane turret.
It's happening. It's happening
No
right
way!
now.
It's happening again.
I mean, it could be a repeat of history, but it doesn't mean that RRQ Akira are out of this just yet. Remember, we are in the late stages of the game, 18 minutes as well. We're breaking the 50k mark, and still, it's dead even between these teams with a pretty okay advantage for the side of RRQ Akira with one inhibitor turret taken away from Team SMG on that top side, right? Let's talk about high ground defense right now, because again, I do feel that this is going to be, this is where we're expecting Team SMG to kind of turn the tides in terms of structural damage.
That's true, because they have the Bruno. They have enough range. I think the Gord's defense is kind of, it's kind of painful to deal with, actually.
But it's a charge. I think either way, it should be a free base turret here for SMG. Smooth is able to zone them quite enough. A penalty zone as well, going in, but Smooth's the one who takes more damage there. Turn apart memory, taking Smooth low, but not the immortality just yet. SMG rotating over to that bottom lane, looking for another base turret right now, but Akira denies it. They clear the waves quite fast, like you said, with that Gord.
Okay, pretty decent. I mean, they felt the second wave starting to crash on in, but like, I don't know if Team SMG actually want to commit on this. It feels like they're just going to wait for the next upcoming Lord, right? They've got the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Obviously, not the most ideal one. They probably would have wanted that top side, but at the end of it all, there's no point risking it, right? Team SMG going back to the same old ways.
That's right. At this point, RRQ Akira, they're going to be relying on their quote-unquote mechanics, because it's going to be a skills matchup now. You're going to have to land the good final slash. Even the projectiles coming from Sagan will now play a very important role. And for Gusta La Gusta, just make sure you don't quote-unquote throw the game.
Don't walk into
It's
don't walk into
happened
the penalty
once.
zone. Don't do it again.
Yeah, just don't do it again.
Just don't go for last hit on the turret, man.
Yeah, because the torn apart memory is just the finishing touch for their composition, right? You only have to lock down on one person, maybe get 2 to 3 stacks, and then pop your torn apart memory, let Sagan do the damage, and let Tekashi do the damage as well.
Show I mean, it's a show of force from the side of Team SMG, but I think it comes down to how close the carries stand next to each other, right? The closer they are, there's a very high likelihood that the execution is going to come out from like people like Tekashi, people like Miko, or even Smooth in these cases to try and make that happen. But what is going to force them in these types of situations is what I'm curious about, right? What are the habits that we're going to have to take a look at here?
Oh no, where the Dragon Storm still has the Purify, uses it in the end. Now it's going to be King, who's on top of the Mystic. From Sagan across the wall! Finds the damage, it's enough to take him down! And now they've lost their mid laner, Louise with another Jeet Kune Do. They do not want to fight, they want the Lord!
And that was a worth it flicker usage coming up from Sagan. They can control the mid lane, it's gonna be easy clear for them. Watch out, Smooth. Going for the backlines, but he might be too late!
Swept with the final slash, now connecting onto the Mystic Projectile, only onto Miko. Saksa is still alive. Sasa has bought the immortality, but look at how low he is. SMG, a miracle is what they need. Wait the Dragon, blocking Miko. The rest of the team follows it up. The Mystic Gush dealing true damage. Another final slash from Tekashi. They choose to fight. They do not want to contest. They do not want a 50-50. They want 100-0. Sasa knocked up. A penalty zone onto 3. Smooth dealing the damage. It's Sasa who goes into the back. A decimation. Gusta with the nature. One big play. One big out.
No way!
Gusta! La Gusta has guided his way to another team fight win. But SMG respawns just in time.
Oh my goodness! This fight is so dead even from either side!
Oh my goodness, indeed! Gusta La Gusta surviving with a Wind of Nature usage. And the fact that he went for Electro, for Quantum Charge, I mean, he got out with just literally walking through the river. Then eventually survives RRQ Akira. I thought that they could have gotten already the win because they zoned out Saksa. But I guess because of Miko's flicker out to save himself, and obviously Saksa just keeping his immortality, keeping himself safe. Luis?
1v2.
Okay.
Way the Dragon used up Smooth, no penalty zone, but the rest of the team from SMG, they're utilizing this to go to the Lord. How are they going to deal with this? How will Tekashi and King try to contest? It's 2v3. Stormy in the mid lane, clearing it out, now rotating over to the Lord pit. King with the shield unity. Miko misses, and SMG turned their focus around to King, who has the immortality, but now is going to lose it super fast. King not able to survive. Sasa picks him up. The decimation already by Saksa. This time no immortality. Meanwhile, the Brody still up top, looking for a push. RRQ, they're holding on to it, and they reset it. Oh my goodness.
Diversion plays here across the map, right? You would have expected Smooth to actually get some backup, but no, they had other intentions.
Yeah. RQ Akira, the only way that they can win this is if they go to, if they turn onto hero. Saksa going in for the Twilight Armor. Great tech pick, because that means that you will last a torn apart memory at least. Gonna survive that for sure. Smooth, good angle. This could be massive.
Ruiz spots him out.
Oh, just got it out.
Dude, the pucker factor in this game, I can't deal with it.
They have to give it up. 15
they
seconds.
have to give it up. Absolutely have to give it up.
No.
Storming with the Purify.
Okay. Ruiz needs to get out now. If he falls, this might be the game-ending push.
Stays?
That's a penalty zone that whiffs Luis. Oh, 1 HP is burning. He's taking conceal. Stormy chases him all the way. Luis still has that Twilight Armor, still able to get out.
I don't know. I haven't seen one of these games so dead even, so close together. I'm forgetting that I'm supposed to be doing a job here, but I am just so engaged in this battle. At any moment, any one of these teams, any one of these players could have gone for a big flicker play, right? Yeah. But again, you're trying to anticipate where is it going to be coming from. And unfortunately, with RQ Akira, this might be the last stop. They need to hold on. They need a high ground.
Takashi's holding the bottom side. Mystic Gush going to be used up in the mid lane. Winter Truncheon bought by Kato.
What?
What was that?
He took it backwards. Why?
Takashi now getting eaten up by the gloom. Stormy looking for the damage. Takashi's gonna fall. Just like that. That's one member down. They've dealt with the Lord. Saksa in the midst of it all. Walking up. Smooth has a penalty zone. Now conceal. Luis forced to flick around. No matter Truncheon, but a penalty zone from Smooth. This might be it for SMG. They won't make it to knockout, but they want to pull RRQ to the depths of elimination.
No! After everything, after all they fought for, it just wasn't enough. Team SMG take the series 2-1. Our match winners here. And they are able to hold RRQ Akira down into the elimination zone. Oh my goodness! What a game!
Stormy again, stepping up. You can see how aggressive he played in the last few moments of the game, zoning out the members of RQ Akira and then eventually taking out Takashi. Team RQ Akira, they have it in their hands already, but they lost grip once again. Unfortunately, the Brody twice in this series did not work.
Let's throw it to Manjin on the stage. Take it away, buddy.
Congratulations, SMG! A bloodbath of a game, ladies and gentlemen. A slobber knocker of a game. Two comeback games for SMG. That was tight. That was game number 1 and game number 2. You guys made a comeback. Let me ask Saksha Jago over here. Saksha Jago, come on. Come over here. Come over here. All right. It's okay to speak in Tagalog, you know? Tagalog. Okay, Tagalog. Okay, game. You made comebacks for game number 1 and game number 2. What is going through your mind? What is going through your head for you to be able to do that comeback?
Lagi ko lang po sinasabi sa kanila, relax lang. Kasi hindi pa naman kayo matatalo. Hanggat may tower pa, kaya pa namin kumambak.
Okay. So he told his team to relax. And if there's towers still, they can still do the comeback. Congratulations. Congratulations, of course. Now let's ask Miko. Miko, okay. Congratulations on the performance. What can you say about the performance of your team in your final match in the tournament?
Medyo masaya naman po, pero nanghihinayang kasi hindi pa namin napakita yung totoong lakas ng SMG.
Okay. It's confirmed. It's confirmed that SMG is out and he still wants to fight. He still wants to prove to everyone that they can still make it. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, they're officially out of the tournament. Please give it up for SMG, ladies and gentlemen. Despite the great performance, Miko, this will mark the end of your tournament run. What is the most important lesson for you guys?
Wala. Nakakalungkot lang kasi basta malalaman nyo na lang. Pero, thank you sa SMG. Ayun, thank you. Sir Benny, Ma'am Rebecca, sa mga coaches, thank you. See you soon. See you again.
Okay, okay. He is sad, but then again, he's proud of his teammates. Guys, any message to your fans? Please give them a shout out.
I would like to say thank you so much for all the fans who keep supporting us from day one until today. So thank you so much and see you guys again in the upcoming next seasons.
All right, guys, the only remaining team from your region is Homeboys from Malaysia. Do you have any messages to them before they fight?
To Homeboys?
Yes, the Homeboys.
You guys are the last representative from our country, so I hope you guys can do well and make it to the top and be the champion for M5. Thank you.
All right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for SMG! All right, Team SMG, congratulations. You can now go back to your rooms. All right. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Team SMG, they fired up and they exited the tournament with a bang. Let's pass it over to our shoutcasters again. Guys, it's your turn.
And that is gonna be the end of an epic series. Both teams playing their hearts out. It is confirmed that RRQ Akira as well as Team SMG are gonna be eliminated from this tournament. It's sad to see these competitors go in this manner, but that's just the nature of the competition.
It's bittersweet for sure, right? I mean, on one hand, that was an amazing series to witness, to watch, an entertaining one all the way to the end, but at the end of the day, competition is this way, right? There's going to be the thrill and the agony. Both these teams, unfortunately, will have to go home. But for one of the few of the players are going to go home with an MVP performance. And SMG, they got to win in the main stage.
Yeah, and Saxa delivered with the Martis. There was a time where he got 2-0, he got the first 2 turtles. They eventually, like the entirety of Team SMG, have devised a way for them to secure the neutral objectives well. Then come the Lord fight. I fairly remember he got the double kill to kind of stop the entirety of RQ Akira on having a chance at making their formation around the Lord. So eventually, because of the double kill coming out from Saxa, RQ Akira's positioning was in shambles. You're going to see it once again. And obviously, you can see the good early. I mean, Saxa made up for whatever he did to Smooth Slate, right?
Yeah. I mean, the more that I think about it, it's just one of the most elongated laning phases and the most tilting for most who really take into account every little aspect that happens into it. But we definitely saw as the early game started to progress, as we jump into the late game, a lot of reflections of early too late, same motions being made. You look for those big engages, and RQ Akira are looking for the counter engages. You stick too close together, you get punished.
And most importantly, because Saxa is not dying during these, fake Lord dances. And look at this, Miko stopped the entirety of RQ Akira from converging onto Saxa, so that still is a very good play. And eventually you can see Saxa just dialing in. He will get eventually a kill onto Tekashi, and then immediately going for Seiken, landing the Ashura. Together with Stormy, they dealt enough damage. And look at him go once again. Look at Saxa just focusing on the right targets and always landing the Ashura's R. He's not panicking. He's not, like, in that specific occasion going to the Lord, like in front of that Lord. Instead, he goes for heroes because he knows that the only way for them to win the Lord dances is to turn onto heroes. And fortunately, that was the last defense. Did not work.
I don't know if you guys noticed that final play, King Winner Truncheon, right? And any other situation, I think that would have been a great play, but that led to the back line getting CC'd. I think that might have been, I don't want to say like a defendable position, but I think they would have had a bigger chance if King tanked that up, you know?
I think it was an unintentional consequence of it, unfortunately, right? I mean, there was a couple of those that we saw in that last defense. The fact that Tekashi was flickering backwards, losing out on such a key battle spell for an Arlet as well.
That was...
And like we said, like the composition of Team SMG, together as 5, it's very rigid. And there's no hero from RQ to kind of break it apart from Tekashi. He plays a very important role because he literally has the ultimate to break up the formation of Team SMG. Surely you can count the Cho ultimate, the Way of the Dragon. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to land that because his flicker is always forced out. Remember, before the last third fight, they forced the flicker to Luis just to stun Smooth and eventually save Gusta La Gusta. So it's like RQ, Akira are investing their battle spells in bad situations in the late game. And then Team SMG, all they had to do was to form their box, allow RQ in, and then take out anyone who's going into their box, then just slowly siege the base of RQ Akira.
Yeah, and they just peeled them off slowly, and then the decimate chains start to roll on in. Rich Guy, you got to get off for Sasa, 721. The carry going to Sagan, and he has been, honestly, we've been talking about King, we've been talking about Tekashi, but Sagan has been such a consistent staple for the team, right? He makes such minimal mistakes and really capitalizes on the ones that make the difference for these neutral objectives.
Yeah. Then again, if you're going to be looking at the other stats we have to look for, Gusta La Gusta, he played so well in this game, but Stormy stepping up. This was definitely a duel between two mid laners, right? In the early stages, Sagan was spectacular, but I think in the literally the last 5 minutes of the game, you're gonna have to hand it to Stormy because he is the mid laner that actually is in front, and he knows that his power spike is actually pretty high within the late game because of the changes toward the Lilia. You just literally just refresh your charges so easily, and at the same time you have the Purify. So he's not the best target to use the Final Slash nor the Way of the Dragon because he just pops the Purify, pops the Black Shoes, and then all of a sudden you've wasted your ultimate.
Personally, for me, I think this is one of those great games that you can like study time and time again to see how even the team is, and it really shows the importance of these battle spells to make the difference in these very small final moments in the game itself. But any last words about these games, or for the ones that are upcoming, Wolf and as well as Mirko?
I mean, not just the importance of all those little battle spell changes, but the little mistakes here and there, just the slight positioning, going for one last hit that turns everything around from a complete lead to a disaster. One very small mistake.
It's crazy. First pick Lilia.
It worked.
It worked. And I do want to see more sweaty laning stages.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. More of those.
Freeze after freeze after freeze.
Oh boy. Well, with that being said, once again, the M5 World Championship is powered by Monton, presented by Kidia, our global presenting partner, and of course supported by ROG, our official gaming phone. Grab our official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, the ones that we are sitting on right now, our official chair partner. Now, keep in mind that up next is the best of 3 matchup featuring the Homeboys and Deos Vault. So stay tuned. The M5 World Championship group stage will be right back right after this.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. You're better
I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to play. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
I am the number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DSQ over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
grab only.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
Камбэк. Что мы друг другу скажи мне, мы вместе на пути к вершине. Наши глаза горят, и воздух накален невыносимо. Нет, нет, мы не заплачем, потому что здесь мы что-то значим. Ногами высекаем искры, за спиной наша удача. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк, и мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк. Кто ты, воин, как твое имя? Взмываешь небеса, как Чонг. Воля твоя нерушима, снова слышен битвы гон. Но только в соло ты не сможешь таланты все свои раскрыть. Команда верная поможет твои слабые места закрыть. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час.
Много раз ощутить боль падения, вновь находим мы силы воспрять. Снова на языке вкус сражения, снова сможем себе доказать.
Давайте, ребята, это победа!
Кто стоит рядом, ее не вытаскивает. Сейчас
может быть, стоит продолжить? Получится ли ульта от Лолиты? Есть ульта от Лолиты!
И должны доигрывать!
Какая уверенность в своей игре!
Все вместе в системе дойдем мы к победе. Мы встретим проблемы, но это путь верный. Против всех заочно, но я знаю точно, что на пьедестале стоять мы будем с вами. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк, и мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк.
Tolak tak bergolek, tersembunyi di sudut bilik. Kau mampu melawan balik, is this round masih yang terbaik. Kuasa ada di bahuku, kau tahu aku soldier. Cuba buatku lega, tapi tak mampu rampas my honor. Na na na, panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. This feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai ketekad, pray our part they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Misi berat lebih dari hebat, jalankan amanat masih bersemangat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. Jangan kuasa tu genggam piala, minat juara kan tawanya lemah. Hasil dibalik usaha buktinya lebih dari hebat, itu yang ku rasa. Panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. This feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai ketekad, pray our part they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Terus yakinkan diri, gapai impian pasti. Usah berlengah lagi. Oh yeah, I'm better than great. Oh, better than great. Oh yeah, better than great. Better than great. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai ketekad, pray our part they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh!
May जाओ ले
Labu. Iritel. Franco. Nana.
Nana.
Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage.
The hours of sacrifice.
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
How Gala.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni. This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through. Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia. Naitaas na namin ang kampeonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
Today, we witness world-class action, world-class entertainment from the best MLBB teams. Welcome to M5 World Championships!
Day 4 of the M5 group stage was filled with plentiful surprises and nail-biting action. Led by Stitch, the undying Burmese ghouls refused to admit defeat.
Stitch, flying high in the sky, gets Ethan as well.
the Myanmar representatives pressed on to prevent the Mongolian downloaders from completing their comeback.
Ethan gets another kill as well. Bebek still survives. Stitch flickers forward.
BG met the condition of winning 2-0 to avoid elimination. Next, Fire Flux Esports started the series with a fiery triumph against RRQ Akira.
Implosion! Hits on the screen. Rosa gets a kill.
But the Brazilian Kings recomposed themselves and doused the flames of the Turkish representatives with 2 dominant victories.
Já posso ir? Pode entrar, só bater base. Pode entrar, só bater base. Não consigo bater. Tô tancando a torre, pra você. Cancelei shield, ela. Só bater base, só bater base.
And proved that they are better than great. Another match, another 2-1 series. This time, it's another East versus West between Geek Fam and Deus Volt.
What the hell with the raging sandstorm to the back? It's gonna be the nature.
comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've been kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Two teams, empowered by players who aren't afraid to express themselves, are about to face each other in the land of Dawn. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship Group Stage. Nice here, joined with Gideon Wolf, and we're here to bring you the action between the Malaysian champions, Homeboys, and the unwavering Deus Vault.
The M5 World Championship is powered by Monton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. So thank you to all of our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be as awesome and great and possible without your support.
How we feeling, Wolf? How you doing over there?
Hey, I'm quite scared because I'm casting a Malaysian team again.
That's why they put me on
side
the
by
desk.
side, a Malaysian. I'm quite scared, actually.
Now we're only missing Lafell, right? Now, aside from
Where
that...
is he anyways?
Hey, Lafell needs a break.
Oh, he...
Right? So, before we get to that, of course, if you guys don't already know, the ROG Phone 6 is the M5's official gaming phone. You're going to get a look at it here because it packs the game-winning power of Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with the class-leading GameCool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit.
I'm telling you, if you're looking to convince your kids that you're the better parent, I'm telling you, it comes with a spectacular 165 Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 mega amp battery life to power through your gaming needs.
Check out Deus Vault of ECA doing their ping checks with the ROG Phone 6, and I wonder if they're training their recall skills with this too.
Oh,
I
Because it was
hope so.
very, very spicy last night.
I think that's, let's be honest, this matchup here, so far, you know, for the past couple days, of everything we've seen on the group stage, this is going to be a spicy matchup with, of course, you know, certain things on the line with that. Now,
as you know, the players get situated here, look at this on the screen as well. Kid Bomba ready to do that again on the ROG6. We have seen some amazing things from them alone, and I feel like, you know, in a way, you guys might have been as surprised as I have.
Honestly, it has been quite the surprise overall, right? I mean, the way that Deus Vol plays, it feels like from game to game, almost inconsistent. Not in the way like inconsistent in terms of performance, but overall style.
Yeah, it's like they create the chaos in specific parts of the game, but their early game is quite polished. That's how I would say. First 8 minutes of the game, they have a plan, they have their own rotation, but they adjust on the fly. That's why it kind of felt like chaotic and inconsistent, because there are certain points in the game there where they kind of play it by ear, basically.
Yeah, well, to talk more about the matchup, we're going to be here with some special guests. Gideon probably knows them really well as well. Let's go ahead and introduce our guests for this VMix call here. It is Mars and Shamilo. Guys, can you hear us okay? How you doing?
Hi, Niso! Hi, Gideon!
Hello. Okay, I'm assuming they can hear us really well, guys. I'm sure you're excited for this matchup over there. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys real quick, how do you feel about this matchup, right? There's surprises from Dave's Vault. I got to say, Homeboys themselves had some surprises themselves. They've done so well this year. What do you feel about this matchup here?
There's a lot of surprise yesterday, but Just vote with Kid Bomba. I think it's gonna be the spicy match because also Sour with Recall and Zone Recall. Let's see. The Lane of Dawn will.
We've unlocked a new dance.
We have unlocked a new dance.
Like that, no? But we want to
We're excited to see the match. Yeah.
Excited to see the match. Yeah. Awesome. How about you guys? What do you expect for tonight's match?
I mean, of course, we're
match. Of course.
Well, of course, we're expecting a super spicy match. I mean, these are very expressive teams. Now, I'm going to pretend like I'm not for MPL MY for a second. And honestly, let's explore the Malaysian MLBB competitive scene in this past 1 to 2 years. This very short time, the MPL MY has changed quite a lot.
True. Because like Gideon was standing in the middle.
In the center.
So with Naisu in the Philippines and Wolf also in the Philippines because Wolf, you'll be viral in Malaysia. You're public number one, enemy public number one. Even with the Homeboys jacket.
Your posters is everywhere here.
Your poster is everywhere.
You're wanted, man.
On the wall.
So you must be careful here. Huh?
Yeah. Hey.
Luckily you are not here.
Hey. Don't worry, guys. We already re-established my friendship with LaFell, right? We already shook hands. Homeboys already won. SMG already, won a game also. And I'm hoping that Homeboys will also win today. But actually, I wanted to ask them, you have any message to Gideon and LaFell on how they can keep it together this time?
LaFell, just vote.
Please.
Reverse.
You know the curse, right? Everyone know the curse.
Let's get LaFell hope
just
win.
Just vote.
Yeah.
Just vote.
Let's hope for the win to just vote. Only for LaFell, please.
So just for LaFell, nothing for Gideon.
Win 2-1 or 2-0 is okay, but Homeboys need to win this.
Gideon natural, so it's okay. It's normally,
Gideon, how would you feel to be in the center right now?
Honestly, it does feel kind of good. It feels very weird to be in the center with all the lights behind us, and not to mention some of the Homeboys fans bringing in the drums all the way from Malaysia too.
And so let's go ahead and talk about the headline real quick, guys, right? The early manifestation of being better than great. This all started, let's talk about Dave's Vault first, right? Their performance against Geek, you guys mentioned this earlier too. They cemented their status as, a legitimate contender, and the same can be said about Homeboys, right? Even with, hey, there's more to just Zorn's recalls here. So, what do you guys feel about that? I guess, in a way, are they legitimate contenders even for you guys here?
I feel like Homeboys is already a champion in their mindset. That's important for their morality boost and for their confidence. Either that we lose or not, we still are the champions of the people here in Malaysia.
Yeah, true. Because my prediction for this match is actually 2-1. Homeboys will win against Just Vote 2-1. So definitely we respect how good is Just Vote play yesterday against Geek Fam. I think there will be a lot of surprise from this team.
And I believe Gideon will have the same talk, even though he's neutral there.
Of course.
You think that?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I feel like, this graph here explains it all. The community is vibrant and expressive, just like the players, just like the Homeboys. It's more diverse and competitive with the imports. And I think Homeboys have done, especially in Malaysia, we have one of the best integration of Indonesian imports compared to everywhere else. We know how to make them feel at home. We know how to bring the best out of them. And of course, we're an aggressive region. So of course, anybody who feels aggressive wants to be here in Malaysia or part of a Malaysian team.
Yeah. Hey, if anything, I'm very excited about this because I know that the recalls will be there.
Yeah.
And also, like, in-game wise, Homeboys are really good. I think that they're the top team in their group for sure. They're a championship contender, I feel like, and Homeboys, they are the favorites heading into this matchup. But we know for sure that they're going to be bringing something today. They're going to be surprising Homeboys for sure.
Man, honestly, it's all been a surprise so far, and that's what we love here, of course, about M5. It started in the wild card where things were wild, if you can say, and then now we're here in the main stage. We even got Gideon dancing, but thank you guys for joining us, Mars, Shamilo. We wish you guys the best over there too. Have a great time, a great cast, and we will see you hopefully again soon.
Yeah, we love you guys.
We love you guys.
Good luck, all the best also in the Philippines, and stay safe for you guys. All right?
Thank you.
Wow.
You guys take care.
Interview yang
Buatnya kita pecah mulut.
All right.
All right.
Again, thank you to them, Mars, Shamilo, great guys, and we obviously know who they might be rooting for. We heard the 2-1 predictions from them, and I think that's honestly a fair prediction based on what's happened here the past couple days. You can't count out Dave's Vault, right? This is a team that has done a lot for the region. And even back when we saw them in the wild card, right, Gideon? Like, we even saw Umbrella Squad over there and how they performed and even surprising things from them. So, Homeboys, for me personally, and real quick, is this still the Lungar strategy? Is that something that falls in their repertoire?
I mean, this is a post-Todak meta sort of situation. So it's going to be exciting to see whether that Langar strategy is going to have some reins to it.
Well, let's find out. Now, before that, we have to go ahead and give a big shout out to officiate the M5 World Championship, of course, is our marshals, and making their way onto the stage. They are here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Rain, Wilbert, Shun, and Ivan, they've been doing an outstanding job here for all of us up to this point and beyond. And now we will go ahead, welcome the teams, the Malaysian champions. They have been using the results to do the talking, and Zorn does the recalling. Staying true as ever, they are Homeboys.
They're looking to get under the skins of Dewsfall, and more importantly, to stand tall above the rest.
And next up, one setback isn't enough to stop this team from their journey towards being better than great. They're the pride of EECA, Deus Vult.
They have a straight-up chance to get into the knockouts if they win 2-0 against Homeboys. It still is going to be a big battle, and we know for sure that they're going to be bringing in the bomb today.
Can't wait to see it. Let's welcome their coaches and analysts here who will guide their respective teams to victory. For Homeboys, Coach Pabs and Seifel, and for Dave's Vault, Fly Solo and Worono. Now, again, as they get prepped up here, the handshakes, the hand bumps coming out. These guys are ready to play. We know that we're here at this point, guys. There's not much time left for these teams. We're seeing teams go home just like we did previously. Now taking a look at Homeboys, if you guys aren't familiar, it's Rizel, Chibi, Sepat, Warlord, and Zorn here.
A lot of questions have been asked here about what is the next team after Todak? What are they? What sort of a standard are they going to set? With SMG, it was cool, calm, collected. But with Homeboys, one of the most aggressive early games we've seen, one of the highest secure rates in all of MPL MY, with Chibi at that helm with his retributions. The Homeboys as a whole, neutral objectives, usually the Turtles, is theirs.
And then you have Days Vault from EECA, that's Scarvy, Magistor, Kid Bomba, Sunset Lover, as well as Sawo. Many M-Series veterans as well. You can see Sunset Lover and Sawo have always been performing in M-Series. And then you also have Carvy. Recently read about this guy. He's actually a Filipino that, quote-unquote, has been discriminated because of his he is getting bullied because of his MLBB skills apparently, but now he's showing up in M5, so that's crazy, right? From a year ago, he's not touted as a good MLBB player, even getting bullied because of that. Now he's in the M5 World stage.
Now he's here. If I recall this, he was actually in one of the interviews that we played here back on the early days of the group stage. So, you know, it's amazing to think how everything kind of gets started for these players, where they end up, of course. And let's also take a look at our predictions.
Whoa.
Very similar to what for you guys, for me, maybe not you guys. I went with the 2-1 here for Homeboys. Of course, you guys are thinking that it's going to be the sweep here. Any particular reason? Maybe I should ask Wolf. I already know.
Okay, my prediction today is entirely based off of me wanting to survive.
You better.
Yep. But kidding aside, I think the Homeboys, when it comes to how polished they are, I think it was their win against Geek Fam earlier in the group stages just proved how good they are already. And I think I'm very much impressed about their drafting as well. Don't get me wrong though, Daewoo, I think that they have a very good drafter with Fly Solo.
Right.
They're very veteran when it comes to like esports. But at the same time, Homeboys is a team that's like I think they're more stable when it comes to their hero choices.
Yep. He's sticking to the script. I told him about the fact that
I actually am reading.
He's got it there. He's got it there because I mentioned over on the jerseys of the Homeboys, on the jacket specifically, it says "Public Enemy #1."
Hey.
Does it actually?
It does.
It does?
It does. Don't worry about it. We're not going to fill in the blanks.
Did they open the jacket and Wolf's face is there? So,
I need that jacket.
Hey, I feel like we all want that jacket. But aside from that, too, what's at stake here, right? Homeboys, they still have 2 matches remaining.
Yep.
This is also crucial, though, for them to basically make or break the potential for a 3-way tiebreaker.
Right.
You know, as we take a look at what the predictions are around the world here, this is always the time, even for the group stage, and really with what's at stake, the 8 teams that are going to be knocked out eventually. This is dire, because even for the fact that Deus Vault, right, this match alone also could make or break their chances for the knockouts as well.
This is the qualification matchup between these 2 teams, technically, right? Both setting themselves up to make it to the knockouts in a more comfortable manner than where they currently are. I'm just interested whether some of the same mistakes and the expectations we put on the Homeboys, whether it's actually going to pull through.
Interesting fact here. I know, Wolf. Why don't you go ahead and take us through that?
I love the headline. Once a Geek, now with the boys. Story was part of Geek Fam Malaysia from 2018 until mid this year, season 12, and he has left the fam to be with the boys. That's Geek Fam Malaysia. Naturally, he was behind the voices of my favorite all-time sticker. Well played, bro.
That sounds so perfect, man. I'm sure that is your favorite sticker.
Thank you.
That sounds like life advice, though, too. You know, you left the fam to go with the boys.
I mean, it's a coming-of-age story for Zora. It's true. It's a coming-of-age story.
My mom and dad, I'm going with the boys.
Tonight's for the boys.
I don't know about you guys, but, you know, coming from my part of the world, that started at 18, right? I know it's a little bit different here in, Southeast Asia. But now, with that, we wait for the draft here. You know, you guys already mentioned some of these things. Speaking of, let's go ahead and load up into a game #1 draft. Wolf, I love to pick your brain, man, because you're usually on point. I would say you're pretty good.
Oh,
right?
thank
you.
So,
what are you thinking here so far from what we've seen to this? I know we have to wait for the bands to come out, but priority-wise, is this like, prio the Bruno, the Guinevere? We don't see any of those banned out just yet.
When it comes to priority, I'm thinking Homeboys will go for Joy and Baksha. What is that, man? I think that's Gala? That's Guinevere.
Yep, Guinevere.
Right. Okay, so I'm thinking like Baksha as well as Joy as priority for Homeboys, 100%, because that's the power hero, quote unquote, for Mr. Chibi himself. And I'm very much impressed about his Joy gameplay. So I'm curious if Daewoo actually wants to give that.
I think it'll be interesting, right? Especially considering how the meta has kind of like shifted from where it used to be from the regular season of pretty much every MPL around the world. Everybody was playing the traditional Fredrin into Martis matchup, and then that's where we really got to see Homeboys kind of find their stride of like, we like to play the early game, we want to be aggressive, and I've heard comments from some of his team members that sometimes Chibi is so quick on the draw that they can't keep up with him.
Yeah, I think that's, important to point out here. But also, you have to take note as well for Coach Fly Solo. He likes to kind of deviate towards more unorthodox picks, right? That is something that he's pulled out before. We're talking about Phoveus mid, Matilda the Guinevere plus Terizla combinations, things that necessarily we might not be used to seeing here. There is strength in that, Wolf.
Yeah, for sure. That means that you can expect like Minotaur or Lilia. So they leave Baksha as well as Joy open. Joy might be the priority for Homeboys. And I think that's still a fair trade for Daewoo, just because of the fact that they still can secure this utility jungler that they also like to play. I mean, if you're looking at Daewoo, if you're looking at their matches, the more successful ones are under like utility junglers instead of like those assassins. Except the Nolan, because I think that the justification is like everybody can play Nolan anyways.
Yeah.
So you gotta learn how to use it.
Of course. I think that's only natural, right? And I think, you know, why Joy is going to be a little bit more of a priority here for the side of the Homeboys at the very least, because they're one of the few teams that aren't scared of throwing it to Subbot in the EXP lane, right?
That's right.
And there are a couple of benefits with that. It's usually to jump into that back line and more importantly to have that vengeance. But here we go, Baxia to kick things off on the blue side.
Is this what you're expecting? I was actually, you know, the fact that even Bruno was open, maybe that would be the route, but they go Baxia here, Wolf.
Yeah, because they take away a comfort hero from Daewoo, and at the same time, they can still, well, there it is, the Faramis as well as the Bruno, very strong pick, and because of the Lilia ban now, Homeboys will have to rethink how they approach this. I think the only choice left for them is to go for the Claude, and maybe get the Minotaur with it, because Daewoo is a team that will not hesitate picking up the Minotaur third pick, especially when the Claude is already picked up on the other side.
Yeah, we could see that, and I'm kind of expecting the Claude here, especially one of the greatest, you know, tools to deal with the NetherRealm anyway, but also the fact too, hey, Valentina is open, right? If you wanted to go that route, at least you have a NetherRealm yourself, you know, if you want to decide to do that, but then you obviously have its own minigame in itself, like trying to actually get the right ultimate. There it is. Terizla's going to be locked in along with Brody, so it's neither of those for now.
Very interesting approach, because it feels like, at least for the side of the Homeboys, they are focusing on other players than just the gold lane as well as the mid lane, while Daewoo are like, okay, Warlord, let's calm down for a second. Ryzel, who's been very consistent, they're targeting the Indonesians on the side from the Homeboys lineup.
Yeah, which means that Daewoo are in put in a spot where do they pick up the Minotaur now, or they secure a hero for their jungler? Do you go for the Fredrin now that you know that the Brody is there as well as Terizla, or do you go Martis instead, right? So this will be the things that they will be talking about. So it's going to be the Martis, and then now they can ban the Edith. Oh no, not really the Edith, but more like mages, like Novaria, Valentina. Most importantly,
Valentina. That's what still, you know, if that's left open, it could just be a safe choice. Go to Valentina. We see that often against the Faramis. Even with that, though, you know, what's left on the table, at least for Rome, let's say for Homeboys here?
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot. I think Zorn can probably play the Cho, although it's not the best versus Faramis. There still is that Kufra. And maybe... Actually, they can pick up something like a Rafaela or any kind of hero that kind of gives them that healing, that additional support. Even a Diggy might be good for Homeboys.
Okay. They decided to ban it out.
Okay,
as our good friend LaFell say, there was so much damage when that Diggy was there, man.
Look, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of everybody getting Sawo pilled right now. We need to be more based in this draft, right? Bring it down to earth, because I think that at the very least, when we're looking at Deo's Vault, the way that they kind of want to draft it has expected the bans that we were looking for gets taken away. At least for Zorn, let's not forget about suppressions, right? Let's talk about the fact that neutral objectives are going to be quite interesting to be maintained around, because both teams have done some great homework on each other.
Yep. Okay, so now they can go for, maybe Daewoo can pick up the Edith now, as those are or Benedetta actually might work well with their team. But yeah, you're going to be looking for a frontliner here for Daewoo. Either you go maybe steal the Cho this time to go with this Faramis. You still have that option of the Benedetta, as we mentioned. Heroes that will be, or Edith most specifically, because it is a hero that they also pick up against something like a Terizla.
Yeah, I think if they go with the Edith, that'd be great. Like you mentioned, check that box. You have this front line. Your Martis doesn't have to be, you know, so concerned with running into the front, running into the fray. You have that NetherRealm available. You definitely want to have a little more tankiness to this lineup so far, and then you can play around the utility, right? That is going to be the name of the game for this one. And this actually kind of works too, right? Get the Lapu Lapu, serves both that purposes. You have durability, you have good damage. You can actually pull off some flashy plays as well.
Yep. I think you're just left with Ward now, right? Oh, Phobius mid.
Interesting. Interesting.
Wow.
What's the call on this. I get the Arla, but then when you see the Phobius and you look at the 4 heroes on the side from Devu, it's like, okay, it makes sense. One slide tackle, you have the Mortal Coils that's considered a dash, the natural dash coming out from Lapu. Is there an expectation for another dash from the side of Devu for their last pick?
But what will be other dash choices? Like, I don't know, like Kufra. Yeah, honestly, I don't like the Phobius. Maybe because of, if you think about it, Phobius actually deals a lot of like ramp damage, you know?
I was gonna say, this doesn't seem very burst. You know, there's not
it's
like...
a burst, yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe the burst will come now from the Brody. So I'm thinking, like, if you are Devu, you want someone in the front lines, like maybe Tigreal actually.
Oh, man. Speaking of. You just might as well bring the Tig out.
Okay.
I personally, I am glad Tigreal is being picked again. He was the first hero I ever played. So I have, you know, it's
sentimental value.
Sentimental, yeah.
Oh my goodness, just deep-rooted feelings for this one. Break down the comps for me. Like, what are we expecting in terms of timings? Like, what's the game plan?
Okay, the game plan for Devu is just to group up. That's what they wanted to do. All right, they want to just stay in their bubble, stay in their box, have Magister end the eliminations with that. For Homeboys, the problem I have with this is they don't have wave clear that's like long range and can actually prolong the game for them. So they're kind of all in. They want to go in like Avengers this time, actually, with a superhero landing. One hero goes in, another follows. Trizap goes in, Brody goes for the damage from long distance, Phobius comes in, and then eventually it's a give and take. Like it's like a tag team, you know?
Well, we'll find out here as we load up into the land of Dawn. Game number 1 here, second series of the day. We know what's at stake. It's Homeboys versus Deus Volt. Now, you've already given your thoughts here, Wolf, as we get adjusted, seeing the rotations early on. Real quick, though, where do things fall into place? Like, is this something, are the lineups here where we're expecting an early first blood into that first turtle?
I'm not sure if Homeboys is actually fit for that, but thinking about it, if this is a mid lane Phobius, yeah, maybe they have an additional ultimate to go with that. So I think, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of hope for that for Homeboys, but at the same time, you have the Faramis. I think that's the more solid option when it comes to like killing in the first turtle fight.
Okay, we'll see if they pull it off again. You know, also taking a look just in a second here at the emblems, but so far, really how this kind of all falls into place is the amount, I feel like, of the CC going to be thrown from Devu here against Homeboys. Anything that sticks out emblem-wise real quick?
Well, there's a lot where there's not much Wilderness Blessing on Homeboys, which kind of weirds me. It's weird to me because they're typically the team that's very aggressive, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. Even with the Brody build, like we've been seeing tenacity and as well as agility the entire day, and now it's like, okay, give me some penetration, give me Weapon Master as well.
I think that, you know, going back to it when we were talking about the draft, and I was like, well, they're not going to have a ton of this burst damage early on. Maybe that's the way to do it with these emblems here. So already focused, but I don't expect any go signal just yet. They're going to go ahead and just poke things down before, you know, we're 10 seconds away from the first objective. You can see as well the other members of Devu kind of gathering up here. We know how important these level 4s are leading into these first objectives, so we'll see how they all play a part. But, you know, right now this is relatively, you know, slow and steady as both junglers get ready here.
But Chibi is level 5 for some reason. Able to take out some of the extra jungle creeps, so this is massive.
Oh, it looks like they've already started the fight. Kid Bomba is under attack. NetherRealm forced out as well as the bravest fighter. Zorn's going to take his time, and now he jumps on top of him, forcing out the demonic force coming out from the side of Warlock. Underneath the turret, he needs to use the iframes to get on out of there, and first blood falling into the hands of Deus Fall. Kid Bomba not dying to the trade at all. Chibi's trying to take it. Penalty Zone is going to come out to slow them down, but they're getting chunked out, and Subbot will eventually fall. Even the flicker came out of him. They don't find any trades. They kill Magister, Subbot, and Zorn really low. Kid Bomba jumps in with the bravest fighter, and Zorn outplays it. Kid Bomba finally takes him out.
Chibi.
Retribution as well, and then Chibi takes out Kid Bomba. You were right. You were totally right. The trade.
This probably will be the game with the longest skirmishes. Because there's no burst.
There's none.
There's none. I think that if we don't have Ryzel as well as Carvey, there will not be any kind of burst. And it will be a long drawn fights where there's not much happening, and then the Faramis ultimate just makes it even worse.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of tanky dudes swinging at each other and then looking flashy, right? Because you got the bravest fighter jumping around, and you know, you got the final slashes and everything, but really, yes, as long as the gold laners are in their gold lane, expect these long drawn fights, which, hey, it could work for either of these teams right now, the way things are falling into place. But even itemization-wise, anything sticking out here early on?
Ooh, not yet. I think if Sword will continue with this, is he actually building for damage? Might have gone for target, in fact.
I mean, he's got 2 assists. Like, why not? You start off with that Fury Hammer, and then you kind of build full tank from then on, considering how this game has gone. And now Sawo flickers forward, finds the implosion into the short score. A perfect combination, not giving Ryzel any opportunity to flicker out of there.
2 catapults, 2 gold cannons not going to be available for Ryzel. That's going to be massive.
Yeah, and then, Subpot getting chunked down on the top side of the map. Bravest Fighter already being used by Kim Bomba to actually even out the scales here, but you can see the massive EXP lead for Subpot.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Ryzel, that's actually pretty bad that he lost that. Nobody's scouting for him.
Okay, yeah, even with these like pulls, right? There's really nothing that can be done just yet, especially with this turtle coming up here now. But good point, because gold laners, we know that they have to hit this, you know, certain level, certain timing when it comes to the spike, the power spikes, and timing's going to be important here. So if you get focused on early on, you get in a trouble situation. So now, once again, turtle being up here, both teams getting in position, but it looks like could possibly just go over here to Homeboys. Yep. So secured.
Good zonal from Warlord. Now that he has Clock of Destiny, he's quite tanky actually, not because of the Clock of Destiny, but mainly because of the ultimate that he can actually go onto the Martis. And Martis have natural dashes. And by the way, good synergy between like Arlet as well as Phobius. That's a classic combo.
Oh, they're jumping in.
They want to jump in even further, right? Final Slash getting cancelled out by the implosion, getting all 3 of the members all in one tight little space. Shadow Stampede pulling 3 back. Harvey already fighting 1 onto Zorn. Warlord trying to go on the run. Demonic Force has already been popped out here. They're low, but not enough to finish them all. But here we go! Ryzel, part of the fight. Magister is down. Double kill coming out as Carvey takes Warlord out. Finally, 2-for-2 trade.
Man, these players are just really going at it. And Zorn already picks up the Thunderbelt at 5 minutes. That's pretty fast, and imagine having extra damage. Like, he's a roamer for sure, but he's not gonna be that quote-unquote tanky roamer. Eventually, maybe after the Thunderbelt, he will go for like defense items, but because he went in for Dire Hit, if I'm not mistaken, that means that he will be focusing on damage now. And Chibi, a very early Blade Armor pickup. This is gonna be massive in the team fights.
Not only that, but you know, now even with that last exchange, Ryzel able to get the Malefic Roar, able to pump out some of that damage. So, you know, even at the 6-minute mark, this is where you get to the point, okay, some of these gold laners, they'll obviously be rotating to some of the fights. Carvey did the same thing, the previous, you know, exchange, but really, you know, who's going to come out on top in those, you know, early skirmishes, these fights later on? That's kind of what has to be witnessed as we, you know, see them duke it out. But right now, the fact that you have some of these defensive items being built up too will all play a part into this. Now, as we wait for this third turtle to come up here, it really is down to how do they decide to approach these objectives, right? The 4-man is going to be the 4-on-4, or will these be full-on fights?
And Sawo now picking up the dominant size. Is going to be playing an important role because so far, Homeboys have been relying on their sustain, right? Well, I mean, literally everyone is a tanky dude now, except for both Carvey as well as Ryzel. So that dominant size is going to be very important.
Yeah, it's basically WrestleMania at this point, right? Everybody's getting into the ring. It's like from the top rope, you see Warlord jumping in every single time, but every single one of these turtles,
what do they call that?
Royal
Rumble. That's basically what it is at this point, right?
Oh yeah, look, top rope once again. Warlord's really getting hefty on it, right? Procking as many of these demonic forces, forcing out the retribution as well from the Magister himself. Warlord playing as if he is not a mid laner anymore. He's part of the fight. Final Slash already coming out to try and get on top of Carvey. And now the Netherrealm looking to protect him underneath his heart. Kim Bomba needs to be part of this. Here comes the penalty zone. They find the initial turret, and now Sawo out of position. God. They found 2 as they keep on pushing forward. Man, this is so awkward. Torn apart memories coming on out, so getting back into the fight. Good vengeance, and now the demonic force has popped out again. Naturally, Final Slash, and Chibi kills Sunset Lover. We got to talk about tempo. What the hell is this?
That's like I don't know, probably some of the slowest build-up tempo, and just everything happening at once at the end.
Exactly. You just have to wait. Like, okay, who dies in the end? Like, whoever does not hit the ultimate, basically. And like I told you, Homeboys' lineup, they are the Avengers, the superhero landings, right?
Yeah.
Somebody goes in, that's Warlord first on the right side, and then eventually it will be Chibi. Then Rizal pops the ultimate. All of a sudden, when they will thought that they will be able to get out, then there's Sepat with the ultimate.
Here's a penalty zone.
And a penalty zone.
And by that time, another final slash
Exactly.
is available. So,
Exactly.
you know, how do you work around that? That's one thing.
I don't know, man.
Oh, here we go. Sunset Lover getting pulled in. Retribution coming down for Magic, so he's looking for the Decimate. Oh, it doesn't connect, but he still finds a kill onto Warlock, pushing him in. Demonic Force is already coming out, as well as the Implosion to keep it in place. Finally, a mistake being made. 2 kills falling into the hands of Deo's Vault, evening out 7-7.
Yep. That is the way to go. Make sure that the Implosion will be, I guess, for lack of a better term, best value, wherein the timing will be good. Doesn't mean that you need to catch everyone from Homeboys, but it means like you catch maybe Warlord mid-animation, for example. So those are the things that maybe this Bull can use.
Yep, NetherRealm already popped his Shadow Step. He's just going to pull them back in. Sapat is done for. No ultimates being abused as Chibi is able to take the Cyclone Eye out of there. 20-part memory is not really going to do much here, as Sawo is still alive and is passive, making sure that he is one thick boy.
Great job, great work there from Dave, who were
Amazing.
able to, you know, push into that territory, secure the Lord for themselves here. So, you know, that, what, 3, almost 4K gold lead that Homeboys had, they've shrunk it down a little bit. They can work around this. Biggest thing they could get from here is obviously space, right, to work around the map.
That's right. I like the box formation of David. They're gonna be doing it again.
Here we go. They haven't forced out the Demonic Force just yet. Chibi's taking a lot of damage, but here we go. Warlord jumps in for the top ropes once again with the Demonic Force, making sure that he's buying space and time for his team. Man, he's actually so much more sustainable than I thought he was with these fighter emblems. But Deo's Vault, they're going to start moving them. They back off, and it looks like, well, not much was achieved here. Not even tier 1s. Top side tier 1 should eventually fall.
Every time that they don't have the Paramis ultimate, they have to just back down and did not fight. And this is Daewoo's composition. We talked about how they should be like grouping up together, forming their box, and just destroying Homeboys. Okay.
Well, I mean, they can try with the Implosion all around. Final Slash pushing them away from Chibi. He's buying a lot of time. NetherRealm even being popped as Rizal finds Sabo walking away from that fight. Kimbomba is chucked out. He's forced it now. It's an all-in. Rizal gets Sunset. Master kills Omtorn as he's trying to slide tackle away. Carvey needs to get out of there. Rizal says no. Warlord does not go down. He is the leader of his people, and he continues to press forward.
Is this not the most Malaysian draft ever?
I don't know. Going back to it again, they're still trying to hold it together.
Rizal, he's in trouble. Oh, he goes down! Kimbomba finally finds the trade, and Sunset Lover taking his time with this, but eventually the sustainability for the side of the Homeboys keeping them topped up. This is, I honestly, you say that is this very Malaysian? You know what? Sure, yeah, we'll take it. I don't usually get to see Warlord play Phobius in the mid lane, but when he does, in the way that he's playing, why not?
Yeah, it's okay. It's not the Malaysian draft hero per hero, but when it comes to like composition and the raw idea of going in, just literally chasing everyone, you're gonna see a very long chase. It's the entirety of the half of the map, basically. Entirety of the mid lane.
It's a marathon.
It's a marathon. You saw how well they played aggressively, and then all of a sudden, you can see Rizal being punished. What the hell is this game?
The funny thing, going back to the Royal Rumble, you know, metaphor here is like you have all these guys just in the ring, and then all of a sudden it's that one guy that runs into the ring, picks up, you know, a chair or something, gets a couple and runs out. That's what Rizal did there. But, you know, that's kind of what Carvey has to do. He is the same person in this situation, right? You have to be able to get there. And right now he's double buffed up. He's trying to push down some of this space in the mid lane. All this before that Lord comes up.
Yep, GB is going to stun up Kimbomba for the time being. Sapat not finding the right targets to jump in just yet. But let me tell you, it feels like at least for the side of the Homeboys, it's great that if Deo's Vault backs down from the fight, the chases, their dashing backward, it's actually counterintuitive. As Homeboys will keep on going, right? Look at Warlord. He's procced the Demonic Force so many times, and they should be able to take this away free.
Oh, that's done!
No, unlucky. Kimbomba nails it. Final Slash doesn't connect as the Implosion locks him down. It's a mistake. Warlord finds Kimbomba, and now with a penalty zone, it ain't enough to stop them as Chibi is trying to slow them down. NetherRealm is already down as we see Warlord trying to clean this up. It's not easy. Rizal Ryzel's already dead. Carvy's still alive. He's still making the plays. Carvey is able to find one. Stop dashing. Just walk away from him. He won't let you run away at all. Warlord, he's done for. And now that's a 4-for-2 trade as Magister breaks open tier 2.
Are you not entertained? Homeboys, specifically Warlord, did a great job zoning out Magister already. Nobody was in that area, but the Lord was with Daewoo.
I just gotta say, that is a Warlord if I've seen one.
Oh,
what a player.
God! The Lord knocked up Chibi. The right moment, and Kid Bomba is CC immune.
This is
so painful. Goodness.
Look, it's so painful, especially once I'm like gassing up my boy. He doesn't misses the red tree unless the Lord says, no, not this time.
Unless it's
sir.
Kid Bomba, right? Like, again, in amidst everything, Daewoo pulls something out like that, but still, you can see there is still going to be a struggle, right? With some of these fights, they have to be able to handle, of course, even Warlord alone, and keeping the whole time Carvey alive. Once that Nether Realm is gone, you guys saw it, right? So let's take a look really quickly. How is the items coming into place?
Okay, when it comes to items, okay, naturally Zorn will go and pick up the defensive items after the Thunder Belt, but he seems like he wants to consider another damage item after the Kiras, which is understandable. Now, however, for a Homeboys, I gotta be worried now at 15 minutes in, because Ryzel and his he will eventually reach critical mass to the point where Daewoo might outscale him.
Speaking of critical mass,
wow,
Chibi
Chibi
getting chunked out by Chibi, even committing to the retribution in case he continues to go out of position. Even Magister trying to slow them down, right? These fights, I mean, this is one of the few games where we see some of the highest kill counts 15 minutes into the game. That's 28 kills in total so far.
Yeah, it's crazy to even think that it's been 15 minutes, right? It seems like it's a little bit longer at this point. But really, talking about critical mass here is it's up to both the gold laners for the most part, but maybe also that's why Zorn is going and opting for some of that damage, right? To be able to provide some of that pressure onto Daewoo, and we'll see if they actually have a response to that.
Yeah, because eventually Warlord will just be still a problem, but at the same time not the biggest of problems, right? Because this is not like a 1-1. This is a Bruno that can dash once, and then eventually what you're going to do is to pop the Purify, then punish Warlord. So obviously, there are so many ways for Daewoo to kind of end this game, especially when they just keep their box. But Homeboys, this is their time. All right, back-to-back Lords have been taken away from Chibi.
We'll see. They're going to get in position here once again. They're just blitzing the Lord, though.
Yep. Kid Bomba again,
don't
my
do
God.
it. Don't do it. Don't do it again. He tries, but Chibi is able to secure it, no problem. Warlord already using the Demonic Force. He's got to reset, but he doesn't want to commit to it any longer. Whoever backs out here, it might be a problem. Conceal already being used. Chibi's draining out of the way as Sabat uses the penalty zone to call for a disengage. Zorn, wait, hold on. The Netherrealm, it's already outside. Implosion on 4! Pushes them back! They can't get out! Final slash to try and disengage, and here we go. Ryzel is already dead. Majority of their damage is gone, but they still finds a trade onto Magister themselves. Call it off! The Lord is already spawned and walking.
With only that? There's only one?
Chibi wants Garvey. Chibi wants Garvey.
Okay, he's swerving, but again, they have to deal with the Lord here. What a setup.
Are you not entertained? Oh my God, Saul. Very patient, lands the big ultimate, and that meant that the Lord might not be used by Homeboys as you would want to. That means the defense will be there, especially because Ryzel was taken out. So, I mean, Daewoo, they might have lost that battle, but because of the implosion, it was now enough for them to kind of prolong the game again.
Yeah, I mean, especially in combination with the motor coils, when they're all so close together, how much time was wasted? How little frames do Homeboys have to work with? Especially Ryzel, right? He wants the flicker, he can't. He's been trying so many times.
I wonder if Ryzel might rethink his battle spell. Maybe if you had Purify, those would be different. But then again, you're a Brody, you want to be on the aggressive. So, but there were so many times in this game that he wished he had Purify.
Oh, for sure.
You can see that in those exchanges, right? And, you know, we've all seen it before, especially when the Tigreal's locked in. You sometimes feel like, okay, I just want to play, right? You're either in air or suspended or being dragged either way. But even with that exchange that we saw, okay, Chibi's going to be the focus here. Are they going to commit?
I don't think so. I mean, Chibi did use his Tortoise Poissons, and I feel like Deo's Vault, they're looking for Ryzel again, right? I think those are the two main targets, Warlord and as well as Ryzel. Warlord's going to take way too much effort, but Ryzel is so susceptible.
Yep. It's going to be the Halberd picked up by the Brody.
Man, they still want to go.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to commit to the chase here. Chibi is getting pushed back. Penalty zone. So nicely done to slow them down. Even the Decimator's coming out. It pops the Immortality in towards the Implosion, landing on two. Ryzel is able to get some free hits here, but look at this Demonic Force buying so much time. Some buff by Carvey. Warlord manages to get a killing spree onto Sunset Lover, and Sawo left out to dry. That's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Homeboys. 22 seconds away from the Lord.
Will they try to end this? There's a lot of defense. This is Faramis, this is Lapu Lapu.
Wait, no.
Homeboys, this is not the best shot.
Hey, buddy, let's calm down here. Proxy as many waves as possible. Go
They
for
want
the Lord.
it. They want it.
They're going for it. Kimbomba is looking to close. Is trying to clear up those waves. Final slash onto Magister. They're trying to protect that last cannon minion. It's gone, and now they jump on in with the Demonic Force. They committed too much about no more immortality for him as another inhibitor drops down. Warlord is on the run, and now they're done. Out of gas. Finally.
We do get to take a breather from this, but the Lord's going to be up here, and you see them make a straight line for it. So they're going to start it up. Daewoo has to defend their base. They hold on to the one base turret. Are they actually going to try to get here in time? It looks like Magister also making his way.
They want it. They have the Faramis ultimate.
Yeah, this is a little risky. He's also has the immortality, and Daewoo gets here in time.
Yeah. They can play the Lord dance now, Homeboys. It's what they need to do now. They're so separated from each other. It's Sawo already looking for an angle. Doesn't have the flicker though.
Oh, they're instigating the fight. Warlord's right on top of Carvey as much as they can. They're trying to peel him off, but here we go. That's the implosion already going down. Ryzel's walking up forward. Netherrealm is gone. Kimbomba tries to make a dash, but it makes Warlord deeper into the enemy lines. The Mortal Coils is doing some great peel, but finally Sunset Lover finds but it takes him out instantly. Carvey finds Warlord as well, but they take out Sunset Lover in trade. It's 2-for-1 this time in favor of Deo's Fault.
And it's also just a Faramis, so he's actually now alive.
Back up.
Some of the stacks that you got there.
Homeboys down the two numbers here for this fight, and Chibi also does not have that immortality anymore, so they're gonna have to just give this up possibly, unless they can pull something off. But this looks like a Daewoo Lord.
Yes, absolutely, and the minion wave for Homeboys are pretty bad as well.
Whew. I mean, that's what happens. You lose these timings of your waves just because of how hectic and how long these drag down fights are going to be.
And with that, again, Lord here secured for Daewoo. They're going to make their way down the mid while they wait. Lord going up to the top side. Tier 2 now falling. And just this is their time to go ahead and knock on the base here of Homeboys. Defensively, though, you know, still so far from what we've seen just from this game alone, now almost 22 minutes in. Some of these team fights, they're so orchestrated, it really does depend on which gold laner is able to withstand all of the things being thrown at them.
Exactly. Whoever gets caught, is gonna have a bad time. And the thing is, during that fight, there are so many resources that Daewoo didn't have, like the flicker onto Sawo, some of the immortalities, for example, onto Kid Bomba. It wasn't available in that fight. Now, it will soon be cooling down. In fact, you have the flicker on Sawo again. So now, it's a much better team fight for Daewoo.
Yeah, it looks like Homeboys are just letting them take the inhibitors here. Their high ground defense may not necessarily be as strong. Remember, it's all about protecting the king, and the king is Ryzel, and the same can be said about Deo's Vault. Harvey, he's got to be careful as Lord is going to crash down. That's 2 inhibitors so far. Looking for a third, but I think that's where Deo's Vault is going to call it quits unless we see a mistake from the side of the Homeboys.
Yeah, so basically what we have is just both bases holding on to one turret. Unless Sawo wants to press the situation, he's gonna go in.
He flickers in, gets the implosion. Kid Bomba jumps in to follow up, and here comes the Netherrealm. Now Warlord getting chucked out hard. Carvey, he's gonna be brought back with the help of the Netherrealm. Penalty zone instantly, as now the waves are crashing in. They're running out of time as Ryzel's able to chuck them down one by one. Sword takes out Carvey and Ryzel into Magister. 3-0 so far, and that just might be a full wipeout. Sawo, Sunset, all gone. That's it. Homeboys now make a beeline through the mid lane. Sunset's coming back in 10 seconds.
The Faramis, can you do so much about this? It's so difficult. And look at their lanes will be managed by Sebat. It is more than enough. Oh, they got 3 lanes. Oh, this is bad.
Yeah,
it's not the best.
Sunset Lover, he's all by himself here. Homeboys getting ready to push it in.
They got it.
They got it.
They
finals.
got it.
Oh!
It was cleared.
Sunset flickered for it, and he dies to buy time. He does it. It takes out TV. What a defense!
What a play and a decision from Sunset Lover.
The mistake was they attracted 2 lanes.
No!
They went in front of the base too soon.
No!
And the defense was there. They were clumping up together.
Dude, why is it when I'm doing the play-by-play, it's these types of games that... Oh, man. From wild cards all the way to group stage, let's look at the instant replay.
Oh, Chibi got the... Oh, no. I understand why they want to tank it, but the final slash... There were so many minute details that went wrong. And you know what the worst is? Their jungler is dead.
Yep. He's gone for 15 seconds here, so it's up to Homeboys if they want to try to delay this the best they can. Daewoo gonna go ahead and continue down this Lord, and we'll see if Homeboys can actually hold it together.
Oh,
they gotta try.
Their Lord. It's their Lord now.
Yeah, they gotta try. Demonic Force is already out. Kid Bubba is on top of Ryzel.
No
He's
reset.
going to use his wand as quickly as possible. NetherRealm is going to keep Carvey alive as they're trying to delay this for as long as possible.
Reset.
And Ryzel kills Kid Bomba. They reset the Lord, and this is a success. Zorn has bought just enough time, and Chibi is back in the fight to chase down Sawo. What the? Oh my God.
What is going on?
Hey.
Please.
Back-to-back team fights. You gotta have to hand it to Ryzel.
My poor little voice. Come on, this is day one of me doing play-by-play, man. Come on!
Ryzel survived Kid Bomb once again, and that's Immortality action they was able to punish, and they were able to reset. Big props to Warlord for sure. Big props to Ryzel as well. And they have bought enough time to beat Chibi to come back. Magistor is still alive though. So, Homeboys. This is not a guaranteed Lord.
Oh, Sawo, he's going to be pushing Warlord in. Penalty zone lands onto 2, but not onto Carvey. Carvey takes out Warlord instantaneously before he gets off. Gets it off in time. Oh, the cut, the final slash from Zorn. Doesn't let Magister get into the pit. They secure another Lord, but Warlord is out for 60 seconds.
Oh my God, this game.
This is game number 1 of this series. The back and forth here. So yes, Warlord is down. Daewoo trying to keep the Lord holding here the best they can. Carvey's still going to be up. Of course, both teams full force can actually still fight if they want to, but this is a beefy Lord here.
Oh, my lungs are in pain as Daewoo's Vault is continuing to push forward. Sabat getting pulled behind the Shadow Stampede. I mean, Chibi, he can tank some damage, but Sawo is the big problem here. He's been catching out Ryzel too many times, and now with this Luminous Lord just getting chunked down like it's absolutely nothing, they're allowing the waves to kind of build up on either side.
They know that without Warlord, there's not much that Homeboys can do because he's the main problem. They will try to push this. They might go for the Megas. They do get it.
Okay, I mean, it's not going to result in a game-end play just yet, but at least another advantage being built up. 1 inhibitor for the side of Dio's Vault, none for the side of the Homeboys. And I don't think they're going to chase this, but for the time being, at least, like Ryzel, he needs some breathing space.
Imagine like winning the Lord fight, only losing 1 hero, which is Warlord. And then all of a sudden, the enemy has the better turrets.
Yeah.
What is this game?
We got a preview of it, 2-3 minutes in. That's kind of what we expected. And at this point, this is where the itemization juggling goes around, and that kind of falls into place. But relatively what we're going to expect is in the next 70 seconds, Lord's going to be up, both teams going to battle it out. Now, advantage-wise, Daewoo has that 1 turret standing, right? They can hold on to that. That is still an advantage here. But, man, right now, a lot of these exchanges really what matters and how they build up. One of the hardest things that I see, even for Daewoo, is the fact that Zorn, for the most part, sometimes he's using the final slash just to keep Magister away, right? So you have to be able to play into that, to get around that. And not to mention, once again, if they lose Carvey, they, can you even fight from that point?
Exactly. I
wanted to say no, but at the same time, Kid Bomba just comes up with something as well as the Faramis.
yeah,
Sunset Lover, like
That's exactly it. That's exactly it, right? Because again, it's one of those like slight feints that we've been seeing from Deus Vault that kind of like draws attention from the homeboys, and then the next thing you know, Sawo goes for the flicker implosion play, and they layer it in a sense where somebody's gonna go for the feint, somebody else is going to try and get on top of Ryzel to get all of his resources.
Man, what do you even expect from this game, right? Well, one thing for sure is the Lord fight. Unfortunately for Daewoo, they have a better lane down bottom just because of the fact that they took out the inhibitor. And I believe Sepat is already setting up for the slow push onto the long lane. He might meet Lapu Lapu, which is not a problem at all. Or is it? Implosion committed!
Yep, they've already committed. They want to take out Subbot as soon as possible. They've got Zorn. Penalty zone already coming out, forcing out the Nether Realm. As Chibi's trying to get on, Kibamba jumps back out. Warlord's in the fight. Final Slash is already done for. And Warlord finds Carvey! It's too late. He didn't buy his items in time. They're trying to make a run for it. Ryzel gets the free hit in the meantime as Warlord finds a double. And Sawo getting on top of Ryzel. It isn't enough. Sunset Lover chunks Ryzel out. And even the immortality is broken from it. Crosser trying to get on out of there too. Zorn trying to slow him down. Sawo pulling Ryzel out of the fight. And Sunset Lover takes him out. It's a 2-for-2 trade once again.
Unbelievable. What a play from Sawo. He pushed Ryzel to the loving arms of Carvey. Obviously, the Tiger will not have enough, right? Against the Brody. This is a tank. But what he did was to bring the opponent to his teammate. And honestly, Daewoo got the better end of the deal because now Ryzel is responding for 11 more seconds slower than Carvey.
Oh man, we'll see again if either of these teams can actually go ahead and get this advantage for this Lord Dance, but what a play, and also...
no Zorn. No immortality.
Again, Sawo.
He's sucked on in. Straight away, Warlord is forced to jump into it. Three-man implosion once again. Netherrealm comes out, and Zorn, he's done for it. The stacks built up by Sunset Lover. It's starting to outscale the entire composition. The Toys Boy Sauce is going to reduce a little bit of healing, but it's not going to do much at the end of the day as Warlord can't necessarily peel the entire team off of Chibi in the meantime. Someone has to clear down that bot side. Ryzel isn't coming back up anytime soon. Finally, Sunset Lover finds the kill, and Warlord, he's done as much as he can, but the waves are so messed up.
Yes, they want to make the beeline towards the mid. They have so much minions, and they don't have the mage to kind of deal with this.
They got to be careful, though. Ryzel is up.
Oh, my word.
Do they actually just commit to this base? It looks like they're going to plant themselves there, though. Lord is up.
I think they want to trap Homeboys because they know that the only way for Homeboys to kind of contest the Lord is to turn onto heroes. And Daewoo wants to set up traps.
Or they're looking to end this.
They can end it.
They've got the man advantage.
So
Here we go. Carvey gets hit. But straight away we see the play being made by Kimbomba and Sawo. Pulled in Netherrealm to end it all. GG, well played. Deus Vault take game one.
What a battle here between these two teams. Finally ending there with decisive action from Daewoo.
What a disgusting game this was. Absolutely nasty from both teams.
At the end of the day, as Ryzel, you would wish you had Purify.
Yeah, you said it earlier.
I said it earlier. I'm going to say it one last time. My goodness, but gonna have to hand it to Sunset Lover. And some of the, emotional mistakes, I would say that as the Team Homeboys had to suffer, especially that base push where all of them got torn apart literally by Sunset Lover. I'm out of words. I mean, how do you even analyze that? There are some games where it's so one-sided that there's not much that you can analyze. This game, it cannot be summed up in just, 8 minutes of analysis. Impossible.
I'm at a loss for words. I really am, because there are definitely moments where Homeboys were like, this composition might actually work out. They found the linchpin, and then, oh no, I got knocked up by the Lord. Oh no, I stand too close together, and I final slash Sunset Lover into us, which causes our minion to die. It's all these tiny little details that honestly made the difference for Daewoo.
And even with that, I'm not sure who you guys' MVP is, but Sunset Lover to save the game there.
Yeah.
Hey, man, again, a performance time and time again. There it is. He knows it. And even Kim Bomba, the fact that he was able to get that Lord earlier, but sends Sunset Lover here, man, I can't even speak because the plays that he was able to pull off to stay in the game was just simply amazing. And like you guys mentioned, even the damage, you have to respect it, even though it's just a fair miss here.
Yeah. We're going to see through the highlights, thankfully. And there will be so much this game. I wonder if they are going to give us skirmishes because the skirmishes are quite long, right?
It was honestly painfully long, right? I mean, even at the start of the game, you would have imagined that like this is a kind of interesting comp from the side of Homeboys.
Yeah. You know that they planned for it. I mean, there is some merit to taking this Phobius, and you see that how good it is against Faramis when it comes to like whittling down the shields because you deal AoE damage anyways, and you just jump into the backlines and then allow your teammates to just get back. But at the end of the day, the Sunset Lover, the Faramis, is a problem. That was a maniac that was just spoiled by Rizal. Look at this. It was just knocked out. Basically, that's it. That's the story of the game. It was just literally knocked out, and then eventually they lose this fight. And it'll be wonderful implosions that you're going to see through this game. But even better, Sawo with his... there were so many alley-oop plays that we're going to see. Right? For example, this one, Sunset Lover pulling back Chibi, and then there's already the follow-up. Sunset Lover was very on point with the Shadow Stampede, and everybody was. Rizal actually managed to outplay Kid Bomba in many occasions in this game, but there will be so many times where he would wish that he had the Purify. And then another team fight, for whatever reason, everybody was just dropping. And look at Magistor. It's being very difficult to deal with because he wants to go to the backlines. Now, you would think that they win this, right? Honestly, if they leave Sunset Lover here, they might have had a better shot because of the passive. But man, they got destroyed. And even after all of those winter trenches wasn't enough. Look at this. I think this will be the Alio play. Rizal will be able to run away from this, I believe, for now. Then Sawa will just stay in front of Rizal. And then the communication between Sunset Lover. Nobody's stopping Sunset Lover there. Look at that Alio. Beautifully done. My goodness.
Yeah. Personally, I think it just shows great chemistry, great communication from the 100%. Side of Daewoo, and to a point where even the Homeboys like trying to get creative with their composition, it started to really narrow down in comparison to like the mobility options that we see from the draft of Daewoo.
31 minutes, man. This I don't know about you guys, but for me, watching those highlights, watching those team fights unfold, that definitely had to be some of the longer ones, you know, that we've seen just kind of unfold here in place. And really, I like these lineups that they decided to both draft for this situation.
Yeah. My goodness. And you would think that this will be a game where it's like already one-sided towards Homeboys because of the start that they got. And then eventually, late game, you would think that, okay, Daewoo has a better scaling. But then again, Homeboys are fighting well to the point where you think, okay, they can actually do this. But after some of the, just not even mistakes, right? But it's just like emotions just raging, lack of control. And you would think that hindsight for us, for casters, it is far too easy for us. Just don't fight there. But from the perspective of the players, with everything that's at stake, right? They would wish that they ended the game and they will not have the best judgment possible. Still, I would say Daewoo is such a big contender as well as Homeboys. I know for sure that this will be a very tight series, but with 31-minute game 1, what do we expect from game 2 and game 3? What, another 40-minute match?
I don't know, man.
Just pain. Just pain for me. Just agony.
Because even those team fights, right? When you're spitting the fire, the play-by-play there, you're like, man, they're still going.
They're still going. And the crazy thing is, like, you would imagine that these fights would eventually come to a pause at some point of time. Even when you have death timers that are going above a minute, like, come on. They still hold on to every little inch of space.
But I think that's, again, you know, when you have a lineup like this, both sides here, and you're trying to, we were talking so much about the gold lane, those being the priority of the damage, but then eventually it evolves, right? It evolves, especially with Sunset Lover again, being able to pop off with the damage, provide a ton of it. And the same thing could be said even on the other side for the Homeboys, but still, it all came down to those momentary fights, right? The decisions that they made, the placements, again, the communication, and we always talk about this too. The synergy between these teams, these players, is really what stands out here, right? Now, of course, Homeboys has it. I mean, all of the teams here in the world stage have it, but this specifically comes down to, hey, Daewoo just pulled it off better this time. So if we are going to think about the game ahead of us, game number 2, and what we saw unfold here in game 1, who's to say that they don't have a similar lineup? But, you know, I don't even think this garners the bans for some of these specific heroes, right? They're still probably going to slip through for the most part because, you know, I like to call the lineup, usually when there's like 3 tanky boys, I call it the beefy boy lineup.
Yeah.
This is like something even else. I don't even know what to call this. This is like 5 tanky heroes.
Exactly.
Death ball composition.
Exactly.
I haven't seen a composition like this since what?
A while.
I don't want to say. I would imagine this was looking a little more like M1 even,
M1,
you know?
yeah,
Where
exactly.
it's like Rock Hylos to kind of have that type of composition, just to run for it and fight.
Well, look at this, right? The bomb. The Bomba mentality. So from King Bomba, it means a lot to get acknowledged. But of course, for me, this is not enough. I'm here to win M5. I'm also hoping for a comeback against Homeboys. Hey, right now, they're leading, right? And with that, you also have to just acknowledge the fact that, you know, this player alone is a integral part of their success up to this point, right? He plays a massive role here, so it's great to see. And also, speaking of great, we have Kyrie. Kyrie, the quote, Homeboys is getting better. We scrimmed with them a fair bit before M5. I personally predicted that they would win against Geek Fam.
Yeah, and you know, all of these improvements from the teams, like specifically for Homeboys, they've come a long way, and then they're drafting super duper well. I'm very much surprised about Daewoo, though. I mean, they came from out of our radar, basically.
Yeah.
Then when they came here, everybody was, you know, there was a word in the street that Dave was actually pretty strong. Even some famous analysts, famous coaches are saying that when they scrim against Daewoo, they find them really, really strong. And I think that now we are seeing the product. It's just, you would wish to see both of these teams in the knockouts, right? Yeah.
Again,
but there's a straight up chance. I think that if Daewoo wins 2-0, they have a very strong chance to go with Homeboys. If Homeboys does not lose against the OB, something like that.
Yeah. Things have to fall in place,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I mean, we're at the point. It's always like when you get towards the end of the group stage, certain things can happen. There's chances for tiebreakers and everything else. But you know, I really like this about even when we had the M5 wildcard and where we highlighted these regions that let's say that a majority of people don't have their eyes on. Right? You can't catch all these regions playing Battle Now, but that's what we love about the world stage here, where you get to see. Wow, that competition really on this side of the world is getting to a certain level. They're catching up. They're getting better. There's these names and these players, coaches, and everything else that you really need to keep your eyes on, right? This is the exciting part, I always feel like, about the M series.
Of course, but also it does bring... I'm thinking further into the future here. I'm thinking for the fact that like this might end up, for some of these regions, emerging regions, with such powerhouse teams really setting themselves apart from everybody else because of the world stage experience and scrimmages that they get, that it might just become another Todak situation where they dominate they dominate for so long, and teams like the Homeboys who are good and talented always get pushed underneath the water because of how dominant they are. It took Homeboys a total of three and a half years to get to the point and sacrificing some of their core members, Malaysian players, to get better ones to elevate their gameplay.
And I still feel that Homeboys, what they did was probably one of the best moves ever because they imported Indonesians, right? So that the language barrier will not be that much of a problem. Particularly though for Daewoo, I've heard that they have mixed nationalities as well.
Yes.
But they're the same region. If I remember correctly, Kid Bomba was from Germany. I read that from the article somewhere. Like he wants to be recognized not only as a player for Daewoo, but also as part of Germany, right?
Yeah.
Which is crazy. And then you have Carvey from, I believe he's a full, I think he's a Filipino citizen. Or Philippine rib.
This is where it gets tough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even me. I have a dual passport. was born here, moved there. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's kind of what it is. But ultimately, at the end of the day, all these guys, all these players here, all these teams are connected by MLBB, right? And they're able to go ahead and figure out this type of synergy no matter where they're from, right? But obviously, they make it work. And that's the amazing part of it. And again, when you're comparing it, especially who they're up against, Homeboys here, and like you said, Gideon, you know, it took a while for them to get to this point. And really, you kind of have to wonder, going back on that point, you know, you teams getting kind of shadowed because one team dominates for so long, you know, how do you actually solve that? You know, how do you technically handle that?
Well, technically, that's what Wildcards was introduced this year for this exact purpose, to have a little bit of a taste. And that's why we're seeing teams like Little Gun come into the scene, teams like Umbrella Squad, Imperial as well. So many great teams just that we don't get to see on the big stage just yet, having at least a chance to make it to, you know, being better than great. But it's time we get into the drafting phase, and well, good luck to you, Wolf. I'm gonna give my hats off. You know, more than enough respect. I know you're public enemy number one, but this is a tough one.
Gideon's got to get ready after that last one. He's got to rest up, hydrate. You never know if it could be the same thing, but we are going to be loading into the draft here, game number 2. We'll see how things fall into place. Homeboy's going to be on the blue. We have Daewoo on the red. Draft-wise, 1-1 being taken out. Nolan. I'm wondering, too, if one of these teams wants to take out the Faramis.
Yes, I actually would want to say that. I think the Faramis should be the ban for Homeboys. This is not the first time that Sunset Lover was phenomenal with the Faramis. Even if you look at their qualifier for M5, it was one of the heroes that Sunset Lover plays a lot. So I'm actually very much surprised that Homeboys let it through. And I believe that it was the biggest problem in that previous game, especially when you see Daewoo ban the Lilia on their third ban. It made a lot of sense. So maybe instead of the Angela for Homeboys, it should be the Faramis.
It would be an interesting adjustment, right? But I feel like at least for the Homeboys, what's the takeaway from game number 1? Because it's like you start building upon the things that you learn from the previous games, and I feel like to a certain extent, game number 1 is like, oh, boys, kind of unlucky. Don't worry, let's move on.
Yeah. Wow, they banned the Baksha instead. They may be eyeing for the Faramis, so they will not ban Lilia this time. That's what is going to happen. Perhaps what they will be banning probably might be Bruno, in fact. Or no, they pick it up themselves. So, yeah, I don't think it's either the Lilia or the Faramis. I think both of those mages will be open.
We'll see if they're open. Again, last ban here for the first phase coming out in just a bit from Daewoo. Also makes me wonder, too, with the Baksha ban, like maybe, I don't know if Homeboys actually wants to do this, but pick up an Angela or go opt for some of the healing heroes, you know, that healing meta that we saw so much of before. Oh, there's the Angela ban. So, good answer from Daewoo. They take that out. Now, yes, Bruno's open. Faramis is here. What do you think, Wolf?
Oh, it's Joy instead. Oh, obviously, we forgot about that hero. But then again, that still opens up Faramis and Bruno, which I think it's still pretty good. Or, what if Daewoo rushes the Minotaur? Maybe perhaps third pick.
Minotaur third pick and not just... I mean, I feel like if we really had to force a roamer out now, you might as well just go for something like Kaja or Franco, right? I mean, that's like, you know, maybe this is just me looking at the surface and being like, okay, that's enough for me, right? That's the solid answer.
For sure. But that also means Daewoo can pick up... that means Bruno and Faramis should be the top priority now. And they're really talking about it. There's also a merit of taking the Valentina earlier on, because it's also a hero that they would... okay, well.
That works. So is this Faramis just going on the other side? You know, like, is that the sure answer, or do you still wait? Because so far, too, you know, something I've been personally happy with is seeing Gord pop up, right? Obviously, usually an answer, even when Valentina is there, right, to handle that into that situation. Not sure if you really want to go that, because, again, playstyle, considering the playstyles here, and even from the previous game, that's one of the downsides of Gord, right? You really have to play from a distance, and you're very susceptible to, you know, all these different angles.
Yeah, I wanted to say that maybe they take Faramis, Terizla for sure, Terizla. But now, I think Daewoo might really just get the Minotaur. It's so weird, right? Because I'm saying that typically that's the Franco, that's the Kaja that you answer against this Joy. But at the same time, I think that Daewoo's playstyle is more about like keeping together Carvey, like peeling for Carvey. Surely you can do that with Franco and Kaja, but no other roamer does it better than Minotaur. And at the same time,
Fight for the
okay.
ultimate
Ooh, Hilda to counter the Joy, but this might be too early.
I was gonna say, is that a little too early, or is that?
I don't mind it because both Joy and Terizla have already been shown for the side of Homeboys, right? So in terms of quote-unquote flexibility here, I don't see Terizla going into the jungle anytime soon, right?
Yeah.
Or being flexed into any other role. So at least you know, it's like, okay, we're going to harass you. Let's see what the response is in the bans.
Yeah.
They might ban Tigreal eventually, maybe second ban. The first one might be just Cho, because it's a Zorn special. Understandably, because they don't have the best dive.
As soon as Gideon said that, I was like, did I recall in the wild card there was a Roam Terizla?
You know,
I'm
I'm just going to pretend. No, I totally didn't see it there.
So, you know, going back to it again, Ixia is going to be banned out here. Obviously, gold lane still left up for grabs for Homeboys. We'll see how they want to kind of navigate this, knowing that, yes, you are against a Bruno. We saw the Brody in the previous game. And, you know, even with this lineup, okay, they don't take out another gold laner, they take out the world.
Yep. Okay, what do you ban? You ban maybe Martis for Homeboys. And if you're doing your research, you would see that Daewoo actually has one assassin jungler, which is the Lancelot. Whether or not that will be the ban, will be, you know, I think it's just between Martis as well as the Lancelot when it comes to the bans, because you want to limit Magister heroes. And to be fair, I think he played the Martis really well the previous game, despite them like losing so much. But I think the general idea of how they wanted to play it just makes sense with that hero.
I think that if they really have to decide between these two types of heroes, it's one, do you have the confidence to kind of like make the Lancelot work? And if not, let's just keep to our philosophy on the Martis in general, right? Homeboys, they deny the option. Now it's like, you better be confident now, or you go back to utility junglers.
Yeah. Okay, there's an option for Daewoo to go back to the Arlot or Lapu-Lapu for Kid Bomba. Both works well. But there's also the benefit of getting the Edith so that you have additional peel for the for this Bruno. At the same time, you have Shred for the shields of the Faramis. But I think that picking up the Lapu-Lapu is just A-okay for Daewoo. Especially because you can use it to kind of deal with the Faramis ultimate. I wonder though if... Do they pick up something like a Tyroth actually in this particular game?
That'd be very bold.
Exactly. But it's a massive burst that Joy might not be able to stand.
Thorns remain.
Oh, there is
a Lancelot.
Yeah.
As expected.
Okay, I guess they want to see what the entire composition of what Homeboys want to do before considering the lock-in, right? Because again, as you mentioned before, Arlott is this S-tier pick that's able to kind of really start disrupting your opponents and really isolate the fight in case, you know, we do see this droid kind of dive a little too deep.
Yeah. I want to see Tigreal for Homeboys. Hopefully not carry, but carry makes sense. I think if you want to win this, you want to pick up the Claude, but it might be countered easily afterwards. But that is kind of the safest pickup coming from Homeboys. It gives you late game. It gives you a way to end the game. If you are concerned about the Hilda, however, you might want to consider picking up the carry. If they go Irithel, and there's the Minotaur.
There's the Minotaur you guys were talking about earlier, but this time it's going to be for Homeboys.
That's right.
Irithel, again, gets picked up, and for a while, you know, Irithel was constantly picked up, right, for the most part. And it works also if you think about, you know, you're going to be possibly dealing with Nether Realms from Daewoo. When it's stolen, you could work, you know, with the heavy crossbow into that. But still, placement-wise and everything else, you know, things still have to fall in place for them. So, answer-wise is going to be the Lapu-Lapu.
Makes total sense. It still is good versus the Irithel. Obviously massive against the Faramis Nether Realm because of the additional damage that you get out of that. I wanted to also take note that Irithel is a hero that kind of works with the Minotaur because he kind of slowly siege. It's like a moving box. It's very much alike what the opponents about like a Daewoo wanted to do in game number 1.
Yeah.
So it's like a flip of the switch here. Whereas Daewoo, they are going to be relying on their early game invades. How good is Sawa with a Hilda? Because Sawa's phenomenal with setup heroes, but with a different category. It's like it's a pocket strategy. It's a invasion kind of hero. Is he actually good at it?
Yeah, I think we have to see if he's able to actually put the pressure on, you know, where he needs to, and also at the same time peel, or is he going to be more aggressive? That's always the question with this Hilda, but now we'll see it all unfold once again. Heading into the Land of Dawn, game number 2 here. It's up to the match point for Daewoo. Can Homeboys turn it around? We'll see how it all unfolds once again as both teams get it situated.
All right, Homeboy's going to be starting on their purple buff side of the map, and Daewoo going to be on the same top side as they start orange. Now, in these types of situations, I'm just hoping, at the very least, the early game is going to somewhat look a lot better for, at least for Daewoo's fault, right? Because once we start getting into the later stages, that's where I start to get concerned for them, because let's talk about scaling for an example, right? If it does go into that 30-minute level game, then okay, at least Farm Mystic will have value.
Homeboys will have, actually both of them will have scaling from their junglers. I would say Joy is much stronger in the latter portions of the game compared to a Lancelot, just because of the AoE damage and the fact that it's magic based. When it comes to gold laners though, we gotta give to Carvey.
The last auto attack. Why was the projectile so slow? He already flickered. He thought he was out, but still, first blood falling into the hands of Daewoo's Vault, and now Sawo gets to get on top of GB for free.
Retribution used this time. So was there? I knew it. So he went for CDR for this for Chibi because he definitely needs that. Okay, who wins this? Who won it? It's Magister.
Yep, Magister now having a pretty significant EXP lead over Chibi and is winning a majority of the neutral POIs, right? He's already got the Lethal Wander. He made sure that no invades were actually happening from Chibi's side. And as we start looking at the items here, again, most starts, it's about getting boots quick, right? Nobody's greeting out in their lanes. Nobody's like, I'm going to force out the House Claw as soon as possible, even for the gold laners.
And you know what's interesting about it too is Sunset Lover this time around, being on this Valentina, you actually can choose, I feel like, relatively from 3 ultimates here, right, from Homeboys. You can work around, depending on the situation. Right now, he's holding on to the penalty zone for this first turtle take. But there's also, obviously, Zorn. You can also use another realm. We'll see how they all play out, though.
Yep, here we go. Brimspider already on. And ooh, straight away, having to force out the nether realm to protect Subbot. Penalty zone, not cancelled, now gets on in. Especially for Chibi, electrifying beat so close to killing Kid Bomba. They don't find the tray. Kid Bomba gets the shield and manages to walk away somehow, some way. Warlord on the run, and Magister going to commit. Zorn finally getting 4 and getting them in Owen Fury, allowing Chibi to find his own trade against the Magister himself. Looking to run around, but Sawo, with the power of the Wilderness Blessing, he is just so tanky and he sustains through all of the damage.
Still is a lead for Daewoo though. They are able to get the first blood, and not only that, they are faster when it comes to like farming. Then again, Homeboys, the fact that they took out Magister, that's actually something of a positive note for Chibi, because it kind of means that there's a little bit of slowdown when it comes to the farming of the Lancelot. I would still feel that early game belongs to the Lancelot though, because he's way faster farming. But Chibi, any kill that he gets in the first 8 minutes of the game, that's golden.
Yeah, not only that, but also the hard part here for Daewoo is really finding out where's our entry points, right? Obviously, Sawo's going to be jumping around. You also have Kid Bomba doing the same thing, but really, you know, that's extra work, right? It takes extra finesse even for Magister to pull off this Lancelot once again until you have the gold laners battling out. But that's why even right now, oh, hold on, top side. Should be fine, but Turtle going for it.
Yep, it's going to be a 50-50 here. Magister has a significant advantage. And yep, Thorn Rose straight away into the Retribution, securing the very first Turtle, but now a committed fight as Sawo gets right on top of Warlord. Perfect execution, straight into it with Kid Bomba to finish off the kill. Penalty zone came a little late, but with the iframe, it's just too much. Chibi able to dash away just in time. And with the losing lane on top side, things are not looking good for the Homeboys here. Carvey is going to get some damage down, but luckily, with the explosive crossbow, able to clear up those waves just in time.
That'd be pretty good. We're pretty comfortable for Daewoo, actually. And in a very good spot where they have the early game headed to them. And Sawo didn't even have to like invade. Now he's very tanky and there's no one that can punch him. See? And now Kid Bomba, very early invade.
Yeah, he's going straight for it, right? With the assist he has and with the Festival of Blood, he sets it up to get on top of Warlord. Penalty zone on top of Kid Bomba so far. Sunset Lover is out of there, but that's going to be a trade. Kid Bomba sacrificing his life and maybe even a second kill falling into the hands of the Homeboys. It's going to go over to Subbot, and Sawo continue to put some work into Zorn, but that motivational roar is just keeping him topped up.
Nevertheless, they were able to invade it and get the purple buff. So I think that's a lot of like, obviously losing Kid Bomba is like the mistake there for the Daewoo.
Yeah.
They will lose a lot of like tempo because of that play. However, the fact that they took out another purple buff from the Joy, it kind of just expands the lead for Magister, who went it for War Axe. Interesting.
All right, now Chibi, he's getting chunked out by Sawo. Sawo's damage is still relevant in this stage of the game as Kid Bomba wants to get back in on top of Warlord. Gets cancelled down, manages to land the stun. Woo! Instantly.
Beautiful.
Warlord just did not want to commit with the ult. He's like, all right, just take my life. It's fine.
Yeah, there's a lot of skirmishes happening here, right? And really it's a pendulum between the both of these teams, but right now, still Chibi just trying to hold down that mid lane.
Good spacing so far. Magister still level ahead, and finally the Starlium Scythe is complete. Topside, however, this is it's starting to get really dangerous, right? We are starting to see Deus Vault actually get a significant lead, especially in the early game.
Man, it's so intense, man. And I gotta say, Daewoo are already taking their check boxes when it comes to like their win condition. It's gonna be up to Homeboys and how they are able to use Ryzel.
Sawo.
Done some significant damage. Kid Bomba will be able to take the tier 1 down on the bot side of the map. The tempo seems to be very, very different for both of these sides, and Magister very confident he could get back in. They're trying to slow him down, electrifying beats, they take away the turtle, but I don't think Daewoo really mind. Take the turtle. That's not exactly our biggest priority.
Yep. Just take it away. They, they have a comfortable lead at this point. 6.5 minutes in, 2K ahead, they're working, they're putting pressure on Chibi, trying to slow him down a little bit. Again, one of the strengths of this Joy is how fast you can farm, but also, like this, Zorn in trouble.
Yep, and Fury is going to get committed as Sunset Lover tries to get on top of Ryzel. Penalty zone. Kid Bomba, in the meantime, going to chunk out Zorn. No Flicker, no Fury.
Oh, man, this guy's good. I think Kid Bomba with his Lapu Lapu, catching up steam. I think, especially with how he performed yesterday against Geek Fam, and now proving it again that it's not like just a fluke.
Yeah.
Now he's actually in control of the game, back-to-back games. And look at how aggressive he is. This Lapu Lapu should have been banned out by Homeboys, and especially because they rocked the Fairmiss. But now, they will have to deal with it. I think until the latter portions of the game, Kid Bomba will have a lot of impact.
They've made the choice, basically, to deal with the bomb.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what's happening, and that's how he plays this Lapu Lapu. I love to see him play it this style and this aggressive. He's just got to make sure at the same time, he doesn't get overzealous later on in the game and cause, that disadvantage for Daewoo with the lead that they have. But so far, everything's kind of fallen into place here. And if you notice as well, Sunset Lover, for the most part, majority of these ultimates, is that penalty zone. So even just to keep Chibi at bay, to kind of slow him down and let Magister to work around the map and for the rest of the team to do things that they want to do to get that advantage in terms of space or resources like the buff. This is all part of the plan here for Daewoo.
Yeah, it is a little part and parcel for them, right? I feel like, especially for Daewoo, there's no point taking unnecessary risks. The people who you want to get ahead are getting ahead. People like Carvey, for an example. Magister, even though he's died 2 times, at the very least, Kid Bomba is making a name for himself on the opposite side of the map. Now, Magister is going to go for the split push as the Lord has already spawned, and it's really not going to result to much as he still maintains his lead over Chibi.
Very smart base. Now, I think Lord 1 is still Daewoo-sided. Let's just say that there's no lead whatsoever. It's just natural. I think that overall, Homeboys don't necessarily have enough tools to deal with it, especially because they're rocking the Joy anyways. They're going to have to wait for level 2 Lord, where both of the junglers are already maxed out when it comes to EXP. And obviously, you have 3 items up on Chibi, which kind of hurts a lot. Like, nobody can stay in front of the Joy anymore. So that's gonna be the timing that they will be waiting for.
We'll see how they all play out. Again, first Lord here. We'll see if Daewoo is able to secure it. But Zorn could be the starter of this fight. Kid Bomba gonna jump in.
Oh, Flicker on Flicker.
Yeah, it's looking good. He gets on top of Warlord. He should be able to secure this kill, no problem. No, jumps in, doesn't get the kill at all. Netherrealm already been slowed away by the IMU. Zorn goes in for the Minoan Fury. As Subba comes in with the penalty zone to slow them down. They don't find any trades, but Zorn is already dead. No Flicker as well. They get one more into Subbat as well. And Deo's Fall just punishing the Homeboys tit for tat every single time.
Sunset Lover, can he survive?
No.
Okay.
No, Chibi runs him down with electrifying beats, and they will be able to secure this Lord with no issues, no contest whatsoever. Ryzel's not going to die here, is he?
Yeah, I don't think so. That's the turret. I think they're fishing for Chibi. Speaking of tit for tat, Gideon, I like what Daewoo is doing. Because the way that they drafted this, they have the Hilda to initially deal with the Joy, but now he can actually be in front of Ryzel. That's why I thought that the Claude might be a better pickup, because you can see how many problems this Irithel has to face. He's not even picking up something like Demon Hunter Sword to kind of deal with the Hilda. So Hilda is just staying in front of the Irithel, which kind of alleviates the pressure onto Kid Bomba, because Kid Bomba is usually designated to the gold laner.
Yeah.
Now he can be what he is designated to be, which is to be a problem for the Theramis instead.
Yeah, not only that, but again, the assertiveness from Kid Bomba is really working out for a lot of these team fights to break out, where it gives them that space advantage to work around with. Now, it is only the first Lord. They're going to go ahead and make it work as much as they can, get a couple of turrets, and work around the map. But really, Homeboys is kind of scrambling, right? They're playing to the tune of Daewoo right now. Now, the one thing that could really change that as well is if they're able to get a great Minoan Fury off, once especially that Flicker is available, because so far, guys, we haven't seen the gold laner shine just yet, right? This is a Wind of Nature being picked up for Ryzel. He could turn the tide of some of these fights if there's an overextension even from Daewoo.
Yep, electrifying beats coming out from Chibi's side, and as you mentioned before, right at the beginning of the game, that Homeboys want to kind of play around this box, right? Daewoo's Fall, on the other hand, now kind of devolving to that strategy, especially since there are no more tier 2s to actually worry about. It's just inhibitor turrets left. They have all the control that they need.
This is the real benefit when you get the Bruno, right? Especially if you go ahead. I think it's Lapu-Lapu really is the problem right now.
Right now, Sawa just going to chase down Chibi here.
Uh-oh.
Managed there.
Perfect execution already coming out as well. Kid Bomba not going to pull the trigger just yet, but it looks like now is the time that he goes back in. He's got the damage reduction as he's going in and making sure that at the very least he is going to try and force out some resources, right? You can see the rotation from the mid lane, from Sunset Lover, as well as Carvey, and they recognize that Ryzel is able to steal a tier 2 in the meantime. Electrifying beats finds Sunset Lover as Sawo takes the kill onto Chibi.
Is that worth Wolf? At least Chibi gets something there, takes Sunset Lover.
Yeah, I guess if you think about it, like the grand scheme of things, yes. Unfortunately, the shutdown goal was given to a roamer, so it's not like as devastating as it would be. Was it worth it? It's probably break even at best.
Okay, well, with that, Carvey also picking up Malefic Roar. This is going to pay dividends for him, because we've seen some of the damage being output here, especially with this even Minotaur on the inside. Okay, hold on. He was actually...
Ryzel got it!
Yeah, Ryzel was able to get it. So with all this, Chibi will now spawn second Lord here up. So they should be able to contest it, right? With the things falling in place, itemization-wise as well. Yes, it's nearly a 7K gold deficit that they're working against, but obviously they still want to go and try to contest this. But look at the positioning here from Sawo.
Yep. It's a problem now. This Ryzel is important.
Yep, he's going to make sure that Ryzel is getting monitored each step of the way, and now they start intercepting them inside their own jungle, right? Supply get brought down to 50% of his HP as Sunset Lover and Kid Bomba start taking space by that L bush, and now that Tri-Brush is cleared, and more importantly, they have an idea of where Zorn is. Daewoo, they're going to back up, take their time with this, and
he got the flicker.
Yeah, he got the flicker out of him. Okay, I'm surprised that it was Sunset Lover who loses his resources.
Still, Sawo waiting patiently there, going to look for his own angle.
Penalty zone already jumping in towards that bad line. Kid Bomba is trying to look for his own, but no, all of a sudden, with another realm, and especially with Electrifying Beast, they take down Carvey. Perfect execution getting denied, as now the rest of the team starting to lose. Sabat's down. Kid Bomba, Carvey, and Sunset Lover already down. Deus Fall are scrambling. Magister finds a double kill on towards Warlord's side, but even so, Ryzel, he's trying his best with some nature to buy a little bit more time. Chibi's back into the fight with another Electrifying Beast. He takes down Sawo. Magister against Chibi in the 1v1 of his life, and Chibi wins it out. It's a wipeout.
A costly fight for Daewoo as well as Homeboys, but in the end, it's Chibi just winning it all. And I think the main problem there was the ultimate coming from Sunset Lover was forced out, as well as the flicker. That meant that when they went in for the Netherrealm play, there wasn't any exchange, and that Homeboys just went in together as 4. The death ball was there. They have the retribution. No way, right?
Okay, I thought it was happening again. I could see the moment that it was about to happen. Thank goodness it falls into the hands of the homeboys, and now they've evened up that score. That gold lead shrunk.
That's what we're talking about. It really is. If Daewoo lets it slip through their hands again, that was a 7K gold lead they had, right? In a moment, just in that exchange, it has now been whittled down pretty much even, right? Across the board. This now, Lord in favor of Homeboys, going to be marching up the top side. And Daewoo now has to kind of answer at this momentum from Homeboys. Real quick, itemization, anything specific here, Wolf, coming through?
Still lack of DHS from Ryzel. I'm actually concerned about this.
Yeah, because now the backline's already getting attacked by the
Chibi.
electrifying beats, but he gets stunned down. Carvey takes it out. No A-OK, no problem. And now this Lord push completely swatted by the backhand of Deus Vault.
It's so weird seeing teams like do that all the time. Like they get the Lord and then they
decide to go.
They decide to go. In between turrets.
Yep, in between turrets as well. I mean, it's just...
Oh, there it is. DHS, finally.
Okay, he's doing some good damage onto Sawo's side, but it's still becoming a problem here, right? Because as much as Ryzel wants the free hit, there's just a lot of ways for Deus Vault to get on top of him. And now that Carvey actually has that Winds of Nature, taking on Ryzel in this 1v1 is very much possible.
That's right. But that is not what Homeboys is looking for. They want the Joy to take care of Ryzel. And as long as there is no Faramis ultimate, they're gonna be, copied NetherRealm. It's gonna be A-OK.
Yeah, I think this is where, again, as they battle
Sword.
out here. Oh, Kid Bomba gonna jump in again.
Yeah, he's jumping on towards Warlord's side. He's handling him as much as he can. As Zorn is taking as much damage as he can. Ryzel is taking out Kid Bomba, but No One Fury does not connect on anybody, even with the committed Flicker 2. So technically, I don't know how worth it that really was.
Well done, Warlord, actually.
Yeah.
He gets out.
Good thing that he got out. Again, this is going back to what I said earlier. It's great when Kim Bomba does that type of stuff, but at one point, it might be at a disadvantage, right? Because you jump in, you expose yourself, you get taken out, and now you're down a member. Yes, Lord is still a little bit of ways. He should be back up for that and everything, but the longer the game goes, you've got to kind of be disciplined, put that in check, or at least if you obviously do jump in, the rest of the team is there to follow up with you, and really Homeboys just kind of played around that really well.
Well, I think the real question is how long can Homeboys kind of keep this up for, right? Last time it was 30 minutes, and eventually Deus Vault was able to edge them out to the very end when it came down to the ultra late stages of the game. So now that with 10 seconds left and the Lord about to spawn,
Sunset Lover.
What's the preparation, right? What is the key that's going to make the difference?
Well, Sunset Lover is going to play a crucial part.
What ultimate does he take?
Yep.
I think the Faramis might be better.
NetherRealm.
NetherRealm.
Okay, here we go. Sawo's already on top of Chibi. He gets chunked down. He's too low. He ends up dying. Ryzel chunks him out. And now with one member down, it's a 4v5. Zorn, he gets knocked out by the Lord. He might have to, he doesn't have to do much just yet, but he needs to get topped up. They might just reset this to look for an upcoming fight. But the waves, bot side, not looking very good. Mid gets shoved out. And now Kid Bomba jumps in for the fight. But No One Fury has already come out as NetherRealm has been popped. They're starting to move forward. Carvey can only do so much. But No One Fury knocks up 3. Now the Winds of Nature comes out. Chibi is already taken out. Kid Bomba. Ryzel ends up dying. What a crit.
What a fight.
What a fight even. I would think that, I already mentioned like Sunset Lover should copy Faramis ultimate, but it's not the case. They didn't need it. And I think that the problem there was Sepat was already poked down very, very low. And that's a massive, massive hero to have in those team fights, because the penalty zone is going to be very important to lock down Carvey so that now Chibi will be able to take out that Bruno. This kind of knocks him down.
Yeah, they're going to push Zorn back here. He has immortality.
All right. I mean, they might just break it here. Electrifying beats have already come out, and that just might be the green light for Deus Vault to start this.
Sunset Lover just walking casually.
Right, Sawo is dead, and now Magister and as well as Carvey are going to try and rush this down. They're running towards it. Sunset Lover, keep in mind, he's got them in No One Fury. He's trying to zone out 3 people at once, while Subpod is keeping an eye on the health bar of the Lord.
Ryzel's back.
Ryzel's back.
Yeah,
They have to go.
He jumps on in, Zorn flickers forward, and jumps on forward, and now with the committed Minoan Fury, another round pops out. Kid Bomba still looking at Warlord. Sorry, Carvey's chucked out low. They turn things around. Sunset Lover knocks them up for the re-engage, but Chibi doesn't let the Lord reset and takes it under the noses of Deo's Vault.
What a play there from Homeboys, able to stall that out. Again, Rizel was gone for a while. They keep from Daewoo from actually initiating, and again, that we're in a position to do that. They had their gold laner, but it would have to come down to the Retribution battle. They can't pull it off, and what is the result? Homeboys gets the Lord.
Yeah. And also you will have to mind the lanes that Homeboys already set up. The bottom lane naturally pushed, so that's a lot of macro advantage that they were able to get, and then the mid lane will be also taken out. Apart from the things that you've said, Naisu, these are the things that Homeboys did perfectly well, and now you're feeling the scaling of their composition. This Joy is going to be a problem. And if you think about it, since they went in for the Hilda stops the Joy in the early game, but in the latter portions, there's no lockdown that can actually take out this Joy.
It'd be rough. Now we're starting to push into the Luminous Lord, crashes into the inhibitor side. Kid Bomba can try his best to clear and hold back these waves, but look, it's staggered. Supply comes on forward with penalty zone onto Kid Bomba, and now the Netherrealm was out. Chibi tries his best to get on top of Carvey. He manages to survive. They're looking for crystals. No more minions. Minoan Fury to disengage the entirety of that team here. Sawo getting chucked down, and now Rizel, he's popped out the ball. He's cropped out the explosive crossbows as much as he can as Carvey tops back up. The crits are actually relevant in these fights. They've taken out 2 for 2 so far, and they back up. Successful defense coming up from Deo's Vault.
Homeboys just, there's no stopping them, right? There's no leash good enough or no chain strong enough to hold the Malaysians down.
Yeah, they're still going to be playing for forcing this mid turret in.
Oh, and there you go. Once again, Supply with the penalty zone, doing it again. Magister with perfect execution gets back out of there, but Sunset Lover is actually kind of low. Ooh, Intertruncheon purchased just in time as Rizel able to close things out onto Sunset Lover. Good night for him as the third inhibitor collapses. Homeboys, 21 minutes into the game, 17-16. Now, no inhibitors for Deo's Vault.
Magister wanted badly to get that orange buff, but is denied of it. Chibi will now be respawning. Good buy time going up from Homeboys, especially because they took out Sunset Lover, and it's 22 minutes into this game now. So death timers, they're quite massive. Magister doesn't have the immortality as well. And here they go, 3 lanes crashing in. Again, no chain strong enough to hold the Malaysians down.
Look, their discipline is fighting. That is, why are you telling us to hold back? There is no reason to hold back this anger, this rage. Zorn flickers forward, Minoan Fury trying to get on top of Carvey, and now the Electrifying Beast chucks him down. Warlord successfully takes him out. Magister using as many dashes and punches to actually survive to clear out these waves, but it's too late. Sawo is next to fall, and nobody can touch Rizel as Warlord takes out Sunset as they push this over to a potential game number 3. It's done. Magister, the last remaining member, and Homeboys farming the stats. Crack that crystal. GG, well played for the Homeboys.
And after another decisive game, Homeboys able to regroup, recoup, and take us to a game 3 here against Daewoo.
Can I just say that I wish this was a best-of-7 series?
That's...
This Gideon?
Whoa, hey, look, I'm telling you, every time I'm doing play-by-play, it's always got to be the hardest, longest-fought games of all time.
We did wish for a game number 3 after watching game number 1. This time, I did not expect it to go this way, especially because of the lineup of Homeboys. But then again, if you dial back in the drafting, when we were talking about the win condition for the side of Deo's Vault, it was definitely in the early stages of the game. But for some reason, they lost control of the game, and that's when you feel that this Hilda loses its team. I would say, though, that they were playing so well. I think that their distribution of tasks was good, like Hilda going in for Rizel, while you see the Lapu-Lapu Kid Bomba was just on point controlling Warlord. But there came a point where Warlord just, went Super Saiyan, it just Ultra Instinct, and he knew where to go. He used the walls to outplay Kid Bomba many times and force him to get back. And in fact, at the 12-minute mark or 13-minute mark onwards, it felt like Kid Bomba didn't have an impact because of how Warlord outplays him.
Yeah, not only that, but, as we wait for the MVP here, even Chibi able to play at, again, he was at a deficit, right? Is he the MVP here? hey, deserving, right? But
yeah.
We got the camera actions going, but of course, MVP gonna be Chibi. As I was saying, he was at a deficit. There was so much pressure on his jungle, the early rotation and everything else. Right. But you have to remember, a lot of this had to come down also what was Sunset Lever going to take for the ultimates. Chibi did a great job at forcing sometimes even the flickers out early on or forcing Sunset Lever back and was able to just play from that deficit he had early on.
Having to secure the premise was very important for the side of Homeboys, and they were given that chance. I kind of doubted this Minotaur pick because there's a Vanity on the opposite end, but my oh my, they played well. Look at this, the first outplay from Warlord, eventually allowing Chibi to get more kills. And the timing of his NetherRealm, hitting up the 3 members of Homeboys, eventually saving the team fight for them. This is one of those turning points, and this was the more important one. When Sunset Lover didn't have the ultimate to copy any, the NetherRealm now allowed them to get into Harvey. The red carpet was already drawn. This eventually will be a very long team fight that only one player survives because of the aggression from Homeboys. Like I said, there's no amount of chains can hold down these Malaysians. Rizal still wanted to fight Sawo, understandably so, but then comes the big boss. Chibi, the only one surviving. Eventually, you'll see the Faramis after this, but it's only because of the cooldown that was out. Then they secured the Lord. Another big team fight in here as Chibi will go to the backlines once again. And look at that Shadow Stampede controlling Sunset Lover and Carvey. Right after the penalty zone, you still have the Shadow Stampede. That's just brutal to deal with. And the thing that Homeboys did after this play, even though it's like very aggressive, they did not let go of the pressure. They continuously pushed, and Rizal did not die afterwards. So that was actually one of the beautiful things that they did, especially the immortality picked up by Rizal. Eventually, he looks very slow as he's hitting that because of a defensive item, but you already know that he already did his job. And then Chibi was there to close it all out.
I think, you know, you pointed out some really good stuff, but despite our MVP Chibi going in really, really hard against Cardi, for the most part, because of what he's been doing the entirety of the game, the fact that he has the tenacity, the fact that he has the Rose Gold Meteor, the fact that he has a team that's trying to peel for him, I think that Chibi was only able to get through at least 65% of his HP. The last 35% comes down to both Warlord and Rizal, sometimes even Subbot, to kind of break that shield early on to look for the finisher.
Yeah. Again, things really fell into place for them because at one point they were, nearly 7,000 gold behind. They kept things disciplined. They punished some of the early aggression and the mistakes or mispositioning, even if you will, from Daewoo, and they were able to get back into this game, of course, and turn things around, and that's where really things fell into place. Even with Rizal, some of those decisive positions that he took early on was able to get key people down, whether it be Carvey or whichever here. But, you know, those things all play a part, and that's why, yes, it was still relatively a longer game than what maybe our average time is, but not as long as the previous one, but still, they got the job done, right? They relatively well with how far they were behind here.
There's so many things that we have to really address in this game, and I think that, you know, if you're a content creator, and probably I would do it, just these 2 games would give you what? Maybe 4 hours worth of analysis, right?
Yeah.
Just the 2 games alone.
Yeah, or even like for Clippers out there, like there's so many good moments in this game that if you really like kind of zoom in with a microscope, like at any moment it could have turned for one side or the other if somebody missed an ability or whiffed an ability.
Yeah, and just watching these 2 teams, I just completely forgot that there's like the likes of like veterans like Onyx, AP Brand, Blacklist, right? You just forget about them because this is like peak MLBB that you're seeing.
Yeah,
like
with a different, it's like a different flavor of peak.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I would call it.
Actually, it does kind of remind me of the last time a Malaysian team has fought against an EECA team, which, if I remember correctly, was Todak versus Navi back in M3.
Right, that was a 5-game series.
That was a 5-game series. Almost I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of similar to this to a certain degree.
I gotta say, Sunset Lover and Sawa was there.
Yes,
and
were.
By the way, I saw you and LaFell hyperventilating all throughout.
Yes, it was not an easy game to watch. It really wasn't, because again, this EEC as a region, they have quality players. They have quality teams like Daewoo, and it's hard to see them come against, you know, our local favorites at the same time. You want both these teams to rise up and succeed.
I just wish there will be like constant like West, like MSC version of the West, you know? Although MSC has evolved to a point where
it's starting to get to a point, yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, like, I hope that they also have their own thing, like, where all of the like NA going up against ECA, all of those teams out there. Farflux eventually, from Turkey, like all of those. Oh, anyways, actually,
So you're talking about like MSC 2.0, but different part of the world, or something?
Something like that.
Have to be a different
something
name
like
or
that.
something.
Or like MWC, Mobile Legends West Cup. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
We can all
MWI
hope.
with all dudes, right? Mobile Legends Western International. Clearly, that's what it was made for, right?
You never know what can happen at this point, right? But again, I like this. I like that we're heading into a Game 3. Because before all this, we talked about what's at stake here for both these teams. But before we head to Game 3, we are going to have to go throw it over to Manjin, I believe, out there for an interview. He's got something to say. Manjin, take it away.
Thank you so much, Naisu. Man, this series is intense. 1-1 for Deus Volt and Homeboys. But speaking of Homeboys, I have here their main supporters, the Flame Boys! From Malaysia, fresh from Malaysia. Can you please introduce yourselves to everyone?
Okay, nama saya, orang panggil saya Papa Frost. Saya berasal daripada Negeri Sembilan. Ni kawan rakan-rakan saya, kami daripada Malaysia. Datang sini bergerak pagi tadi. Baru sampai hari ni terus sokong Homeboys.
So his name is Papa Frost.
Papa Frost?
Yes.
Papa
And
Frost.
He came from the state of Negeri Sembilan in Malaysia. And he just arrived this morning and they came straight from the airport, straight here.
Okay, to cheer. For your information, everyone, they are the official fan base and the official cheering squad of Homeboys. So, how was your flight? How is Manila right now?
Manila setakat ni kami tak dapat rasa lagi apa itu Manila sebab kami sampai je tak sempat nak explore lagi. Terus datang sini, terus support Homeboys, terus bagi yang terbaik untuk Homeboys.
Okay.
So at this point, they haven't had the chance to explore Manila yet. Because, like they mentioned, when they got here, they came straight to the.
So there's no time.
No time.
There's no time. Okay. Just your time. You made it right away here. Now, since you guys are the official band, first of all, I have a question. Why do you support Homeboys?
Sebab Homeboys nombor 1 kat Malaysia masa sekarang ni.
Because they're number 1 in Malaysia at this point.
All right. That's the main reason. Again, since you are the official band, can you give us an example of your cheer? Please. Here we go. Teach us the cheer. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Wait, let me do the intro first. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Flame Boys. It's easy. Three homeboys. Who made the cheer?
We make it simple because we want to attract the crowd.
Sorry, what?
They made it simple because they want to attract the crowd.
All right, can we do that again with the crowd? All right, okay, let's do it again. This time with the crowd. All right, you know how to do it, right? You cheer 3 times, right? And then you say, oh, homeboys. Okay, that's it. All right, let's do it once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Flame Boys! Oh! Everyone, let's go! Homeboys! Oh! Homeboys! Come on, energy! There you go. With a lot of enthusiasm. There you go. Thank you so much, Papa Frost. All right. Any words to the fans of Homeboys back at home watching? Any messages?
Okay, untuk semua penyokong Homeboys yang berada dekat Malaysia, jangan lupa untuk doakan yang terbaik untuk Homeboys. Kita dapatkan balik top 3 dekat Asia ataupun dekat dunia ini untuk pasukan Malaysia.
So for those fans back in Malaysia, don't forget to pray for Homeboys. you'll get at least top 3 in M5.
But are you confident? Are you confident enough that they will be champions?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Okay, that's it. That's it. Let's throw it over to our casters. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Manjin, and also to the Flame boys there. Great to hear you guys chanting. I don't know if this is the first day that, by the way, we've had drums.
Yes,
it
is.
But I love it, right? We're getting to that point where I feel like more and more drums and instruments are going to pop in here for M5. But again, what is at stake here? We're at game number 3. Game number 1, if you guys missed it, that was like a 30-plus minute game. Game 2 has now been secured for Homeboys. They've evened it out. That was a 22-minute game. 2 games with actually very different strategies, right? But nonetheless, a great showing.
Yeah, especially because of the way that they adjusted the draft. I think that right now the Faramis should be like the, that child that everybody was like to.
Right, the favorite child.
The favorite child, like. They're going to be having a tug of war within that because I think it's the prime commodity right now, the 2 teams. It's not because of the nature of the hero, but mainly because of the nature of the teams.
Yes.
You're going to be looking, I think that now we have established both Daewoo as well as Homeboys. They just love long skirmishes. They just love long fights. And who is the king of long team fights? Definitely the Faramis, because the longer the fight goes, obviously your ultimate allows for that to happen, but at the same time you stack up so much on those Ghost Bursters damage.
Yeah.
It's just a big ramp. It's deadly.
Yeah, no, the stacks are always going to be good, but instead of the golden child of Faramis, I'm feeling like it's more of a dead horse. It needs to be banned. It needs to go. People are milking it for too long, and it needs to stop.
Hey, I'm in the same boat as Gideon right now because even there was a point, even back, when I don't even know how many seasons ago this was, but when it was all Faramis Valentina, Valentina.
Yeah, I remember that.
I feel like we're going back here. We took 2 steps forward, we're taking now 3 back, right? We're going back to that point.
Yeah.
I get why it's such a sought-after hero, but and that's the thing is when you only have so many bans, right? And you have these heroes that have been performing so well up to this point. Really, what are you willing to let go? What are you willing to let the other team have? Especially when you go into the blue side priority and then you have the red side, and that has all its statistics that I know you guys as analysts love. But really, that's the question: is if we actually ban out the Faramis, what are we leaving open? And how does that evolve into the draft? And really, when it's come down to now, the best of 1 for this series. Given how both these lineups have changed from game 1 to game 2, is that possible? Is it take out the Faramis, get rid of that, and then build this lineup, build this strategy around something else? Gideon, I know you're very familiar, especially with Homeboys and their playstyle and everything. Yep. Is this the time to pull some type of surprise out?
Well, I mean, considering how they've been playing so far, this has been the surprise since game 1 to game number 2, right? Because very much...
I get it.
They have a very different personality. Yeah. They like to play early game strategies. They like to kind of snowball out of control as quickly as possible, and they are known back locally as the team to do so. One of the most abusive early games as possible. Arguably toxic to some teams who like to play slow, like Team SMG, who had to kind of figure out a way to slow them down. Yeah. But now when you're up against the EECA, who also, they love to fight. They're ready to ego challenge you. They're just as eager to take you on. Yeah. Now comes the real question, how much confidence do you have to get ahead, right? Because now we're at the world stage where these are mechanically talented players, and it's not about outplaying your opponent. It's beyond that. It's can you outplay your opponent?
Can you outplay your opponent? Can your endurance help you out?
Yeah, game 1 was endurance. Game 1 was pure endurance. Exactly. Not only for them, but Gideon as well, but just overall, right? When you're watching team fights like that, that's, really, you only have an answer for that, and that's really just going toe-to-toe and duking it out, right? Whoever comes out on top. And again, that's why I think that whole conversation of Faramis being one of those heroes that allows that to happen, you take it out of the picture, then you lead into a different, kind of draft and strategy here for that. So even going back to what we talked about in Draft 1 with what Coach Fly Solo has done before, and Wolf, do you think this is the time where maybe for Daewoo here, is this something that they want to go with, or is it just really, all right, we know our play style, hey, own boys, we know how you guys like to play, let's just go for it?
potential idea. We haven't seen it the entire tournament. It has been building up to this point, and especially towards the end of most regular seasons around multiple MPLs across the world. What happened to Kadita? Is it time to come to a point where it's like, hey, even if you do get the farmers, if I just one-shot you before the animation is able to go through with the Netherrealm, it won't really matter, right? Or is this just too inefficient of a strategy?
I would say that it's too... There's so many conditions for Kadita to work. And I think if it takes a specialization to kind of merit a pickup. For example, if you're looking at Echo, Backroom C MPLI, they will not think twice taking up the Kirita because they know that it's a hero that is played not only by the player but also by the team. So they know exactly what it does, right? For now, I think teams will just go back to what works as a team. They probably did not scrim with the Kadita. Right, so they probably will think, okay, we haven't really touched upon that. Maybe they have focused on other things, right?
Oh man, that means they've been scrimming with Phoveus in the mid lane this entire time. the thought of that, having like 30, 40 plus hours going through scrimmages, like how many until you're that confident?
That's true, now you think about it. Oh man, I can't imagine.
Right?
I can't imagine.
Lane Prio, don't worry, we just fight.
Oh my god.
I think there's, especially after M5, there's going to be more mid-Phoveus happening in the ranked games out there.
God.
So, with that all said, let's go ahead and jump into the draft here. Game number 3. It's 1-1 for both of these teams. It's all come down to this. We've theorized, we've conceptualized exactly how this could play a part, and if Faramis will actually pop up once again as he is a mainstay in a lot of these lineups. But already, Daewoo on the blue, Homeboys on the red here, 1-1 already banned out.
Okay. Can I be thinking like what do you prioritize even? Especially when the back is open, I think that Daewoo might consider that as the first pick. Also, the Nolan should be another option, which kind of makes me think that Daewoo might leave both assassins open.
I think so. Only because it's like, you know what, that's why else would you go towards that blue side? You find success in game number 1, and then after that game number 2, they brought it close as they could possibly get it to, and then it's just about execution at that point. So I think that at the very least, Daewoo is coming in with a game plan, and now Homeboys are kind of like thinking about it, all right, now that we're on red side, how does this really change? Because this is the first time we're seeing them on the red side against Daewoo.
Your team is banning.
Well, it's not going to be the case. It will be utility junglers, will be the priority. And I'm pretty well sure that the Faramis eventually will be put in the mix. I think it will not be like literally the first pick, but it's going there anyways. Okay. Unless they ban the Phoveus out of nowhere. in this
Do you think that'll just happen? Like, we're tired of it.
Oh yeah, we're just
ban it out.
We're sick of this.
I hate that hero. Let's just not play it.
I'm done with it. We're gonna force Homeboys to ban out the Nolan this time.
And if you think about it. Well, now that I think about it, Daewoo, this is elimination game.
Yeah.
Nolan.
If they lose this game, they don't have a shot anymore.
They don't have it. Do they?
No, because they will go 1 and 2. And then there's already a 2-1.
1 and 2, and there's already a 2-1. You're right. We're going to double check with this with our producers in a little bit, but in the meantime, I mean, let's see what the next man, Angela. Man, I don't know what some of these teams not like in Angela.
Yeah. Hey, they don't want to deal with that hard guard,
Yeah.
It's we saw what happened with Ra recently, where he was just godlike on the Angela, and not to mention just the healing meta. In a way, really the only thing that slipped through for the most part is Minotaur, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see again next ban here for the first phase from Homeboys. But the fact that Nolan is open, is that a possibility for Daewoo here?
Yeah, Daewoo wants that. I think that they played it against Geek Fam, and. To quote one of the players that I will not name, Nolan is the assassin for utility jungler mains because it's easy and there's a slur word afterwards.
Always on the way.
So it's easy and the slur words.
Okay. All
Leave
right.
it to your imagination.
Leave it to your imagination.
It's easy in Slurpees.
Yeah, Slurpees, yeah.
Matilda gets banned out here, which is kind of interesting because now, after, replaying the draft in my head again and again and again, and Daewoo being on that on the red side in the past 2 games, I was expecting maybe they follow suit, right? Get rid of the Lilia and be ready to actually deal with the Faramis all over again. But since they're getting rid of the Matilda, they've kind of opened this draft up. Nolan's available, Faramis is available.
Valentina again.
like all the hot commodities.
There he is. So this is probably just going to be Bruno Faramis.
Yeah, Bruno Faramis.
Is that the safest or is it the Valentina? Like, would you rather go with the Valentina? Even with a Nolan first pick?
I think that Homeboys have proven that they can overcome the Valentina, and what they're going to do again is to overload that Valentina with big ultimates. Penalty Zone, Minnow and Fury, as well as the Netherrealm. I think it's much, So it's Bruno Faramis. Bruno Phobius.
Got him!
40 hours.
40 hours of gameplay,
Okay.
and let's keep in mind that at least now we know that it gets thrown into the mid lane. Now it's like it could go into the EXP as well, right?
Yeah.
So
Still
this
technically flex.
It is, well, quote unquote flex.
Quote
Because
unquote.
now Devu, it'll be interesting to see them really consider some of the options here, right? Like, oh, if I do go for the Faramis, do I need to look for an EXP laner straight away now, or am I getting juked out here?
Yeah. I think out of like comfort, maybe they will just resort to the Faramis, like the Terizla, obviously.
Okay, Kid Bomba finally getting
10 years. That's how much time they will spend this game.
And there's a
Oh, I
Hey,
love it.
I actually like this because I always feel like, Nolan, for the most part, if you are going to draft him, you have to be able to cover like the front and back for the most part, whether it be peel, whether it be initiation. Minotaur, Terizla, perfect heroes to be able to do that, right? Because a lot of the times too, if teams are smart playing against the Nolan, the way that his fracture works and everything else, you're going to try to get the advantage in terms of the objective dances, right? Whether it's the turtles, whether it's the lords, you can actually whittle them down. But with the Minotaur and a Terizla, you put yourself in a better position. And that's exactly why Homeboys is like, hey, let's go with the Martis, right? At least it gives us that utility option as well here.
Yeah. I want to just make sure that the real star of the show is the Bruno, not the Phobius, not the Martis. What they're going to do is just to control the lanes and allow for Rizal to be successful in this. Which kind of makes me think, is there an option where they ban the Ixia for Homeboys together with the Brody? Because it kind of feels like Brody is the priority for Daewoo. And obviously the Faramis that we talked about. You don't want like both the Minotaur as well as the Faramis. It's just impossible to pierce through that.
It's just too difficult. There's just so much you have to kind of get through. The extra HP, the strong CC. I think at the end of the day, right, at least for the Homeboys, you're right, Wolf. They are going to be leaning into Rizal. This is one of the few signature picks where he is just stable on and really knows how to like press an advantage. But that's the thing. That's when you start seeing, okay, early game, you're seeing Martis, early game, Bruno, early game, Phobius. He's kind of there, I guess, right? He's there. Do you want him in the mid lane? Do you want him in the EXP lane? Do you put him into the EXP lane? He's going to be like out of the fights for a good amount of time.
Hey, here's some Malaysian pride, right? So far, there's only 2 Maniacs recorded in M5 Group Stage, and it's from our Malaysian teams.
Oh yeah, you got to get down with the sickness. Wow, it's just, it feels good to have at least something going for us.
Well, there's more than that,
Hey, man, I don't know. The last couple of M series did us dirty. I'm going to tell you that, man. Even MSC wasn't that great. MPLI, woo, not great, not great.
Hey, you're in a new era now, according to what's happening over there, right? And even from Mars and Shamil earlier, we're in a new era. We'll see. We'll see if they can continue onward and you can have more to be proud of.
Yeah. I'm just going to, write off the C-game pills. I'm just, C-game pilled, that's it. That's all I'm going for. But let's look at the second half of the bans, right? Farm is the Valentina. Oh, they also get rid of the Lilithia and the Arlet for the side of Devu.
There's a massive chance they pick up something like along the lines of a Minotaur or, Tigreal or Hilda actually for Homeboys. Just be into the front lines because that's what they need. To go with the Martis, you want someone aggressive. Maybe Cho actually. Well,
wipe out all the injustice in the world.
I don't know if you called that before I heard the wah, or you're just that smart.
I needed to say the word maybe. That's my weakness right there.
I'm learning how to be an analyst over here. I'm observing very well.
Yep. Trying to get the timings right.
I think you want to go Claude instead because you're well protected. Anyways, look at the protection that you have from Daewoo. At the same time, the easier option is Ixia because it's great versus the Bruno.
Yeah, you just lay down the full barrage at that point with a Terizla and a Minotaur.
Right? Especially, and then you can increase hitbox sizes, you can start peeling really well.
Yeah, Brody. By the way, I forgot about the Brody because they use that actually a lot in these situations. But what's that? Beatrix. Oh, Bayanova. Okay.
Huh.
Nova Trix combo. That's what they want.
Yeah, Nova Trix. And there's the response. Paquito.
Oh, yes. Yes. It's good to see that at least for Sapat. Wait, I don't know if he's going to get. Wait, which one is he going to get? Okay. Sapat is going to be getting the Paquito in the EXP lane. Is one of his own signature picks. But again, this is one of those few matchups where it's like there's no real winning against the Terizla. It's same like Terizla versus Benedetta. You don't expect to die in it. It's just wave clear and then rotate.
Whenever it's that matchup, I'm always like, yeah, Paquito's literally just punching a wall. Like he's training for the wall, and then
it's
eventually,
the training arc, yeah.
he's basically gonna split off, and then you'll see if he's able to pop off from there. But again, real quick, Wolf, take us through this breakdown for these lineups.
The Paquito will be the counter to the Beatrix. It's very traditional. If you dial back M3, that was the pick to deal with the Beatrix. It still is. And you have that additional tech that you can actually split push. Because looking at Terizla and Minotaur, the Var, all these stuff that you combine together, there's no actual split push apart from the Nolan, which in a way is counterproductive. You don't want the Nolan to be visible in the lanes, actually, particularly the long lane. Once the Nolan appears there, you can take the objectives. Well, so that's the tech pick.
We'll find out if they're able to pull it off here. It's come down to this, the best of one between Homeboys and Deus Volt. Who's going to come out on top here? Both these lineups very different, even from the previous two games. We'll see how it all unfolds.
All right, here we go. As we get into it, it's going to be Manchester starting off on his purple buff as tradition, but more importantly, forced out to use his Retribution by Zorn. On the other end, we do see that GB started on his own purple buff and will end up on that top side. I've noticed that it has been pretty interesting in a couple of these matchups at the very least that, Homeboys had sort of been kind of leaning into minimizing Kid Bomba, and he has been continued to perform every single time, but now it might be a little different.
If they're able to establish, let's say, early game, right, in terms of having a Nolan, and you can start building that up, start building the momentum early on, I feel like that is going to be troublesome for Homeboys, but that's why I like the fact that you have a Paquito locked in, right? Usually, when we talk about this Bruno pick, it takes a while to build up. You can already see Magister.
He's timing it. He wants to get in. Oh, close. This time, for the first time in a long time, Zorn not giving first blood.
Well, that's the Nolan. Like players would say, it's pretty easy to do. And I think that if you play the Nolan, you'll understand. It's just how it is for some of the newly introduced heroes.
Yeah, you just push buttons and then all of a sudden you do damage.
Yep.
I love it.
That's what you're saying. He's strong.
He's strong.
He's kind of good. He's kind of good. But look at this three-man gank on top side against Kid Bomba. It looks like he couldn't respond in time. Ooh, perfectly laid out Astra's eye coming in from the side of Warlock. But now GB might be in some trouble. Wait, no! Oh, he gets sniped at the very end. That's so sad. He just got the trigger Quantum Charge to get that little chunk of health back, but Sunset Lover said no.
My goodness. You saw the pathing coming out from the Novaria didn't even appear in the map. That's why GB just walked naturally towards his base, not even trying to dodge. I was surprised they can get from Sunset Lover.
Yeah, and now they're going to be starting... Oh, they're going to be starting the Turtle. Chibi is a level down on Magister, but the problem is that Magister is kind of chunked. He recently got his purple, and now they're going back and forth here, but Chibi, he's like, whatever. I'm just going to clear my entire jungle side on the bot and quickly make my way over to this Turtle.
Great reset. Yeah. We've seen... I'm not sure... Oh, yeah, Magister's level 6, so that's a great reset coming out from Kid Bomba.
Yeah, we'll see again who is able to claim this first objective. Both teams kind of getting in position where they can, but yeah, Magister was kind of low. I'm not sure if he actually wants to get in. Oh, hold on.
Oh, interesting. Magister, he's already chunked out thanks to the help of Warlord. And now, wait, GB, he's also low. Oh, the kick coming in from Zoid to save his life. Kid Bomba, unfortunately, all his efforts were paid off with the help of Sunset Lover once again finding the kill. This is not turning out well for either one of these junglers, but still, nobody seems to be able to take this first turtle of the game successfully. Here comes Magister. He should be able to get it. Kid Bomba secures it, and now they back off into their lanes.
Yeah. That's because Magister didn't have the Retribution. But I mean, Kid Bomba, this is one of his signature heroes. I mean, as good as Lapu Lapu was, his Teresa is even better. You see the timing and obviously Sawo just committing the flicker to pave the way for the penalty zone. It seems like typically, the Minoan Fury is like the big ticket ultimate, but this time it's just a setup for the even bigger ultimate, which was the penalty zone.
Yeah, you follow that through, and again, the fact that you have a Novaria on top of it to provide you with a vision, you know, the hitboxes like you mentioned earlier, Gideon, you know, the whole kit itself really complements this whole lineup. And that's not even to talk about later on, right, when Carvey is where he needs to be. So really, for Homeboys, you've got to be in a position to withstand some of this early aggression.
Speaking of which way, the Dragon committed on Sawo, Minoan Fury, but again, they're able to dodge it. Sawo ends up falling down, and now Warlord is committing pretty hard onto Magister's Sty, but he's not going to keep going underneath the Tier 2. Ryzel walking past the Tier 1. He doesn't care about the plates no more. He's going to quickly take care and proxy these minions and quickly hop on over to clear up that lane.
Oh, this is a good invade if they will eventually get it. No retribution for Chibi. Magister is here with his own retribution, so they just give up the fight. Just get out.
Yeah, especially with Kid Bomba nearby. Zoran continuing to just give that information time and time again. Beatrix going to go for the recall for the time being, and back to the lanes they go.
Well, that's what I was saying, right? Like, at some point, with the momentum being built on early on, as long as Homeboys has a response, so far it seems like they do for the most part, and that's also keeping tabs on Ryzel, right? Keeping him alive, letting it farm up the way that he needs to match up later on. Sunset Lover already having these 2 kills on this Novaria will help him scale up pretty quickly here, right? So you got to play around that. Next turtle is coming up in just a couple seconds here, so the positioning is going to be crucial here for Homeboys.
Look at Subbot as he's trying to be annoying against Magister. If he can force the retribution, that'd be great, but here comes the penalty zone. Subbot forced the flicker out, and now Magister is going to go for the chase. He uses his ultra. Oh my goodness! Just another one. Sunset Lover does not miss, but Homeboys will take full advantage and take away the turtle in the meantime.
They did get the big objective, the neutral objective, the second turtle, but they are losing on like EXP. Magister's level 9, might get the level 10 if he gets a kill at the Warlord, which Kid Bomba is just managing so well. No dash is given at all.
He dashes right in the last second. He needs to maintain this. No! The animation is too slow. Sunset Lover continue to be a nuisance in the mid lane falls. And now down by bot side, Ryzel, he's getting chunked out. Zorn managing to get the kill onto Magister's side, even with the penalty zone being committed by Kid Bomba.
Man, okay. Massive play coming out from Warlord. He dodged and eventually dies, but he spent so much of the time of Daewoo. While that happens, Chibi able to push the mid lane. I like that play coming out from Chibi. They're winning the macro this time, and in fact, because of those little things adding up together, now Chibi is strong enough to kind of be pressuring Kid Bomba.
Yeah, here we go. Zorn getting on top of Carvey, but he doesn't have the... No, wait, actually, he does have the Way of the Dragon, just didn't want to commit to it just yet. Rather interesting, but now we see that Subbot continuing to be a nuisance for this team, just proxying the waves constantly.
Yeah, and with that, so that's already the 2 turrets down for Homeboys. The macro level is really what they're after for. Even if they have to give up, you know, some of their bodies here and there to, you know, allow them to get that advantage, that's where they start to choke out some of these resources and lead into that next turtle, right? Because they know also, hey, Magister needs some of these buffs, right, to really be competitive, and that's what they're going for.
Yep, and here we go. Warlord already starting things off pretty strong. I mean, the demonic force is really starting to hurt here. Even Kid Bomba having to commit to the penalty zone was kind of nice, but at the end of the day... Oh, wait, hold on. Sawo getting into the little fight. Warlord now in some trouble. Demonic force comes out with the Minoan Fury is going to slow them down. Combo with Carvey. The damage is more than enough. Warlord's dead. Homeboys are on the run. This time, Sunset Lover allowing Zorn to get away with this, making predictions for the Tri-Brush instead of the traditional path.
No purple for Magister. Chibi does have the... Not actually the level advantage!
Oh, penalty zone as well as the flicker committed. Magister wants the full combination! And he manages to help with the help of Kid Bomba. Still able to get the kill. Chibi in trouble. He goes down. Carvey says no more. I'm done with this. Goodbye. 2 for nothing in favor of Deo's Fault.
Oh no, Sabat, he's hungry, but he's gonna get cut off here.
Yep. Way of the Dragon being committed on towards Magister's side. Subbot looks for the kill. Good comms so far. But that means that Carvey just has to sit back and watch his jungler die.
Yeah, I think honestly, Daewoo are going to be very happy about that. Oh, with all due fairness, Magister got the kill and a lot of levels to go with that. So that's not too bad at all. But now the problem is the turtle transformed into a lord.
You're seeing the struggle of Nolan, right? Like, this is the thing, and why a lot of these teams that decide to draft him, hold on.
All right, so God. Nino and Fury already out there getting on top of Ryzel. They're so close. Kid Bomba manages to pull through. Good comms as Chibi takes out Kid Bomba as well as Sawo, decimating each and every one of them. Kid Bomba and Sawo have just been on it, man. But dang.
They're playing like a fighting game where they juggle like airborne, air combo.
Air combo.
Eventually, Ryzel taken out, and big props to Sunset Lover as well, landing the ultimate. Because the thing is, you're slowed so much, about 80% when you get hit first by the Astral Echo. And that means that no matter what happens, the Terizla as well as the Minotaur will be able to catch up. So that's also a very important tech that you have to think about when you're playing against Daewoo.
Interesting fact, M Series. This game 1 of this series tied M1 Grand Finals, RQ versus Evos. 54 total kills.
Wow.
Talk about a bloodbath.
Yep.
And right now, the fight for this Lord, you know, we'll see exactly how it's executed. Once again, the struggle here for Magister is to get in positioning and deal with Zorn.
Here we go, and Warlord jumps on, and instantly 2 members die straight away. Nicely played by Sawo. They committed 4 ultimates to make that call, but in the meantime, the Homeboys were able to take the Lord away. Talk me economics here. Was that worth it? Was it not really worth it here?
Not worth it for Homeboys. They will lose their mid lane turret. Fortunately, there is the split for Sepat. And I think, it's generally not worth it because they're not going to be able to use the Lord anyways.
I don't know about this. This is starting to, like, initially I would agree with you, but eventually if Daewoo don't do anything, they're about to, at the very least, lose a bit of Okay, there's the explosion. Second wave is coming in, and that's when Duospot are going to collapse on it. And Subbot, he's got to be careful, right? He's seeing the Star Shatters come out.
Yeah, he's got the information here. But, you know, ultimately, it's just... Typically the first Lords, you know, you try to get something when you can, but really you're working against the macro that was set up from Homeboys earlier. And referencing the previous game, that's what we talked about when it came to those later Lords, right? It was the macro setup that they did in the lanes to allow themselves to have some of that advantage to transition and rotate properly. And that's basically what they're doing here as well.
Oh, here we go. Once again, Zorn looking to instigate war once more. With the Astral Echoes, there's going to be just a bit of information. At least they kind of know what's going on. Subbot, good double heavy left hand to make sure that it's difficult for Magister to look for the big one-shot.
We're gonna be close. I think that at this point we cannot even like think about like the gold lane advantage, right? I think it's between levels. So Chibi is level 14, Magister is still level 14. This is one thing about Nolan. No matter what happens, you are able to farm. The thing is, he's farming some of the lanes, which means that he takes away some farm from Carvey. However, Carvey's usage of the Bennett's Rage is actually pretty good.
Yep.
Oh, Chibi!
Huh? Coil, second half of it. Oh, he uses it. Now he's gone. Sunset Lover finds the kill. A mistake coming out from the Homeboys' jungler. Oh, what such bad timing as well.
What was that? He didn't get through the wall, right?
No, I mean, he got it at the very end, but still, though, I mean, I think he just thought that it was one of the thinner walls, so half the animation would have gotten him through, but only until it completed the first half of the animation was he able to kind of get that initial hop.
That is a massive outplay. I mean, what they wanted to do was to take the purple buff out again, and every time that Magister has a purple buff, that's a kill threat. It's just like... just how it is. Ryzel will always be in a lot of trouble every time that the Magister has a purple buff. So we'll have to fear that. Fortunately, though, as an assassin, this is not a joy where magic damage is the source. So you can actually build on Wind of Nature for this specific choice. Sepat, can you actually take out Magister after the ultimate? Maybe.
Yeah.
Nah, don't even try.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he just has to be a threat, right? He just has to constantly just be there while the rest of the Homeboys are going to drag and pull this Lord time and time again because they always have to deal with him on the bottom side, especially if he has a wave, right?
Yeah, that's great though because he puts the pressure there. So you're forced to either just let him go, do we commit to this Lord? Someone's got to do diligence to handle that, right? And for now, you can see them already rotating down. Sepat, though, he'll just patiently wait. He'll continue to do that as this Lord fight, as this Lord dance ensues, but it is going to reset for now, so both teams trying to just kind of feel out the situation, right? Now, one thing that is difficult here is who's going to start it. Which one? Zorn is actually looking for his own.
I mean, the way the dragon just got committed earlier on towards Kid Bomba's side, starting Warlord to actually jump with the demonic force. And now it's going to be asked for Echoes to give the confirmation. Penalty zone comes on in the combination. This Sawa flickers forward. And then CB is gone. No jungler for the homeboys once again. And they just back off. No need to commit any further. 2 flickers already down. And Magister walks up. He wants this. He wants it bad. And now they're taking their time. Fracture is already out. Harvey's trying his best to maintain space away from Suppa. That sword down. Ryzel gets a kick onto Kid Bomba. Magister is able to secure this Lord, and now they're on the run. 2 for 2 trade. But the Lord... I spoke too soon. Make it a 3 for 2 trade with the Lord in the hands of Deo's Vault.
I think that Daewoo really happy with that trade. They only lost their XP lane as well as their roamer. Maybe the only thing that will bite them in the end is them losing the mid lane turret, but overall, man, they got that Lord and they burst out Chibi. I gotta say, man, Carvey, usage of this grenade launcher, this Ben's Rage, it's just so good. I think there was only one time where he missed, but I think 3 out of 4 was able to kill off people.
Yep, Sabat should be able to get out of this, no problem. Oh, some smooth moves coming out of him. But in the meantime, it's still going to be the advance coming in from Deo's Vault. They've got the Lord empowered minions. They got Lord pushing on that top side, but it kind of looks a little staggered here. Deo's Vault are not walking with this Lord.
Itemization-wise, though, where's it fall into place? It's pretty much even across the board, though.
Yeah, it's
oh my god, wait, Ryzel, what's going on here? He just got shut down. He needs the heal with a Haas Claw. Alright, he's finally good. Chibi has been taking so much damage, but here comes Sunset Lover, right? He wants to get Chibi. Warlord's going to try and block it, but he can't stand too close to him. If not, the splash damage is going to be too much. Tier 2 is going to break on the top side and probably even the mid side here. And Sunset, again, just being an absolute nuisance on the bot side of the map.
And all of the things that Sepat was able to do, it was just erased by one Lord fight. Because now they're leading. Sepat does have the immortality. And 4 members converging on him.
Help.
Oh my god.
Shot, gonna miss.
Oh, the skill shots. We're waiting for it. No way they just let him walk away like that.
They're scared.
They're happy with immortality.
It's a warning letter.
Yep.
They're just like, here. Yep. Don't do it again.
You know when you purposely, I don't know if this is what they were doing, but when you purposely missing the shots, the warning shots, right?
Ooh.
But here's the thing. At this point in the game, and as you got a glimpse of the items and even the damage dealt here, this is what we talked about. That what is it called? The Novatrix combination?
Novatrix, yeah.
At one point, it is going to be, instead of the Bennett's Rages, if those setups aren't like we've seen before, then he's just going to be going for the, the snipe shots alongside Sunset Lover, who has been on point for the most part.
That's right. Honestly, Carvey just plays this differently. He relies on the Bennett more than the Renner. Because usually the Novatrix combo is like Astrosphere into the Sniper from the Renner's Apathy in combination with each other. With the increased hitbox, you kind of also rely on that too. But this time what they're doing is actually utilize Kid Bomba. Like I said, the penalty zone is the bigger ticket ultimate here because it literally locks down people. And it's enough for the Bennett's Rages. It's kind of for them to be taken out. And I don't know if Homeboys are well equipped around it.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about the placement of it, right? It kind of forces specifically Chibi around these neutral objectives to decide, do I have to keep pressing forward with the Mortal Coils and then be caught out in the open without anti-CC, or pull back and just eat the entire Here we go. Penalty zone as well as Sawa coming in huge with the Minoan Fury. So the next to fall. That's 2 boys already down with 2 flickers, 4 ultimates from the side of Deo's Vault.
That's well worth it because now, right, they cannot fight. Homeboys cannot fight this. Well, Daewoo, they can just even like zone out Chibi here. There's no chance for them to contest this Lord. A well worth it investment from Daewoo.
They gotta defend. Again, decisive here from Daewoo. What a series this has been already, back and forth. We've seen Homeboys defend against this situation before, and even be down even further than this. We'll see if they can pull it off once again, but the placement is something they have to watch out for. The positioning, taking care of Ryzel as well. A lot of the times, again, Sapat is just, he's got a split push. That's the most part. He's trying to put pressure there.
There could be a pinch onto
they're going to go for the sandwich.
Carvey is showing up first. He's used the
he's
tactical roll. He flickers out. He gets knocked up, and even the retribution as well as the Minoan Fury being committed here. Zorn emotes, knowing that, man, that's a lot of resources for one of my boys. In the meantime, Ryzel is going to be chunking down the Lord on that top side.
Look at them, the death ball.
The bandage rage, and
Wind of
even coming
Nature.
into the windows of nature. Oh my god. Everything being thrown at the homeboys. First inhibitor is going to fall. Second one, next GB is so low. Magister goes for the fracture on towards Zorn's side, but now Kid Bomba really disrespecting with a penalty zone. How far can he actually go? As two inhibitors will fall, and a third one is about to be committed to as well, as Deo's Vault are finding their win conditions. They take everything away from the homeboys.
Massive high ground siege. You can see the Daewoo Death Ball literally just grouping up together. You can see it coming from a mile away, but the homeboys can't do anything about it. Even Ryzel had to use the Wind of Nature just to dodge the bandage rage because it's used in a way that you trap people in. Daewoo are just so well equipped with this Death Ball strategy.
Oh, it's been brutal. It's been so brutal, right? Like, specifically Sunset Lover. He's coming out with an almost perfect game here. 7-0 and 8. Hasn't died a single time. Doesn't miss a shot that he doesn't want to miss on purpose.
Yeah, this all lining up properly and perfectly here for Daewoo. And at the same time, you got to ask yourself, homeboys, what do we do? Right? A lot of the times we're just trying to farm up, trying to get positioning here where we can, but look at the pressure being put on. Not only that, but you have to deal with the initiation possibilities, whether it's from Kid Bomba or Sawo on either of those, and at the same time, make sure that once again, Ryzel is alive and well, right? And really making the decision too, do we still try to go for some split pushing? Because so far it's been minutes now, and we still don't see any of that base turret being down. So you got to say Daewoo's been doing a great job at handling some of that side lane pressure.
Then again, the only thing that I can do is probably split at this point, but you're going to be looking at Daewoo. They have adjusted accordingly. They know how to deal with this split push that Sepat is doing. They're eyeing all the right bushes. They're getting out safely, and they're controlling it once again. And they will wait for another Lord. What they're going to do, they're going to find Ryzel again. This time, Ryzel will have the Purify.
And I mean, we'll see whether or not he gets caught out here, because again, there's still... Oh, okay. Astral Echo's being used. All they see is Zorn. They don't spot Sapat just yet, so now they're going to start repositioning for their own purple buff once more. But again, the maintenance is important here, right? GB, he starts pulling out this Lord. He's going to eventually reset it once his boys have kind of set the housekeeping done.
I think, again, you see the side lane pressure being put here on the bottom side. You're also going to have to watch out for Zorn if he goes in with his own conceal, looking for a setup here. But still, Lord going to be worked on. They have to respect it.
Kid Bomba tries to jump in on towards Ryzel. Overshot it. Immortality is down. GB blocks the shot. They back off. And here comes with Zorn in the back. Sawo flickers forward. And now even Sabat getting in the middle of the fight. Carby takes out Warlord initially. Winter Truncheon coming in for the side of Sabat. Even with heavy left hand shield, it just stayed enough. The damage is too much to take. They back away. And now, where's the shot? Oh, both skills shots. This time not connecting.
But they will get the Lord again. Wonderful Lord that's coming out from Daewoo. I mean, even when Kid Bomba missed the shot because he overshot his ultimate, it didn't matter because the nature of Daewoo's draft is just way too good. I really love this Minotaur priority from them because there's really no answer coming out from homeboys.
Yeah. That's what's difficult. Again, you going back to the question, you know, when you're dealing with the Terizla, the Minotaur, and then you're getting a shot from, you know, all angles or even from a long distance from Carvey or Sunset Lover, it's really hard to play around. So you're looking for your own favorable situation. And at the same time, Ryzel has to be very crucial on his positioning. We'll see if they can defend here.
Yeah, they're trying to muscle on through penalty zone as Zorn is already down. Can't make the play. GB's trying to peel as much as he can, but he gets trucked down. No more mortality. They know when Fury comes out. Warlord with the demonic force tries to get on top of Carvey's side. Ryzel holding on strong, but they're going to muscle their way right into base to forcefully end this game for the homeboys. That's GG well played. Deuce Vault 2-1.
Daewoo comes out swinging against the Malaysian champions. Homeboys, they win the series. What a performance here.
And they have revived their chances of getting to the knockout stages. They went 2-1, same with Geek Fam. And for homeboys, it's tricky because after winning their first series, now they're 1-1. They now will have another fight against TOB. If they lose that, they're out. But if they win, it's a three-way tie.
Yeah, they have still, what, 2 games ahead of them? Homeboys, I believe. They still have 2 games.
One last series that will be against TOB.
TOB, okay. So they've got to play against TOB.
But my oh my, Daewoo. If there's now a dark horse that I would like to put my bet on, this is definitely Daewoo. The way that they're drafting is just so good, and big props to their coach. At the same time, the way that they're playing, Kid Bomba out of nowhere just becoming one of the sensations. The Bomba mentality is just way too good. The way that we play the Terizla is so selfless, you know? The way that they combine with Sawo, I think both Sawo and Kid Bomba understood Mobile Legends to a very high level that they're willing to really sacrifice and pave the way for their big ticket players. You see Carvey as well as Magister and even Sunset Lover. With the two playmakers for the team, they're just very comfortable playing the game.
Yeah, I know we're waiting for the MVP here, but Sunset Lover, insane KDA there on the Novaria, able to provide a lot of that vision, and just kind of whittling down the members. And yeah, I love that you said that, Wolf, because when you just look at this whole series, it was an amazing series. Love this one going the distance here. Kid Bomba is very selfless the way he plays the Lapu Lapu, the Terizla, you mentioned. Performances all around were on point. Who is our MVP for this game? It's going to be Sunset Lover on that Novaria, 8-0-11. Wow, what a nuisance here, really, to try to find positioning even here.
A disgusting show of force, I'm going to be honest, right? This man literally foreshadowing the artillery being fired at his opponents continuously, and more importantly so, it's one of the few times you see Novaria not have like a whole bunch of assists and no kills. Nah, he secured the kills by himself, no problem. Thank you very much.
8-0-11, diabolical GPM for Sunset Lover in this particular game, and his performance all throughout this series, right? There was even just maybe game number 2, you can say that there was just one fight that they lost because he didn't have the ultimate. But game 1, game 2, and game 3, very consistent performance.
This one right here, that started it all right there. And then there was multiple of those. Yeah, there's another one. So it's actually the Sunset Lover highlight reel. So.
Oh, the dodge, but it will not be enough. Fortunately, Chibi was able to macro it out. But then again, we are going to see like the combination of both Sawo as well as Kid Bomba just taking out Chibi. Look at them go. They're just literally all over the place. And that allowed Carvey to be very confident. Another connection. Look at what they're doing this time. They're just layering their spells every time that they see Rizel or Chibi because they know that they have to be selfless about it. What they know is that if they can take out the important damage dealers coming out from the side of Homeboys, they're A-okay. Big props to Carvey as well. I think the usage of the Bennett's Rage in this game was smart as well as efficient.
Yeah, and let's not also forget the fact that it's also making sure that the only one win condition once we get into the ultra late games is, hey Zorn, don't get a good kick. We're going to make sure that it's a really awkward position for you to actually find that angle. And when you start pairing, because if you're targeting Zorn, you're also targeting whoever is paired up with him to find the initial pick and to secure the kill.
Yeah, and I think that's why you saw it there through the highlights and just the game in general. Zorn had a very difficult time at trying to find any efficient way the Dragon usage, because usually, yes, he's going to get in the pretty much rain of fire, and whoever he's trying to kick to is also going to be in that situation there. So it was just very difficult for them to execute that pick, and even just, again, really trying to play around the map. Yes, they were trying to set things up on the macro level, but time and time again, Daewoo found exactly what they wanted here from, the beginning of the game even.
And also, one thing that I want to take note here is Magister actually played this well. I mean, he was out farming the Martis, the Chibi, because this is like how you utilize a assassin jungler versus a utility jungler. You don't fight head on because obviously utility is built to destroy the assassins in the early stages of the game. But when it comes to farming, that is where utility junglers struggle. Martis is quite in between, because it still is farming quickly. But versus a Nolan, that will never be the case. So there were even times where Daewoo, even when Magister had the same levels with Chibi, they're not really going for the 50-50 plays or the Retribution battle. He actually just farms, and that allowed them to control the map even better. There was even a time where he was the one doing the split pushing, doing the clear of the lanes, and this allowed them to be always a threat. There came a point where the Paquito with the immortality cannot fight head on versus the Nolan, which is unheard of, right? And that is because of the fact that that Magister played this well, and he understood the situation. I have to be the carry in this game, right? He has to be the one making sure and taking full advantage of the OP-ness of a Nolan.
The strong, yeah.
Right?
I almost find it like when I see Nolan, I'm almost thinking like most of these guys, they have to almost play like a hide and seek in a way, right?
Yeah.
They have to be away from most of the danger because of these roams from the other side of the team are going to be hunting them down. They rely on, you know, their own setups from their own team, from the XP lane, the roam themselves, and then they pop out, right? So that seemed to be the play here, and it worked for them.
Yeah, I mean, even Warlord, we saw in the first couple of interactions around the neutral objective, like Warlord was looking out to chunk him out as soon as he possibly can, and yeah, that resulted at least one of the turtles, but then immediately after that, we do see the big shift, right? They force out the mid lane, they make sure that at least with this Phoveus, oh, use your first Demonic Force, then you're too deep in, we don't dash, we look for the punish, and then we go back in for the neutral.
Yeah, I love the fact that they utilize the Minnow and Fury as well. The way that they utilize Minnow and Fury in the penalty zone, because I think it's very unique in a way that I'm sure that Homeboys did not see that coming. And the thing that they had the Luvaria to go with it. There was one time when Ryza was trying to run away from the big AoE of the Minnow and Fury, able to get out, but because of the additional hitbox, there's just, you know, he was just taken out afterwards. And the slow, obviously, coming out from the Astral Echo is just annoying to deal with.
Yeah, there was just a lot of things that fell into place with the lineup. And again, you look from game one to that very Wrestling Rumble Royale start, you know, fight to this, what we ended up in game three. Everything was executed well, and hopefully for either of these teams, we don't exactly know where everything is going to fall into place just yet because there's so many variables, but congratulations once again to Daewoo here for Deus Vault. Amazing performance in this great series, obviously one of my favorites here, but again, ahead of us, M5 is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Coming up next, there is more. It is the battle for Group A's top seed between Onyx and See You soon, so don't go anywhere. We will be back for the M5 World Championship group stage after this.
Hit me like I might geek over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is harder, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arm, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great.
concede. The champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 4 for alright. Bawing, 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 bawing. surutkan ku tahu kita akan bangkit as this round versus game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Tahu ku sang petarung. Kau bisa buatku lengah, but you can't keep me from my order. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're serving my arms. Cause I know just what we got. I got you like na-na-na-na. And you know we hold the power. Cause we are better than great. Cause we are better than aku yang terhebat, apa yang malu ku jadi terhebat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I need the power to turn me afraid. Kemenangan bukan trik yang lemah. The soul of the game, we shall prevail. Better than great, it's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're serving my arms. Cause I know just what we got. I got you like na-na-na-na. And you know you hold the power. Cause we are better than great. I can tell you if I don't stand in my way. Stand in front of you talking. We are better than great. Keep it up to him. Heart up, beating back to what we play all part of the bar. We are better than great. Cause we are better than great. Stand tall and believe. Kau dan aku kan bisa dengan tekad membara. You see, I'm better than you see, I'm better than you see.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. cosmic dragon rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala! Guess the hero challenge!
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana!
Best dressed team! Best dressed Super Marco!
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage.
The hours of sacrifice.
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Gala.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
Today, we witness world-class action, world-class entertainment from the best MLBB teams. Welcome to M5 World Championships!
Day 4 of the M5 group stage was filled with plentiful surprises and nail-biting action. Led by Stitch, the undying Burmese ghouls refused to admit defeat.
Stitch, flying high in the sky, gets Ethan as well.
The Myanmar representatives pressed on to prevent the Mongolian downloaders from completing their comeback.
Ethan gets another kill as well, and Bebek still survives. Stitch flickers forward.
BG met the condition of winning 2-0 to avoid elimination. Next, Fire Flux Esports started the series with a fiery triumph against RRQ Akira.
Explosion hits on the screen. Rosa gets a kill.
But the Brazilian Kings recomposed themselves and doused the flames of the Turkish representatives with 2 dominant victories.
Já posso ir?
Pode entrar, só bate base. Pode entrar, só entra, bate base.
Eu consigo bater. Tô tancando a torre, isso aí. Cancelei shield, ela.
Só bate base, só bate base.
And proved that they are better than great. Another match, another 2-1 series. This time, it's another East versus West between GeekFam and Deus Volt.
What the hell with the raging sandstorm to the back? It's gonna be the nature by Carvey. Now the sun is well, but a boy.
It was an intense back and forth.
Wait, focus.
Yeah.
Focus, please.
Front, kill front. And then! No.
Push. One more game after this.
And things got heated between the two teams. Eventually, it was the Geeks that came up on top. And for the last match of the day, Triple Esports gave Onic a hard time in Game 1, even when Kyrie got his signature fanny.
Howdy, before he can even use that Razor's grab.
Onic then unleashed the Gushan mid lane from Gilak Sans to close out the series.
Gary, another! Finally, he gets punished.
The group stage is now down to the last 2 days. Let's pray for more world-class gameplay and be better than great.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is higher, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hope that.
like I might kick over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
It is going to be an intense confrontation to decide who will be the king of the hill in Group A. Welcome back, everybody, to the M5 World Championship Group Stage. I'm Naisu, joined here with Gideon and Yasu, and we are here to bring you the third best-of-3 series of the day between Indonesia's Onyx Esports and, of course, Cambodia's See You Soon. Guys, how are we feeling?
Feeling really good about this one. After the previous matchup, come on, this is going to be a mechanical battle.
Yeah, especially after seeing how much Devo have advanced, I want to see Will See You Soon be up to the challenge against Onyx.
I know a lot of people can't wait for that, but before that, we do have to thank our sponsors, of course. The M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, the official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without you all.
Now, if you guys haven't heard about it, we have a special shout out as well to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture. Kadia Gaming is also giving away 5 sets. Listen carefully. 5 sets of Knockout Stage 2 and Grand Final tickets. To join, just follow Kadia Gaming on social media accounts, comment why you deserve to win, and tag 2 of your friends to bring in the comments comment section. Now, the campaign starts from the 2nd to the 7th of December. The winners will be announced on the 8th at Kadia Gaming Instagram story.
Yeah, and also don't just stop at the best hero builds and combos. Get ahead of the competition and reach Mythic or Mythic Glory with the Secret Lab Titan Evo Gaming Chair, outfitted with pro-grade ergonomic features engineered for maximum performance. Shop, match, winning, comfort, and keep yourself at the top of your game.
Again, thank you to all our sponsors. Now, the match at hand. What is the headlines here for this one? There's a lot you could say, but we have to start it off with the homecoming of the Filipino imports, right? There are 4 specifically that we're talking about here, especially because, you know, we have Coach Yeb, we have Kyrie, we have MP the King, we have Kusei. They'll all face each other in this match. So, you know, that's something that a lot of people have been looking to basically see. How do you feel about this matchup? How do you feel about the homecoming here, Gideon?
Honestly, you know, if Malaysia's the one that's going to be integrating the best with imports from Indonesia, I would say that Cambodia as well as Indonesia as well have done a great job with the Filipinos. I mean, they're doing such a good job already.
And, you know, speaking of good job, you really have to kind of break it down this way. This is, once again, the homecoming here. Can MP the King and See You Soon usurp the Sky Kings, right? Coach Yeb, Kyrie. I'm sure if you follow the game, the esport, those names you're already aware of. MP the King and Kusei on the other hand, these are rising stars, I would feel like, in their own right? We saw them for a little bit. If you watched the MPL Philippines before seasons ago, you might have seen these guys. But really now, they're making waves here. And for you, Yasu, I know you have a lot to say about this and how they've performed, especially with See You Soon.
Well, before that, they actually said something. MP the King and Kosei, they promised See You Soon that the next time they are here in the Philippines, it's just not to come back home, it's also to compete in the M5 World Championship.
Yeah, love it. Again, there's a lot of pride here, if you will. You know, regardless of the teams, the certain players, the countries they're representing. Again, they might be Filipinos, but of course they're, you know, representing another country here, and that in itself is something to be proud of for them. Whether you're rooting for a certain team, certain player, coaches, anything like that. Really, at the end of the day, we all just love this game. We love the esport.
Yeah, as much as we would like to believe that, you know, they've left us, they've gone to another country to represent another country, it's surprising that the fans still, no matter where you are from, whether from the kingdom to a Onyx fan, if you're Filipino, at the very least, especially for such a homecoming for these 2 big names, they're happy. Because again, open arms, they came back home.
Yeah, I love this quote, you know, from Kyrie and Coach Yeb here. They're happy because they welcomed us with open arms. I didn't expect the reception because we are playing for another country, and yet the fans still support us. And even with Coach Yeb, right, they expected that a lot of people would be mad at them, right? Because they're playing for another region, but that's not the case. And I think that's something very special here.
Yeah, showing love and showing support to your best players and also to your coach is something that we know from the really good fans, and the fans from the Philippines are ones to look up to.
And even back behind us right now, that's probably, I'm assuming Kyrie might have walked out something, you know? When you hear screams, that's how it happens, right? But again, 2 matchups that we're really looking forward to, really trying to solidify their positioning, of course, in their group, and really what's at stake for them. That is the stake, right? We'll have to see exactly how they handle it. But now we're going to go ahead and welcome our marshals out on stage here to officiate the M5 World Championship. Of course, we have our marshals. They're going to be making their way here on the stage, and they're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. They've been doing an outstanding job. It's Rain, Wilbert, Shun, and Ivan. These guys, we love to have you because you help all make this a part of the success that M5 is. And now we will be welcoming the teams out here. Once again, we have to give it up for Onyx. The Sky Kings making their way out here. The crowd is here to support them, and they're ready to see them perform today.
They're looking to be favorites of the entire tournament. Homecoming, doesn't matter if you're Indonesian or Filipino, this team looks to reach the top.
And next up, their opponents here, the Kamar Challengers, the pride of Cambodia, looking pumped and ready to tip the scale. Give it up for See You Soon.
Coming after 2 sweeps, will Onyx be the next victim?
And of course, as both teams make their way to the stage to get ready for this bout, they of course are, you can see with the fans cheering for them all, but we also have to give it up to these smart minds here that lead the teams to victory. Their head coaches and the analysts, of course, for Onyx, it's Coach Yeb and Addy, and for See You Soon, we've got Cat God.
These coaches have done a phenomenal job in their own rights because it's not about arming their players, but also finding the most efficient ways of playing the game. Preparation from patch to patch, day to day, they continue to help their teams evolve.
I actually love to see the spirit here on the stage, and also not to mention that this is a really good run for the Cambodian team. See you soon. Also, the Sky Kings are looking for a golden road.
Speaking of the Sky Kings, here it is, Indonesia, Onyx for them. It's CW, it's Kyrie, it's Boots, Sans, Keyboy. Again, I gotta ask the question, right? Is Kyrie, have we seen his prime form yet, Gideon?
I feel like if we're talking about prime form, it's not just one individual player. This team sets a new level of play with everybody reaching different peaks at different times of the game, but they still have some insane chemistry, most of which is through raw belief, raw faith sometimes.
Man, I love that Gushin yesterday, right from Sans. Again, we'll also take a look at See You Soon. The lineup for them, it's Kusei, it's MP the King, Sariam Felix, it's Ra, and Boxy the King. Again, a team that has come out swinging for this entire event so far, really dominating a lot of this. And also, we do have more for you guys in store. There is I think they have something to say. I think this is a ranking tier list, basically, amongst the players and how they handle it. Let's take a look at this one.
Okay, yeah, sure. And then
Hello guys, hari ni kita nak rate player roam tank dekat dalam M5.
Kod. Bu sezon favori tank oyuncularımdan biri. Malezya'da bayağı izleme şansım olmuştu. S'e koyuyorum.
Dekat saya ada Apex 47 Apex 47 daripada tim, kalau tak ingat, B guys.
Keyboy. No. Keyboy. She here. For sure.
My classes is Keyboy.
Keyboy, my idol. I'm gonna put also in here.
Oh, my idol, Baloiski. The macro god, I think here. Oh, I think here. S+.
First off, me. I'm going to put it like 8 here. I don't want to overrate myself. Okay. It's okay. Bak nih. Oh. It's okay.
Betul. D. Sebab orang cakap dia tak tahu pun.
Me. Because I'm bad, I'm gonna put F. Sorry, Baloy.
And me. Okay.
Oh, Luna. Luna. Luna B.
Apex, I think here. Here. It's okay. Here.
Actually, Sorn. On my level. Sorn is like a mechanical player and also likes to taunt people.
Ogun, idol. S.
Oh, NJ will lose. NJ will lose. For me, F. Sorn. My enemy. With me. Sorry, you're my enemy.
And there we have it again. A fun tier list there from the roamers competing here on the M5 group stage. I gotta ask you, Yasu, do you agree? Do you agree with the tiers that were set there?
Well, some of them, yes. But apparently everyone agreed that Keyboy is the standard for an S tier. Sometimes there wasn't an S plus, but some of the boys managed to have an S plus up in the board.
They wanted to get there, right? But then something else I noticed too is the amount of roamers that are just like, yeah, I'm F tier, right? So either that's humble or they're just, I don't know, maybe they're not confident. But yeah, I love that. And you kind of see how things fall into place. And really, if you just look at the past 5 days, right, so much has happened here. And Rome, again, these players who are integral parts of a lot of the team's success here.
Absolutely, right? Again, Rome players play a very vital role in the current meta as we speak. Preferably not in the hospital meta, but more so to kind of set up the rest of the team, whether it be information or more so whether it would be the big fight that we've all been waiting for. Man, the audience prediction, even our predictions leaning towards Onyx side. But of course, Cambodia, see you soon. I love seeing that even the country themselves are giving support to their home ground heroes.
I think they definitely deserve it here, you know, and again, Yasu, you have been very adamant and vocal about CSU's performance. You know, what do you love about this squad so much?
Actually, when I saw CSU play for the first time, I thought of Onyx. I think that CSU are taking the approach that Onyx takes, and that's having a gold laner that scales for the late game, and the other resources are utilized towards the other side of the map, mainly the jungle, also the XP. So I'm looking forward to see what does See You Soon have to bring up here, because they are playing against their mirror, at least in my opinion.
Well, personally for me, I feel like, yeah, they do follow the same approach as Onyx, but not through their goal lane. The fact that they're just better sometimes, you know? Come on. Gusion picks in the last time. See You Soon also kind of smurfing on Arlets as well. This is going to be one heck of a battle.
Can't wait for it. We're going to be loading up in here into game number 1, the draft between Onyx and See You Soon. Really, again, fighting for that top spot in their group. As we get it situated, See You Soon will be on the blue here, Onyx on the red. Matilda already being banned out, and there you go as well. The Lancelot here taken out by Onyx.
Such respect, right? Such respect, at least for the Lancelot.
Even though Carry is one of those who you should be afraid from when he plays the Assassins, but yet, we have seen yesterday against Team Triple Esports that he managed to have a switch, not just with the XP, because we all know that the junglers mostly rely on the XP to take their own picks when we are talking about the Fredrin, or we can go for the Guinevere or otherwise. But yesterday, Kyrie actually swept with Keyboy and got his fan.
Yeah, and again, you know, when you're talking about these two regions in itself, right? Really, if you focus especially on what's happening over in Cambodia, their MPL, what season they just had was, how many seasons in? Like 5, I think it is?
Yeah,
somewhere around
there.
4 or 5 seasons.
Yep.
So when you're comparing that, again, you got to kind of consider what is maybe the gap, right, between MPL Indonesia, that's been around a little bit longer, and then you have Cambodia. But really, when you watch them play so far, I think this is going to be a telling sign for us as we get through this series, right, especially game number 1, because like Yasu mentioned, he feels like this is a team that really tries to emulate that play style of Onyx. And it's funny because at one point, you have these teams really trying to adapt, if you will, the play styles of Indonesia, Philippines, but then they sprinkle in their own version of it. And that's even what we saw from the previous series, right? With even EECA, how they have adapted that. But, with that, I'm actually surprised See You Soon decides to take out the Angela, a hero that they've loved to play so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and it feels like, at least for the side of See You Soon, if you are going to emulate or mirror somebody that you look up to, you also know what they are good at playing as well. So I can understand the sentiment of like, we like playing it, so therefore there's a good chance you like playing it. Yeah. Let's just axe it out straight away. As we start going over the picks, right? Lancelot, Joy, Nolan instantly banned out for the side of Onyx. It's going to be Matilda, Wanwan, as well as Angela for the side of See You Soon, with the first pick of the Faramis for the side of See You Soon.
Faramis. Faramis have proven himself overall through the M5 itself, but again, you still have the Valentina open, you still can take that Bruno with the Valentina, so Team Onyx actually haven't lost that much when it comes to that draft. They actually have the advantage now of counter picking and also to have 2 of the best heroes so far in the tournament.
Well, that you pointed out, we'll see it.
Guinevere.
Guinevere's open, who has been... I love seeing the Cyclops, by the way, but Guinevere's picked up here. I'm expecting maybe this is already going to be, if they want to go with the Valentina, they know that the Faramis is across from them. You could save it a little bit if you want to, but they go the Novaria. So they opt for the Vision. They opt for the Vision, the increased hitboxes and everything else to pair up here with that Guinevere.
Okay, it just seems that at least when you are locking in this Novaria super early on, right? Yeah. That Onyx is planning on, I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to harass you as much as I can prior to the build-up to that neutral objective, whether it be Lord, whether it be Turtle.
Speaking of the Lords.
Interesting.
See You Soon, wow.
Lordmination. See You Soon is only a team in M5 with 100% Lord control rate so far. That is a crazy statistic, right? I mean... Wow.
To be fair, they've had sweeps the entire time they play. Every single time we see See You Soon, it's like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. This is the first big challenge, the big hurdle to kind of test them, right? We do see the Arlet once again, but we're also seeing the Martis get locked in for the side of See You Soon. I'm thinking about an early game composition, and especially with the way that we've seen See You Soon actually play, it'll be interesting to see how Onyx is going to approach this. Do you match the aggression, or do you play on the opposite side of the map?
Even though it's hard for me, especially because I'm gonna speak about Triple Esports here, See You Soon have managed to outplay Triple Esports in a really good way. Again, with the Lord zoning and everything, but yet again, they have this way of playing where they can neglect a lane and focus on another place in the map. I can remember that the Arlet was having a really hard time against the Tamus from the side of Team See You Soon, yet he said like, okay, I'm gonna just leave the XP lane. I'm gonna go for the gold. I'm gonna use my crowd control. And over there, he found his spot. And over there, Team C soon dominated. I can see the R-Root once again. I kinda have the same imagination once again.
Yeah, as our good friend LaFell would like to say, imagine. Anytime the R-Lot pops up, he always decides to tell us to imagine exactly what a 4 or 5-man final slash could do to a game, right?
Yeah.
Now, aside from that, you have to take note, the Claude was being locked in here. That is typically an answer, usually when you got the Netherrealm across from you, right? If you're not going to be locking in the Valentina, at least, hey, we've got a Blazing Duet. We could work and whittle down those health bars from the Netherrealm and hope to follow up from it. Already, though, if you look at the first 3 picks for both teams, it's pretty good. It's pretty even, at least at what they want to do and go through the game with.
But having the carry ban here, does that kind of make you feel, guys, that you will see more tanky heroes upcoming from Team Onyx, or they are just afraid of a carry pick from C soon?
No, absolutely. I think that Onyx kind of design what they want to approach. They're being very, very honest in the draft here, especially with the types of bans that they're coming out with, right? Again, the fact that they are locking in the Claude, yes, it's great against the farmers, but it's also a pretty decent counter to Novaria as well to have that backline access. So therefore, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You want to find these overlaps, which Coach Yeb in particular is really good at doing. He's got that type of foresight.
Okay, again, next up ban coming out here. We'll see exactly how they want to tackle this. And with that too, my question is really gold lane for Siosun. What do they want to park there, Yasu? What are you feeling like they want to pick up?
In the gold lane, I would actually choose...
Oh, no.
I would go for an Aerothill.
Why are we feeling like, oh no?
I'm feeling like there is a possibility that someone may have missed their ban here, and Coach Yeb is looking over like, hey, yo, did someone miss a ban, or did we disconnect? What's going on?
All right, well, you know what that means. Let's get comfy for a second here.
Yeah.
As they get us situated.
We gotta chill like Sans, man. Look at this man. He's on an ergonomic chair. He's pulled it. He's doing the "Can you do this on his chair" moment.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now, man.
Let's
the secret lab chair.
Oh, yeah. It's still going.
The Titan.
The Titan.
How far can you go?
How far can you go?
Yasu, don't tempt me. All right. I'm here for 3 series in a row.
Okay.
And the last one was quite long.
The last one was quite long, and you're tempting Naisu with a good time. That chair is going to be able to hold him. Like the width of that chair is the size of his shoulders, and I'll tell you what, even fitting the building on a chair like this, it's an impressive feat alone.
Hey, I would say, guys, if you're wondering about the sizing, right, for these amazing Secret Lab chairs, there's the Omega and there's Titan. If you're my size, you probably want a Titan.
Oh, yeah.
Don't try to get the Omega.
Don't skip out.
The Omega is for guys like me.
Yes.
I can fit in like anywhere.
Absolutely, absolutely. Even for me, I would much rather. I made the mistake once of going for the Omega, and you know why it was a mistake?
So
because
wait, did you refund it?
Obviously not. You think I'm just going to refund a chair just like that? I put it together, and I am not going to dismantle it anytime soon. My big mistake was I didn't get a Titan, and I also didn't get the nice reskin that they have. The premium leather works well, okay? But let's jump back into this particular game, because based on what we are seeing specifically from what Coach Yeb wants to do, 2 birds with 1 stone, gets rid of the carry, which brings the idea of, hey, at least Guinevere, we kind of know it's leaning in towards the jungle at the very least.
Well, look, let's break this draft down. Let's break it down. As I told you, Team Onyx, they do love their scaling heroes. They give CW the Claude, Claude. So they will, and this is surprising for me, because whenever I see a scaling hero, I see that players give their best so that it's supported as much as possible. But when we see Team Onyx, especially, they leave CW on his own to manage his own business in the gold lane. Having that said, you asked me a question before we pop into this quick pause here, Naisu. You said, what do you expect to see from Team C soon when it comes to the gold lane? I would actually say that why not have a Bruno? A Bruno is still so far open, and also why not have an Aerothill? I think an Aerothill can suit their own composition.
I agree. At the same time, really when you're looking at the gold lane, let's think. You have a Claude across from you.
All right.
You at least have the Netherrealm on your side, right? You already saw too, the carry was banned out. That's why I'm really wondering too, what is those last 2 picks for Onyx? Because that is a big part of the equation to this. And that, when I threw that question at you, Yasu, I wasn't expecting what we're going through right here. But, there's a couple options left on the table for that.
I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted with the crowd. The crowd work is great. Cameramans are on point and they are quick. But honestly, to answer both of your questions, here's what I'm expecting it's going to be. Yes, Bruno should probably be a very big consideration for Coach GM to actually ban out because you want to actually have a lane that's manageable, right? Very manageable, in a matter of fact. Are you recognized? Oh, come on.
Yep.
You better. Oh, denied? Okay, there we go. Oh! Denied! Stop right there! Ooh, that's painful.
Hey, that's the he's known for the Kyle dog.
He's
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think I don't even know if he's the one that maybe he inspired Mirko to do it when Mirko did the Kyle dog. I think this is like, I don't know if there was an actual video or something about it, but oh, hold on, there's a guessing game. The backup crews. How many support heroes are there at MLBB?
Oh, that's not fair.
Do you guys know?
So let's like have it. Let's go in a circle here. Everyone mention a support, and it hasn't been mentioned before. I'll start with Angela.
Wait, are they gonna guess in the crowd? Are they gonna like write it down?
I mean, if they go for it.
Is this our first guessing game?
I don't mind if the crowd goes for it.
Come on, crowd.
If the crowd is down to guess alongside with us, that would be great here, because if we're talking about a number of supports, that's a little tough. I mean, Angela's already a good one. I'm guessing, you know. Wait, hold on, because there's a difference between tanks and supports, and some overlap.
Trick question.
That's why it's kind of dirty what production's trying to do with us right now.
You guys watching at home online, I know you're probably spamming a bunch of useful stuff in the chat box, but go ahead and try to guess.
Give it your best shot.
Okay, let's give a number. Let's throw a number.
Wait, how many total heroes are there actually currently?
That's also not a fair question.
130, I guess, so around that.
Is it 130?
It's only 12? Only 12? That's so dirty!
Actually, I get it, because when you're in the draft and you select the tab, there's only maybe 2.5-ish rows.
Exactly. That's why. Because when you're thinking of support, you're thinking roam. And when you start thinking roam, that's when it starts messing things up. You're like, oh yeah, Arlet's technically a quote-unquote support. No, he's not. He's technically a fighter. There's categories in this game.
He's not even a tank, you know? Like, he's being used as a tank, but he's not even a tank.
Exactly. That's why. Nicely done, production. We fooled them all.
If they're going to... Hey, production... If you're going to start having guessing games, and we start to get to the knockout stage, we got to have prizes for these winners out there.
Ooh,
there's got to be. If we're going to have a trivia, what's the point of a trivia without, you know, winning something?
I'm calling the prizes, calling Starlight, hold me accountable to it. If they're not giving you Starlight skins,
what about dust? What about dust? Would you like some more magic dust?
No, hell no. Give me an epic skin. Give me an epic skin. I don't want the choice of not knowing what skin I want. I just want the skin.
I'm actually aiming for the skies here. I want an ROG6.
Whoa!
That's the skies.
Yo, that question better be good. That question, if it's more than ROG6, I cannot imagine what that question is going to be.
Well, with that, and reaching to the skies, it looks like I hear... Anyway, that we will be heading back into the draft here. We'll see exactly, too. I'm assuming they're just going to have that first phase locked in still.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And kind of move around from that. We were down to the last banning phase, too, the second phase of that. Really, and I think it was from Siasoon's side that they had to kind of situate there. So, once again, should be jumping back here in just a second as they get things situated. But really... when you're wondering, gold lane anyway, never mind. There's more. There's more guesses.
Who is the loneliest hero?
Another one. They need some more time. Who is the loneliest hero?
Oh my goodness.
For me, it's Cho, to be honest. Since the
Cho's
no, these are the choices.
No, but I think they are misleading us.
No.
The Lone Star.
I don't trust them anymore.
Why? Okay, give me lore. Give me reasons. Give me reasons here. Because
since the beginning, like I've been seeing people go and couple up in this game, but Cho has been here since the start, and so far he doesn't have a girlfriend.
I mean,
he doesn't. He's married to the way of the dragon, man. He doesn't need it. There. Okay. Jumping back into it. I don't know if that was the answer, by the way. Like Arlot, is that?
Arlot's pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie. Arlot's lore, pretty sad. I think Leo can attest for this. We'll have him on some other time to make some content about it. But in the meantime, let's jump back into the draft, because now we see that Uranus and Trizla being the follow-up bans for See You Soon in the second phase. And as predicted, right, we're getting the Bruno banned out for the side of Onyx Esports, as well as where we left off in that carry.
Looking at Coach Yeb, actually, I wonder. I can't help but to wonder. Oh, nice Kaja here. It will actually work really good with the Kaja, with the pickup hero. But I will go back to my point. Coach Yeb, he banned 3 junglers at the first phase of drafting. He took the Guinevere, so I kind of think that he led Coach Catgut to go for the March, or at least he wanted to take a lot of his arsenal. Maybe there was a Fredgen as well, so he didn't have that much of a choice.
Sand rises.
Sand rises.
Okay, this is interesting.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about the Khalid here, Yasu? It locked in to round out Onyx lineup.
Look, it will work really good with the Minotaur especially because you need the area crowd control also to reach the backlines, and Khalid can be one of those who can reach the backline without even suffering from the crowd control itself. We will see how will the Sandstorm work.
Okay, I mean, with that being said, I have a lot of thoughts as we get into this game because the way that I see it, backline access is going to be one thing, but also the fact that siege-wise, it's going to be difficult for CU Soon to really approach the fight to begin with. A lot of AoE crowd control, and if CU Soon make that first move, Onyx clapback is going to be way more dangerous.
A really tricky idea here from my side. I would say Kaja, take the Minotaur out, everything from there will be easy.
Well, you guys shared your thoughts here. We're going to be loading up into game number 1. Again, the best of 3, the series, the battle for the King of the Hill of Group A between CU Soon and Onyx. And with the lineups that they have for this game, we'll see who starts the momentum for the series here. It all comes down to this start. From what we've seen from CU Soon, mostly. Whoa, hold on, Ra.
He's walked up too far, and that might just be first blood. No, he survives. Okay, Boots doing a really good job, especially at level 1, really abusing the Sand Tornado to make sure that he is just absolutely gnarly in this matchup, because he knows even if he gets chunked out at the very least, as soon as he hits level 2, he's just going to top himself back up.
Okay, as I was doing all that, I was getting a little worried because I'm like, CU Soon has started off momentum usually. And then they almost got taken out, but even Kosei, he's going to have to be careful here. He has Boxy with him, but, you know, relatively well when you look at the lineups here. And I want to take us through the emblems here. Yasu, can you, anything particular out here?
Well, the thing is, we have seen Khalid during the whole M5 series going for a full, I would say a full. This time he have this one part of a tank emblem, but he goes always for a full damage with the assassin emblem. So far, this is what I expected from after seeing Boots pick up this Khalid, but I didn't definitely expect him to go aggressive at the first minute at the mid lane, not even on the top lane side.
I mean, that's what you need to expect when you have a Khalid on your side, right? It's about map influence in the earlier stages of the game, where he is one of the strongest level 1s in the game thus far. I mean, then there's also Thamas, but then we have to start comparing the meta, and that's a little too much work to actually do right now. But let's focus on the simple facts, right? First, Gusei has Master Assassin as a Brody. That is not normal whatsoever. He is expecting CW to kind of be left on his own island.
Yeah, and with the, I mean, look at what's happening already, right? The focus here, trying to at least get anything if they can, but first turtle being up, they're going to get a situated Felix, though.
I mean, Felix is playing this well, right? It's important for Felix to actually trade against this Khalid alongside the wave so he can get multiple vengeances down to top off that health. But now, here we go. Astral Echo has been laid out. They spot all 4 members, and it's huge! They get a great knockup. NetherRealm keeps them alive. Now it's going to be the final slash to actually turn things around. First blood onto Kyrie's side, and even Keyboy trying his best gets pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. Zaz finds the kill onto the MP, the King. The Minoan Fear was not able to turn enough, but it's still a 2-for-1 trade.
Wow, this is the chaos that you can expect the Khalid to do when he have that flicker ult. Not to mention he also have Keyboy, but laning phase here. Kosei is having a good time playing against CW.
For me, that was like a preview, right, of what that layering can look like when you have Keyboy with this Minotaur, you have the Minoan Fury, and then you have those Raging Sandstorms set up. So really, when you look at that, CU Soon, they got a preview of it. They have enough time to kind of adjust from that. And nice dodge there, nice reflex, the thumbs up as well. But really, when that happens, if they can avoid from that setup, right? Whether that's utilizing the final slash from Sorry on Felix and then play around that, disengage, or maybe it's even just utilizing the Nether Realm. That timing is going to be so important for Siasoon. So still battling it out here once again for this turtle.
Oh.
Now we see the Divine Judgment landing on towards Kyrie and instantly punishing him for walking up to the turtle side. I thought it was going to be an issue, but it looks like Onyx forgot about one simple factor.
On the top lane side, all the action is happening. We have just seen Boxy the King. Oh, that was almost a steal. He uses a retribution even though he knows that carry is out. But again, I want to speak about something here, and that Kaja, this is something I didn't mention. Kaja is one of those heroes when you play a Minotaur you should be afraid from, because when you are raging out, he can cancel your ultimate, he can take you down and drag you to his teammates.
Yep. CW might be in some trouble here.
Whoa.
He takes a bit of damage, gets chunked down below half, and Boxy the King, again, they need to start making sure that they keep timers on when Boxy the King actually uses that Divine Judgment. It's dangerous, but it's also a linchpin for See You Soon.
Yeah, paying attention to that, the timing there. Oh, might initiate.
Yep, they go with the Blazing Duet so far. NetherRealm has already been called out as the Astro Echoes calls the rest of the team. The final slash comes on through, allowing Sorry I'm Felix to get out, but Boots stops the rest of the follow-up with a Raging Sandstorm. They find a kill back with the help of Sands, and King goes down. Kyrie now with a spatial migration finds a double kill with the help of the Violent Requiem. That's going to be 4 down for nothing.
Man, again, and it looks like it might go in the way of Siasoon, and then all of a sudden, smack comes Onyx. And it was overlaid really well, but still, it's not a huge lead for them. Siasoon can kind of recollect here, try to find their own timing, and right now, it's got to be Boxy. He's got to be able to find things up, but this might not be it right here. He's trying to...
Oh, wow. What's he trying
I'm not
to
sure.
do?
I'm not sure what he's trying to do. Again, trying to bait something out here.
Let's see if he lands it. Nope. Force the flicker out of there. Sands, he wanted that kill. He wanted that kill bad.
Yeah. In that last team fight, crowd control speaks at its finest. We have seen a lot of crowd control being utilized from the side of Onyx team just to make Siasoon paralyzed on that top lane side. But again, CW, I said the opposite. I said that Kosei is having the best time of his life, but after CW got those 4 assists in the early game, I cannot imagine how will he do in the mid game.
Yeah, that's tough, right? You got to kind of adjust from that, knowing that this is going to be a minor advantage for CW, at least in the gold lane. He's going to continue to farm up. So if you're Siasoon, once again, you want to be able to buy Kosei some time. You want to contest these, though, and that's what I like them doing here. But really, can they actually get a pick off? That's one of the biggest questions when you're utilizing this Kaja pick. Right now, they have the positioning on the turtle, though, and it looks like Onyx might actually just give it up. Kyrie's not even a part of this, so MP the King getting that second turtle.
It's just too much effort, too much time, too much resources when Kyrie needs to start building up to his first and second items. I mean, at the end of the day, CW got a free tier 1 down bot side, and for what? For Siasoon to get a turtle, just a bit of EXP and a bonus turtle dragon buff? Like, it doesn't really do too much for them overall compared to Onyx, who's getting influence over the map.
Well, seeing that bot lane turret has been destroyed right now by Team Onyx, I can imagine seeing Kyrie in really good bushes.
Well, they've already started things off. The final slash comes out towards Kyrie's side. I don't think... Felix now getting punched, but here comes the NetherRealm for the counter engage. Retribution already being used, but sorry, on Felix still trying to get out. Sands almost getting it, but here comes the Raging Sandstorm, flickering on towards Babe's side. It's too much damage. They pull back. Luckily, no members of Onyx go down. I could be wrong, but Sands finds another one, and Boxy the King, he doesn't miss a shot.
Man, the polling back and forth and just kind of whittling things down against Siasoon was really well orchestrated there from Onyx, and now they're just continuing to put the pressure.
Yeah, are they taking it? Who took it? Who took it? Who took it? Oh, it's MB the King. Well, after seeing the Divine Judgment from the side of Team Siasoon there, I told you about it before it happens. Keyboy, once he triggers his ultimate, he's gonna be drugged down by Boxy the King. Oh, there's some recalls here. He's so confident right now. But I want to speak about something. Whenever Keyboy misses his ult, he have always boots to cover his back, and that's what we saw with this Raging Sandstorm coming in with a flicker from the side of Team Onyx team.
Man, that's what is actually scary when you look at it all unfold, right? It's like a perfectly choreographed dance. You have Keyboy there holding on to that Minoan Fury. If he actually gets Divine Judgment, it's fine because you still have the Raging Sandstorm. You still have, Spatial Migration. There's so many possibilities to initiate a fight and pull back. That's what we see, right? Versus Keyboy, he pulls back if he has to flicker out. Then you have Boots coming in, and that's the problem for See You Soon right now, is kind of finding their way, navigating through all these entry points from Onyx, right? And right now, that might be just, again, time could be on their side. If they can stall some of this out, you still have to rely on Kosei. He is this Brody. Boxy, though, going to jump in.
Oh, conceal.
They fit the 4, finds the Divine Judgment. Kyrie finds 3, and now the Violent Requiem going to chunk him out. NetherRealm keeps them alive for the time being, and Final Slash actually whiffing. This is not bad for the side of Onyx. They still have a majority of their ults still up.
Kyrie positioned himself correctly in the next upcoming fight. He can take Brody out. He have a flicker and not a purify. So whenever Kyrie sees Kosei, he's just gonna have really good ideas.
Here we go. Oh man, sorry, I'm Felix tries to spend, but Kyrie's going to be able to secure that lower to the back line. He's getting attacked so quickly. And now CW finds a double. Sans gets a mega one blazing duet to put him in the dirt. MP the King trying to run away. Sans not gonna let him go. Chunks him out. Oh, misses the shot. CW should get this, right? There we go. Secures the kill.
The double
Raw trying to Sans. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. He's taunting him underneath inhibitor turrets, and even Keyboy getting them back. They pull off, and here comes the Lord already spawned.
All right. We have just seen a team fight that could have ended with a maniac. CW is just flexing his Demon Undersword. He's flexing his golden staff. We have seen the damage. We have seen Sans giving vision all around the map, even though Boxy the King is the one who started that team fight, but the ones who ended it up there in the sky were Team Onyx.
Again, I'm going to go back to the fact that I was saying before all that unfolded. It's great if you have a Divine Judgment. You pull Keyboy, but then what? And that's where you saw the triple spatial migration, gets the NetherRealm out, and it collapses from there. It really just feels like there's too many options for Onyx right now, and really, if you do find a pick, do you have enough damage? If you're See You Soon to actually follow up, and time and time again. Gideon, I know you love the word feint. This is what's happening. A lot of the times, it's even just Kyrie baiting out the Final Slash.
Exactly, because Kyrie is one of the only few people in the lineup of Onyx right now in terms of the draft, right? Playing this Guinevere to get in and out of fights. If we're talking about Boots, he doesn't necessarily want to get out of the fight. He kind of wants to end the fight. And the same can be said about Keyboy, right? They don't have the most amount of mobility once they've committed all of their resources and all of their spells.
Yeah, quick reflexes, that's what we got used to by seeing Kyrie, even though he's not an assassin, even though he's playing a utility jungler, but yet he is still so smooth with his execution. Let's have a quick look here at the in-game equipment. We will see that Brody already have his Blade of Hypnosis and also the Malefic Raw, which will give him a little good advantage when it comes to dealing some physical damage to the tanky heroes from the side of Team Onyx. Speaking of the tanky heroes, we only speak about here Boots on the Khalid, Kyrie as well, and Keyboy. So by banning that carry, they did manage to have this tanky composition, and by this tanky composition, they managed to torture, I would say, Team Sisu when it comes to the crowd control matter.
The more that I look at this, and I'm thinking, like, was the carry ban necessary, right? Especially based on the first 3 picks. And I think for the time being, I think Coach M had the foresight to see that maybe See You Soon wanted to go for the traditional Kaja into carry pick, right? Because if we're looking at quote-unquote tanky heroes, it honestly is just Kyrie and as well as Keyboy. Boots is building full damage right now. And can we first talk about good guy Boots? The fact that he's level 13 to, sorry, I'm Felix, level 11. This man is so far ahead of the game, which is not normal for Onyx, who usually tell Boots, like, you just have to take it.
Well, what I love also about the builds is that I see Kyrie building half of the builds, the half of the Cursed Helmet, and also the half of Blade Armor. There's a Conceal. What are they aiming for?
I mean, it's just cost efficiency, right?
They're making their way top for Sans, who is going to do just that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Navarre is probably not the play there, so they're going to go ahead and give up this Lord. Not really much they can do about it. So you're kind of wondering, like, is See You Soon, do they feel like they're in this position now where they're 9K behind and they just have to find anything they can, at this point in the game? It's only 13 minutes in here, Yasu.
The defense is possible, theoretically speaking, because you have the Paramis, you also have the Final Slash that can flip things around but yet you don't have that wave clearance for Team Soon. Depending on just having a Brody to clear and to deal some damage to the minions, the Framis, I wouldn't agree that much when it comes to clearance. So it's going to be a little bit hard to defend in the minutes 13 or 14 minutes in and having 10k gold, or being 10k gold behind from Team Onyx. The next engage, I would actually say chaos happening in the Land of Dawn. You have the Minotaur, you have also Khalid, and you have that Guinevere. Everyone will be just flying in the air at some point.
Sans was looking for that, right? But not going to be able to get it. Here's the Lord, though, bottom side.
Oh.
Still shots being fired from afar. That's the hard thing for Soon to deal with right now in this siege on the base. So, bottom turret going to be taken out. Onyx still putting the pressure here. They might actually force a situation knowing that they have this kind of lead unless they take the discipline route and they just get the base fully exposed with this first push in.
Yeah, I mean, just look at what they're doing right now. Like Onyx, they could have synchronized the waves, but they've decided the Luminous Lord is going to crack open the very first inhibitor turret, right? So the next thing we're going to do is start sieging you down. Like Sans, get as many shots as you want. Make them feel punished for sitting in their base. Really hurt them, and we don't have to commit anything. Just sweep through their jungle.
Yeah, having the Blood Wings and also seeing the Malefic Roar comes for CW means that the damage will be more annoying on Team Soon, especially when it comes to Sans, because he's just dropping bombs from far away and dealing tremendous amount of damage to Kosei and especially also to Ra.
Okay, so far so good though for Soon. They're holding it together despite getting siege from afar. The shot after shot from Sans, but ultimately they only lose the one turret, right? Given the fact that they're down 10,000 gold, that's not too bad. Soon though, look at the damage dealt, right? I mean, at one point, where is that point for them to crawl back into this game? If they can stay in the base, defend as much as they can, ultimately it's going to lead to Onyx just taking another Lord, doing the same things until they are ready to actually force an initiation here. So that didn't happen with the first one that they went in with the Lord, but still, that's what's the future of Soon, unless somehow, some way, they are actually able to pull something off. This is where I would like to say once again, and why I feel like LaFell likes to say this. Imagine if the Arlot, if Felix can actually get a final slash off that's going to help them win a fight.
Now you're LaFell pilled. He is.
I'm missing him. I'm missing LaFell.
Look, we got to keep it based here. We got to keep it based here on the desk, right? The important thing is that Onyx, at the end of the day, even if they try to force a fight onto Soon, it can be very awkward, especially when it's underneath their crystal, right? And that's why Onyx is purposely dragging this out. Hey, come on out. We're gonna call a technical pause, but come on out towards that Lord pit so that now you have nowhere to run. At the very least, we can commit to this fight.
Let's look at this game from all the aspects, since now we are giving the time. The last team fight, I would actually say that it was so easy to take the inhibitor turrets at least. You had an enhanced Lord, you have the gold lead, 10k ahead. You shouldn't be that much afraid from the final slash, because yes, it can make your position doesn't sound as solid as you wanted, but you have the items to defend whatever sort of damage that can be dealt upon you. Minotaur, also having Khalid, not just that, the damage from CW haven't been touched so far. Team Onyx could have went for inhibitor turrets at least, and this is something I'm not quite sure why they weren't as aggressive as I expected.
Well, I think a lot of it boils down to, one, majority of the gold that's coming from this 9k gold lead is, one, Kyrie, and two, coming in from Boots as well. I mean, let's not forget, sorry, the big one, Sans, of course, and he's the one that's harassing, right?
Sure.
But Novaria is one of those heroes that plays in intervals. It's not as good as a Lilia that can kind of walk up, dish out all that damage, and as long as you hit the abilities, get those resets, and really push that advantage. Novaria doesn't work like that, unfortunately. And that's why they're trying to pull back, right? And let's not forget, Khalid is one of those heroes that, hey, if you have CC, Quicksand Guard ain't gonna save you anymore, right? And Arlet is pretty good at canceling it.
That's what I'm wondering, again, you know, when it comes down to it, when you're, and this isn't just these two teams, but generally, let's say you're down 10,000 gold.
Oh yeah.
All right.
And you are pretty much turtled up in your base, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're just defending as much as you can here. What is, and we've seen this actually happen, but I'm just hypothetically throwing out there. How do you turn it around? You know, like, is it just a Hail Mary defense play that's going to only be the answer here in this situation with this lineup here across from them for Soon?
Well, you need to accurately activate Paramis's ult, because this is the only way Team See You Soon can buy more time, because when it comes to defending the base, yes, the final slash can make everyone in a really bad position, etc, etc. But when it comes to Faramis, if he triggered his ultimate in a bad timing, if it's not on sharp, perfect timing, he's gonna lose that defense 100% for sure. But going ahead into the game, I cannot help but to remember seeing Sans having triple the damage dealt. Ooh.
Here we go. The chase has already started. The Lord falls into the hands of Onyx, and they find a pick on the Sorry I'm Felix. And that's where See You Soon call it quits. They're like, okay, we're only willing to sacrifice Felix, and that's about it, because he's the most expendable, and he's the only one who's going to be able to kind of set this big play up for the rest of us. That 5-man dream not going to be there just yet.
Yeah, I mean, even in that case, it's like, should we have even been in that side of the jungle for the Lord, right? Like, what would we do? What would we accomplish? Even if we had the vision there, would it have been better if See You Soon just waited in the base? Yeah, you know, Sorry I'm Felix is going to be up by the time the Lord makes it here. But, you know, things like that are just going to further set you back in what you're trying to do, crawl back into this game. At this point, now 12,000 gold behind at the 17-minute mark. This is where Onyx is going to force it, punch it in, and possibly end it here as the Lord makes its way into the base.
Yep, they've lost all their inhibitor turrets here. This might be an endgame scenario, as now we see that CW, he's got to be careful, right? Even though he does have the BMI in a safe spot, he is nervous about Boxy the King. He could really turn this around for them. They can harass for as long as they want, but as long as there's that counter-engage ability from the side of See You Soon, there's always the possibility. Kyrie is going to make the attempt. Keyboy starts things off, flickers in hard. The NetherRealm is going to protect him. Keyboy ends up losing his immortality, and now they're letting everything throw in the kitchen sink as well. It's going to be the Sand Storm God that keeps Boots alive immediately after the ult. It's too nasty. They can't do much about it, and Sands has done enough to put them in the dirt. See You Soon drop the game.
A decisive win, game number 1 here for Onyx, under the 18-minute mark with a massive lead here. Very well executed.
Very well executed indeed, and that's what we are talking about. Just a matter of a millisecond can make the difference. Team Onyx are now flying, and now they are the Sky Kings soaring beyond their limits. We just saw a perfect execution coming from the Minotaur, coming with the flicker ult. Keyboy does deserve that S and S+ tier given by his teammates, and also given by his enemies.
And again, the way I'll look at it here is with the lead that they had, leading into even that first push into the base, they took the discipline route, right? They didn't put the pressure in, because at the end of the day, they're still trying to go through those steps, you know, make sure the boxes are checked. Even if we have a 10,000 gold lead, we're still going to make sure we go through the motions properly and execute it the way they want to, right? And that's exactly what happened. At one point, See You Soon, I feel like they were just down so much that, you know, they tried to get vision on the Lord, that last one, but really, what could you do there, even given that disparity?
Yeah, they were going to get stat checked either way with such a large disparity as well. And not to mention, you know, it's interesting to see that at least for the side of Onyx, they want to maintain a certain level of polish throughout the group stages, right? Previously, in some of their previous games where they were more, I wouldn't even say hesitant, but more sort of ballsy to make some crazier plays, I think now is the time that they're realizing that the knockout stage is getting closer and closer and closer. We might as well start now to get into that peak performance and finally find our stride once we start eliminating teams.
Well, I haven't seen Team See You Soon play as passive at this game. I actually, yes, there was that moment when they approached the Lord, even though they were behind in gold and everything. But I have seen Team See You Soon play more aggressive earlier on in the group stage. So I would just wait to see, are they relaxed because they secured that top 2 or not?
Well, again, keeping things together here on how they executed. The MVP for this game is also Sands. Once again, amazing performances so far throughout this entire group stage from him. And this is why I'm saying, you know, when you look at Onyx, yeah, you know, you might want to point this person out, but really what's happened here is this entire lineup just pops off in different ways throughout the course of their game. The matches they go through, they all shine in their own way. And as you look at the highlights here from this game, yes, it was very dominant, right? And they started early on. A lot of these skirmishes could have gone in favor of See You Soon, but once again, it was all choreographed very well. The timing of everything, just like you see here from Kyrie, jump in, follow through. That's what, you know, this is where that expertise really starts to shine on this squad here.
Absolutely. I think the best part about Onyx is that whoever has the lead, they change their style of play according to the person who has the money to back them up. And that's the fun part about it, right? That's why you're seeing that. Imagine if CW had a whopping lead. I think they would have been way more aggressive with a lot of the engagement. But since Sans is the one who has the cash, he gets to predetermine the way these fights actually go. You gotta wait for my Astral Echoes before you go in, nothing else. And then you start looking for engages. So he communicates very well with both Keyboy as well as Boots.
Yeah, and speaking of Sans, you cannot neglect the fact that he was triple the damage dealt by the nearest player in this game. And looking here, this was the final moments that Team See You Soon have witnessed in the Land of Dawn. They tried their best to defend that last wave coming in, but Team Onyx, just the goal difference and also the crowd control that they have. Let's go to the statistics and see what the Team Onyx bring up new, or even what did Team See You Soon bring up new. As you said, we haven't been used to see this such emblem or like this such set of emblem coming from the Brody. But what actually caught my eyes was at the end game when we get to the items is that Faramis also bought the room for himself, for the team. So actually Team See You Soon, before the game ended, they had 2 room and also they had 2 room, and I believe they were both for the conceal. So let's check here.
No,
it was that, yeah. So I just like, maybe I'm colorblind.
No, don't worry about it. It happens all the time. I've hung out with LaFell more times than no. In these types of situations, especially for those who are unaware, once you start hitting it in towards that 8 minute, again, there's not going to be a lot of time to actually make this work out. So, especially when you are looking to go for these builds, I'm more surprised that Kusei was going for the Master Assassin going into that gold lane, right? It felt like against See You Soon, they have done a little bit of homework on Onyx and expecting that at least for Chairway, CW, Mr. Calvin would be by himself.
Yeah, and CW at some point he sold his own boost just because he knows he can rely on his teammate, and also because he needed that extra damage. He just dealt, or like he just lived with the stacks coming from his first kill.
Yeah, and again, when you look at these things kind of unfold, right? One of the biggest things is the standout thing, I would say, from these teams, these regions that have been dominating for a while, is usually when they have a lead, they are less likely to let it slip through their hands. And that's going even back from the wild card, right? This is something we saw a lot. We saw where it was comparison of these teams that have the utility part executed perfectly, right? The dances, the turtles, the lords, and everything else. But even back in the wild card, some of these teams, they just like to duke it out. But this time, Onyx, they like to duke it out. But usually, again, when they garner themselves a lead like this, it does not slip out of their hands.
Yeah, and looking at the team fight participation from the side of Team Onyx, you can tell that they used their formation to its maximum potential. Why so? Because they have this area crowd control heroes such as the Minotaur, also the Guinevere, and you can have the Khalid as well. And all of them had almost above 88%, which means that the team played for. And this is actually strange, because I didn't think I would say that about Onyx one day, because they have the Kyrie goes in, he have the most skill participation, but in this game they worked as a team, as a full.
Yeah.
I mean, like they use the area crowd control to always be together, not like have a one team fight on the top lane side and leave CW down there.
They basically layer things really well, right? With the draft that they took out, and that's the important thing, and that's why I'm saying, like, this is a team that they. And if you consider all the strategies you've seen from Onyx, really, there's so many, right?
Yeah.
Yes, there's distinctive play styles, but at this point, the current meta we are in, and even just in these 5 days of the group stages, if you guys have caught all the games, you've seen very different play styles from team to team, from draft to draft. This last series alone, we had 3 different play styles from all of them performing drafts. And really, that's the thing. You just know that a team like Onyx is going to have this game plan. They're going to execute it well. So if you're See You Soon, and what we've seen from them before is, like you said, it's all sweeps so far. And this is one of their first, I would say, really big challenges ahead of them, right? So how do you approach that if you're See You Soon? And how do you approach game 2 with a loss like this from game one?
I think a couple of things that need to be understood is the fact that Onyx is one of those teams where it's not like they have a set game plan every single time. They have a rough guidelines, which is very much the Coach Yev philosophy, the way that he kind of holds himself and the way that he kind of interacts with a lot of his players. The same can be applied to the game where you have a simple couple of guidelines of how you want to approach these fights, but at the end of the day, communication is always going to be key, and they're always constantly adjusting. During their time of MSC, one of the longest games that we saw coming in from Onyx themselves, and I think it was it against Burnex Flash, if I remember correctly? I could be wrong. I'll double check that later. I was talking to CW at the hotel afterwards. You know what he told me? He told me, he was like, oh, what was the first thing that you said after you won that game? It's like, I need some water. Because they were talking constantly, again, back and forth to kind of adjust and refine the plan as they play throughout the game. And that's why it feels that Onyx is a lot more fluid compared to a lot of other teams who need that rigid structure to play the game. That's why we're seeing the preparation from the side of Brody going for Master Assassin. That's why we're seeing the common emblems going onto this Arlet to hover around the turtle because they know it's going to spawn on that side for the very first one at level 4.
Yeah, love the insights there, Gideon, and it leaves you really questioning how that things is going to change ahead of us. Now, of course, real quick for all you guys watching over there, here comes the TikTok drops. If you guys are watching on TikTok, the M5 has something special for you guys, an M5 on TikTok for 5 minutes, and you can win one TikTok viewer chest. Yes, there are chests out there. Watch out for 20 minutes, and you might win TikTok Deluxe chest. If you guys are here with us in the venue and you somehow pull up TikTok, maybe you can get a chest as well.
I don't know where the pop-up is supposed to be. I think it's like the top right, but then it's vertical, so it's like it's even further beyond. You'll figure it out if you're watching on TikTok. It would make a lot more sense there.
Well, today started with 2-1s so far. It have been a day full of, I'm not gonna say sweeps, it's full series. So I would expect to continue the day that way. See You Soon have shown us, not today, but before, that they can make up something even better than what we have just witnessed. Team See You Soon can bring up something, and I'm wondering what it is. Will it be the pick-off strategy? Because we know that they have this Kaja-Kadida combo that actually reminds me of a team who's unfortunately not with us here in the tournament, which is Echo Philippines.
Yeah, well, it's funny though, they're actually here watching though. They just walk in. So.
They just walked in.
Big shout out to Echo. And as Yasu's mentioning, they are known for that Kadida and Kaja combination. Now, from the previous game, again, you're looking at the Kaja and you're like, well, that necessarily didn't work out too well because of what was across from you. Even if you got the Divine Judgments off properly, really, it just scaled way out of your favor. So is what you're saying here, Yasu, is maybe they should pick up the Kadida so they can hopefully, even early on, they have enough burst, they have enough early damage that they can automatically get that kill and that numbers advantage they're looking for.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that, but the only thing that could have prevented them from the last game specifically is that they took the Faramis as a first pick, so they had to build up something around it. Having the Kaja, actually, it hasn't been used to take CW out of the team fights. It always was used just to take Keyboy when he was using the ultimates, which is a really good thing. But there was this one time at the top lane side, at the Turtle specifically, he took Keyboy even before he triggers his ultimate. And at this point, he just dragged a disaster upon his team.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you see Onyx like to poke and prod at their opponents, right? Like, think of it this way. Every single time, have you ever heard of the Pavlov's theory, where you condition your opponent a couple of times and eventually you kind of always respond in the exact same manner? That's what Onyx likes to do, right?
Behaviorism.
Behaviorism, that's the best way of putting it. So first, they're going to start with the mid for you. Oh, that didn't work? Okay, let's switch it over. Boots, go in, you're next. Kyrie, you're next. And eventually, you start to understand how they respond each time you engage. And once that Divine Judgment is gone, that's when you see CW actually walk in, because they're not going to throw the Claude in the middle of that. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, they're not. But, well, again, we theorize so much. Let's go ahead into the draft here for game number 2. Again, we've got Onyx on this blue side. We've got See You Soon, this time on the red. Bans probably going to be very similar to what we saw in the previous game and how that unfolded. Now, you have to wonder, because See You Soon is going to have that response with the 2 picks coming up, how do they want to start to, paint this picture to hopefully, as Yasu said, get to a game 3? Because that's what today's been full of.
Yeah. And speaking of both teams right now, looking at Onyx, they have the first 2 bans as the last game, and they will, if they continue the same route, it's a Nolan coming up next. But Team Seasoon this time they are changing something. We haven't seen Team Seasoon banning the Fanny, and also yesterday actually Team Triple Esport haven't banned the Fanny. I don't know if that sends a message to Kyrie or like even tells him like you can go ahead take your Fanny. But anyways, what did I miss?
Oh, sorry. It's not that you missed anything. It's the fact that Coach Yep decided, you know what? Phoveus needs to go, and it needs to go now.
Hey, I think he heard you earlier.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where it's like, we're setting up Nolan. Come on to you soon. It's up to you. And even Keyboy was giving a bit of a snicker back there. I'm not sure whether one of his teammates said something funny or he kind of agreed like, oh boy, Phoveus. Remember that game with Homeboys? Yeah, that was great.
Well, you know, Phoveus or not, I'm glad the fairness is taken out too.
They will clear the road for Nolan. They literally give them Nolan. Tell them like, okay, Onyx, you want Nolan? Go ahead.
Well, speaking of, there he is. He's going to be locked in here. Interesting.
Oh boy, he didn't have an abysmal win rate. 59%, it's good, but like, come on.
And this is confidence right here.
Right?
The Angela into the 1-1 in your swing back from See You Soon.
Exactly. This is what I want to see from See You Soon. Now, the other teams that have faced off against See You Soon, there's a lot of it where it comes down to like, hey, you got to show us respect. You got to put them in. You got to put them in their place. If not, they're going to keep on disrespecting you and keep on pushing further and further and further each and every time. And that's what Onyx have done. Look, they lock in the Beatrix. They get the Kaja as well. You want to go in with a hard guard and try and crossbow of Tang? Divine Judgment says no.
I really do love Onyx draft right now. They already banned the Phoveus that can make problems or like can cause problems for Nolan, but yet Team Seasoon took advantage of that as well, having the 1-1. Maybe they can even add upon that one more mobility hero. What do you think so far?
Whew. Well, I think it's interesting that Onyx decided to take the Kaja this time around, but this is also something we usually see, right? Kaja, you pair it up with the Beatrix, you have that, then you have Nolan there. My biggest question is, you know, how do you cover that front to back or even have that peel option for Onyx later on? I think that's where we also have to see Seasoon focus on the second phase of bans as they go for it, but they're going to pick up the R-Lot here so far. So I would say Seasoon, hey, they're opting for comfort, at least for this match.
Oh yeah, it's not just comfort, but I'm expecting specific bans. Number one, for the first time ever, people are now caring about what Boots actually is going to play. Too many times people have forgotten about good guy Boots. He takes one for the team, and even in the previous game, for the first 8 minutes, he was hard, well, you know, to a degree hard carrying alongside with Sans, but it's good to see as an EXP laner, you have this much impact. Now first, Sans is going to be a problem with that Novari. We need to get rid of that, right? Get away from the trigger fingers, get away from the good stuff. The real question is going to come down to the second half of that draft where you're looking to kind of match up. Remember, See You Soon has that very last pick, and I think it's going to be leaning towards the EXP to get some benefits.
The EXP. Team Onyx do need the EXP, but look at Team See You Soon. Would you guys think with me that maybe we'll see an Arlott switch to the roam and then Angela to the mid lane, because we have seen Ra on Angela, he almost got a maniac one day.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's the only one that had that kind of performance on Angela so far. But is that the question for, you know, what they want to throw at Onyx right now? It could work. I mean, that's the point of flex. That's the point of adaptability, right? But you can see this too. Man, Yasu, they're hearing you, man.
Yeah.
They take out the Kadita. They don't want to give that option to Onyx, who could have possibly went that way.
Well, Sans was quite annoying having the Novaria from far a distance. Imagine having the Kaja for Team Onyx and also having the Kadita combo. It would have been just lethal for Team Seasoon. But here comes something that you kind of addressed the last game, Naisu. You said that why didn't we see, or like, let's say together that Kaja at this game specifically will aim for the 1-1. One will have a terrible time. She needs someone to take the hits for her, and I wouldn't suggest having an Arlott to keep someone away. I want more crowd control for Seasoon to while they are going in towards the game. Do you think, Gideon, that we might see an area crowd control or like a suppression hero or like Franco or something from the side of Team CSU?
I think this is one of the situations where you're probably going to need something that can actually phase check. I think as much as I would like to believe Martis is pretty decent here to kind of keep things flexible for the time being, because you would expect a jungle pick here for the side of CU soon at the very least, right? You know, you want to have that flexibility at the very end, but at the end of the day, right, you also need to make sure. Oh, wow, you know what?
I called it.
Yasu.
I called it.
Just, you know, when you're typing like a really long sentence and then you're like, all right, I'm going to backspace a little bit there. So, hey, they lock in a Franco. I was actually thinking that this might be too risky, though, when you mentioned the Franco. You know, because, yeah, you have the Angela, who is now going to be going in the mid lane like we expected. It is Raw. But now you have the Franco. So if you are not finding those connections with the hooks, and I feel like, and let's say the final slashes that didn't work so great the previous game, that's where things kind of fall off already. You know, very early on in these engages, hard guard will only help you so much because the fact that you lock in a 1-1, you have to be able to get those, you know, weak points off in the first place before you can get the airtime. So that's the struggle there, and I really want to know how they round this out. What do they put in the jungle? The other side, the flip side from Onyx right now is the Trizzle and the Valentina. So if you look at this whole lineup from Onyx, in a way it's kind of standard. And it falls into a place where, like, okay, our boxes are checked for the most part. We have an initiator, we have a peeler, we have someone to give a go signal to and just try to get a pick off early on or through the majority of the game. And at the same time, we have a Valentina who can take these other ultimates and use the best for the situation, right? So these are the things that CSU needs to consider on this last pick.
Well, against a team like Onyx, you have to take the risk, and the point from having that Franco, for me at least, is to keep someone down, to hold someone down for the 1-1 to use her crossbow of Tang, which, and I have said this in previous matches, I don't see 1-1 as dangerous as others can do, because having the 1-1 and playing against it by the having the freeze or the wind of nature can actually quite suppress her, let's say, dangerousness, if I can say. So we have seen that actually yesterday. 1-1 triggering her ultimate just with one freeze, everything went down.
Yeah, the Winter Truncheon is pretty much a thorn in the side of all 1-1 players when it's popped correctly, right? So again, Yasu, real quick, looking at the lineups here, how's it looking? Right now, lineup rating is favoring actually CSU, but what do you think about that? I would
actually disagree with the numbers, because I would go and lean towards Team Onyx, because having the Valentina for Sans, he can use the final slash, the hard guard, not just that, even the Franco also. Yeah, I think I would totally disagree with the numbers.
Well, we're going to find out what the numbers spell for us here as we load up into the land of Dawn. Game number 2 here between CU Soon and Onyx. And it's match point right now for Onyx. So can CU Soon actually take us to another Game 3 for this day number 5 of the group stages? And once again, Kyrie being on this Nolan, they're going to have to handle that and see what momentum they can build early on.
It's going to be Kyrie on the orange side of their map up against MP the King, making sure that his purple buff is taken away. This is going to be interesting, right? Because again, a lot of this is going to boil down to whether or not that level 4 is going to be activated as soon as possible, right? Any small advantages in the lane can be abused with how quickly Kyrie is able to kind of run around the map.
Looking here at Team CU Soon, and also like having in mind the numbers that we have seen saying that CU Soon have a better draft, I would actually agree on one specific point. When that crossbow of Tang is activated by Kosei, MP the King can just collect bodies, and this is the only thing I would agree with the numbers with. But so far, I think that Onyx totally nailed that draft.
This is interesting too, right? You got double focusing mark, right? Both of these, whether it's a boxy, whether it's raw, you want to be able to provide that extra little bit amount of damage so you can actually capitalize on these kills, right? If they're able to pull that off. Having 2 of those alone could help them build the momentum they need. But really, once we get to the level 4s, that always comes down to, you know, the roamers deciding, okay, do we actually initiate? Are we going to be peeling? And I think that's why it's also so important when we saw, hold on, right here already.
Yep, he gets hit by the Iron Hook. It's not going to result in a kill just yet. Keep in mind, CW has Flicker and not Purify this time round. So it's going to be very important for him to maintain a healthy state in the lane.
Yeah. Looking at the top lane, we are not used to see babysitting, I would say, to the gold lane when it comes to Franco only. We just or like at least we are used to see it with the healers. But right here we can see that Boots is having hard time in the bot lane.
He's getting 2v1 so far, but as it's Rizla, it looks like he's okay. Level 3 to level 4, as MP the King's going to start walking up his hard guard. Has been committed. Kyrie able to secure the first turtle of this game. They start backing off.
So even with that hard card, right, they're still going to go ahead and contest those. See you soon if they can, continue to do that as the game goes on. The good thing is no one died, but if they can actually utilize that, pull it off, and then get a kill on top of it, that would help them here, given the situation. But even if you look at how that went, Onyx was kind of calm and collected on how they handled that. And even with this, right, Boots going to miss that penalty zone. The thumbs up there from Felix. So really, it's up to these teams. But I want to point something out that we saw even from the previous game. Sure. When there's not a lot of kills happening here, one thing that Onyx does really well is building a gold lead without getting the early kills, right? They play the map very well on how they handled it. So see you soon. They got to keep an eye on this.
Instantly getting punished. Face check, instantly dead. The menace range has done enough in allowing for Kyrie to find multiple kills here on top of the fact that Sans has stolen the Decimate to chain two together. Good response.
Sniper.
CW tries. Sans flickers for us to get the double kill. In short, that's going to be a 3-for-1 trade.
Wow, a swift play here. You're speaking of like everything's being calm. Everything's being calm around the map. But Team Onyx are just there for blood. They are just there for chaos. On the top lane side, they managed with a flicker and a bloody hunt to take Kaja out. And not just that, they continued by having almost, it was 3 kills on the top side. CW after taking that gold of the turret. Oh my god.
Flickers and then into the Divine Judgment. Hard guard to try and make it happen, but no, Kyrie has too much damage. And without CW in the back, gets a double, no problem. What an dude, that was almost a nasty play with Sans stealing the hard guard. Very creative, good reaction time, but they trade support for mid laner.
And this is the scary thing I was talking about, right? Just in a few minutes, the gold lead now 2.5k ahead, and going back to history here, Onyx is going to play around this really well. So now see you soon being down this a little bit. They're going to be a little more passive in how they approach some of these. But with the lineup alone, when you look at Angel, when you look at the Franco, you're kind of playing off the fact that, all right, we got to land these iron hooks, man. Yeah. Right? He goes in with the final slash trying to, make some miracle happen. Not going to happen here. But still, you're finding yourself wondering for See You Soon, how do we do this? How do we turn some of these around? I actually like the initiation from Boxy earlier, trying to go in with a flicker, get the bloody hunt off, but unfortunately, Onyx was there on time. And that's something that's kind of hard to counterplay, right? Obviously, Onyx they've been through this, they know how to respond to some of these rotations here, and also the lineup that See You Soon has on how to counter it. So really, you're wondering, See You Soon, where's our damage, right? It has to be on Kosei, but he's actually struggling right now, even looking at the gold breakdown between the two gold laners.
Yeah, I would say that, that was a really good hook, but are they committing to it?
Yes, they're looking for the Bandit's Rage as well. Boxy goes down straight away with a stolen Decimate coming in from Sans. They got to be so very careful here. Unfortunately for Boxy the King, he wasn't even able to get his ult off at all. Sans, he's got to show that disrespect, right? He's got to keep Siyusun in their place.
Yeah, Sans just doing his thing there.
Oh, the damage it was almost there, but the left tap's keeping them alive. Now the top side is going to get pushed. MP the King, he wants his hard guard being activated. Keyboy, preemptively flickering. Oh my god, Felix flickering forward to make it happen with the final slash, but the counter engage coming in from Boots to turn this around. They don't find anybody. Felix giving up his life, even though it was such a good time for a play. How did Keyboy not die? Oh, they're still going. Kyrie, he's going to find the kill all towards Raw side. Boxy the King's running, but Kusei, he's got it. Crossbow 10 activated. Bloody Hunt being dropped, but it's too late. Can't be done. Nothing can be done here any longer. I mean, Sans is trying his absolute best, and even for Boxy the King, he's got to be in the right position, right place at the right time. But Onyx, they're not giving them any space.
The Sky Kings being banished from the sky because they managed to activate this crossbow of Tang, but before that, Team Onyx, this is when experience speaks. They can scale that goal. They can also go for really good trades. And even though there was a flicker final slash from Soraya and Felix, Team Onyx are the ones who won the team fight.
Yep, and they also take the turtle with no issues whatsoever, right? They are reading See You Soon. For some reason, they've got insane game sense.
Oh, there it is.
Iron Hook into Bloody Hunt straight away. Good guy Boots is going to have to take it. Whoa, penalty zone. The crossbow tank is out. This is actually a lot of ultimates committed on one guy as Onyx is looking for an opportunity. Keyboy getting locked. No, Iron Hook lands onto Sans. He's forced the flicker on out of there. Hard guard as well being expanded. Keyboy, despite having the Divine Judgment, it just was not enough with the amount of peel coming in from See You Soon. And now this is where it gets awkward too, as both sides having Keyboy ends up getting knocked up by MP. The King's Motor coils, and Kyrie can't get out of the fight. Decimate, and now the vengeance from the side of Sarian Felix to pick up the kill. Two underneath the turret. Just a fishing bowl here underneath the turret. A barrel indeed. CW finally makes it out as Boots able to deal with this. He should be able to get this way, but it's too risky to stay under the tower any longer. They give up T1 down bot side.
There's See You Soon, right? They got some fight back in them, and that's what we need to see here for game 2. They've whittled the gold lead a little bit more. If they can continue to do that, fight Onyx in these moments, and a lot. Again, going back to it, they need to land these iron hooks, turn the tides, get some of these initiations themselves, and so maybe they're feeling a little more confident now after that exchange in the bottom lane.
Well, I love how Keyboy left Boots as a sacrificial lamb there, to be honest. Because when he saw that the crossbow of Tang was inevitable, that Kosei would trigger it, he just left them and he went with the concealed play to go inside. Oh, what a nice hook.
Great game sense coming out from Boxy the King, because once again, they lock down a Boots. He's going to be able to flicker on out of there, but do they initiate on this penalty zone into 4? And once the crossbow tank is activated, Keyboy once again ditches him once more. Big ultimates down, Lord coming up at 2.
Okay, the fact that Boots is not here for this Lord now, See You Soon can actually start this up. They just have to win the retry battle if they actually commit to it. Kyrie also going to be making his way, but right now, See You Soon doesn't want to risk it. They might just continue to farm up a little bit more. It isn't a huge, massive gold gap anymore with it, but still, Boots is now back up. They decide to go ahead and pull up the Lord.
Well, speaking of positioning here, I think that Boots can flip everything around with a counter engage coming from the penalty zone. He can, and he will actually, I believe, take Boxy the King, and I would think that they will bait Boxy the King to hook one of their own and then counter engage with Boots.
Well, here we go. Final slash is already out. It's and Kyrie still gets it. Penetrates into Divine Judgment, but once again finding the kill onto MP the King, and Kusei runs, but CW says no more. Bennett's rage, and now Nibiru's passion. The man is just an empath as he start walking underneath their turrets. Tier 2s under threat with the Lord walking behind their backs.
Oh my god, Kyrie, what a perfect position, what a perfect timing. He just went in from down there, taking that Lord, and with that Lord, it's just a level 1 Lord, but yet it increases the gap of the gold once again.
Okay, once again, Lord now making its way down the mid. See You Soon should be able to relatively defend against this. They are going to lose these shields here, but you can see both on the bottom and the top, Onyx making their moves. They want to get to knocking on the base of See You Soon. It is only that first Lord.
Oh, conceal.
Right now, still, things kind of settling into place. Onyx has garnered themselves once again a big lead against See You Soon currently. So with that, See You Soon, what do they want to watch out for? The initiations from Keyboy. Yes, he doesn't have the flicker right now. Boots is going to have it here shortly, but right now it'll just kind of go back to a settled time. You're 2 minutes, nearly 2 minutes away from this Lord.
True. And unlike Onyx, actually, if it comes to defense, Team See You Soon cannot pull off a solid defense. Yes, you have the crossbow of Tang, but bear here with me. If you look at Team Onyx, they have area crowd control. They also have the area clearance when it comes to CW. And not just that, Kyrie can take someone in a blink of an eye. Team See You Soon need a lot of setting up until they get a kill, and also they need a lot of, I would say, sneaky moves with the Iron Hook to take someone out of the formation of Team Onyx, which so far they haven't broken formation.
The Iron Hooks are always going to be a big game changer here, and I think at least for the side of See You Soon, right, we're hoping that the final slash is going to be able to kind of break them apart, especially if Keyboy finds the initial Divine Judgment, right? We've seen it 2 times already that both Keyboy as well as CW in combination with each other generally are able to secure 1 kill almost guaranteed. Oh,
Ouch.
hold on. Final slash on towards Boots' side. Penalty zone only clips one so far. Crossbow tank is activatable, and now the Bloody Hunt is going to get onto Keyboy as the final slash stolen away from Sands is enough. They dodge away on the Iron Hook. Very nice, good adjustment for the side of Onyx.
So they got the hard guard out, they got the Bloody Hunt, the final slash from See You Soon. It's still 30 seconds away from the Lord here, so most of those should be back up, and they'll be ready to fight for it. But still, you know, with that, you see both teams still kind of pushing and pulling against each other, even at this point in the game. Yes, it's only 12 minutes in, but with the lead that Onyx has, CSU has to approach these fights in a very careful manner, right? They need to be able to pull something off, and right now it just hasn't happened. Whether that's going to be the hook as they approach this Lord, or it's going to be Felix finding his own setup. You already saw earlier, too, how fast Kyrie alone can take someone down, right? This Nolan is strong. It is deadly right now. And that's not even the rest of the team, right? That's just Kyrie alone. So is it possibly better here that CSU just gives this up?
For me, this is just the Assassin's Master Kyrie kind of thing. He can go in and hit you with this reflexes, but looking at the Blade of Hypnosis that just came through for CW and knowing that he's holding his shotgun, I might just see one of those M3 movements.
Iron Hook and into the penalty zone to actually try and get the early cancel out. Sounds managing with the Winter trying to get back out of there. They find the kill to Sorry, Iron Phoenix, and now the Divine Judgment instantly a double for CW, finding another combination. As now it's going to be Kusei who's going to try to make something happen with the help of the hard guard. Nah, he's not going to take it. He doesn't want to take it to the skies just yet. It's just too much to handle, especially when he's 3 levels down on some of the members of Onyx. With the Lord pushing, this could be it as it cracks open the first inhibitor in through that mid lane. Second one collapsing from that bottom side. This is an endgame scenario, and Onyx are just dancing around them, waiting for the opportunity to present itself. Next wave has spawned, and finally they back away.
Okay, they're going to clear it out here. They hold on a little bit longer, but see you soon. They are going to have nearly a fully exposed base here.
Yeah, having the Enhanced Lord also being outnumbered was kind of... And imagine me, as LaFell said, imagine me. Let's say that Onyx goes in, they would have just finished it, but they want to take it a safer route.
Here we go. Once again, the final slash penalty zone, and landing onto the 4 members in towards that back line. He's getting peeled off in final slash as well. Crossbow tank is already out with a hard guard from Kusei. They back up. I'm sorry, I'm Felix. Jumps in on towards that side, flickering for his life. Vengeance as well, but CW peels them off time and time again. Renaissance must not be disrespected.
Oh, even with that, again, the base fully exposed. It looks very similar to the previous game, almost 11,000 down here for See You Soon. But if things fall into place somehow, some way, they might be able to crawl back into this game.
I really loved when Kyrie just dodged that Iron Hook. He did land an Iron Hook upon him, but he managed to find his way out and find his way through. 12.5k for the Beatrix, having almost 3k ahead. And when it comes to farm, 2 items down, 2 items behind for the 1-1. Yet, Kusei is dealing a really good amount of damage. He can take someone out, but the problem is for Kusei is whenever he finds a crossbow of tank opening, he only finds it on the front laners who are so tanky, and that's indicates to Boots, or I wouldn't say Keyboy, because when Keyboy sees Kusei, he's down for sure. But Boots is the only person that can be triggered upon the crossbow of tank.
This is one of the few, well, traditional EXP lane experiences, right? This is what I'm used to. Boots is kind of left on his own. Yeah. He gets attacked all the time, and he's just like, good guy, Boots, of course. You just gotta take it. And he says, yes, yes, daddy, please.
Take it like a good boy.
He's got the body of Smith for a reason, right? That's the Riz for you. So, you know, right now, that's kind of what he's got to do. He's got to just be the target for them. But, you know, with this kind of lead, it's very similar. Like I always say, when you have a gap this far behind, it's increasingly difficult for you soon to find favorable, you know, wins in some of these team fights and whatnot. But still, if there's an overstep from Onyx, they might be able to find it. If you land the hook on the right target that is, you know, given the situation, that could turn the tide of these fights. But, you know, really, who do you find? If Boxy is checking these things for himself, trying to find the right target, And if you don't land it, then you're down that Iron Hook, and all you have is the Flicker and Bloody Hunt combination. So you can see this. It's very difficult for them to even get range of this Lord. It's better they just give it up and get ready for a defense in the base.
Yeah. Even though there was no vision whatsoever on Boxy the King and Team See You Soon on that top side, yet See You Soon went back. I believe that at some point he could have took Kyrie out and went for an engage, even though they are behind in gold, but yet they had the opportunity, they had the window. Will they regret it? This is the question, or that's the question for the upcoming seconds. The Enhanced Lord, second Enhanced Lord is marching from the mid lane, and Team See You Soon are not looking good.
Yep, this is going to be a difficult high ground defense with their type of draft, right? Conceal being played, Keyboy's looking for an opportunity, finds the R-Line and instantly getting chunked down to 50%. Final slash being slowed by Solid, but now with the penalty zone, they're trying to look for an opportunity. Boxy flickers forward to get onto CW, allowing Felix to make a play. Kyrie, he's low, he's got to get out of there. He's got the immortality, but it's just not worth it. Sorry, I'm Felix finding the vengeance, and at the end of the day, Kusei was able to free him with the help of the Heart Guard. They're going to make a second attempt here. Sans trying his best. Wasn't able to get the Terrified just yet, but Kyrie, he's a little low. He doesn't want to commit all the way, especially losing all his buffs. Iron Hawk last connects Keyboy, force the flicker out there, and now it's going to be his immortality gone. CW can only watch, Sans can only hover around, and the defense coming out from the side of See You Soon is clean. They make it for another minute or so for the next Lord to spawn.
Gotta give it up for See You Soon, staying in the game 18 minutes in, despite the gap they have. They find something, they find a win in this. And this could be the start of something, turning this in favor of them. Again, as we get further in the game, these death timers are going to be a concern.
Well, I believe there was a miscommunication from the side of Team Onyx. Boots, even though he landed his ult, the penalty zone was upon 4, if not 5, of the members of Team See You Soon. Even though that happened, there was no follow-up. That suits such a really good engagement.
Felix.
Here we go. Penalty zone is on all of them. Sorry, I'm Felix already using the Final Slash, and Sans going to help ensure it with his Final Slash of his own. Oh, the Terrified MP the King, he's getting chunked out. Bloody Hunt already being committed on to good guy Boots, and he can only take so much damage as Keyboy decides to show up, looking for an opportunity to get out to Kusei. Doesn't get the Divine Judgment, instead gets pulled back by the Iron Hawk. Kusei goes into the skies, crossbow of Tang. Winter trying to try his best, but now he uses his own Wind of Nature. Kyrie comes back into the fight to finish it up. Clean fight, 3 for 3 down. Kyrie looking for anybody. Flickers forward, Sans wants it, Decimate. Oh no, it hits the wrong guy. Kyrie doesn't have enough energy to chunk down Boxy the King. Sans, he's going to hold on to that Decimate for just a little longer.
They have enough time here. Still, Felix going to be up in just a second. Onyx, they might just make their way for the resources in the Lord.
They're going to make their way over there, but not after the purple buff as assassin junglers, such as Nolan would like to say himself. But this is dangerous, right? You can see that finally See You Soon have scaled to a point where it's a pretty even fight as long as they minimize the overall damage from Keyboy.
Yeah, this is one of the games so far that had so many kills, so many team fights, but look at Boxy the King.
Oh, once again, nicely played coming in from Felix as well as Boxy the King. They're trying to save Sans. He loses his Winter Truncheon and Immortality. He's out of there. And now they're going to be able to secure this Lord, but unfortunately Keyboy gets joinked backwards. Not enough damage to commit to this as they have to stick around their base and clear up these waves.
Suffocating by the amount of minions coming in through the base. Team See You Soon cannot commit to that Lord, cannot go and engage, even though they have the suppression hero, even though they have Kusei with the hard guard upon him. Even with all that said, Team Onyx are now in control. The Sky Kings are looking for a hunt.
Man, time and time again so far for this game, See You Soon has somehow defended despite being so far behind. Are they able to do it again here? They have to make quick work of this Lord.
20 minutes, a 20-minute Lord here. It's tough. Boxy the King going to be looking forward, getting on top of Nolan straight away. Final Slash coming in from the side. It's Kusei goes into there with the crossbow. Tag finds one. Is able to bring Kyrie's immortality, but the base is getting chunked out. The body's distracted. He attacks it, and it's GG. Well played as the pistol cracks under the Onyx pressure.
And the Sky Kings will sweep the series decisively there, and securing, again, a top seed going into the knockout stage.
Buying some time, that's all what it took for Kyrie having the immortality switch fast as Kyrie always have shown us that switch between the immortality and the freeze. He managed to keep Kosei's hand busy until the base itself suffocated because of the minions.
Obviously, look at that! The sportsmanship through a different level. Because again, respect is given when you are at the world stage. It's not like Siusu playing bad. It's the fact that they are mechanically talented. They are so gifted at the game.
So good. It's such a great series here. Yes, it was a sweep, but let's throw it over to the stage to hear from our victors. Manjin, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Onyx! Dominating their group. They are now top 1 up against See You Soon. Guys, congratulations. First of all, Kyrie, what can you say about your performance and how important is this victory for you guys? Who has the mic? All right. Okay. How important is this victory for you guys?
Very important because we're number 1 at our bracket and we're gonna face the number 2 at other bracket.
Okay. All right, you're gonna wait. All right, Kyrie, there was an important moment in that game where you stole the Lord with that retribution and then you made a comeback. You turned it around. What was going through your mind when you stole that Lord?
I can't really remember.
You can't remember? You watch the replay, you will remember. Okay, all right. Let me talk to some other guys. Sans. Okay, Sans. All right. Sans. Okay. Based on the games that you've seen, based of all of the games that you've seen, all right. Okay, which team has impressed you so far?
Belum ada sih, belum ada. Soalnya masih menang terus.
Okay, can anyone translate? Kyrie, you translate. Translate mo daw.
Enggak ngerti.
I think San said there is no team impressed him.
No team that impressed him. Okay. Sans 2023. All right, Sans 2023. No team. All right. Now that you guys are advancing in the knockout stage, all right. Since there's no team that you are impressed with, but who is the team that you're looking forward to face? How about Keyboy? Sorry? Keyboy, who is the team that you want to face in the knockout stage? Yes.
I think, of course, Bren.
AP Bren. Okay. AP Bren. All right. I won't take this any longer. I know that you want to rest. Congratulations for being at the top of your groups. Kyrie, do you have any message to your fans? It's fine. You can speak in Indonesian. You can speak in Tagalog. It's up to you.
I think Boots want to say something.
Okay, Boots. Okay, Boots. There you go. Message to your fans.
Thank you for Sonic, who always supporting us. I hope we can give our best in this M series. Thank you.
All right. That's all. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for Onyx! You can now go to your rooms. Congratulations once again. All right. Onyx is still at top. Let's now pass it back to our shoutcasters to wrap this up.
Thank you so much, Manjin, and of course, congratulations once again to Onyx there. What a performance they've had through the group stage, and now they've garnered themselves that top spot going into the knockout stages, of course. And we heard there who exactly they do want to eventually play against, and we'll be watching them later after this series, actually. AP Bren later on versus Team Flash. So real quick, any thoughts on that series? How did it feel here, Gideon?
Well, personally for me, I think this was a great series to see a litmus test for specifically See You Soon, right? They had enough of the mechanical skill to make this a challenge for Onyx for game number 2.
Well, speaking of challenges, let's see who was the MVP of the game. Once again, it's Sans clearing up the sky, and as expected from the Sky Kings themselves, they aim for the skies, they want a B Bren. Sans here looking at the statistics, KDA with 808 and also having kill participation 81. In the previous game was 81, this one is 80%. And I would say that he's once again aiming for that magical penetration that he applies, even though right now we all know that if Novaria, not Novaria, I'm just mistaken between the previous game and this one. But anyways, let's get back to the highlights here. Sans, and this moment actually what made Onyx kind of, I would say, in the lead, in the driver's seat since minute 1. They were able, with Sans here, knowing that the missed sniper shot from CW was committed by, oh my god. Like, if we speak about every shot that we get, if we speak about every highlight that we get, we will not get enough. We will not stop talking because this game was full of team fights. Onyx team here at this moment, they managed to reverse that and encounter that engage with the Terizla ultimate with the penalty zone, and here was the first time See You Soon were able to get at least, I would say, almost a Lord, even though Kyrie was there, coming from the back lines, taking the Lord down, and Onyx once again coming back on top.
Yeah, there would be some moments here, again, as we look at these highlights, is, you know, especially the fact that you have a Heart Guard, you have Kosei with the way the crossbow of Tang. He was able to find some moments, and it actually looked like if maybe they had withstanded one more march into the base, they could have turned things around, because even moments like this, right, you're thinking that they can pull it off, but again, the response, the synergy, even the juggling of items later on here really played its part for Onyx, right? And unfortunately for See You Soon, they weren't able to capitalize on this moment here where they turn things around, but then again, Kyrie and Sans, with their positioning, they were able to close things out through this. And with this moment as well, it was great, but again, the base, it was being focused on until eventually the win goes to Onyx here.
I really do admire how Kosei executed that 1-1 because he was playing, he was having this footwork up there in the top lane, and also with the hard guard upon him, it gave him so much courage to engage and also disengage and re-engage, which is something that I really admire about the 1-1 players. And at some point, we have seen that Keyboy was trying with the concealed flicker ult to drag him down, but he knew that this was coming, and he didn't just knew, he took advantage of that, and this was the one time that he was able to trigger his crossbow of Tang upon the Kaja, and then all the disasters were happening for Team Onyx. But let's go here and look at the statistics and look at the board. We will see that at some point, again, CW gives away his boots to go with full damage and with full damage only. And by just saying that, looking at the purple buff and the orange buff, the team See You Soon were prevented from taking any buffs after the early game stage, 17-5 in terms of purple and 15-5. And of course, we have right now 4 different players taking everything, but yet they are all from Team Onyx. Kyrie with the gold per minute, as you said earlier on, Naisu, they know how to farm up because, and I pointed because of the experience. The carry was Sans once again having the most damage dealt, the sandbag Boots, and Boots was taking a lot of hits, but yet, which is the person that I wouldn't actually expect to see at the Forgotten One, CW, with the most assists, even though he was dealing a lot of damage, if not the most damage in his team.
Yeah, you know, it's funny that you say that because, yeah, it's weird to say he was the Forgotten One, right? But ultimately, he just had, in a way, a gold lane experience. He was able to just pull things off. He provided a lot of damage, but a lot of the cleanup, right? The kills capitalized there was either from Sans, Kyrie, and the rest falling into place for them. So, you know, when you look at even that scoreboard earlier, you see how dominant the Nolan can be in a certain, you know, player's hands like this, how they just eat up your entire resources in jungle.
Yeah, I mean, not only just eat up your resources in jungle, the fact that he's, you know, out farming people like CW, who's known to just be like, oh yeah, I have that gold lane experience as well, especially since the majority of the kills that he got were in combination with Keyboy, who were handing it to him on a silver platter. So it's crazy to imagine that he's still power farming in this particular manner.
Well, again, a great series there, and congratulations to Onyx. Now, We have one more series ahead of us, but real quick before we sign off for this series, we want to go ahead and thank our sponsors. M5 is powered by Moonton, presented by Qiddiya, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Now up next, for the final match of the day between the hometown heroes, the current Filipino champions, AP Bren, and also the champion of MPL Singapore team, Flash. You don't want to miss out on that, guys. It is going to be a great match to round out the day. I'm Naisu, this is Gideon and Yasu, and we'll be back after this.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab 244
Brandon, alam ko masalimuot ngayon ang buhay mo. Kung kailan ka nabigyan ng break as a head coach sa pro scene ng Mobile Legends, doon ka pa nagkaroon ng malubhang sakit. Iindahin mo ng 1 buwan. Itatago mo kasi akala mo, ngalay lang naman. Hanggang sa isang gabi, hindi ka na makatayo. Hindi ka na makalakad. Wala nang choice kundi dalhin ka sa ospital kasi grabe na yung sakit na iniinda mo. Magsisimula ang season na wala ka sa tabi ng team mo. Sobrang lungkot at depression ang dadanasin mo dahil sa sakit at kawalan ng pakiramdam sa kalahati ng iyong katawan. Munti ka nang sumuko sa buhay. Buti na lang at may mga nurse, mga doktor, mga physical therapists, at mga kaibigan na nagpatibay ng loob mo. Huwag mo silang kalimutang pasalamatan. Akala mo okay na ang lahat, kaso luluba palalo ang sakit mo. Mapupunta ka sa bingit ng kamatayan, halos hindi ka na makahinga. Doon, mapapadasal ka sa Diyos na huwag ka na munang kunin dahil hindi pa tapos ang mission mo. Hindi pa tapos ang pangarap mo. Sabi mo nga, magde-champion ka pa. Maniwala ka na gagaling ka. Kumapit ka. Sa pagkakataon na yon, madudugtungan ang iyong buhay. Binigyan ka ng isa pang chance sa mundo para tuparin ang pangarap mo. Kung akala mo wala nang kukuha sa iyong ML team dahil sa kalagayan mo, nagkakamali ka. May magtitiwala pa rin. Kukunin ka as coach ng isang team abroad. Igagrab mo yung opportunity kahit pa naka-wheelchair ka kasi gusto mo yung ginagawa mo. Magiging mahirap pero okay lang. Ang importante, sumubo ka at wala kang regrets. Unti-unti na rin mag-i-improve ang kalagayan mo. Sabi ng mga doktor, kailangan mong ma-operahan pero wala ka pa namang pera noon kaya naniwala ka na lang nagagaling ka. Sa tiyaga at paniniwala, makakatayo ka rin. Darating ang punto na makakalakad ka na ulit. Himala, di ba? May isa pang biyaya na darating. Lalapitan ka na isang kaibigan, si Coach Daki, para maging tactician ng AP Brand. May chance ka ulit na ituloy ang pangarap. Huwag mo itong sayangin. Ikaw ang susi na magbubukas ng bagong pintuan para sa iyong team. Makakapagsibol kayo at dito magsisimula ang sunod-sunod niyong pagkapanalo sa iba't ibang tournament, kabilang ang MPL Philippines Season 12. Kung dati ay literal na hindi ka makalakad, ngayon lakad matatag ka nang ire-representa ang Pilipinas sa M5 World Championships.
David, nakakatuwa manood ng MPL, no? Nakikita mo yung mga idol mo. Yung iba dyan, magiging kakampi mo. Maglaro ka lang na maglaro, tapos magpataas ka ng rank at stars. Sa sobrang loko mo, darating pa nga yung 24 hours na nag-live ka ng ML para magpapansin. Dahil sa kasipagan mong yun, may chance ka pang nakasali ka sa Bren. Sobrang saya ng magiging run mo kasi magcha-champion ka na sa MPL tapos makakasali ka pa sa M2 World Championship. Nakaka-pressure pa yan kasi rookie ka pa lang tapos mag-worlds ka na. Buti na lang, umayon yung resulta sa atin. Magiging champion ka ng M2. Oo, masaya siya. Kaso warning lang ha, yung mga susunod na mangyayari dito magiging mahirap at masakit para sa'yo. Ganun talaga yung buhay eh. Hindi laging masaya. Minsan, kapag nasa tuktok ka at hindi mo alam kung paano harapin ang tagumpay, sasagadsad ka pababa, tatamarin ka, makikinig sa maling sinasabi ng iba. At ang uli, magmamahal ka ng taong lolokohin ka lang pala. Sa mga panahong yun, mapatingin ka na lang sa salamin at parang hindi mo nakilala yung sarili mo. Magiging madilim yung mga susunod na kabanata ng buhay mo. Pero David, dito ka matututo. Oh, baka gusto mo laktawan tong part na to, ha? Hindi pwede, kasi mahalagang pagdaanan mo to. Okay lang matakot, gawin mo pa rin. Magta-top 8 kayo sa MPL, talo, laglag. Hindi lang isa, 2 beses pa. Dahil dito, mapaisip ka kung kaya mo pa ba, kung para sa'yo pa ba yung ML, ngayon ka dapat hindi tumigil. Kailangan mong ituloy at patunayan sa sarili mo na kaya mo, kahit sa mga oras na wala ka ng ganang gumalaw. Kung magagawa mo to, magkakaroon ka ng disiplina. Gagawin mo siya dahil pinangako mo sa sarili mo na panahon na para magising at magbago. Kapag naayos mo na yung sarili mo, magiging maayos na teammate ka na sa mga kasama mo. Kung yung dati nga, sarili mo lang iniisip mo. Ngayon, mas masaya ka na kapag masaya yung teammates mo, di ba? Dahilan ito para mag-champion kayo sa iba't ibang tournaments, pati na rin sa MPL Season 12. Matutupad rin yung pangarap mo para sa team na makapag-M5. Ngayon, sa pagkakataong ito, mas gagalingan mo pa kasi gusto mong maranasan nila ang feeling na naranasan mo noon.
We're better than great. We're better than great. We're better than great. Nanditong mga bida, the kings and queen of MOBA, kasamang kabugera at 7,000 isla. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. Look at your face, so kabado. Dito sa aming teritoryo, can get this ground sa amin ito. Ang laban na to ang magiging binhi. Di na papayag masakop muli. Lahat ng daraanan namin ay mahawi. Alab ng puso'y di mapapawi. Sanay sa digmaan, dugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa digmaan, dugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
Dami mo daw sinasabi pero ba't ngayon di ka mapakali? Panay lang ang kamot sa anit at kahit alam mo na di naman to makate. Dugo pati laway at pawis tumulo, akala mo ba lahat to madali? Hindi nagmamadali, akyatin ng hagdan na talagang matare. Ganyan talaga ang mga batang Pinas, talagang malakas kahit anong meta, wala kang ligtas. Talagang matigas na parang daliri ng mga kalaban. Sa gitna ng laban, shooters namin talagang savage. Di papaawa sa aming lupang sinilangan. Ang dami ng binilangan, ng 1, 2, 3, dalawa kayo, ito na pang-apat. Kaya dami na naman iyakin kahit dadaanin pa sa mga tipi-tipi-tipikal. Paano kami hahabulin, marami tong gasolina, lalamunin ang lahat ng tipidal.
Sanay sa digmaan, dugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa digmaan, dugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Ang maong away ang sinugdanan, di mo sugot madakpan pagbalik. Tanang agian kay diretso mapalit. Ang init sa dughan kay dili mawakli. Sanay sa digmaan, dugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa digmaan, dugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and see destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go!
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the hero challenge.
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Nana, go! Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Gala.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arm. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like a na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I be kinda great.
A batch of talented young guns are about to face off the old guards of the scene. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship Group Stage. We're here for the last series. It's me, Naisu. I'm joined here alongside Mirko, Yasu, and we'll be your casters to bring you the final best of three between the Filipino champions, AP Bren, and Singapore's best, Team Flash. Guys, how we feeling? Mirko?
Feeling great, especially after seeing Onyx take the dub earlier, man. It's definitely given me a bit more energy to cast for this final match.
Well, for me, I feel better than great.
Oh, he's got a one-up, man.
I was going to say, that works too. But before that, of course, we have to thank our sponsors. The M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Qiddiya, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you guys so much to our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without your support. And Mirko, there's more out there for everybody else.
There's so much more content for you guys on TikTok, and you guys can find the best M5 content on TikTok. Just search hashtag MLBBM5, and also remember to use the hashtag to just also share your content, not just watch the content, because you guys can stand a chance to win a lot of crazy, amazing rewards.
And with that being said, we have to talk about now the matchup here, the last one to round out day number 5. We've seen so much already today alone. We know what's at stake here as teams are falling into place and also falling out, right? But right now it's the young gods versus the old guards. Now specifically, several M-Series rookies and veterans here are about to face off in this series. We'll celebrate their achievements, their contributions here to basically develop the whole MLBB esports scene leading up to today. And first and foremost, we have to talk about these two players, Kyle TZ versus Hades. Two Filipino junglers who are basically from two generations. It's basically Mirko and me, right? We're like at that point, so generation-wise. Now, Hades is one of the older junglers from the league who basically helped raise this mechanical standard for the league, while Kyle TZ, he may be argued as one of the players who met this standard. Yasu, how do you break this down for us?
I would say, as the title says here, a clash of generational junglers. Kyle TZ with those achievements, look at it. Champion, gold medal, and rookie of the season. On the other hand, he also dominates Singapore. Hades with one time as a champion, final MVP, and again, he have these mechanical heroes, as we said, Ling and Lancelot. And it's actually quite strange because I have known my whole life that AB Brand is one of those teams that when you see a Lancelot, remembering Carl, not seeing him in Kyle, I don't know, will he pull him today? That's the question.
We'll have to find out, right? But one thing that's funny is, even with these guys, is really the favorite heroes used. And I feel like that's just adapted, right, over these metas and everything else. But really, the staple there, obviously, Fredrin. You know, he was like literally the main staple for so long. But we went from this kind of phase where it was like utility over to assassins, and now you have a good mix of them, right, for the most part. So can't wait to see these guys clash it out. Now, next up, the clash of generational roamers. Mirko, Ogwin versus Lalzi. How's this looking?
Well, firstly, we got to take a look at Ogwin, right? The achievement speaks for itself. I think he was part of the same roster with Kyle TZ for the entire year. Heck, even last year, they were just absolutely phenomenal. But for Lolzy, he is a veteran in his own right. Unfortunately, though, we did see a little bit of, I would say, just a tough road for Team Flash in Season 6 particularly. It wasn't the smoothest of roads to claim that championship title, but that veterancy, that experience, not just for Lolzy, but the entire team definitely showed. With quite similar heroes, right? I mean, mainly the Kufra there, but it's also just the pick-off-centric, the big playmaking heroes that they like to go for. Though I do want to, pull it back a bit to Hades again and Kyle TZ. Looking at both their heroes, a little bit different. Kyle TZ, we've seen him on Assassins before, but it seems like now he's maturing, going towards the utility junglers, not so much of that flashy assassin. And I think it comes down to how the team likes to play. Hades, he needs to get his hands on that snowball. He needs to be the one to actually look for the initiative in a lot of the games for Team Flash, and that's why we're seeing him in a whole lot of assassins, maneuverability, and carry potential. Meanwhile, Kyle, he can do that, but he can also just play for the team. He has phenomenal players in Super Marco and Flap TZ. Heck, even Few. Few's been in the game for so long, but he's still
an OG, but also an OG carry.
Yeah, and speaking of that, as we look at both these, lineups here, these players that, have the old guards, if you will, and where they are now, one thing that's fun, I don't know if this is a fun fact or not, but Hades actually, he was contemplating quitting esports before joining Team Flash. And on the other side, Ogwin, as we compare over there with Lalzi, Ogwin, this was like a last-minute recruitment for AP Bren, right?
Yeah.
Basically, back in Season 10, he was recommended by his cousin Pando. So, Pandora, right? Pando.
Wow.
So, interesting. But again, as we get ready for this matchup, we have to welcome our marshals here to officiate the M5 World Championship. We have our marshals doing an amazing job. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of the game. Rain, Wilbert, Shun, and Ivan. And as the teams also get prepped up, ready for this last series ahead of us, this is where it all falls into place. The Filipino champions, they grace the stage to continue their campaign towards being better than great. Let me hear you buzz for AP Bren.
Another team who has been consistent all year long. 2 gold medals and 1 more. They're looking for the M title again.
And across from them, surprising by the Mongolian downloaders, the Singaporean delegates look to bounce back and strengthen their chances for the knockout stage. Don't blink or you'll miss them. It's Team Flash.
With their final game in this group, will they finish strong?
We're going to find out if they can finish strong here, and to guide the teams to victory, of course, the minds here behind it all, the coaches and the analysts. For AP Bren, it's Coach Ducky and Coach Vren. And of course, for Team Flash, we've got Coach Reminiscent and KZP. Now, as they fist bump it out, they get ready, they get prepped up. I would say here, a lot of people's expectations for Team Flash has probably developed over the course of this group stage, and those for AP Bren have been set in stone. Real quick too, let's go ahead and look at the lineup for AP Bren. We've got Super Marco, Kyle TZ, Flap TZ, Few, and Ogwin. Just a solid lineup here for us, Yasu.
Yeah, I would say that AP Bren have a motivation that only one more team in this tournament shares, and that's the 2 times M Series Championship. They got 1 title, they are now after another.
Okay, and as that, again, the expectation's already going to be there. Across from them, we'll be taking a look just in a second for Team Flash. Just to get familiar, we got Vanix, Hades, Adamir, Jay, Lulzy. We talked about this matchup, especially Ogwin versus Lulzy. Mirko, how are we feeling about the lineup?
For a lot of the players that you see veterans, Hades, Adamir, and Lulzy. But for Jay and Vanix, though, you may not have seen them in the M Series before. They're veterans in their own right. They've been in MPLSG for a long time, and finally, they get the chance to show what they've gotten. A lot of people, including me myself, said that Team Flash getting here, it's a bit of luck. That one last hit from Bray could have changed everything. But hey, at this point, luck is a skill too. Team Flash have definitely utilized that, have honed that luck to turn it to just absolute skill. They've shown us in the group stages that they're not a team that can be completely written off. Unfortunately, maybe in the talent prediction, it's a bit of a...
Well,
it's contradicting.
Well, it sweeps across the board for us, right? But there's a reason why, Yasu. What's your reason?
Well, before my reason, I don't know how will Cheryl feel about that.
she's probably out there watching right now. Is this Yasu? You've been spending a lot of time with this quote-unquote curse casters on the desks for the group stage. Are you developing your own curse here prediction?
I actually don't remember if I cursed someone so far, but if Team Flash is the one to be cursed, I wish that I'm this time getting correct for them, because Team Flash, this is their last match today, this match in this group. So if they finish strong, as I said, they are now on a tie with Lil Gun. So if they manage to win this game, and ironically enough, actually the fate of this group, I'm not gonna say in the hands of Team AB Bren, but it's centered about Team AB Bren, because AB Bren is the one to decide. Today he's gonna play against Flash, tomorrow he's gonna play against Lil Gun.
Yeah, great point, because again, for this matchup alone, as we wait for this draft to be upon us, this could make or break the chances for the knockouts for Team Flash. Look at the audience predictions as well from around the world.
Like when Singapore goes 90% towards AP Bren, that's painful, man.
Maybe misclick?
No way.
No, there's no misclicks there. They're just, that's That's the proof in the pudding, right? As we like to put it. So again, predictions are out. We only know exactly how this is going to play. But one thing that I will say for sure is Team Flash, they actually have surprised a lot of people, you know, up to this point. Even with Team Lil Gun, you know, they have their own expectations even from the wild card leading into this. But again, we all saw that series unfold, and who's to say they can't do the same thing against AP Bren?
Exactly. They can try to replicate what they did, heck, at MPL Singapore.
Yeah.
Nobody, well, some people, but almost no one, right, predicted them to win MPL SG. The fact that they were able to come back in that kind of way, it feels like it's meant to be. It was written in the stone for them to make it to M5, and it'll just be anticlimactic if they don't show up in this matchup.
And I love that because for me, I would say they've shown up for the group stages, you know, at least up to this point.
Yeah.
And in a similar manner, it's like, okay, who's across from them? Yes, it's the Filipino champions, AP Bren. They have the, you know, all their own titles. But this is a great moment for Team Flash to actually come out swinging and maybe prove a point here. Maybe prove some downers. You're again referencing the predictions. Prove some of the downers here.
Yeah, speaking of titles, I would actually also point out Coach Ducky. Coach Ducky here, he also have a title with Team AB Bren, so he's also looking for another one. And I don't know if this information is correct or not, but is he the coach, the one coach with 2 titles as M-Series?
M-Series?
Yeah.
M-Series, well, technically, on paper, I'm not too sure if M1 counts. But M2 definitely,
M2
right?
definitely, yeah. Well, he's a Hall of Legends, so he's got that going for him. We're going to jump into the draft here, game number 1. We've got Team Flash on the blue, AP Bren on the red. We'll see how this all plays out, but similarly, look at the bans coming through. We've talked a lot today alone about the Phoveus. Fairness is being taken out. They don't want to deal with these long team fights. And also, on the other side, there's Juan and Bruno.
Okay, so Team Flash, they banned the Nolan themselves. I was about to say that they will take the Nolan, but we have seen earlier on today when Nolan was used and Phoveus was banned from team, if I'm not mistaken, was Onyx. The other team, the opponent team, can you guys remember? Because I'm bad with
See you soon?
See you soon?
Yeah, see you soon. See you soon, they got the best use out of it because they had a lot of mobility heroes. Speaking of Arlut, also speaking of 1-1. But in this game, I don't know where actually the draft is going because you banned the Phoveus, you didn't set up for a Nolan. What are you cooking, Flash?
I mean, I think one of those picks could be the 1-1. That's why they banned. Once AP Brent banned it out, they're just going to go straight for the Nolan. They're like, all right, they're on to us. We do not want to pick a Nolan here. It's a bit too one-dimensional. It's good for a carry jungler like Hades, but without the proper support, without the proper setup, it's not really that independent jungler that you would want to have on Hades.
Not only that, but, you know, looking at this, we're going to wait for the first pick here for Team Flash. Yasu, real quick, who do you think it's going to be? I know you like to play this little mini game yourself.
No, I'm not the one who's asking questions. Okay, the Guinevere, but I'm going to try for AB Brand though, right? I would say a Valentina can do the trick, and I don't know, I think that Kaja as well. All right, Anovaria, but I think it's too early for Anovaria and Arlet.
All right, this works. Again, you know, picks here. Novaria has been proven a point for the most part throughout the group stage.
Yeah.
The vision, the utility, and the poke potential is just, it's too tough to deal with for a lot of teams.
You saw Sans.
Yeah, we saw Sans, you know, get the MVP on that.
Twice.
But twice. And then you pair it up with an Arlot. And I will say, you know, for Arlot in general, the playmaking potential is out of this world for this hero, and you know you can only imagine so much how that can work. But I like the fact that Team Flash did first pick up the Guinevere. Now, are they able to actually utilize this pick? Because yes, we saw it in the hands of Kyrie recently, worked really well in the jungle, right? But also we've seen other teams kind of falter with it, even if they pick it up first here, Yasu.
All right, but as I said earlier on, we have seen Phoveus being banned by Team Onyx, and the Team Season got the advantage of it by using the mobility here. So far, I'm not seeing a lot of mobility from Team Flash that can, that the players can be afraid from having the Phoveus. But having that said, should we be worried about Adamir's Khalid?
Looking at the way that Adamir has been playing, it's so weird because Adamir has role swapped so many times. He's played the gold lane back in Evo's SG, then he swapped over to the jungle, and now he's an XP laner, but he's kept that same flexible style even in the XP. He can be the carry for the team.
Yep.
Mostly he goes utility though. I mean, even when they won against RSG, SG, that crazy game that they came back from, that was on the Fredrin.
You know what I love? I always say this about the XP lane as this last pick. It's going to be the Claude here for AP Brent. What I love about the XP lane, man, is the development of that lane alone and how much impact it has currently in the meta. And even if you discuss the versions of XP laners, right? You have that back lane focus-centric kind of heroes. Khalid can be one of them. We just saw this also from the last series work really well. Or even, you know, the pretty much the zoning potential. That's why the Terizla is so hot. Yuzhong was so, you know, so popular for a while. He's kind of fallen off a little bit in terms of priority for the XP lane, but I like the dynamic we have currently.
All right. From Team Flash right now, after having the Khalid, I would say that the question of is he gonna be, where's the XP lane? Yeah, you have the Khalid. But for Team AB Brand, it's not settled yet because you have an Arlet, and Arlet can go for the roaming duties. And with that being said, having an Arlet here actually helps with the penalty zone that you just mentioned. You mentioned like the Terizla earlier on, Naisu, and I think that having a penalty zone ultimate here for AB Brand can actually be a disaster for Team Flash. And seeing that also the Diggy is banned, I don't know why not just stack up crowd control. Maybe at Terizla I'm calling it out with you, and maybe also I would expect AB Brand to go for a Fredrin.
I'm even looking at the Minotaur right now, man. You know, if one of the teams want to go with that, again with there, okay, you got to band out. You got it right because even the Diggy was banned out here, so they kind of want to narrow some of these options. And once again, referencing what we saw from the roamers alone, we know that both of them might even like to play, you know, the Kufra, for example. So really set up to potential could work either way. But, you know, I wouldn't leave it up to just, if AP Brent actually wanted to park an Arlot in the roam, we've actually, that's happened before. So who's to say it is for sure going to go in the XP lane right now?
Well, would you think with me right now that Team Flash or Team AB Brain should be afraid of Lolzy's Chu?
I think usually I would have to agree, but the fact that they already have a Claude and Arlet as well, some of these great heroes, to deny any sort of full lockdown, you know, going for the Purify and the Claude would already kind of force you to not go Cho, already deny the Cho way. So I think for Flash, it would actually be scary for Flash if Lolzy picked up the Cho. It's countered already.
Yeah. Well, there's the answer.
And now
right now. As I mentioned, right, this is Rome, a hero that Oakland likes to go with. And it's funny, too, because you know the confidence of Oakland. I don't know if you guys caught the tier listing of roamers previously.
Yeah.
You know, so...
He doesn't want to overrate himself.
He doesn't want to overrate himself. But... you got to be honest, Ogwin is up there with some of the best right now, currently.
Oh!
Interesting. Here's that Team Flash flavor.
I love it.
Look,
I love it.
At this moment, exact moment, no Purify is enough whatsoever, Super Marco.
Who was it backstage that said Tigreal and Louis Yi? There was someone at some point that said this. I don't know if it was, maybe it was Wolf LaFell, I don't know. But it was one of the analysts out there.
One of the dudes.
One of the guys.
One of the guys backstage. I just remember Mr. Mao.
Mr. Mao.
I had breakfast with him the day I landed. No, the day I landed in the Philippines with Zia and with Zia. And,
with Zia?
With Zia as well. And Pika. But we were talking about this. They were like, yo, Loyi can work. We're really waiting to maybe pull off a Loyi, maybe? I don't know. But then we had a full conversation of like, why it won't work. And
why won't it work?
No. And now we're seeing it for Team Flash. So, hey.
So he's probably, wherever
Mr. Mao is like, yo,
I'm happy.
I told you, Zia. That's what Mr. Mao is saying. I can guarantee you.
Dude, just think about it. No, I got to do it this way. Imagine. The 5-man implosion.
What does Brody does?
That too.
5-man implosion
into the Louis. I don't actually. I forgot what her skill is called. Actually, I haven't seen her in forever, man.
It's been a while.
It's been a
hot while, man. You're right.
Okay, real quick, Yasu, take us through the lineups here, as you can see.
Okay, so I've called it out for Team AB Brain to stack up more crowd control, but it seems like Team Flash also got that note, having that Louis for the first time we see it with us in the M5. Also having Lolzy on that Tiger. I would say that every setup from Team Flash will be perfectly executed. There's no way out once the area crowd control starts from the side of Team Flash, which justifies the Diggy ban.
Well, we're going to find out here as we load up into the Land of Dawn. It's the Filipino champions versus the Singaporean champions as they head into game number 1 here in the last best of 3 for day number 5 in the M5 group stage. Both teams getting set up here in the rotation. We'll really have to see, Yasu, how everything you broke down there falls into place with these early setups, these early rotations, with this interesting, as I would say, lineup, especially from Team Flash.
Well, Ogwin for sure will be a pain for Team Flash because there's no mobility whatsoever that can move around there. Jay, in the early game damage, he can burst old baby Brain down, and not just that, the engage is happening after using the ult of the Liu Yi, repositioning, and look at Flap, he's just losing a lot of HP, and that's what we got used to see with Ademir and with Khalid being on the damage.
Chain CC, a knockup, and another from the Tyrant, and a solo kill down below. Ademir survives with 1 HP. So to answer your question, yeah, he's pretty lethal on the Khalid. He solo killed Flap.
Yeah, that was not what I was expecting, you know, under the 2-minute mark from Team Flash, but that is a great start to them. And the fact that you get the XP lane, where we were talking about this difference between the XP laners, how they kind of have this impact on the game. That's a great start in the hands of Ademir, and how he'll be able to actually be this impactful role early on into that first turtle.
Well, breaking down the draft even more, I cannot help but to wonder what will happen when we see the next turtle. What will happen in the objectives generally and the neutral objectives especially, because having that heavy spin, also having Hades on the Guinevere will make both these junglers immune when it comes to taking that retribution down. Let's see together what's going to happen. In the bot lane, everything now is settled because Ademir has drawn the line for Flap easy.
Okay, a lot of these waiting for that level 4 available. Turtle's now going to spawn. Positioning too. Hold on, mid lane, Lolzy should be fine, but he's going to be quite low. So he's probably got to go ahead, clear this up, get back. Might have to fight this out still for the Turtle. Both teams kind of getting in position. It's probably going to go for a reset. You can see as well, Lolzy making his way back. But right now, AP Brand wants to kind of take their time here. Everybody pretty much has that level 4 except Ogwin, but he's going to jump in. Not sure if they want to follow up just yet. It is going to be Hades that he pushes back, though.
He wants to have...
That's final slash onto Hades. Spatial migration, Flap Teasy. Another sacrifice. Kyle should be able to secure it. Few is the one who does. Kyle Teasy, an uncharacteristic miss, but it was forced out of him by Hades.
Blinded by the colors, Flap Teasy goes down once again. Repositioning right now. Lolzy was missed in that team fight, and also not to mention that Hades was prevented from moving and using his mobility once Ogwin jumped on him.
I'm actually really curious how, you know, they're going to play around, because if you think about it, using the diversion from Liu Yi, if you can actually find the right placements for that and actually divert, then that can play a huge role in the later portions of the game, right? I mean, especially with the way that the bushes work here, and you won't necessarily be able to spot some of these setups out.
Ogwin.
That could work in favor, and I think that's once again why also Ogwin, integral part here on this Kufra. He's going to have to find the setups himself, but really that damage potential from Liu Yi alone, paired up with the implosion setups, is what I feel like AP Brent has to be most cautious of. Not only that, but the fact that you have like kind of this layered opportunity, right? Whether it's Ademir, whether it's the spatial migration from Hades, there's so many things that they also have to be concerned about, whereas they're trying to build up time, especially here in the hands of Super Marco. We've seen him pick up this Claude. How's the items looking real quick, though?
I'll speak of the items right now in a bit, but let me just say that Team AP should also be concerned of the late game groupings and also the early game groupings, because this is the moments that Jay will shine the most. And speaking of that, the defense should be quite easy for Team Flash because everyone will be just stacked up when it comes to defense against Team Flash. Not just that, having the Beatrix will change a lot. This is a transition here. And speaking of the items, real quick, it looks really good for Super Marco. Everything is safe so far, I would say. So the Demon Hunter Sword is coming, but I think he's gonna go out.
Good read by Marco. Wow, pops in that BMI in the back just for safety. And Team Flash, they'll punish by going for the turret now. It's going to be traded, exchanged with a little bit of a neutral objective take in the bottom side of the map by AP Brent. Turret for neutral objective Turtle. Who's it worth for?
Yeah, who's that worth for, Yasu, here with that trade?
Look, I would. Did someone transfer? I saw Ademir flashes into that bush. But anyways, I would actually choose the turret in any day of my life because it's a turret under 5 minutes and he got all the gold of that turret. So Vanix right now can switch lanes and can go to the bot lane, having all his team assets being served towards him so that he goes and takes one more turret. So now the mission is more easy for Flash, so I wouldn't prefer that turtle.
Okay, well, right now, AP Brent holding 2. We know that they like to usually, for most part, when you're watching AP Brent, they like to secure those turtles here, 3 for 3. Okay, they're going to go up top again.
Super Marco gonna get chunked. It seems like there's a disconnect here from Ademir and the rest of the team that could maybe have been a kill. AP Brent now rotating up top. Meanwhile, down below, Hades going 1v1. Flapteezy 3 times this game. The 3 kills Team Flash are on Flap.
Flash having a tough time.
Yeah, and another turret can be stacked for Team Flash. It's easy for Hades at the bot lane.
Okay, so with that, they still get the second turn in the bottom lane. They're going to work with the space.
Heavy spin, not connecting. It's a good flicker out by Vanix. He picks up the BOD. That's a power spike for him.
Okay, it's interesting the way things are working right now, right? I mean, necessarily you're expecting a lot of these setups to happen, but so far neither team has found that just yet. But Team Flash, the fact that they have these early kills for them, building momentum, they've got this small gold lead now, that should actually transition really well. Even if, let's say, they give this next turtle up, right? 3 for 3 for AP Bren, Team Flash ultimately will be in a good position for that first Lord dance here, Yasu.
Yeah, if you give me that balance and you ask me, will you choose turtles again or turrets? Look at how things going for Team Flash. They took the turrets, and right now they might even take the.
Oh, that's a dangerous spot.
Really good position.
Implosion.
Oh,
but
Vanix!
Vanix. Okay, gonna get pinned down now with Raging Sandstorm as well. Quite a confusing play, but a Violent Requiem there will be used up. Flapteezy falls for the 4th time this game, but it's traded for Vanix. I think Bren are happy with that trade.
Yeah, seems like it. Again, this should just be another turtle that they're going to be able to secure, unless Hades actually wants to contest it himself. So Kyle Teasy working on that buff. He's going to go ahead and get it held there, but it will reset. Right now, once again, it's a trade. Flapteezy, though, kind of in a sticky situation.
Again in the mid lane, Tyrant's Revenge. Shay gonna be able to flicker out. That's the dispersion and the rotation. The outplay with the knockup from Lolzy. The knockup slays Super Marco 5-1 in this game. Hades jumps in with a spatial migration. Not able to find anything. Final slash right now with the Requiem as well. Going to be used up, and the implosion connects onto 3. The heavy spin saves it, but Hades still finds the retry. AP Bren are losing out on all parts of the map.
Oh my god, 2 times the marksmen were given on a silver Blachen. Look here, taking that turtle.
What's happening?
It's a wombo combo.
It's a wombo combo, and Team Flash are dominating.
5,000 gold lead. Don't blink or you'll miss them. It was the catchphrase here for Team Flash. Holy moly.
Oh my god. Also, one more turret here going down. We are just 8 minutes through, and speaking of AB Bren, actually, you are the expert here. Nice, so you can tell me, have you seen AB Bren fall that badly? But before that, let's go and see what happened in the third fight. The final slash landing on Hades, but look at the ultimate. Lolzy was just a monster. He was just a monster, and as I told you, in the groupings, whenever there's a lot of people stacked with each other at certain place, this is what serves Team Flash the most.
Hey man, expert or not, I'm just happy to see Tigreal shining and another pick, Louis Yi, come to shine right now. Like, that is exciting enough for this, for this matchup. Now, my biggest question though is AP Bren, how do they adapt to this? And if the game goes on, let's say 18+ minute mark, how does this lineup still execute what it's been doing the past 9 minutes, right? For the most part. They're in a good lead, and I said this before they had that amazing fight. They were going to be in a good position for the first objective take with that Lord. Now I think AP Bren's going to be the one obviously hesitating, trying to find space to work around like they are now.
Well, look, I have an answer for that. I think that if Flapteezy goes in and he just distracts enemy, and he is the sacrificial lamb from Team AB Bren, at this point only, he can distract Team Flash from having this solid composition. And at this point, particularly Ogwin should go in and Super Marco follows on upon it. Because Super Marco so far just died one time, and that's a good thing for him because there's a lot of pressure happening on Team AB Bren. If Super Marco landed his Blazing Duet in a really good moment, having everyone stacked by Ogwin, things are gonna look really good for Team AB Bren.
All right, well that one, either way, if they're able to hold on, that's one of the biggest things, right? Given this situation, given the gap here, Lolzy was gonna get spotted out, so Lord, nearly half health. Do they actually want to press this and go for it? So they're gonna go ahead and hold it. It is gonna reset. AP Bren getting in position. This is one of the important parts, right? Also, Golden Staff just being picked up by Super Marco. Like you mentioned too, is it a sacrificial lamb or not for Flapteezy? Ogwin goes in.
Target's revenge and the rage. Now it's going to be Lolzy who flickers forward, but isn't able to find anything. Flapteezy goes for the final slash earlier and takes everyone out of the heavy spin. Miscoordination, miscommunication happening, and Team Flash capitalized. J dispersion rotation, bringing Few back. But Few's able to escape just barely, and the Hades picks up the first Lord of the game.
Wow, not following up on that final slash, even though he was the sacrificial lamb in the previous moment. Yet, AB Bren having Lolzy out of the formation, having Lolzy away from his own teammates, and even melted down. He didn't use his ult quite good enough. So, Team AB Bren, that was the window.
I was baffled. You could hear the hesitation when I was passing there. The final slash took them away from the heavy spin. What happened?
There's a disconnect here.
Yeah.
And not only that, but you got to credit Team Flash because Adamir getting that first blood against Flapteezy, I feel like he's just been living in this nightmare so far in this game. Flap has not had a good time for this, and that was off the whims of Adamir getting that first blood, and now he's just, you know, freely riding the waves of sand around, you know, all parts of AP Bren. So even in situations like this, if they get sandwiched into a turret cut off, it's going to be troublesome for them. So with that first Lord marching in, you know, relatively you're not expecting a ton of damage to these base turrets, these inhibitor turrets, but right now it's looking interesting how they're going to go for it.
Yeah, really going out of the map. That's what I want to see. Oh, he didn't connect to it.
It's a bit too risky, I believe, inside of the base of AP Bren with just the first Lord. Ogwin finds a Timer's Revenge. The final slash only really connecting onto the minions. Meanwhile, all tier 2s taken and dealt with by Team Flash. A few shots from Few only onto Adamir. Team Flash will just disengage. They'll take everything in the enemy jungle, though.
Relocating is a key for Team Flash because with having that Luyi and having the ultimates out of the boundaries, out of the vision of Team AB Bren can actually make a solid backdoor with Lolzy's engage and also the rest of the, I would say, the pack, because Team Flash are working right now as if they were one man.
Something interesting here, and that I've always said about AP Bren, even back in when, you know, it was really relevant and in ISF, the way that they like to play it, it was usually they were securing all these objectives early on, the 8-minute to 9-minute mark. They usually got a kill, they transitioned to the first Lord, and then they dominated from there. Right now, I just feel like this Luyi pick and everything else, the execution from Team Flash has completely disgruntled AP Bren to the point where they're just like, man, what is going on? There's diversion after diversion. We don't know where to look, and they're struggling with it, right? So that, if that's the game plan for Team Flash to kind of just leave AP Bren guessing, then it's working right now. And if they can keep it working, Hades going to jump in.
Spatial migration onto Kyle. Still, he's able to dash out quite easily out of that one.
Well, speaking of where to look, actually I've just have a quick look at the itemization coming from Kyle TZ. He doesn't have the gold enough, I would say. Half items coming from the side of the Akai, and he is 3K behind.
And 2 levels
Hades.
down as well.
Yeah, that's a gap to talk about.
Bro, this is not what you usually see from this team.
Well, right now, again, diversion is something, Luyi is not something we usually see, but it's working wonders right now for Team Flash. And this is another Lord that could just go in the hands of Team Flash.
For free, the Bennett's Rage comboed in. Hades used the red tree. That's perfect calculation. You might say, hey, it should be going to the jungler. No, as long as it goes to Team Flash, it's a win.
Okay, so Yasuo, since That's another Lord in the hands of Team Flash here. How's the defense looking? How's the high ground and everything else for AP Bren to defend against this next Lord marching on the top?
We have spoken a little bit about Team Flash when they go to defense, but they don't look like they are going to defense anytime soon. AP Bren, if we look at them, they have that crowd control. They can push the minions away. They can make a little bit of a mess, I would say, in terms of the final slash, but is the clearance enough? I don't think so. I wouldn't recommend having a Claude to rely on in the defense phase. But that's what we have, or that's what Team AB Bren have, and that's what they should work with.
We'll see if they can make it work for them as they get prepped up and ready. Already losing that top turret. Lord's got to be worked on. Let's see if they put the pressure here in the mid lane. Ogwin.
Ooh! Final slash, flicker, this time it connects onto the back of the blazing duet from Marco!
What?
Was perfect! It finds Annex. It's only Flap who's a sacrificial lamb. 7th time this game. If they lose a base turret, it will still be worth it for Team Flash, and that's exactly what happened.
I wouldn't
7 times, man.
7 times. That's
I
rough.
wouldn't feel good. I wouldn't feel good dying 7 times for the team, to be honest. But seems like this is what Flap TZ have to do. But again, answering your question, Naisu, the crowd control is the only thing that can make AB Bren pull out a good defense.
Well, once again, they lost those 2 base turrets, right? We talked about this a little bit in the last series.
Oh,
with
relocation.
Oh, dive.
Relocation.
They're going to go up top. This is dangerous. They find Marco. Oh, okay, he knows.
That's how you do it. That's how
Good
you
check.
utilize the jungle creeps, man.
Good check. Spotted out, right? So, going back to it, Flap TZ, I feel like at this point in the game, you just got to do that. If you can give, who cares about the KDA at this point, right?
Yeah.
It's all he has to do is get a good final slash off. That would turn the tide of some of these fights because so far, Super Marco's actually done a pretty good job farming up, getting to where he needs to be on this Claude, given the situation, given the fact that they are down quite a bit of gold at this point. So if they're able to find some type of setup here, that could be a problem for Team Flash, and things could quickly flip over. But that's why you see them really trying to find moments here. Ogwin, even himself, looking for where is the...
What?
Oh!
That's a flicker implosion. Ogwin has tough boots. I'm not too sure if that was the right target. Ogwin now going onto the tank as well. Whoa, good final slash, no follow-up just for now. Lolzy gonna be chunked very low, but a BMI gets Super Marco all the way back. It was almost that immortality taken out by few. But for Team Flash, they'll just disengage. Adamir opens up that bush, spotting Calteezy in the mid lane, gonna be taken down. Heavy spin. Adamir Hades finds a violent requiem and is instantly followed up with a dispersion. Not enough damage, but it's enough right now. Ogwin still able to survive. Jay in the back.
Oh my god.
He goes in all alone, 1v5.
Oh
Jay, you're a mage, you're not an assassin. He gets the winner in time, but what was that?
That was a bad decision. That was a bad decision by Jay, and this was the window for Team AB Bren. Did you see the amount of ultimates wasted by Team Flash at this team fight?
That's when you want to feel like a hero moment, you know? It doesn't work out. So now with that, as I was just saying earlier, a moment can flip this game around. And AP Bren right now is going to go ahead and dominate this side of the Lord.
Oh my god, AB Bren are looking good on this Lord. They will take that Oh, it's not... Is it an evolved Lord? I didn't notice when did it start, but let's see together how it looked like. Well, speaking of the items, because it popped off on the screen in the middle of the team fight, I saw the blade armor is being prepared by Lolzy, which is a really good thing when you are facing that Claude. But not just that, there were some penetration items stacking up with the Genius Wand, also following with the Holy Crystal from the Luyi. So the team, we now can see that the items. So Luyi does, she is stacking up some of the penetration, but she might sell this this freeze item just to add upon more damage. The defense is one of the best cases that Team Flash can do, or like one of the best situations.
Well, once again, they get prepped and ready. Taking these tier 2 turrets down, they're going to work on the top side as well. Lord making its way there. AP Bren getting in a position to assault the base of Team Flash. It's been 19 minutes, and in a matter of a couple minutes, they've flipped this game around, finally garnering themselves a small lead themselves, again diminishing the 7,000 gold lead that Team Flash had when they were knocking on the base of AP Bren. So they'll manage the waves here, and we'll see if they try to punch this one in, and what can Team Flash do here.
It's so hard when you see the tables turn, and now it's turn for Team AB Brand to go in, but yet they didn't use that Lord for taking anything more. That one inhibitor turret. 19 minutes in, 20 minutes in, and this game is just getting started.
Team Flash gets outscaled, right? You gotta remember that here. There's a Claude, there's an Ofaria.
Yeah.
And for Hades, he's gonna be able to tank some things, some damage. The Raging Sandstorm doesn't connect. Flapteezy! Final slash, and this time it is into the heavy spin. He's found the mistakes and he's learned from it. Super Marco picks up a double. He's gonna be the global representative of KDA. Doesn't matter.
KDA doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Waited the whole game. You know, he's gone down multiple times and he waited for that moment. He got it, and now AP Bren making their way down the middle. Are they gonna punch it in?
Oh, Gwen with that flicker, unable to find the combo just yet, but AP Bren have taken everything. It's another final slash from Flapteezy. This time out to Hades. He buys the winner truncheon, he pops it in time. Flapteezy, one last hit is all he needs. Kyle finds the shutdown. Vanix now in the back. It's an implosion in desperation. It's a wipeout for AP Bren. 0-7 win. Wow.
Very quickly, AP Bren turns things around in a matter of minutes to secure game one here against Team Flash.
I can hear the bees buzzing for Team AB Bren. A first victory here, and having their second appearance in this group, they can make Team Flash.
What the heck?
Go away.
It looked so cool until it didn't. You know, like it worked so well until just something happened. I feel like at one point, man, Flapteezy, he had enough.
0-7, that's where he draws the line.
That's enough. That was enough.
0-1 all the way to 0-6, it's fine. I can take more. 0-7 not. That's where I draw the line, fam.
But yet, as I told you, he was the sacrificial lamb of this formation. When he goes in, he just had one job, and that's to distract Team Flash.
That's a poor lamb, man.
Yeah, that's tough, you know, when that's the course of the game. But hey, eventually, I don't know, maybe Arlot's like the new Franco in a way, because Franco's always like, oh, I miss all these hooks, but it only took one hook. But now, you get all these deaths, you're playing Arlot, it only takes that one final slash, right? And that's the perfect thing where if you imagine it, it can happen. Now, once again,
if he gets MVP, bro.
Hey, maybe he should, for everything he put up with.
Maybe he's the silent MVP, but not the MVP himself.
Who's it going to be? Owen?
Marco?
Right.
Super Marco here. Again, game MVP, Super Marco, the 5-1-1 on this Claude pick, Yasu.
His spell was on point, but at some point I actually said that one Purify wouldn't be enough against Team Flash, to be honest, but he went for a safer route, I would say, in terms of the emblem. He went in a little bit tanky, but look at the itemization. At some point he knew that he's not getting the gold he needs to stack up damage or to get the damage he needs, so he had to sell the armor boots that he bought earlier on today. And the final slash by Flapteezy, not at this moment, at the last moment, was actually the final slash specifically for Hades, the last thing he saw in the Land of Dawn. Here we saw that Team Flash was dominating the game all the way through. They had the KDA, they had everything, they had the team fight, they had the crowd control and the burst damage, but yet they didn't have enough to close the game and to finish it for their favor. This was the window I was talking to you about. Here, Team Flash wasted a lot of their ultimates, and this was the opening for Team AB Bren, but they found another window.
Wow. Yeah, moments like that, you know, this is where the tides kind of started to turn a little bit. And usually, I mean, even with this, right, it's like, you didn't have to go for that. I understand some of the logic there, but really, you know, from there, things collapse. And that's the one that Flapteezy was waiting for, that final slash, to turn the tide even further of this game. And they continued on from there.
Look at how Marco just shreds through anything. You put them in a line, you let them just sit there for a bit, they disappear. Super Marco's damage in the later stage. It's crazy because he was behind, bro. He was just farming. He looked for angles to come back in the game, and I feel like that's why he's one of the top goal laners now in the world. The team was losing. They had 2 kills. Guys, 2 kills. And Super Marco was able to do that.
Well, I can't help but to admire that final slash from Flapteezy. He actually made everyone stand against the wall, one by one. for Kyle TZ to have his heavy spin, to have his moment, and to finish this game off. At some moment, I had this glimpse, I had this memory of seeing a Tigreal making a full defense on his own, using his ultimate, zoning the minions out, but he didn't have anyone to continue the job. Phoenix was banished from the land of Dawn. Looking here at the itemization from both teams, as I told you, Super Marco at some point knew that he doesn't have the gold enough. He does now, like, and on this statistic he does have. But on the game, during the game itself, we know that at some point Team Flash had 10k gold lead.
Yeah.
So, and also, do you guys remember the time where he revealed that Death Bush with the first kill? And also, there was the throw from my, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but there was a throw from Jay when he went in super aggressive for the backline and he was revealed. If he was in the bush, maybe he would have pulled up a surprise or recall, but he went out.
No. That was a strat.
He was
That's assassin Loyi, buddy.
Yeah. He was trying to have that, like I said, the hero moment. Like the point was he knew that there was multiple members quite low, and the intention there was to try to cap them off, right? Like that's really what he would want to do. But the response that time, again, how many times does the diversion work, right? Eventually it's going to get figured out, and that's kind of what happened here as things fell into place here, Yasu.
Forgotten one.
He's definitely not going to be forgotten.
At some point he was 0-7-2 if I'm not mistaken, so having these 8 assists means that he was the turning factor at the final moments for Team AB Bren. He was the final decider with that final slash. Flap TZ, your efforts will be mentioned in history.
You said that, you know, at one point he was 0-7-2. This proves that he was 0-7-8 by the end of the game. It still was 0-7.
That was the line you said. Yeah.
Bro, KDA literally doesn't matter. I've seen Maloyski do this every game in MPLID, and now it's Flap.
See?
Well, looking at Few here, you can actually tell when did he deal all that damage, because at some point, yes, he was in the backlines dealing or like throwing those second skills, but was he effective for me? I didn't see Few make those like moves, but it was mostly for me. I was focused on Flap TZ and also, to be honest, on Kyle with their Kuombo combo thing, but Few seems like he pulled up that magic. He was holding the string, and he was the maestro behind all these kills for Team AB Bren.
Yeah, again, you look back at this game, this should have been Team Flash's game, right?
All right.
Again, looking at the lineup too, I loved it. I love the, in a way, you know, some experimentation happening here. The fact that Tigreal comes out, Louis Yi, something we're not expecting. But hey, Team Flash is a team that likes to do these kind of things, right? But before we head to game 2, we're going to have to go and throw it over once again to Manjin on stage for an interview.
Thank you so much to our shoutcasters. That was a hard fight. That was a hard game number 1 for AP Bren. Anyways, we have here the M4 World Champions, Echo. So we need to speak in Tagalog first, okay? Alright? Carl, M5 na kayo, Carl.
M5 watcher po.
Watcher. Alright. They're finally here in M5 as supporters, as viewers. Let me ask you guys, how is the M5 experience so far? Kumusta, JP?
Sobrang intense po ng mga laban, saka mga nagtatrash talk po kasi kaya maganda panoorin.
Gusto mo, he likes the banters. He likes the trash talk. Alright. Now, I have a question maybe for Sanford. Sanford, which team surprised you the most based on the performance? Naintindihan mo naman yun, di ba? Okay, right.
Bren po.
Bren, may iba bang team? Do you have any other teams that you like the performance?
Yung team po ni Fly Solo, yung Deus Vult po ata.
Deus Vult, alright, Deus Vult. Nandun si Kid Bomba. Alright. Now I have a question for Carlito the Great. Carl, you have fans here, Carl, ha? Alam mo na yan, Carl. Okay, so, Carl, you are former teammates with Flap, Few, and Coach Ducky. They are playing right now. What is your message to them?
Good luck sa inyong tatlo dyan, tsaka sa mga bago niyong kasama. Pagpatuloy niyo ang ginagawa niyo, alam kong kayang-kaya niyo manalo.
Kayang-kaya nyo manalo. Okay, let me talk to maybe Sanji. Sanji, of course, and dalawa na kayo sumagot nito, alright? Sanji, who do you think is going to win the M Series? Fearless forecast. Walang kabayas-bayas, Sanji.
Feel ko, AP Bren.
AP Bren, okay. How about Benny? Benny, fearless forecast. Who's gonna win the M Series?
AP Bren or Blacklist?
AP Bren or Blacklist. All right. One question. Who do you think is the dark horse of the tournament? The dark horse of the tournament. Who wants to answer? Maybe JP. Who's the dark horse for you guys of the tournament?
Deus Vault or Homeboys?
Homeboys and Deus Vault. All right. These guys are preparing for the MPL Season 13. Carl, maybe you can share with us some of your off-season preparations. Meron ba kayong pag-prepare na ginagawa ng Echo?
Ngayon po, parang nag-shuffle po lahat kaming 10. Tapos magkakaroon po kami ng team building, so medyo relax lang po kami ngayon.
Hindi ka nagigil ngayon?
Gigil pa rin po, syempre.
Alright. There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Echo! Your M4 champions. There you have it. Now let's continue the game. Let's pass it over to game number 2 to our shoutcasters.
Thank you so much, Manjin, and also thank you to Echo. You know, we watched them walk in earlier. Yasu, I know you were surprised, man, that they were actually here.
Nice, he wasn't lying.
Yeah.
Actually, for me personally, before the tournament begins, I was kind of surprised that Team Echo isn't in the tournament because at some point I thought that it's inevitable for them to be. I'm not saying that the other Philippine teams are bad or anything, but having a chance to defend your own titles, back-to-back champion, that was a dream. I think it was too good to be true, and Team Echo, better luck next time. I don't know, seeing them here as guests isn't what I expected.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of fans still out there, obviously, for Echo. And, you know, a lot of people are hoping that they could go and defend their title. But still, there's so many just good teams right now.
Yeah.
I feel like the competitiveness in the esport of MLBB has risen magnitudes over the past year alone. You know, and that's the beauty of even the wild card. And I always say this after getting to experience it, is that's the great thing about it. You see these regions rising through and, you know, you have to go back and look at game 1. Team Flash, a team right from Singapore here, holding a very big lead against the Filipino champions, AP Bren. That already is actually, to me, quite a statement. Now, was it with a lineup that you typically don't see? Yes, but that's what makes Team Flash awesome. I mean, that's, again, when you look back at their road here, they won some of those games, obviously, with some of these unorthodox picks that work for them. And I think that's what makes them special as a team.
And actually, speaking of the regions who are now uprising and showing really great performance on the international stage, we cannot neglect the fact that Kyrie, earlier on today, there was a quote where he spoke well about Team Homeboys. And now, we have just heard from JB that he also recommends that they might be the dark horse. So, again, as you said, there are a lot of teams in this tournament that can turn things around, and it's not only about the champions defending titles, it's about, I'm not going to say a new era, because so far we can't find a champion in this tournament that has 2 M series. So I'm not going to say a new era, I'm going to say uprising teams.
Okay, let's see exactly what happens here. But as we wait for the draft for game 2, Mirko, I'm going to ask you, because, you know, I know even when you were play-by-play in the team fights there, it was kind of crazy, right? It was chaotic in a way in its own right. Now, everything that happened there for Team Flash, it fell into place. So do you think for game 2, they kind of go with one of those interesting lineups again to get the lead against AP Bren?
Surprisingly enough, I think again, right? I mean, the drafts look very experimental in game number 1, but that's exactly what gave them the lead in the start. You're right. It feels like AP Bren were just not ready for that kind of draft in the early stage of the game. They didn't know how to really properly react to the diversions rotating across the map. But I feel like now it's readable. If you go for the same thing, AP Bren know exactly what's coming at them, right? That was their shot, man. And the execution, it's always like this for a lot of the newer teams coming into the M Series. They get a good lead. Triple Esports yesterday as well against Onyx, a tournament favorite.
Yep.
Same thing that's happening now, but they're not able to fully utilize the goal lead they get in the early game to take the game all the way.
Yeah. And just looking at AP Bren in general, especially the history over the past months that they've been playing, I feel like in a way when they have this very dominant play style for a while, especially in the early game, objectively, teams have kind of caught on that in their own way, right? And if it's these kind of drafts that you're not used to seeing and it causes enough kind of confusion and your tempo is going to be messed up, that's kind of what happened to AP Bren there. Now, Team Flash, we know too that there are some of these pocket picks, if you will, that work for them. Even Hades alone, we do know that he likes to specialize and likes to pick up the Amon here, right? Can work for him, Hellkurt, stuff like that. But, you know, in this situation, given how everything's kind of fallen into place here, is it too risky, Yasu, to go something like that? Should Team Flash go with something that is more a little bit like, if you will, I don't know what is standard,
Yeah,
you know,
no
anymore.
meta.
Yeah, because really there's so many different strategies you can actually pull through. So is that something Team Flash might want to consider here for Game 2?
Well, at some point, I kind of had a similar conversation with some of the pro players, and I've asked them, not the same exact question, but a similar one. And that one was, do you guys take your pick if you trust it enough that even if the coach doesn't trust? So let's say, for example, maybe that Luyi wasn't agreed by the coach, but the player himself knew, or Jay himself knew, that it is the time for me to shine with that pick, with the pick of Luyi. So this is the question actually to coming through. Do Team Flash have more stuff hitting for us? Because maybe that was like their card to play against AB Bren. So far, I don't think that we will see a target ban upon such these, like one of these heroes. Maybe find a way to work with them. So maybe they will give them the Luyi again, they will open up everything for Team Flash, but yet they will have now an idea about how to deal with it. Not the way they did in the draft, but maybe in the macro.
Yeah, it's a little weird for me because like with that last draft, if you're AP Bren, you're kind of thinking like, okay, well, what are they going to pull through, right? Like what is going to show up from Team Flash? Even just looking at their run through the group stages. And again, I think that makes even the draft approaching it, you kind of just try to cover your bases for the most part. First phase, you see a lot of this, you know, similar heroes being banned out here. We'll see if AP Bren wants to approach that and how, again, they want to adjust. Because if you look even how Game 1 went, it didn't start too hot for AP Bren, right? They struggled technically in the early game.
And it started by Flap. It started by Flap at the bot lane. He was so pressured by the Khalid pick. And actually, at some point, Team Flash, they got inhibitor turrets, right? They did get in some of the inhibitor turrets of Team AB Bren. So having so many risks, or like paying for the facing the consequences of some of their action is the thing that cost them the game, but it wasn't the draft and the way they executed it. But hit us with this fun fact.
Well, like I talked about before the matchup, the greatness, it runs in their blood, right? AP Bren's Ogwyn is Pando's cousin. He's the one that actually got them into, back in Season 10, I think it was, where it was recommended to Ogwyn to join the squad, and look where they are now.
Two-time gold medalist this year, just this year, by the way, right? Not even counting the previous gold medal with Ducky, Few, and Carl TZ.
Why don't you try my cousin? That was the question. Try my cousin.
That's exactly what Pando said, right? Yo, you need a roamer?
I got a cousin.
I got it. I know a guy.
You know what's funny? Because back in Yasu I know a guy. Yasu would know this because over in MENA, there's some teams out there that have like 3 brothers on a team.
Troll Tarzan, right?
Yeah. There's another team.
In Axe, there are 3. It's a family team.
It's a family team.
Brothers, not even cousins. Brothers.
Yeah, and they literally, last I heard, they're like, yeah, the 4th team member, he's in training, and he's like really young, so
I mean, it makes sense, right? You already have a brotherly bond. You already have
synergy.
Like, synergy. It's literally in the family. It runs in the family. The synergy.
Well,
the chemistry.
It works.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Even in Indo, we have twins in the team. Bigatron,
right?
Yeah.
Matt and Max back in the day.
Yeah.
Then he moved to Secret.
Minuteman.
Minuteman! Oh,
right?
we always
throwing it back.
There's always going to be brothers, man. There's always going to be twins as well. Malaysia and Indo, twins.
I wonder actually how many stories there are out there. It's like, yeah, just try my brother, try my cousin.
Yeah.
You know?
And we also have an example in the desk backstage.
Who?
The twins.
Who's the twins?
They look exactly like the same.
Who is it?
Gideon Q and Lavelle.
Yeah.
That
actually
works
makes-
too.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
They could
actually,
be
for me.
brothers, man.
I believe their title, like Gideon Q's title, is the English Lofel. And Lofel's title is the Malaysian Gideon Q.
The Malaysian Gideon Q.
Yeah.
But then it gets even crazier, though. You're talking about casters here.
Yeah?
What about the our good old friend
What are we getting at
Jays,
here?
Jays
and Arashi. Oh, man. It's a shame.
Shout out
that
to you guys, by the way.
Shout outs to Jays and Arashi. I actually worked with Jays and MPLID for the longest time.
Yeah.
I haven't met Arashi, though, in SG.
Jays was just my roommate over for the wild card.
Yeah, he
I
did
told
cast
him
for the
to-
wild
yeah.
card.
Yeah.
It was great, man.
Miss that guy.
He actually shifted to analyst, yeah? Kind of.
Yeah. Well, as we wait for the draft here, we talk about
anything
synergy, families setting up, but it's true, right? I mean, at the same time, you see a lot of things fall into place here. Now, for Team Flash, once again, we can. This is a team really that when you're trying to, I feel like even Wolf, in a way, would have some difficulty trying to conceptualize what they want to go for, but we are going to be jumping into the draft now for game number 2. How does Team Flash adjust to get us to a game 3 ahead against AP Brent?
Well, actually, before that draft starts, I wanted to say something, and it goes like this. Since we have that time, why don't we throw out some strange picks, yet effective? For me, I want like each one of us to say a certain pick. I would say Granger.
Granger, wow.
Yeah, like something wild, something we didn't see yet effective. Like we saw Imperial with the Yisun.
Do I have to pick my favorite hero, or do I have to pick a hero that's random?
Your favorite hero, but not played. Like one of those who are forgotten.
Yisun Shin, I've seen it in the wild card, but not here, right? I would love to see Yisun Shin get played here in the main stage. Last time we saw it in M, was it Zane?
Zane.
In the main stage, it was Zane, yeah. Okay.
And Naisu, what's your favorite? What's the forgotten hero for you that you want to see?
It's not really forgotten anymore, you know. It's back in the meta.
He's back in the meta. It's Gord. Anytime Gord gets picked up, I'm happy.
He Mystic gushes whenever Gord gets picked up.
Yeah.
Well,
Gush.
Speaking of the draft right now, we can see that the first phase of drafting is almost done. Team Flash got, again, banning that Phoebus and also not sitting up for Nolan whatsoever. They are sitting up for something else. And this time, it's not forgotten. This time, Arlet is banned by Team Flash.
Okay, I think that's a good start here for some of these things falling into place. Team Flash, though, waiting for this last ban from AP Bren. With what's open, you know, because the Guinevere's taken out, you are still leaving open. Bruno, not sure if they want to go that route.
Faramis.
The Faramis is still going to be there. Valentina, of course.
And Angela.
Time to drop the beat.
Joy is taken out. That's probably honestly, that's probably one of the better ones you can go for now. Again, priority-wise here, Yasu, what are we thinking?
I would say go for the Valentina because if AB Bren right now pulls off an Angela or even a Faramis, you can have the best of both worlds. You can have the hard guard. You can also have the realm. You can have everything that Team AB Bren has for their first picks. But we might see something surprising. We might see actually a Bruno. But I still stand with my Valentina.
The Bruno definitely could work out here. Maybe a Faramis could also be picked up by Team Flash or AP Bren.
Yes.
Definitely need to think about that. And they go for the Valentina to try to predict or stop that Faramis pick. Even if it does get picked up here, they will be able to counteract that. But I do have a fun fact.
What's the fun fact?
The hero that Flash decided to choose to respect this game was the hero that went 0-7. It was the Arlet, man. I mean,
KDA doesn't matter.
It shows you exactly 0-7, but the impact, it was visible to Team Flash. They were like, damn.
Dude, if people aren't playing the ranked games and saying, hey, I heard on the broadcast KDA doesn't matter. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Did you guys see how much pleasure did I have when they got that Valentina?
I saw you jump, and the Bruno pick gets picked up as well. You can jump even more now.
Whole lot of pleasure. Bruno, Matilda, locked in.
Bruno, Matilda. Well, Bruno so far have proven many times that I cannot actually count that he's able to control his lane, but yet he always faced that problem against the Ixia. So maybe Flash wants to take the Ixia early now before they go to the second phase. Having the Bruno makes you have an assurance that
We sat back. Same reaction from you, nice. So we went, whoa, that's a signature Hades pick, bro.
Is it a... Man, okay, I wasn't... Like, I don't know. Actually, I'm like confused and at war with myself here, because I'm like, is this what I was expecting or is this not? Because, you know, just again, looking at Team Flash, how they made it here, what they went through, and how they performed so far, this is probably a better case scenario for them to just pick it up, go with the Minotaur. You got the Valentina, you can work around that. But now I'm just kind of concerned, right, for Hades here.
Why?
On how AP Bren wants to play this. Also the fact that, yes, you have a Matilda, you know, how do you want to just put the pressure into the jungle? Oh, and the Faramis is going to be picked up.
I don't agree with AP Bren. I know they have a good draft. I know that it's all like it's a streak when it comes to meta. But look here with me. Team Flash, they do have the Fanny, and there's no crowd control, no crowd control. I'm not gonna count the Matilda ult as a crowd control here. So having Hades on his Fanny and now being able to ban the crowd control heroes, maybe he'll take out the Kaja, maybe also take out what was his name? Not a Franco, Kufra, yeah. It can work for Team Flash. They can just make the way so clear for Hades and depend on his mechanics.
Okay, so wait, you said you didn't like AP Bren's draft?
I didn't like that they don't have any crowd control, and even though they saw the Fanny, they committed to a Faramis and not taken a crowd control XP laner or even a tank. That's my point. Would you agree?
I gotta agree. The fact that they don't have lockdown is definitely concerning. I think also, though, from Team Flash, they were trying to bait that out. They're trying to get either a Kanja or a Kufra pick early here to really nail AP Bren down, because that should be the spearhead for AP Bren coming into the series. And the thing is, they already have a Matilda, so it gets them into a very tough spot. It's no longer flexible. Where's the Matilda going to go? Mage? Nah.
Yeah. You know where they're going.
Indeed, yes.
You know where they're going, but that's the thing. So, like, how do you cover that base? What do you put in the jungle? What do you put in the XP lane for AP Bren to deal with this? You know, and do you really want to go ahead and just pressure the Fanny, or kind of just let it roll, you know, and then fight for the objectives later on? Because right now you can already see it. Some of the utility options are now being focused on. The box are being taken out here. Really, again, we're probably going to see it. Do they actually opt for the assassin versus assassin matchup? Could AP Bren pick up, for example, you know, the Lancelot, because the Nolan's taken out? Do they want to go that route?
Pain is the proof that
the
I'm
Lancelot
still
makes
alive.
sense, right? If you want to go for the assassin, but against a Minotaur, anything that dives is scary, dude. You get countered hard.
Yeah.
What's concerning is that Diggy hasn't been banned out, right? I mean,
you know,
I don't know if they want to go for a very deep, like, Diggy Matilda mid lane composition. That's super risky, but hey, that Minion's Fury could definitely be handled by something like that.
Diggy Matilda? Do you know what I want to call out here for Team Flash?
What?
Trizla. Just take Trizla and everything goes down. Everything.
For Team Flash?
No, it goes down for AB Bren.
So they ban Trizla?
No, they take Trizla.
Okay, they take the Trizla, okay.
They take the Trizla. And maybe even ban a Diggy here. I know that I spoke about the Kaja and the Kufra, but have a... Alright. I don't know why they use Long though. I don't see any use of banning that Yuzong so far.
Well, again, you know, Diggy's kind of out of the picture for me. You already got the Faramis, the Matilda here. So XP lane in the jungle. Really, you still want the Initiator, because you guys make a good point, right? You can't just let the Fanny be unleashed, you know, not really being bothered at all. You have the Minotaur, great, can work. There's an answer. Hey, just go for the old, you know, the old reliable.
The old reliable, all the way from M4. This hero's been meta for a whole year, dude. Even more than a year. It's been meta all throughout, ever since it's been released.
Fred is spelt with 4 letters, and there's another name also 4 letters, and it's one of your favorite words.
What is it?
Or one of your favorite names.
What is it?
Guy's a Chad.
That's a Chad right there. Yeah, I mean, here's a Chad. He walks up, and this is exactly what AP Bren need. A lot of mid-control with the Faramis and the Matilda. That's good wave clear. Utilize that to invade as early as possible. Take away that purple buff, because, sure, the main way to counter a Fanny's lockdown, but a better way is to shut her down with taking that purple buff away. No purple, no problem. No need lockdown.
I gotta say, I am getting older and my memory just not as the same as before. Not mentioning it. Look, I called for an Ixia, I called for a Trizla, so I'm good with what I said before. But again, I kind of forgot actually about the Matilda and Paramis being locked down, and I was looking at the second phase of banning from Team Flash to look for more like crowd control heroes or something. So banning the Baxia actually and also the Yuzong means that they had what they wanted at the first place. They didn't know, from my perspective at least, they didn't know what to ban except for those heroes that can at least annoy at some point.
Yeah, and with that, again, the problem to solve for the Fanny here, I think AP Bren can actually execute this well with the Fredrin locked in. You got the Faramis. You got a way to get away too with the Matilda. So utility is going to be heavily in favor for them. Real quick, let's look at the team comparison here, Yasu.
Team Flash. For me, that's a team that should win with this draft. Like, for me, they won the draft. For Team A-Bren, yes, for sure, they have the hospital meta, they have the ambulance meta, if you want to talk about it, but I wouldn't agree with them.
Well, agree or disagree, we're going to find out here as we get loaded into the land of Dawn. Game number 2, it's match point for AP Bren against Team Flash. We'll see if Team Flash can turn it around here with the lineup that they've taken for this one. Again, Ixia could prove to be very worthy in this game and impactful if they're able to pull it off, alongside the Fanny here for Hades.
Well, before we get into the action, I want to point out that any ultimate that Team AB Bren have, we will have a copy from it with Jay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have, for me at least, a winning draft, 100% win, at least for me.
For Team Flash?
Yeah, for Team Flash.
Okay, you're going with Team Flash. Your favorite Team Flash lineup.
All in.
Okay.
All in, 100%. Yeah, Naisu.
Yeah, he's going 100% in it. Emblems looking pretty good here, too, for both teams, obviously. A lot of tenacities as well for Team Flashes. They're going to have to deal with some of this when they're already flickering out. So, you know, that's a small win for them. Can he actually get away from this? He should be fine, even though Lolzy's there. But this is kind of Ogren's job right now, right? Be a nuisance. Deal with his Fanny here.
Well, look. With the flicker earlier, that's a good damage. But with the flicker earlier on, he should be punished, though.
Ooh. Ogwen's taken very low. Calteezy is actually a level down. Finally gets to level 4. It seems like despite Team Flash having a bit more damage to play with in the early stage, it's still AP Bren who have a little bit of a lead through the lanes. I think farming has been pretty good for them. 45 gold lead. It's very small, can go back and forth. But even in that gold lane, Vanix is getting out-traded by Marco.
Seeing the Fanny again and again tells me that the early game will be for the favor of Team Flash, while Cutthroat comes in.
Good defensive there with the flicker. So Turtle's going to be up. They already got the information that Hades is going to be on the top side, so that is the go signal to start up that Turtle. You can already see it being worked on here by Calteezy.
Oh, a purple.
Rest of Team Flash, though, also trying to get in position. Ogwen just being a nuisance once again around the purple buff. So trying to stall out Hades. This should just, once again, Turtle go in the hands of AP Bren here.
That was so close. It was a bit too close for comfort for the side of AP Bren. Adamir rotating over. Meanwhile, Ogwen trying to stop Hades from taking that purple buff, but he still had that retreat, so he picks it up for free. Turtle for purple.
Actually, at some point I was looking at Hades and neglecting the team fight. I thought that it's inevitable for Kyle to use his retribution. It was so risky, and I was actually kind of betting that Hades will not use his retribution, but after seeing Ogwen goes in, everything flipped around. If that happened, if that scenario in my head happened and took place, Team Flash would have went for the invade on the purple buff, and at this point, Fanny will be so far in lead when it comes to XP compared to the Fredrin.
Yeah, even with that, again, I think one of the biggest parts here for Team Flash and Hades in general is every Fanny's, obstacle is like, hold on, Flap though.
Oh, not able to find the kill. Flapteezy survives just with 1 HP. Meanwhile, there's a trade up top that AP Bren are trying to look for.
What?
I think he thought that Flap were to recall. That's why he didn't jump into the bush. But hey, a turret is a turret. You get a lot of plating anyways here. Calteezy invades the other side of the map, trying to look for that mirror play, and Hades will just recall as Adamir proxies the wave.
Okay, so they're going to get a little bit of that gold to work around with on the bottom side, which does, keep things relatively even against AP Bren economy wise, and they're 30 seconds away from this turtle. So I feel like for Team Flash, they want to be able to get in position to actually contest this, but this is what I was expecting when that Fredrin was locked in. This is the pressure that is that Hades has to deal with here.
Oh.
And look at the poke already to Lolzy. Caltesi should be able to last hit this, and he does. He finds a purple buff now. It's going to be Hades without a purple buff. AP Brent escaping. Caltesi re-engaging, getting a good taunt, and an Appraiser's Wrath. One last hit despite the flicker. Caltesi stabs his way to the first kill in the game.
Controlling that purple buff is 101 how to counter a Fanny. And Caltesi has successfully got this mission right. AP Bren with 1.2k gold ahead. I wouldn't talk about the gold lead, I would just talk about Hades facing a hard time Flash team. And as we say, oh, that was so close. There is one more turtle, right? This is the second turtle for Team AP Bren, and they are getting ahead in the gold. But I saw something when we saw the emblems earlier on. Vanix is going for kinda tanky approach when it comes to emblem.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, he kind of has to, right? The thing about Ixia, she's like a glass cannon. She's the epitome of a glass cannon, right? The way that works, and you kind of have to be able to position yourself really well, and that's where you're relying on the team here, especially to find the setup potential for you. But, 5 minutes into the game, AP Bren having this 2K lead, they're playing like it too. They're continuously this side of the jungle of Team Flash.
Why are Hades the one controlling the bot lane though? Oh, it was cut it down. Wow, Adamir now needs to join. So, will there be a fight here?
Yep, Fio still able to escape with the help. Wow,
why?
No commitment for the side of Team Flash. Hesitating, maybe thinking that there's going to be a little bit more members around. Kyle just picks up the purple buff for free. There's not much Team Flash can do. And now even with the Appraiser's Wrath just used to poke, that 100% win for Team Flash is not 100% so far.
Yeah, it's not looking like that. Still going to be putting the pressure here in the mid lane. Again, a little trip around the Circle Eagle. But look at the level gap, too, between the junglers. Kyle Teasy, 2 levels ahead right now of Hades. And that's, once again, how much pressure is being put here. Flap gets some information. He's going to go ahead and get back. But you can see the way that AP Bren is playing on the macro level here against what Team Flash is doing.
I kind of love what Flab is doing, actually controlling the lanes and also cutting them through for Team AP Bren. He's kind of annoying Team Flash at some point. They cannot do anything at this point when it comes to laning phase because Adamir completely neglects the bot lane, completely neglects the XP duties, and I cannot help but to wonder, Team Flash, they do have a winning draft. It is a 100% winning draft still for me, but they are not executing it as I imagined.
It's all about the execution, yeah?
Yeah.
Team Flash with a 100% winning draft, their execution is not 100%. Yeah, nice.
Yes, that's the maths, right? That's simple maths right now, but whoa, Vanix.
Is it at least 20% though, the execution?
I would give it 40%.
Ah, it's not bad.
Hey, Yasu, you're the analyst here, so whatever percentage you want to throw out, I'll at least be on board for now, right? So Super Marco picking up his Berserker's Fury. But this is my problem here with this. It's a low-kill game. You've got a Fanny. You're supposed to be scaling really hard in the early game. Getting these kills.
Please.
You don't have it, though. And the game, look at this. Like, Hades can't even move around right now. So you're going to have to kind of default to usually what happens in this situation.
Fanix with a flicker. Gets out Lolzy now. Knocks Flap TZ out, but that's all he can do, really. He just knocks him up for a bit, gives him a bit of airtime.
Okay, well, going back to it, you're going to get to a point here on Hades where you just kind of split push, right, and go for that. But mid lane,
Adamir with a penalty zone, and that's going to be a full barrage to the back, but there's no flicker to help him get to the range. Now is an Appraiser's Wrath dealing with another Realm HP. The world is massive, and it gets to Adamir, canceling the recall. Hades recalling on the other side, and Kyle Teasy is taking control. You know what they want to do. They want to go and steal that purple buff again. Meanwhile, Flap, completely different from game number 1.
You just experienced how this draft can work. If he just had that flicker Vanix, he could have easily swept Team AP Bren down. But yet, again, as you said, Naisu, and this is the point I kind of forgot to point out here. Fanny in the early game, you have it. Late game damage, you have it in the Ixia. Crowd control and setups, you have it with the Minotaur and the Trizla. Stealing all these good ultimates, you have it in the Valentina. What else do you need?
Well,
right now.
a purple buff right now is what they need for sure. Hades is going to get stunned up completely, and yeah, that early game to mid game completely neutralized because the steals continue to happen. And well, Yasu pointed out earlier, without the flicker, that 100% turns to 0% for Vanix.
Yeah. I mean, with that, you know, anytime you pick up any of these heroes that really require that purple buff, it's kind of a disaster when you don't get it for this long, right? Like, what can you do? Yes, you see Hades putting the pressure there, looking for that tier 1 on the bottom side, but that's ultimately another objective going to the hands of AP Bren here, and the rest of the team really trying to work it out. One thing that I will say for Team Flash is at least Vanix, for the most part, has tried to farm up. He is gapped in comparison to Super Marco, but hey, he hasn't died, neither has Adamir, right? Hades has just been flying around, so there might be a point in this game where Team Flash can make their way back. Again, we saw the opposite happening the previous game of 7K difference for AP Brent.
Owen was about to follow him all the way to the base there, but he decides to caca back out there just to utilize the Lord a bit more efficiently, and they're going to try to crack open the tier 2s in the mid lane first with a Bruno helping out. Caltizi trying to zone Team Flash away from that tier 2 in the mid lane, but they'll say, you know what, we'll just control the bottom lane first. Super Marco gets a free turret, and then they utilize another wave here with a built-up slow push with the Lord pushing up top. Incredible wave manipulation by AP Bren. That's the last tier 2 turret taken down by the Winions. AP Bren now looking for the base. The base turret in the top side going to be targeted down. Jay with a good Terrify onto Owen. That's a splash as well from the base turret. Lolzy jumps in but gets knocked up. Now it's another realm defensively. Adamir, that's a defensive penalty zone to defend the base. And now it's going to be Jay. What? He just gets taken out, disappearing in an instant. You blink and you miss it.
Yeah, that's the price. These are the coincident. Oh my God, this is consequences.
There it is.
That you have to
100%.
face.
Yeah, 100%, man.
Oh no!
Not anymore.
The 100%. Lolzy taking down Vanix, running for the hills. Adamir just looking for a play. Hades does no damage. The full barrage does no damage. Even with the flicker, it's still not 100. Adamir flickers backwards, and now AP Brenner doing whatever they want.
Yeah, releasing some pressure. That's the only thing Hades can do at this point by taking and making those split pushes possible. Team Flash, nothing at this point. Give me even the courage to say 20% winning chance.
Now it's 20.
We went from 100 to 20 here, Yasu. Well, again, hey, look at it this way. There's 0-0-0 across the board for him, Adamir, and Vanix, right?
Oh, yeah.
Can they keep it together and actually turn something around? Well, at this point, it's looking really dire. I don't even know 20% at this point because, you know, AP Bren, with this lineup that they have, and the fact that they can extend some of these team fights with the Netherrealm, that's the biggest issue. I mean, even this, Ogwen just taking a trip, you know?
He outtrades the assassin.
That shouldn't happen.
He's enjoying. But looking at the items that just like disappear right now, there was some semi items or like half items from the side of from Kyle, and he managed now to at least complete 2 of them, which is one of them is the cursed. What happened? What did I miss?
No, it's just the fact that the roamer deals more damage than the assassin.
It's weird.
Yeah, and you know what also is weird for me? This draft not winning. But anyways, let's go.
We're still on that.
Yeah, I cannot get past that because it stick to me right now. You guys like pinned it to me. 100, 100, 100 all over the game. So Team Flash at this point, what can they do? What can they do is one good setup. Actually, yeah, one good setup can make a solid defense, and having that Netherrealm stolen from Few can make that defense possible for Team Flash.
Oh man, I'm also a believer in one good setup, but in this situation, you're 12K behind at the 13-minute mark, man, and your gold laners, that's like 4,000 gold behind.
Yeah, it's, how many items are those? Like 2 items more?
1.5 maybe.
Yeah.
1 point. I'm not good with numbers. Hades.
Me neither.
Okay.
I'm not good with numbers too.
Now, AP Brenner just utilizing the number game that they have, a 12,000 gold lead that's completely built up. It seems like Team Flash, they have no way to defend even this base turret in the mid lane. Hades has fast hands, but what can they do with this? Vanix is playing in the back. That's Adam who jumps in the back as well. Ogwin provides the proper support. Super Marco has the win of nature. That just might be it. No! They win the fight, but in the end, it's 4-0. They didn't even let Team Flash get a kill in game number 2. Complete domination from the Hive.
Get a dominating here performance for AP Bren. The Filipino champions here, just unstoppable, it looked like, in this series.
Oh my god, things are not looking good at all for Team Flash at this point. They will wait until tomorrow. They will wait until they see Lil Gun in this group. AB Bren controls their fate right now, and right now they will just give those fist bumps to show some sportsmanship.
Again, a performance here in a way for AP Bren that, game 2, man, they just flipped the script and they just came out swinging. It was a strong showing, but let's go ahead and throw it over to Manjin to talk to AP Bren for the victory.
Congratulations to the Hive, AP Bren. Hello guys, hello. You guys managed to pull off English to. All right, I forgot they're Filipinos. Come on, clap your hands. The Filipino supporters. All right, so naka-comeback kayo. Yan ha, Tagalog to ha. Naka-comeback kayo. Actually, yung game number 1, naka-comeback kayo. You did a comeback in game number 1. How did you manage to pull that off?
We just waited for the enemy's error. So we maximized their error and punished them in their own play.
Pwede ka mag-Tagalog, tatry. You can speak in Tagalog, Ogwen, and few will translate in English. Okay? Okay, good. Okay. So you waited for the error. Okay, were you guys surprised with the Louis pick of Team Flash? Sino pwede sumagot?
Yes.
Yes, why? Tagalog muna. Okay, Tagalog first and then he will translate. Okay.
Mahirap yung map control eh. Naka-teleport sila kahit saan. Tapos natulonggis pa yung namin, yung XP-laner, nag-iba yung emblem.
Tolonggis yung XP-laner nyo. Okay, few...
Fighter emblem eh.
Okay, few, you translate.
He said Flap TC is good.
Okay, nice.
Flap TC is good.
He said Flap TC is good. He chose a different emblem. What can you say about that, Flap TC? What can you say about game number 1?
I'm so embarrassed because I am 0-7.
But you won.
Yeah, just lucky.
You're lucky.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
You're lucky. All right. Guys, you're going up against Lil Gun, right? Am I right? For tomorrow, what are your expectations for tomorrow for Lil Gun? Let's ask Kyle TZ first. You can speak in Tagalog. Few will translate. What is your expectation for Team Lil Gun?
Expectation ko sa Lil Gun, tingin ko bibigyan nila kami ng magandang laban bukas. Tulad nung ISF nung ISF sa Riyadh, pinahirapan nila kami nun at nagulat kami nung ganun pala sila kalakas.
Okay, Few, please do the honors.
Kyle TC said, Lil Gun is strong.
That's it. He is right. Basic. All right, guys. May I ask Few and Super Marco to give their message to their fans? Shout out kayo. And go, Marco.
Thank you sa mga pumunta rito.
Can I ask for one woo?
Woo!
There you go.
Salamat sa lahat ng fans na nanonood sa live, pati dito, lalo na ngayon, sobrang late na, nandito pa rin kayo sumusuporta.
There you go. Thank you so much to AP Bren. You can now return to your room. Ladies and gentlemen, AP Bren. All right. That's it. The Hive won up against Team Flash. Let us now pass it to our shoutcasters.
Thank you so much, Manjin, and also, again, congratulations to AP Bren. Great to hear from all of them, and also, hey, Flapteasy said himself, he was a little embarrassed, but one thing's for sure, doesn't matter. KDA does not matter.
A win is a win.
A win's a win. It worked out. They got the win. They got the sweep. And I love what they said, too, because they talked about, Team Little Gun ahead of them, what they were surprised about when they faced them off in ISF. And, I know you had a chance as well to be a part of ISF, the online qualifiers and everything. So who knows what's in store for us tomorrow. But right now, we're going to be looking at the MVP for this game. Again, AP Brent all around just performed in every single lane and role. But it's going to be awarded to Super Marco. Again, hey, it's a low kill game, but he was there every time he needed to be.
Well, Super Marco, I wouldn't actually have anyone expected to see as an MVP in a 4-0 game. So I didn't know whom to expect. But with that 3-0-0 for Super Marco, 3 out of 4 kills, which makes 75%. Now I'm good with numbers, but not before. So looking at this game from different angles, I would say that as the AB Brand player said on stage, waiting for the mistakes was the key for a comeback for the first game. But in this game, it was actually the domination of that purple buff from the side of Team AB Brand. No matter how many times Hades tried to go in and do the cutthroats, have his freestyles doing, but Team Flash couldn't have the damage output that they needed. And no matter how many times you steal the Paramis ult, no matter how many times you activate it and also have this crowd control, the gold difference speaks for itself. We almost hit at 14k difference at a certain point. Here we can see that Hades was trying his best to regenerate some of this energy and also clear the lane, to clear all the lanes actually, because the pressure was coming from the top lane, also from the mid lane, and there was nothing at a certain point that Hades can do or anyone from Team Flash.
Oh, even looking at just the difference here, of course, in all those resources, the objectives taken. Yeah. And that's always the risk you take when you lock in the Fanny, especially early on, right? This was the first phase that it was picked up. So then your game plan comes through to, okay, let's counter that Fanny. Let's put the pressure there. And that's kind of what AP Bren did. Very low, kill game overall, quick game. And that's a downside, especially when you have a Fanny and Iksha. And you need time for those heroes alone to build up. But then you're just choked out everywhere. Where do you find those wins in this situation?
Well, in a 14k difference game, in a 14 minutes, it's so hard to find any opening. It's so hard to find any solution. Vanix actually was 0-0-0, Hades as well, and Adamir. I would say that the base was being it has been actually taken by the minions. I didn't see a lot of the members from Team AB Bren trying to commit to the crystal. But anyways, let's see here who was the forgotten one. Ogwayne, but not this time. It's not Flapteasy, it's Ogwayne. Streak. We can see here all across the screen all of the members from AB Bren, because Team Flash at this game was, for me at least, absent.
100% KP though for the Forgotten one. Definitely not forgotten here as well in game number 2. But Super Marco, can we just talk about this guy? 2 games in the winning position.
Yeah.
All right, we can definitely say that in a winning position, Bruno, you can just flow through. But in game 1, the fact that he stayed consistent game 1, game 2, this level of consistency is something that I gotta say, I gotta pay my respects to Super Marco, man. This guy is amazing.
Yeah, he had a very similar consistency throughout, even recently, their international in ISF, and then throughout, the even regular season or the playoffs, if you will. And there's a reason why they, got everything they did. Like, if you just look at AP Bren's past year, there's so much there for them, right? And I see this in a lot of teams, even recently, obviously with Onyx too. You look at all the roles, they all pop off in their own way. They all carry their role very well. And that's kind of what transitions into them and translates to their successes, right? And for this, Team Flash, unfortunately, they were just kind of outgunned in this game especially. But going back to what they did in game 1, that was great themselves. And, who knows, again, what's in store tomorrow for the last day of the group stages. That is the tough time. But for AP Bren, even with this game, the way that it unfolded, they're in very prime position here to possibly do really well for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, they are now on top of their group. They have 4 victories, or 2 victories. 2-0 and 2-0. They won. Yeah, they won against Brimis Goals and now against Team Flash. So looking here at the team fight participation, I wouldn't like talk a lot about it because just Flapteasy, this one is 0%. He was just focusing on the split push. He was just focusing on cutting the lanes. But looking at Team Flash, actually, I wouldn't say that they didn't deal the damage they needed to deal. It was just about how much annoying having a Matilda and a Faramis at the same composition for your opponent team. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much damage you apply and the damage output that comes from you, there's always an engage and disengage coming from either Ogweener or Few, just to take every effort that you have from your hands and just to get it used actually against you, because they have the chance always to re-engage and to always have this counter engagement. This is the damage taken, and Kyle got his, I would say, enough of taking damage, 102k. But speaking of numbers, do you know what number did I get correctly today?
Yes. What's that?
2-0 for Brent.
2-0 for Brent.
Yes, that's 100% true.
That is 100% true. Hey, he's got it.
Which 100% is this? Is it the 100% from game 2?
Prediction. Yeah, prediction.
Okay. So the prediction. Technically, we were all shocked though in game 1, right? I mean, Team Flash really gave us a good battle.
Yeah.
But then a few mistakes.
Yeah.
Maybe more than a few.
More than. I still got to give him credit too. You know, that game number 1 was great to watch.
Entertaining.
You love to see some of these picks come through, and I'm hoping that even when we progress through M5, you know, we get into the knockout stage, that we see some more of these picks that are a little more niche or unorthodox, or, you know, go with these certain play styles of these different teams from around the world. I think it is very, it's a healthy thing to have that shaken up, right? Because again, going back to it, man, Fredrin popping up, I think this is still a hero that is reliable. Mr. Reliable in the jungle, especially the Chad. You put him against a Fanny, and this makes it much harder, but you know that's why even when teams have done that, they faced this before, you really have to take care of the Fanny. You really have to take care of the resources and transition through the game, because like we saw from that, if you struggle too much from it, it's really hard to get the momentum going, right? So with that, we are going to be looking at the group standings here, how things have fallen into place now that day 5 is concluded for the group stage. So let's go ahead and look at the group update. Here it is, all of them falling into place. Group A, we've got the 2 top up here. It's Onyx, see you soon. For Group B, we have Blacklist International, and then of course Fireflux. Group C, AP Brennan Lilgun, who we'll see some more of, and of course Group D, currently we have Geek Fam up there along with Dave Vu.
And we still don't know.
Yeah, and for Team Flash, actually, I don't know how do they feel right now, because their fate is being decided by the rest, or like the last game in this group, LG, Team Lilgun, and Team Abraham. And we possibly might have tiebreaker.
There's a possible tiebreaker for Group D as of now. So, you know, as we wait for the back end, the production team and everyone else to kind of figure all these numbers out, right? Where things are going to fall into place. We'll go ahead and get that ready for letting everybody know. Now, we'll have to look at tomorrow's schedule, right? The last day of the group stage here.
Oh, man.
Hey, this is going to be a heated one. I feel like, again, tomorrow is the cause of a lot of this. Where do things fall into place here?
It's the decider. Literally, tomorrow we're going to see the decider. Maybe not so much for Group A, but we will definitely see who will be able to get their first win at the M5 World Championship main stage for Group A, Bigatron Suns or Triple Esports. Then, who's going to make it with AP Brent? Is it going to be Lilgun? Is it going to be the Burmese Ghouls? Is Team Flash out? I don't even know. It's so close in the bracket except for AP Brent.
Yeah.
And Homeboys lost today, so they have a really good match tomorrow against TOB, and
scenario.
Fireflux against Blacklist International.
That scenario, the Homeboys TOB, that's going to be crazy, because I believe if Deus Vault want to make it to the knockout stages, they will have to hope that Homeboys loses to TOB.
That's what I'm saying, man. There's a lot of just on the line tomorrow alone, you know, out of those 4 series. I would be looking forward to all 4 of them and where they end up. And of course, you know, ending it with Blacklist International, of course, Fireflux as well. There's there's a ton of narrative and story here for tomorrow. So we can't wait, of course. We have had a jam-packed day today, and everything has unfolded here up to this point. This is also because we're in obviously a different format than what we had before. This is why it's such high stakes, right? 8 teams will eventually not be proceeding to the knockouts. So, hey, it's been 4 amazing series that we've had today. Thank you guys so much for sticking around for us around the world watching this. This wouldn't be possible, of course, without our sponsors.
Powered by Moonzon, presented by Qiddiya, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
And once again, I am Naisu, joined here on the desk with Mirko and Yasu. We have loved the action through the day, and of course the other casters that were here with us earlier on in the day and resting up for tomorrow. Now, before we end, we're going to throw it over to our host, Manjin, to see what he has to say to wrap up this amazing day.
Thank you very much to our shoutcasters. And we are all getting near the end of the group stages, and the knockout stages is nearby. Earlier, we saw the burning Malaysian sensation Team SMG go out with a bang, securing a tight series against the representatives of Brazil, RRQ Akira. After that, we witnessed the back and forth best of the best of 3 series in which Deus Volt won up against the Malaysian champions home boys. And then we were graced by the Sky Kings themselves, Onyx finishing their group with a dominating performance up against Cambodia's See You Soon. And then finally, we saw the Hive, AP Bren, dive into that comeback in game number 1 up against Team Flash. So tomorrow, we will determine the 8 teams who will get to advance to the knockout stages of the M5 World Championship as we finish the final quadruple header of the group stages. Don't you dare miss that out. Once again, I am your kabayas, Manjin Faldas, Pilipinas. Good night, and keep on pursuing to be better than great.
Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power that Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy